everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Mythology Encyclopedia Novel Summary. Mythological revival plus global anomalies plus apocalyptic anomalies plus ensemble cast plus Chulhu plus God development plus a little bit of God mo-anthropization plus grand worldview plus not invincible. The sun overhead wants to kill us, the earth beneath our feet is a madman, the endless night wants to replace us, and even death itself wants to enslave us. What else can I do? I can only grip my gun tightly and tell these monsters that humanity has one last breath left. The fifth unusual war, an unknown warrior. This is a dark age, where things beyond reason ravage the land, unspeakable fear lurks in the shadows of cities, and the ghosts of the past yearn to return. Humanity has exhausted all its strength to barely cling to a sliver of hope. In this chaotic world, in this suffocating era, as a bookstore owner, Chen Ji's first consideration was, "Someone please pay my rent this month." Chen Ji, the newly appointed chief disciple of the Chan sect of Kunlun Mountain, honorary vice head of the Jie sect of Bio Palace, chief commander of the Heavenly Palace Imperial Guard, chief instructor of 100,000 heavenly soldiers and generals, distinguished guest of Mount Olympus, dragon slayer, one who is close to the gods, ascetic, acting god king of Asgard, one who walks with the enlightened, high priest of Tenochtitlan, first mate of the sun ship, apostle of chaos, guardian of Uruk. Master of Nyarlathotep, High Priest of Azathoth, Honorary Knight of the Knights of the Round Table, Anomaly Destroyer, and 5-star Good Citizen, this is what Chen Ji said. This book is also known as, What to Do When My Employees Are All Gods. My bookstore is just an ordinary bookstore, and I don't have any cheat codes, I just have a bit of a luck with gods. Chapter 1-70, Baichi Bookstore. Breaking news. The urban legend class anomaly Strange Sound outside the wall has been confirmed to have breached containment at 3 p.m. today. Sanctuary investigators are currently conducting a full-scale search. Citizens, please do not panic. The charming night slowly enveloped the vibrant city. Dazzling lights cast down from the skyscrapers on both sides of the road, softly covering the entire street and draping over the young man who was hurrying along. The above are the possible areas of activity for this anomaly. Nearby residents, please remain vigilant at all times. If you discover any signs of suspected anomaly activity, please immediately call the Investigation Bureau. Do not take unauthorized action. Please remember, ensuring your own safety is the top priority when facing an anomaly. Inside the bright display windows along the roadside, electronic screens of various sizes were broadcasting the evening news in real time. The host's articulate voice drifted through the glass and into the young man's ears. An anomaly. Another anomaly has breached containment. The young man muttered to himself while continuing to walk hurriedly. He shifted the heavy plastic bag in his hand to a more comfortable position, looked at the deserted street, and couldn't help but sigh softly. Sigh. The news just said that thing might be active around here. What a headache. There aren't many customers to begin with, and with this happening, no one will come by all week. His footsteps were light as he turned into a complex alleyway. The shadows of the massive buildings blocked out the lights, and layers of various debris were piled messily in the alley, forming a maze that would drive anyone with obsessive-compulsive disorder crazy. The young man walked straight in, ignoring the dim environment. Like an elegant clouded leopard, he easily navigated through the massive pile of debris. He didn't even get a speck of dust from the debris on the plastic bag in his hand. As the young man sidestepped past the last mountain of plastic bottles, a small building emitting a warm, orange-yellow light caught his eye. It was a bookstore. Judging by its appearance, the building used to be an apartment complex. Now, the first and second floors had been opened up to become a small bookstore, while the third floor and above retained the original apartment structure. A quaint wooden sign hung on the bookstore's front door. It stood out remarkably among the crowd of electronic signs, and sometimes even the young man himself considered whether he should replace it. Carved on the wooden sign in bold, sweeping calligraphy were 4 large characters, Baichi Bookstore. The young man pushed open the door, and a soft chime of wind bells rang out. Listening to this familiar sound, he stepped inside and returned to his bookstore. He first placed the items he was carrying on the storage locker by the porch, then took out a polished name tag from his pocket and carefully pinned it to his clothes. Store manager, Chen Ji. He walked through rows of bookshelves, his fingertips lightly brushing against the thick books, as if greeting his own employees. Chen Ji went up the stairs to the second floor. Because business was becoming increasingly sluggish and the income from running a physical bookstore alone was simply not enough, he had converted the second-floor reading room into a study room, relying on tutoring students to make a living. Okay, then the next question. Oh, Boss Chen is back. In the study room, 2 students were struggling in the sea of learning. Upon hearing footsteps, they both immediately looked up and greeted Chen Ji. You two, you didn't mess with my things, did you? Of course not. X2. Chen Ji looked suspiciously at the large handprints on the crystal ball placed on the bookshelf. The 2 students broke out in a cold sweat. Just a touch or two. Sigh. Chen Ji, who had originally wanted to say something, swallowed his words upon thinking that these 2 silly kids were his cash cows for the next week. You didn't break anything, so just continue with your studies. Chen Ji turned to go to the utility room to get some cleaning supplies, leaving the 2 children to continue their questions. Then the question, when did the first anomaly war take place? 1784, when humanity first observed a myth-class anomaly. The war in which all of humanity concentrated its full strength to suppress myth-class anomalies is the Anomaly War. And the name of the anomaly is the myth-class anomaly Abhorrent Thousand Suns. It was both the first myth-class anomaly to descend in history and the one that caused the most destruction in all the anomaly wars. The first anomaly war resulted in 33% of the surface being burned to ashes by Abhorrent Thousand Suns. At the same time, this anomaly war also made humanity realize its own fragility and insignificance. To prevent potential future threats, the surviving humans united to form the current human alliance. All correct. Then the next question, when was the last anomaly war? It was 1992, the myth-class anomaly Midnight 1 o'clock descended, triggering the 4th anomaly war. This anomaly war was also the one with the widest scope of impact. The anomaly's power covered the entire globe. Alright, let's stop here for today. Come back tomorrow evening. Before she could finish, Chen Ji, who had already finished cleaning the ornaments that had suffered at their hands, walked over and said to them with a wry smile. Why so early today? My 2 little princesses, there is an urban legend class anomaly wandering outside right now. If you don't go back, your parents are going to come looking for you. Take advantage of the streetlights just turning on and hurry home. Yay. Going home. After sending off the 2 carefree little cash cows, Chen Ji returned to the quieted study room. Silence reclaimed Baichi bookstore, and Chen Ji stared at the small ornaments around him without a word. Hanging opposite him was an elegant ink wash painting depicting a rolling sea of clouds. Within the sea of clouds, a few solemn and magnificent palaces revealed their upturned eaves and bracket sets, while the main structures remained hidden in the thick mist, looking like a celestial palace untainted by the mortal world. On the bookshelf next to the painting sat the crystal ball that had just suffered at their hands. Inside the crystal-clear sphere was a small model mountain. On the summit, a tiny, miniature Greek-style temple stood upright. On the base of the crystal ball was a button with a lightning symbol on it. Chen Ji casually pressed it. Rumble. Layers of dark clouds instantly gathered at the top inside the crystal ball, and realistic thunder sounded from the speakers on the base. Arcs of electricity leaped within the clouds, just like a miniature thunderstorm. Before long, it actually started raining from those heavy clouds. Strong winds, lightning, and a downpour, a small storm began inside the crystal ball. How fun. Modern technology is truly amazing. Chen Ji stared at the thundering crystal ball, suppressing the urge to do it again. Turning around, on the other side was a large floor-standing fish tank. There were no fish in the tank, only a strange-looking, ugly octopus lying at the bottom. The octopus was pitch black, and strangely, it only had one vertical eye on its head. It kept its eye closed all day, motionless, as if it were asleep. Its tentacles were tightly wrapped around 3 strange-looking little statues, each uglier than the last. Chen Ji really wanted to fish out these 3 eyesores. But every time he wanted to do so, the little octopus, which was always in a state of slumber, would desperately pull at the three statues, refusing to let go no matter what. But the most outrageous thing was that even then, it still didn't open its eye. Chenji even started to doubt whether it actually had an eye. He tapped on the fish tank, looked at the unresponsive little octopus, sighed softly, and slumped onto the sofa nearby. Anomalies. Just one strange tail rank is causing such chaos. Humanity is really, truly fragile in the face of anomalies. I just don't know whether I can still be considered human. At the thought of this, Chenji involuntarily placed his hand over his chest. Through his shirt, he stroked that square object. Sigh. Why did I have to end up with this kind of thing? Chenji took off his shirt, and a bizarre sight was revealed before his eyes. Even though he had seen it many times, he still felt a phantom pain. On Chenji's chest, large chunks of flesh had disappeared. In their place was a hardcover encyclopedia as thick as a dictionary, embedded in his chest. The book was crimson all over, and on the cover were 6 gold-stamped characters, Mythology Encyclopedia. And in the author column, Chenji's name was clearly written. Chenji didn't remember ever writing any encyclopedia, let alone stuffing a book into his chest. Note: this book features a large amount of gender-bent deities, but not all deities will be gender-bent. Another note: the cover image is of a female Zeus. See the comment section for the full image. Some readers may have come from other covers. For the specific character design of the female Zeus, please check the comment section or the deity archives in the book circle. Please show your support. #2 Chapter 2 Encyclopedia of Mythology. Chapter 2, Mythology Encyclopedia. Sigh, what a headache. Chenji rubbed his swollen temples, then placed both hands on the red cover of the encyclopedia on his chest. As he pressed down with his hands, the flesh and skin that had grown around the encyclopedia actually peeled away on their own, creating space for him to remove it. Chenji reached his hand into the gap and gently took the book out. From the perspective of a bookstore owner, this encyclopedia was quite exquisite. Complex, gorgeous patterns were embroidered on the edges of the cover, while its corners were protected by some kind of metal. Chenji looked down at his empty chest. There was no heart, no lungs, no ribs, the only thing remaining was a spine. Now, Chenji could pat his chest and guarantee that he was truly an open-minded person. He took a deep breath, feeling the airflow enter his mouth, while reaching one hand directly into his chest, trying to feel the air he had inhaled. But there was nothing. It was strange. The air he inhaled seemed to have vanished into thin air. He picked up the encyclopedia again and could feel that the book was beating slightly. The frequency was about the same as a normal human heartbeat. Furthermore, when Chenji exerted himself or experienced emotional fluctuations, the book's vibration frequency would speed up just like a normal heart. How eerie. Although taking the book off his body didn't affect Chenji now, he had tested it before. Once the distance between him and the book exceeded 5 meters, he would suddenly feel breathless and dizzy. He immediately went to stuff the book back in. He dared not risk his life. What on earth did I do 3 years ago? Chenji let out a long howl at the sky. That's right, he had amnesia. He had lost 3 full years of memory. 3 months ago, he was still an ambitious, well-behaved young man, resisting the cruel blows of society. Who would have thought that when he woke up one morning, he had slept for 3 years, 3 whole years. After he calmed down and finally accepted the fact that he had missed 3 birthdays, he realized how brain-dead he had been over the past 3 years. Through various clues in this bookstore, he learned that over the past 3 years, he had sold all his assets and rented this apartment building in this godforsaken place, and for some reason, he had converted this apartment building into a physical bookstore. Running a physical bookstore in this information age? He really didn't know what he was thinking. And the most outrageous part was that he had actually managed to run this bookstore for 3 years, and it had consistently stayed on the verge of bankruptcy. Looking at the ledger that perfectly balanced income and expenses, Chenji even suspected if he had been cooking the books for himself. However, all these bizarre events were not as strange as what had happened to him personally. Chenji looked at his broad chest. Since he was a child, anomaly events were just strings of text and pictures in books that gave him a headache. Only now, when it was truly happening to him, did he realize. This world really has gone mad. Have I been possessed by some anomaly, or am I an anomaly myself? Chen Ji dared not report this to the investigation bureau. Given his situation, once discovered, what awaited him would be a cold containment facility and endless experiments. No matter how he explained it, he would be treated as an anomaly disguised as a human. The only thing he could do was hide himself well and try to survive as a human. Or, Chen Ji gently opened the pages. The texture of the pages in this book was strange, like parchment. However, as for the raw material of this thing, Chen Ji didn't want to know. The first page was the list of editors for this mythology encyclopedia. What caught Chen Ji's eyes was a long list of blacked-out names. The handwriting looked extremely messy, leaving deep scratches on the page. It seemed that the person who erased these names must have been in a terrible mood at the time. And in the last column of the list, Chen Ji's name was clearly written. Am I also an editor of this encyclopedia? Chen Ji wondered. Turning past this page with no information, Chen Ji saw the table of contents. Unlike a regular encyclopedia, the table of contents of this book was very simple and did not have complex entries. Chapter 1, God Sleeping in the Past. This chapter contained several sections, but the names of these sections had also been erased. And next was Chapter 2, Legends Wandering in the Present. Below this chapter, it was empty, without sections like the previous chapter. And the last chapter, its name puzzled Chen Ji the most, not because the chapter title was obscure, but because it was too straightforward. Chapter 3, Investigation Targets. Investigation targets? Investigate whom? Those legends. Chen Ji felt this was definitely a huge trap. However, Chen Ji flipped through the book from beginning to end again. The blank pages flashed before his eyes. That's right, there wasn't a single word in the main text of this book. Except for the first page of the main text. After confirming once again that this was a book without words, Chen Ji took 3 deep breaths before trembling as he turned to the first page of the main text. What exactly do you want? On the title of the first page, the 4 characters "Start Writing" were written. When Chen Ji cast his gaze upon it, a strange feeling suddenly welled up in his heart. Even though he had experienced it several times, this feeling still made him inexplicably excited. It was like the joy of suddenly discovering a glimmer of light in the distance during a long, dark night. He hesitated for a moment, then finally placed his hand on the page and pressed down on the title. In that instant, the surrounding world suddenly lost its color in Chen Ji's eyes, and only the encyclopedia before him retained its color. Several points of light slowly floated out from its pages. They hovered in mid-air and began to rotate around Chen Ji's hand. This was faith. From the moment they appeared, Chen Ji understood their essence. These were faith. He clenched his right hand in the air, and several points of light flew over briskly, condensing into a brush that lay obediently in his hand. With a thought from Chen Ji, it immediately turned into a fountain pen, then into a quill, a ballpoint pen, a pencil, and finally back into a brush. He hovered the brush over the page but hesitated to write. Use faith as ink to write legends. This was the information that automatically appeared in his mind the first time he turned to this page. According to this information, as long as he poured this faith into it, it would awaken an ancient god who had been sleeping for a long time. However, as for exactly who would be awakened, that was not up to him to decide. Gods? How could gods actually exist? Chen Ji could sense that the faith he currently had in his hand was just enough to awaken one god. But, awakening a god is just too ridiculous. Currently, these are all just one-sided claims from this book. But it is so eerie. The thing this world lacks the least is the unreasonable. Perhaps it really could. After struggling internally for a long time, Chen Ji finally, just like before, slammed the encyclopedia in his hands shut. Summoning a god, sigh, I just want to live a stable life. I don't have such grand ambitions. Actually, it's not that serious. If I don't touch it, it will just honestly stay on my body and won't affect my life. In the end, Chen Ji did not take that step. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Chen Ji was about to stand up and return to the bedroom upstairs, a somewhat urgent knocking on the door suddenly sounded. The knocking sounded 3 times in quick succession, but then there was no sound. "Sorry, the shop is closed today. If you have business, come back tomorrow. Wait a minute." Chen Ji had just replied offhandedly, but halfway through his sentence, a deep fear jolted his somewhat weary brain awake. This is the 2nd floor. Where could someone be knocking from? Chapter 3, Strange Sound Outside the Wall. Knock, knock, knock. Another 3 knocks sounded. This time, Chen Ji noticed the direction the sound was coming from, the 2nd floor window. Chen Ji stood up from the sofa gently and tiptoed toward the glass window. The encyclopedia on his chest was beating faster and faster. Chen Ji could almost hear it. It's clearly a glass window, yet the knocking sound just now was like someone hitting a wooden door. A bad guess had already formed in Chen Ji's mind. Knock, knock, knock. 3 more knocks. The interval was shorter than the last time. Cold sweat broke out on Chen Ji's palms, and the chilling silence surrounding him slowly clouded his mind. He gently wiped the cold sweat from his palms onto his clothes and moved his feet softly. Knock, knock, knock. The window rattled with these 3 knocks, the creaking friction sounding like a death warrant, hammering at Chen Ji's defenses. Calm down. Chen Ji thought silently to himself. I actually haven't locked the window yet, which means if it wanted to come in, it could have pushed the window open long ago. And the fact that it's still knocking until now means it doesn't have the strength to push the window open at all. But why is the window moving? Or perhaps, due to its own ability limitations, it hasn't met the conditions to open the window yet. Chen Ji guessed that the guy outside must be the escaped strange sound outside the wall. The news didn't provide any information about this anomaly. The only valid information he had was its name and threat level. Strange Tail rank is the lowest level among anomaly threat levels, but even though it's the weakest, it's still deadly for ordinary people. I don't seem to be an ordinary person, though. But before Chen Ji could think any further, those 3 knocks rang out again, and this time, the glass window was actually pushed open a crack. Although it was only for an instant before it immediately closed again, it had indeed been pushed open a little just now. What's going on? Why did it push it open a crack just now? Could it be that it's just toying with me as its prey? Or is it? Strange sound outside the wall. It should be outside the wall, and its abilities might be related to buildings. Strange sound. What about that? No, with its window-pushing strength increasing each time, it's very likely to push the window open directly next time. The priority is to lock the window. Everything happened in a flash. As soon as Chen Ji made up his mind, he charged toward the window like a cheetah pouncing on its prey. His hand grabbed the latch hard, and at the same time, a massive force erupted from the other side of the window. Chen Ji hadn't expected this at all and was almost knocked over by the guy outside the window. He used all his strength, leaning hard against the window, resisting the monster outside. Luckily I installed tempered glass windows. Crack. Crack. It sounded like a blade cutting through a door panel from outside the window. Chen Ji, while struggling to push the window, cursed, Yanhuang profanity. This is a glass window, not a wooden door. If you want to trick me, at least use your brain. This damn thing must have an ability to create various sounds to mislead people. If I had dodged just now out of fear of being slashed, it would have been able to push it open. But why didn't it push the window open at the beginning? Could it be because I touched the window? As the homeowner, if I touch the window, there are 2 possibilities: open it or lock it. Chen Ji, who was on the line between life and death, didn't realize that the Mythology Encyclopedia on his chest was emitting a faint red light, and a blank page in the book was being filled with words appearing out of thin air. Opening it symbolizes that I am inviting it in. It might need the homeowner's invitation to enter the house. Is it going all out now to exploit a loophole in the rules? Assuming that I want to invite it. Anomalies can be played like this. Since that's the case, uninvited guest, don't blame me for kicking you out. A surge of power suddenly erupted in Chen Ji's arm, and he slammed the window back. Sorry. The shop is closed. Chen Ji was certain that this was definitely the hardest he had ever used to close a window in his life. Click. The small latch silently endured it all. Fortunately, Chen Ji hadn't broken the alloy with his monstrous strength, and the window was finally locked. Knock, 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 knock. Outside the window, rapid knocking followed one after another, and Chen Ji could almost hear the frustration of the anomaly in this sound. Who tilde scared me to death. Luckily I closed it at the last moment. Adrenaline really saved the day. I should still have adrenal glands, right? Knock, 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 knock. Don't waste your energy. You're really disturbing the peace. Hey. Next, it's time for what a good citizen should do. Call the investigation bureau. Chen Ji lifted his arm, which was trembling from overexcitement, and took out his phone from his pocket. Just as he was about to tap to call the police, a strange sound drew his attention away. Clatter, clatter. A scratching sound came from outside the wall, growing louder and louder. Finally, a sound like a heavy object falling landed above Chen Ji's head. Boom. What's going on? Chen Ji slowly stood up and looked up at the ceiling of the second floor, which was also the floor of the third floor. This sound, is it coming from upstairs? Thump. Another sound, like footsteps landing. It seemed to have moved a little distance away from where the noise had just occurred. Following the direction of this distance, Chen Ji looked over. He saw the stairwell leading to the third floor. The door was open. Thump. Thump thump. Thump 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 thump. Almost at the same instant, Chen Ji and the monster upstairs both rushed toward the stairwell. Faster. Faster. That damn thing is trying to come down the stairs. I still have hope. Chen Ji roared, running the best sprint of his life. He slammed into the half-open door like a cannonball, and almost at the same time, something on the other side of the door slammed into it too. Yanhuang profanity. How is this Yanhuang profanity thing so fast? Chen Ji tried to put his hand on the doorknob, but his hand slipped because of sweat and he couldn't grab it. He anxiously flicked his hand, but almost caused the monster on the other side to push the door open due to the shift in his center of gravity. Damn, damn, damn. I'm finished. What else? What other way is there to break this situation? Feeling the increasing force from the other side, Chen Ji despaired. Anomalies really aren't existences that humans can contend with. Wait. Anomaly. Chen Ji suddenly grabbed a lifeline. He tore his right hand hard across his chest, and his cheap shirt was ripped into two halves. He shoved his hand hard into his chest and pulled out that eerie Mythology Encyclopedia. Looking at the glowing encyclopedia, Chen Ji took a deep breath and flipped it open. Didn't it say it could summon gods? Today I'll see if you can really do it. #4 Chapter 4 Demons and Monsters. Chapter 4, Chimimaliang. Clatter. Under Chen Ji's frantic flipping, the heavy encyclopedia spread open rapidly. Perhaps it was fate, but it landed exactly on the page titled Begin Writing. White specks of light diffused outward, gathering in mid-air to form a calligraphy brush saturated with thick ink, which then dropped onto the book with a plop. Looking at the encyclopedia right before his eyes, Chen Ji steeled his heart. He abandoned any attempt to confront the monster and quickly snatched up the book and the brush from the ground. The moment Chen Ji moved aside, with a loud bang, the door to the stairwell burst completely open. Cackle, cackle, cackle. A chilling, strange cry rang out from behind Chen Ji. He gritted his teeth and continued with his actions. He picked up the pure white brush and made a forceful stroke on that page. Instantly, a mysterious aura emanated from the encyclopedia in his hands. A multitude of white light specks drifted out from the book, then merged into that vigorous stroke. Chen Ji watched this scene, unable to look away. For some reason, his entire focus was now on this stroke of writing, and even the man-eating anomaly behind him seemed less important in his mind. Roar, roar, roar. An uneasy low growl sounded from behind Chen Ji. At the same time, all the small ornaments in the entire room began to vibrate in unison. The ink wash painting hanging on the wall, the crystal ball enclosing a palace, the aquarium housing an octopus, the black and white hourglass, the spire-shaped lamp, every single ornament was vibrating at the same frequency. Before long, the vibration of the ink wash painting became faster and faster. Suddenly, the sea of clouds in the painting moved. That's right, The sea of clouds in the inkwash painting was actually churning, the mist slowly dispersed, and the palace, previously tightly wrapped by the sea of clouds, slowly revealed a corner. Unfortunately, Chen Ji's entire focus was on the book before him, and he completely failed to notice this strange phenomenon. As the light specks increased, a dazzling flash slowly lit up on the stroke of writing. Accompanying it, a bone-chilling cold spread out from the book. Chen Ji raised his arm to shield his eyes from the blinding light. He stood there somewhat dazed, unconsciously muttering to himself. It worked. It actually worked. The white light became even brighter, then, like clear water into which dye had been dropped, it was replaced by a streak of ice-blue radiance. A soft sigh, as if coming from the depths of the underworld, drifted eerily out from the curtain of light. Sigh. Although this sigh was not loud, it was like a great bell tolling, completely suppressing the strange cry behind Chen Ji. Chen Ji felt her presence, and her name automatically surfaced in Chen Ji's mind. Chimimeliang. As the light gradually dissipated, Chen Ji finally saw her true appearance. It was a tall, slender girl, a girl who was translucent all over and emitted a faint blue glow. She was wearing ancient attire, and her light blue hair draped all the way down to her ankles. Her pale pupils were filled with sorrow, while the surrounding whites of her eyes were pitch black. She floated in mid-air, her feet 3 inches off the ground, effectively slapping Newton's face soundly. Are you, Chimimeliang? Chen Ji walked forward nervously, his brain temporarily offline from the massive shock. The Mythology Encyclopedia could actually summon gods. Why did summoning a god result in Chimimeliang? Isn't that a ghost? Why is there only one person? Aren't there 3 Chimimeliang in total? And, the most important point is, Chimimeliang is actually a female ghost. The girl floating opposite Chen Ji seemed a bit dazed still. She rubbed her eyes, shook her head from side to side, and only then looked at Chen Ji before her. I am. Did you awaken me? I suppose so. Chen Ji still couldn't quite believe everything before him. A living person. A ghost had just popped out of the book, and he had been the one to release her. Such supernatural events were still too advanced for him. Watch out. Chimimeliang's eyes suddenly changed, and the confusion she had upon her arrival vanished in an instant. She rushed directly toward Chen Ji, moving so fast that Chen Ji had no time to react. Hey! Wait! The expected collision did not come. Chen Ji only felt as if his whole body had been submerged in ice-cold water, and even his thoughts slowed down. Fortunately, this state only lasted for a moment, and then Chen Ji returned to normal. He hurriedly turned around to look, and a supernatural battle was unfolding behind him. That Chimimeliang was like a blue flash of light, fighting a pale, smoke-like monster in mid-air. The monster's speed could not keep up with Chimimeliang at all, and it could only defend against her attacks unilaterally. Roar! The white monster let out an angry roar. It smashed its arms together violently, and a shockwave erupted from its body. Chimimeliang, like a kite with a broken string, was instantly knocked back by the shockwave, slamming hard into Chen Ji's bookshelf. Then she passed right through it without any hindrance. Should I be glad my bookshelf is fine, or worried about a ghost who just got blown away? Before Chen Ji could let his thoughts wander further, the white monster let out another long howl and charged toward Chen Ji. Vile creature! A delicate shout came from inside Chen Ji's wall, and then, the previously knocked away Chimimeliang burst out from the wall and punched the white monster in the stomach. Immediately after, a pale blue ghost fire instantly ignited on her arm, spreading along her arm and burning onto the white monster's body. Awoo! The white monster was engulfed by the blue ghost fire. Hysterical screams emanated from the raging flames, and before long, there was no more movement. Chimimeliang waved her hand at the fire, and the raging blue ghost fire instantly vanished. Other than the white monster, the ghost fire had not burned any other miscellaneous items. Chen Ji's heart, which had been in his throat, finally settled. If another fire occurred, he could declare his bookstore bankrupt. A small white ball of light floated quietly in mid-air, twitching from time to time. Chen Ji curiously reached out his hand and found that he could actually gently grasp it. Saying grasp was actually just that whenever he reached out his hand, the ball of light would shift slightly in the opposite direction. By utilizing this pattern, Chen Ji could grasp it with his hand. I have never seen this kind of ghost creature before. Seeing that Chen Ji seemed curious about this thing, Chimameliang approached him and explained to Chen Ji. It claims to be a ghost creature, but it has some very strange structures. It doesn't look like it possesses a soul. No soul. That's why my ghost fire left these behind. Sorry, I don't know what this is either. Fine, an anomaly cannot be judged by common sense anyway. However, since the anomaly has been dealt with. Next, shall we talk about you? Chapter 5, The Sleeping Gods. Baichi Bookstore was currently engulfed in a strange atmosphere. Chimameliang, the famous ghost from Yanghuang legends, was currently floating in mid-air with a nervous expression, her eyes cast downward, her hands ringing incessantly. However, her eyes darted around from time to time, stealthily examining the surrounding environment. Everything around her was too novel. The glass lamps that glowed on their own without the use of magic, the strangely shaped square iron boxes, and the various chairs with unique styles. She had never seen almost any of these things before. Chen Ji, the owner of Baichi Bookstore and editor of the Mythology Encyclopedia, was currently sitting listlessly on the sofa, staring blankly at the genuine ghost floating in front of him. On the coffee table in front of him lay the culprit behind it all, that Mythology Encyclopedia. Just a moment ago, Chen Ji had opened the Mythology Encyclopedia once again. This time, he discovered that the pages, which were originally completely blank except for the 4 words "start writing," had actually automatically generated text. Myth, the ancient memories and consciousness of humanity, the mystery buried deep beneath the earth, never to perish. Gods, monsters, demigods, heroes. All of these are referred to as gods. The above was the first line of text that had appeared under the Start Writing heading. Is this supposed to be a disclaimer? It was promised to be a summoning of gods, yet it gave me a monster. Chen Ji read this passage repeatedly and finally concluded, the gods defined by this book were better described as mythical creatures. In other words, every extraordinary individual appearing in myths would be summoned by him. This hero, does it mean it could also summon mortal heroes from myths? If that really happens, what if I summon Shu Xian and have nowhere to reason with? Also, regarding the faith used to summon gods, Chen Ji looked at the next entry. Faith, the most sincere emotions existing in the hearts of all living beings. Flawless piety is certainly precious, but general belief, if gathered like sand into a tower, can likewise forge a glorious kingdom of God. It is belief itself that is the foundation of the existence of the gods. Without the guidance of faith, the gods would be like duckweed without roots, drifting outside of reality. Even if one is not a believer, as long as the name of the god is still being recited by people, the god can still remain in the world. Belief. How abstract. Chen Ji tapped his fingers lightly against the Mythology Encyclopedia in his hands. As long as the name of the god is recited. It seems this so-called faith isn't just about incense offerings. Phew, thank goodness. I thought I was going to have to be a charlatan. I couldn't bring myself to scam old men and women. Chen Ji turned to the second page. There was text here as well. Chimameliang. Affiliation, Yanghuang Pantheon. Status, normal. Is this the information panel for the gods I've summoned? Chen Ji looked at the status bar, which only had 3 lines in total, and his mouth couldn't help but twitch. How come the status bars in the novels I read and games I play are like having the Eye of Omniscience opened, with HP, mana, attack, defense, attributes, and skills written clearly, and NPC panels that practically list their ancestors 18 generations back, while mine only has 3 lines of nonsense? Absurd, simply absurd. Sigh. That's true. How could things from novels and games exist in reality? After processing and absorbing this information, he slumped listlessly on the sofa, which led to the awkward scene at the beginning where both the human and the ghost were staring blankly. Ah! I hate riddle makers. Chen Ji rubbed his eyes. All the above information was inferred from the sentences in the book. Without verification, everything remained an unknown. Faith. Although I don't need incense or anything now, how am I supposed to let others know that gods exist? If I just say it out loud, I'll definitely be treated as a mental patient. The last person who said they saw an angel has already been locked up in a mental hospital. Dragging Chimimeliang out to show people? Then it wouldn't be a mental hospital I'd be locked in, but a containment cell. Sigh. Forget it. Things will work themselves out when the time comes. There's one more thing that makes me curious. What, exactly are you? Are you talking to me? Chimimeliang, who had been using her spiritual sense to study the light bulb, was startled by Chen Ji's sudden question, and the pale blue light she had been emitting steadily began to flicker instantly. She stuttered in her reply to Chen Ji, looking just like a student caught daydreaming in class by a teacher. Watching the other party's flustered and cute appearance, Chen Ji really couldn't associate her with the legendary terrifying ghost. Let me get this straight. I remember that in Yanghuang legends, Chimimeliang consists of 3 ghosts in total. And some don't even have human forms, so you think I am a trio of ghosts? 3 ghosts. Ahem, that is fitting. Yes, at least that's how it's written in our stories. Kai, Mai, and Wang Liang. The blue ghost opposite him blinked her pale eyes, revealing a puzzled expression. What a strange way of putting it. I don't know why you would see me that way, but I am just me. There is only one of me. Hiss. How can this? Chen Ji felt an even worse headache coming on. Wait, no, I remember now. Isn't there another interpretation of Chimimeliang? It seems it's divided into 2 types of monsters, Kai Mai and Wang Liang. Sigh, this. Chen Ji seemed to understand something. That's right, things like myths naturally have various versions. Whoever said that these myths describe what these gods actually looked like in the first place? After so long, the distortions and corruptions that have occurred must be countless. If I think about it that way, it seems quite reasonable. Having figured it out, Chen Ji looked up again at the bewildered Chimimeliang and asked, "Then, tell me your story." "My story?" "Yes, I just realized that our records might have a slight deviation from your lives. I want to hear your side of the story. To hear from you, the person involved, the ghost involved. What exactly are you gods?" My life." Chimimeliang gently rubbed her chin with her small, pale hand and began to reminisce. Back then, I was just a tiny ghost on the land of the 9 provinces, not comparable to those powerful great gods. All I knew were some small things that happened around me. Those human villagers were both respectful and afraid of me, even though I never harmed them. I lived every day on the offerings from those villagers, and I didn't have to fulfill their wishes like those great gods. If they wanted to make a wish, they usually went to find the earth god. They said that as long as I stayed honestly in the mountains, they would keep making offerings to me. Occasionally, some Taoists or sorcerers would come over, saying they wanted to suppress me or something, but they were all very weak, and I easily chased them all away. Days like this lasted for several hundred years. During that time, the only god I ever saw was that earth god who came to visit from time to time. Later, I don't know what happened. What's wrong? Hearing this, Chen Ji immediately perked up. I inexplicably fell asleep. Calling it sleep is actually just an analogy. My consciousness went completely silent, and I couldn't even sense my own spiritual body. This is really strange, because logically, my spiritual body is my consciousness. They are one, but... sorry, I really find it hard to describe that feeling. But if I had to say, it felt a bit like death. When these 2 words came out of Chimimeliang's mouth, Chen Ji noticed that the blue light on her body suddenly flickered violently. Sorry, I was a bit uncomposed. It's okay, please continue. Yes, I don't know how much time I spent in my slumber. Suddenly, some very warm things entered this void. It was also because of their entry that I was able to sense my surroundings. The world around me was like a cold void. And, besides me, there were many other gods. Or, as you say, mythical creatures. We were all attracted by those things, moving toward them unconsciously. But for some reason, when I got close to them, they seemed to have found their target and all surged toward me at once. I felt myself slowly regaining consciousness, and my power was returning. Finally, when I opened my eyes, I saw me. Chen Ji placed his hand on the page, and the white faith immediately floated up from the book, once again condensing into a writing brush, which Chen Ji grasped in his hand. I remember clearly having poured all the faith into it just now. Where did this faith come from? He looked through the Mythology Encyclopedia again and suddenly discovered that in the table of contents, besides the addition of the Chimameliang entry in the first chapter, a new entry had also appeared in the second chapter, under Legends Wandering in the Present. Strange sound outside the wall. This is the anomaly that was just defeated. Chen Ji quickly turned to that page, and this time, a few lines of text had appeared under the chapter heading. In addition to recording miracles of ancient times, this book also contains records of modern legends. Faith in them will also be recorded accordingly. As legends believed in by contemporary humans, they also have their faith. What this book records are precisely those legends believed in by humans, known as anomaly. Chen Ji suddenly understood. This faith of his came precisely from the strange sound outside the wall that had been recorded by this mythology encyclopedia. It seems that recording anomalies can also provide me with faith. As expected, heaven never closes all doors. Those things, do they come from the book in your hand? Chimameliang, seeing the mythology encyclopedia that Chen Ji had taken out, couldn't help but ask. Yes, this is faith. I used this book to wake you up. Chen Ji put away the writing brush formed by faith in his hand. Faith. I can feel that even though I have awakened now, there is still an inextricable connection between you and me, or rather, between me and that book. The reason I can wake up now is entirely due to the thing you call faith. Moreover, I have a feeling that without you, I would fall back into slumber. It's like that. Doesn't that mean these mythical creatures I've awakened are closely linked to my personal safety? Chen Ji felt a surge of joy. Now he didn't have to worry about not being able to deal with them if he summoned some evil god. Although this Chimameliang looked harmless, who could guarantee that every monster or evil god would be like her? Phew, then what should I do with this anomaly next? Chen Ji looked at the pale ball of light floating in midair beside him. Sigh, wait a minute. I remember that reporting anomaly information to the Anomaly Investigation Bureau supposedly comes with a reward, right? #6 Chapter 6 Bureau of Anomalies. Chapter 6, Anomaly Investigation Bureau. Name: Chen Ji. Gender: TSK, never mind. Let me see your citizen ID card. The originally calm Baichi bookstore was now surrounded by 3 layers of armored land vehicles with blinding lights, and Anomaly Investigation Bureau members wearing special anti-riot light armor were nervously searching the bookstore up and down with rifles. The lights and noisy sounds soon woke the neighbors from their sweet dreams. When they saw the Anomaly Investigation Bureau logo, their complaints were instantly swallowed back. Compared to a moment of sleepiness, community safety was more important. Watching the Anomaly Investigation Bureau members acting in an orderly manner, Chen Ji couldn't help but sigh. They were indeed professionals. A1 team finished the first floor reconnaissance, no anomaly. Key 2561, over. A2 team finished the third floor reconnaissance, no anomaly. Key 3672, over. A3 team. The communicator on the shoulder of the young man standing in front of Chen Ji kept transmitting reports from the search teams, but the youth did not respond to the people on the communicator, continuing his questioning of Chen Ji instead. All right, the citizen ID card is fine. Now, Mr. Chen Ji, let's talk about how all of this happened. The young man scratched his head casually and glanced to the side with some laziness. On the coffee table, 2 Investigation Bureau members were guarding a heavily reinforced small biological containment box as if facing a great enemy. Inside the box, the strange sound outside the wall that had been beaten into a small ball of light by Chimameliang was floating weakly, twitching from time to time. You mean this urban legend class anomaly suddenly broke into your home, wanted to attack you, and while you were dealing with it, it suddenly kicked the bucket. And then this urban legend class anomaly turned into this. The young man looked Chen Ji up and down while speaking, while Chen Ji stared back at him with a pair of innocent eyes. Yeah, I kept dodging, and then it suddenly stopped moving. Chen Ji nodded repeatedly, continuing to look at the investigator in front of him with an expression of who am I, where am I don't know anything. That's right, the seemingly skinny young man in front of him was the supreme commander of this large group of well-trained action teams, an official investigator of the Anomaly Investigation Bureau. To become an official investigator of the Anomaly Investigation Bureau, besides excellent quality and strict training, the most important point was that the investigator must be an awakened transcendent. Chen Ji knew very well that no matter how weak this youth with a melancholic temperament looked, he was a real transcendent. A Superman with extraordinary powers. Then, please elaborate, how did you deal with this guy? I was initially in the study on the second floor, reading here. When I was really into it, a knock came from outside the window. I felt a bit strange, and then I remembered, this might be the anomaly that broke containment mentioned in the news. Chen Ji then told the story he had already fabricated to the youth in front of him, and the youth listened silently, nodding occasionally and writing something on paper. Then, I lured it into the utility room, and after that, it was like this. Chen Ji finished his story and looked at the frowning youth in front of him. So, you discovered the pattern of this guy's attacks? Yes, it only moves on the surface of relatively enclosed buildings. To enter, it needs an open entrance or an invitation from the building owner. And after you discovered its attempt to treat the entire second floor as an enclosed building, you turned the tables and used its ability to lock it in the utility room? Yes. Chen Ji lied without changing his expression. Well, commendable courage. But your behavior was too risky. You must know that once you failed, besides your own death, this guy would have moved into your house. By then, it wouldn't just be 1 or 2 people who died. That's serious. Chen Ji was somewhat surprised. Previously, Chimameliang had burned this guy into a ball of light in a few moves, so he thought this thing was very weak. Now it seemed that perhaps Chimameliang was just too strong. Although she didn't look lethal on the outside, she was a mythical creature after all. What did you think? That's an urban legend class anomaly. Sigh, but it's fine, you really saved us a lot of trouble. The skinny youth yawned, took off the large backpack he was carrying, and placed it on the floor. He waved at Chen Ji. All right, your job is done, the rest is not something you should worry about. Just stand on the side and wait. Oh, okay. Chen Ji immediately retreated to the side, but his eyes were still watching the youth's movements. The youth didn't mind and continued to open his backpack. He pulled out a drawing board from the backpack. All right, let me see, what should I paint you as Tilda? There was a hint of pleasure in the youth's tone, and then he set up the easel and put a large sheet of drawing paper on it. He took out a full set of brushes and a small water bucket, looking like he was about to paint. But there was one thing that made his behavior a bit strange. He didn't take any paint. The youth sat upright in front of the easel, his originally lazy expression swept away, replaced by a sort of sacred seriousness. He picked up a brush, which was empty, and didn't dip it in any paint. The youth extended the brush and swung it in the air a few times, as if there was paint in the air. He hovered the brush over the paper, his eyes fixed on the blank drawing paper, as if he were conceiving a masterpiece. Suddenly, he started painting. His movements were extremely fast, the tip of the brush galloping on the paper like a swimming dragon. His hand was tightly gripping the brush handle like iron, steadily controlling the brush. Chen Ji had an illusion for a moment that it was the brush that was painting, and the youth was just controlling the brush to keep it from running wild. In all fairness, the youth's painting style almost met all of Chen Ji's imagination about a master of painting. The only discordant place was that he didn't dip in any paint at all. That's right, the brush without paint just kept rubbing on the paper, and the paper was still blank, without even half a speck of ink. Phew, tilde perfect. Yes, that's it, great. A bit more of this color. The youth seemed completely immersed in this void painting, occasionally rinsing the brush in the small water bucket, as if there really was paint on the brush. Wait, that bucket. Chen Ji felt something was wrong. He stretched his head over and looked into the bucket. A layer of strange white was floating in the bucket. Chen Ji remembered that the bucket was empty when the youth just took it out. He looked at the bucket again. That layer of white looked like paint floating on water, drifting up and down in the air inside the bucket. Chapter 7 Painter. Are you curious? Seemingly noticing Chen Ji's small movements, the young man said without turning his head. "Ah, I was just. It's fine, it's not like it's classified. I am a transcendent, and my ability is a D-rank ability of the painter sequence, Spirit Vision Painter." The young man continued painting with his head down as he spoke. However, his tone became somewhat low. "My ability allows me to paint things that cannot be seen by the naked eye. And things that cannot be seen, of course, must be depicted using invisible dyes." The young man's voice grew quieter, and finally, with a soft sigh, he put away his paintbrush. "Finished. Another masterpiece, Tilda." The young man looked at the empty canvas with some fascination, his focused expression as if he were truly admiring a masterpiece of the ages. Seeing Chen Ji's puzzled expression, the team member guarding the containment box spoke up to explain to him, "The chief's ability allows him to paint the traces of transcendent power activity in the surroundings. Every time we carry out an operation, we rely on his ability to discover those hidden anomalies. Through his painting, we can know if this anomaly just now really acted the way you described." What? Alarm bells rang in Chen Ji's heart. The Anomaly Investigation Bureau actually had such a method? But didn't the TV clearly say before that it was precisely because of the lack of effective identification methods for anomalies that it was difficult to suppress escaped anomalies? Ha, ha ha, what an amazing ability. But why haven't I seen this on the news before? Sai, do you think there are so many transcendent of the painter sequence? Transcendent are already 1 in 10,000, not to mention the specialty of the painter sequence. Our branch has a total of only 5 transcendent, and among them, the chief is the only painter. With so many incidents throughout the entire sanctuary, he is stretched thin. Oh, no wonder he looks so frail and melancholic. Working high-intensity overtime every day would put anyone in a bad mood. Chen Ji looked at the deep dark circles under the young man's eyes and silently complained to himself. "But, how come this time? It's just your good luck. When you reported the case, the chief had just finished his work, so he immediately brought a team over. We originally thought that with the special ability of the strange sound outside the wall, we would really need the chief to locate and track it, but we didn't expect you to have beaten us to it. Haha. Haha, yes, I am truly lucky." Chen Ji responded with a forced smile, his eyes fixed firmly on the young man who was frowning while studying the painting. The young man rubbed his chin while making all sorts of indistinct humming sounds. Chen Ji watched his furrowed brows, cold sweat already pouring down his forehead. "Hiss, this painting." The young man scratched his head and turned to look at Chen Ji, his face full of confusion. "Oh no, am I about to be exposed?" Chen Ji was about to lose control of his facial expression. Sorry, I was a little suspicious of you at first. Wait, no, how exactly did you manage to be so calm? Even if I came, I might not have done as well as you, suppressing a strange tail rank alone." Unexpectedly, the young man looked at Chen Ji with an expression as if he had seen a ghost. He quickly walked up to Chen Ji and looked him up and down repeatedly. "Are you sure you're a mortal? Not a transcendent?" I really am just a mortal. TSK, that's true, I didn't paint any other transcendent power just now." Wait. A mortal suppressing an urban legend class anomaly alone, am I not awake yet? The young man grabbed the painting and looked at it again in disbelief. But that's exactly what's painted here. A mortal, without knowing the anomaly's information, analyzed the anomaly's ability alone while under attack and used it to suppress it in turn. Sigh, forget it, it's not the first time I've seen this. You mortals, being so capable one by one, really hit my confidence as a transcendent. Also, regarding how this guy turned into this ghost of a shape, you really don't know? I don't know. Sigh. Anomalies cannot be judged by common sense to begin with. How am I supposed to write this mission report? It worked. Chen Ji watched the young man writing and drawing on the report form, feeling secretly pleased. He had already made up his mind that if they asked him why the anomaly turned out like this, he would stubbornly insist he knew nothing. Anomalies themselves represent the abnormal, which means it's not strange for anything to happen to them. Even if this strange sound outside the wall had turned into Megatron on the spot when the investigation bureau arrived, Chen Ji estimated they wouldn't even be surprised. However, this painter was unexpected. Chen Ji himself didn't understand why his ability failed. Sigh, forget it. With my current ability, it's impossible to figure it out. Better to safely get the reward first. At this moment, the young man finally finished filling out the last item on the form. He put away his fountain pen and nodded at Chen Ji. All right, the anomaly has now been recovered. Thank you for your cooperation with the Anomaly Investigation Bureau's work. Your actions will save the lives of countless citizens under the threat of anomalies. In view of your excellent performance when facing the Anomaly Investigation Bureau will grant you a reward of 80,000 yuan, which will be transferred to your account within 1 working day. Supporting the Investigation Bureau's work is my responsibility as a good citizen. Chen Ji replied excitedly upon hearing this. Of course, it's even better with a reward. Just kidding, that was a whole 80,000 yuan reward. Chen Ji worked hard running his bookstore and could barely break even, yet he earned 80,000 with just 1 phone call. Brother, to be honest, this reward is a bit low. Chen Ji, who was fantasizing about how to spend the 80,000, was stunned upon hearing this. He looked at the young man who had already put away his easel. The young man walked over to him and whispered, "You caught the anomaly all by yourself, but this reward is only for reporting the anomaly's traces. Seriously, your aptitude is really good. Not panicking in the face of danger, and being able to calmly analyze under life and death pressure, you're good material to be an investigator." But I'm just a mortal, and things like anomalies are really deadly. I don't want to experience it a second time. Chen Ji quickly waved his hand to refuse. Work for the Investigation Bureau? Wouldn't that make it easier for him to be exposed? I know, I didn't say you had to risk your life with us. I want to ask if you're interested in becoming a junior investigator. A junior investigator is actually an external member of the Anomaly Investigation Bureau. They are not under the unified dispatch of the Investigation Bureau, have freedom of action, and only need to act as our eyes and ears to investigate suspected anomaly events for us. You have to know, the Anomaly Investigation Bureau's power is limited. We can't handle every single matter personally. Many so-called anomaly events turn out to be false alarms, and we can't waste resources on such things. So, you need ordinary people like us to scout things out for you first. That's about it. Junior investigators are rewarded based on merit, there is no fixed salary, and rewards are distributed according to completed investigation tasks. Someone like you who caught an urban legend class 1 all by yourself could even be awarded a second-class merit. Rest assured, junior investigators have insurance, and we only need you to check if there is actually anomaly activity. You don't need to charge into battle, and there are absolutely no mandatory orders. You could even just do it as a part-time job. All right, I'll consider it. Fine, once you've considered it, just go to the Anomaly Investigation Bureau's official website to sign up. The interview is very simple. We are always short of manpower. The young man shouldered his large backpack and waved at Chen Ji. We're leaving. If there are any other abnormal phenomena, remember to contact us in time. After an anomaly event occurs, according to the rules, there is a 1-week observation period. Remember to write a report for me every day. After the last Investigation Bureau vehicle drove away, Chen Ji loosened his collar and took out the Mythology Encyclopedia. He turned to the page for Chimameliang, placed his hand on it, and said, "They've gone, come out." Subsequently, in Chen Ji's mind, Chimameliang's somewhat timid voice rang out, "Okay, I'm coming up." Then, that translucent blue figure crawled out from under the floorboards. Who would have thought to search if someone was hiding in the foundation? Chen Ji said somewhat triumphantly. #8 Chapter 8 Anomalies. Chapter 8, Anomaly. Thank you for hiding in the foundation. If they had seen you, I wouldn't have been able to explain it, Chen Ji said to Chimameliang as he put away the Mythology Encyclopedia in his hand. Just before reporting the incident, Chen Ji accidentally discovered that through the Mythology Encyclopedia in his hand, he could communicate telepathically with Chimameliang. What just happened was the telepathic communication function of the Mythology Encyclopedia. It's fine, I often hid in the shadows like this before, Chimameliang said with a smile. Are they The exorcists of this era? They are holding such strange tools, but I can't sense any magic power on them. It's truly strange. Chen Ji looked at the curious Chimameliang and suddenly felt a headache coming on. Ah, I almost forgot about that. You are completely ignorant of modern society. You wait here for a moment. I'll go get some books you can read so you can understand the current situation first. I understand. The world has changed greatly, and things are vastly different now compared to before. Chimameliang looked out the window. It was late at night, and countless skyscrapers stretched straight into the pitch-black night sky like the arms of giants. Scattered lights flickered in the darkness like timid eyes, hidden within this boundless wilderness of night. The world today must be a truly remarkable place. I can sense that those huge buildings are filled with people. This must be your residential area. To be able to let people live in such big and beautiful houses, you humans have become so powerful. In my time, these houses could only be seen among royalty and nobility or in the divine realms of the heavens. Chimameliang's voice grew softer and softer, eventually turning into a whisper that only she could hear. Chen Ji did not disturb her. He gently placed the books she might need beside her and slowly backed out. This Chimameliang. I always feel like she has something on her mind. Sigh. It's a pity that mythology stories can only serve as a reference now, otherwise, I could look through books to see what's going on. Thinking of this, Chen Ji fell into deep thought again. Why didn't that painter discover traces of Chimameliang after he finished painting? I thought I was going to be exposed just now. Perhaps it is because he cannot paint gods. Sigh, in the end, it's just a guess. Chen Ji quickly stopped his wild thoughts. Guesses that could not be verified were ultimately just guesses, and he could not afford to waste his energy on things without results. The most urgent task was to cram some knowledge about anomaly. Chen Ji took out his phone and accessed the official website of the Anomaly Investigation Bureau. The anomaly studies I learned back in school have long been forgotten, now I have to pick them up again. When Chen Ji first discovered the anomaly in his chest, he subconsciously regarded himself as an anomaly. Although he didn't believe a single word written in this encyclopedia, the abnormal situation on his body was real. However, even at this point, Chen Ji still wanted to be an ordinary person, continuing his life as a bookstore owner who didn't earn much money but could barely make ends meet. Life was plain and simple, but it was stable and secure. For this reason, he tried his best to turn a blind eye to his own anomaly, to the point where he became somewhat secretive about topics related to anomaly. But now that things had come to this, he had still taken that step. Chimameliang was floating in his bookstore right now, and Chen Ji understood that his normal life was gone forever. Since that was the case, he had to face reality. Start by understanding anomaly. As for where to learn about anomaly, there was no better place than the Anomaly Investigation Bureau. Chen Ji clicked on the page about anomaly on the official website and began to read silently. Anomaly. Things that transcend common sense are all considered anomaly. They ignore natural laws, cannot be explained by science, and are difficult to control. Just like the shadow of human civilization, they have entangled and run through almost the entire history of humanity. Chen Ji scrolled to the next page and discovered it was an introduction to the classification of anomaly. 1. Strange tale rank. A rumor that started at an unknown time, a topic of conversation after drinking, a bout of unsettling palpitations, or a malevolent gaze from somewhere. Like germs, they lurk and breed in the shadows of the city, constantly threatening the nights of every citizen. They are the type of anomaly that is hardest to discover. Anomalies of this rank are usually unable to cause severe damage, but this very fact allows them to hide well in the daily lives of citizens, making them extremely difficult to detect. And even for this rank of anomaly, it is difficult to contend with them using human power. Any carelessness in handling them can easily lead to unnecessary casualties. That strange sound outside the wall is a strange tale rank anomaly. Chen Ji continued to scroll down. 2. Legend rank. Flowing through word of mouth, some vague image standing in memories, an unpleasant story. Like dark clouds shrouding a region, like a sharp blade hanging high, repeatedly cutting into everyone's soul. This is a type of anomaly that has completely transcended the realm of mortals. Anomalies of this rank can easily cause large-scale destruction, and if handled improperly, they can even lead to disasters on the scale of natural calamities. I think everyone understands why we restrict video recording. Restricting video recording, does that refer to the Alliance's image prohibition law? Such a strict legal provision is actually just because of a second-rank anomaly? Then how terrifying would the anomalies above that be? 3. Epic rank. The oldest and purest human emotions, an indelible brand, a grand drama passed down from generation to generation, circulating perpetually. It is the most indelible memory of a land, a scar engraved in human blood, leaving behind wounds for our past. A terrifying anomaly worthy of being recorded in history. Anomalies of this rank can by no means be handled by any single sanctuary. Once an alarm for an anomaly of this rank appears, citizens are requested to cooperate and accept the unified dispatch of the sanctuary. We will do our best to protect everyone's safety. Legend, epic. Normally, isn't legend a higher rank than epic? Why is it reversed here? 4. Myth rank. Why does the sun rise in the east and set in the west? Why do stars twinkle in the night? Why do people grow old, get sick, and die? The ultimate questioning of reality, the complete subversion of rationality, the most insane side of this world. We had better pray that anomalies of this rank have completely disappeared from this world. If there are truly gods in the world, they must look like this. Myth rank. Gods. Every myth rank anomaly has the ability to start an anomaly war. Chen Ji lowered his head to look at the Mythology Encyclopedia on his chest, and a bold idea emerged in his mind. If I summoned gods of the level of the Jade Emperor or the Three Pure Ones, and they clashed with a myth rank anomaly, what would happen? Chapter 9, Transcendent. After looking around, other than learning about the classification levels of anomalies, Chen Ji didn't gain anything else. Those files on identified anomalies, information on anomaly containment sites, and the distribution maps of anomalies across various sanctuaries were all internal documents. As a visitor, Chen Ji did not have the authority to view them. As he clicked on more internal documents, the website even popped up a recruitment advertisement for a junior investigator. Want to know more? Join us and become a glorious junior investigator. You will be the first to know the latest news about anomalies, learn about potential anomalies appearing around your sanctuary, and learn how to deal with anomalies from professional. If you are interested, please proceed to register on the site. Chen Ji slammed the website shut and rubbed his aching eyes with a look of worry. No useful information here. I might as well check on the situation regarding transcendence. As Chen Ji typed the words transcendent into the search bar, after a moment of loading, a large number of pop-up advertisements jumped out all at once, filling Chen Ji's field of vision. Transcendent aptitude tests. Only 10 questions to determine if you are a potential transcendent. What is the transcendent power sequence most suitable for you? Participate in the questionnaire, and you will receive a sequence that belongs to you. Shocking. 10 signs of awakening as a transcendent. How many do you have? Hiss. Why are there so many messy advertisements? Chen Ji now regretted immensely that he had sold his anomaly studies textbooks as soon as he graduated. However, why are 9 out of 10 advertisements about transcendence questionnaire tests? Chen Ji tried hard to recall. When he was in school, it seemed the school had indeed conducted a standardized transcendent power aptitude test. However, this test was completely different from the methods in those novels and stories where one could determine aptitude by touching a crystal ball or something similar. Back then, he and a few other Chinibya kids had excitedly walked into the testing venue, expecting some sort of combat power testing machine, but what was placed in front of them were sheets of stark white test papers, which instantly extinguished their Chinibya. Chen Ji remembered that it was a test paper similar to a psychological census. The questions were all related to psychology, and despite all the beating around the bush, there were none of the transcendent test questions they had imagined. Chen Ji finally found the Human Alliance standard transcendent test questions released by the Anomaly Investigation Bureau among a pile of advertisements. He clicked on the questions and began reading them one by one. 1. When you encounter problems that are difficult to solve, do you tend to seek help from others? 2. When thinking about problems or viewing things, Do you prefer to lean towards rational thinking or follow your own emotions? 3. When you are wrongly accused, will you argue based on reason, or will you lie low and wait for both parties to calm down before presenting your defense? 4. Chen Ji looked further down and discovered that, besides these questions that looked like psychological surveys, there were also some questions that resembled intelligence tests. 23. Please point out the commonalities in the following patterns. 24. Please find all the humans in the image below. 25. Next, a series of numbers will flash continuously for 5 seconds. Please try your best to remember them and fill them into the blanks in order. 26. How strange. Can these things really test whether someone has the aptitude of a transcendent? Chen Ji closed this baffling test questionnaire. He continued to search for useful information in the ocean of advertisements while fighting off his drowsiness, and finally recalled what he had learned in anomaly studies. Transcendents are humans who possess transcendent power. Like anomalies, no one can explain why they are able to possess these powers. The awakening of transcendent power is extremely difficult to predict. Test questionnaires can only analyze the possibility of awakening. Moreover, apart from natural awakening, there is no way for ordinary people to become transcendents. The power of transcendence is divided into different transcendent sequences, and each sequence has its own unique transcendent power. Each sequence is divided into 5 levels according to strength from low to high, D, C, B, A, and S. The methods for advancing levels in different sequences vary. Even if their sequences are different, transcendents of the same level have roughly the same comprehensive strength. Therefore, the Human Alliance uses these 5 common levels to classify the strength of all transcendents. Furthermore, there was one more point that made Chen Ji very concerned. Every level in a transcendent sequence has different abilities. Although the fundamental ability of the entire sequence is the same, there are different derivative abilities at different levels. In other words, after a transcendent advances, in addition to gaining stronger power, they must also discard some of their previous abilities. For example, regarding the sequence painter of that young man from just now, Chen Ji had just found that only the D-level spirit sight painter of the painter sequence could detect traces of anomaly activity. When a painter advances to the C-level colorful dyer, they will no longer be able to see the colors left behind by transcendent power activity and will no longer possess that powerful detection ability. However, only a few sequences are publicly available on the internet, and only partial information for D-level and C-level has been released. As for more information, with Chen Ji's authority, there was simply no way to know it. Phew, so sleepy. Chen Ji yawned and stretched. He checked the time and realized it was already nearly 3 a.m. So sleepy, so sleepy. I'll deal with the rest tomorrow. Ha! With red, puffy eyes, Chen Ji stumbled back to his bedroom, completely forgetting that Chimameliang was still in his study room. Chen Ji collapsed onto his bed and, as soon as his eyes closed, fell into an infant-like sleep, completely unaware that the Mythology Encyclopedia on his chest was emitting a faint glow. The next morning. Hartilda, it's almost noon. What a sleep. Chen Ji lazily stood up, subconsciously threw some clothes on, and then turned around and walked out of the bedroom without even opening his eyes. He pressed the switch on the electric kettle, habitually wanting to brew a pot of coffee. Boss. Good morning. Morning. Huh. Chen Ji's originally groggy brain was instantly jolted awake the moment he saw half a human head sticking out of the wall. He quickly retreated 3 steps with a cat-like landing and was just about to shout, "What kind of monster are you?" when he realized that the half-glowing head in front of him was none other than Chimameliang, whom he had summoned last night. "Phew, Tilda, you scared me. I thought I'd seen a ghost." "Wait, I am seeing a ghost." Chimameliang was also startled by Chen Ji. She hurriedly stepped completely out of the wall and apologized to Chen Ji embarrassedly. Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you." "It's all right, I was just distracted. I've just woken up and am not fully conscious yet. Anyone who suddenly spoke to me at this time would have startled me." Just then, Chimameliang noticed Chen Ji's electric kettle. She immediately floated over with her eyes glowing, literally glowing, and excitedly pointed at it, saying, Oh, so this is what an electric kettle looks like when it's running. It's so loud. Can it boil water just like this?" "Huh. How do you know this is called an electric kettle? I don't think I told you, did I? Chen Ji looked at Chimimaliang in surprise. After I finished reading the book you gave me last night, I felt a bit bored, so Chimimaliang pulled a small booklet from her bosom. I started reading other books, and I was just reading this one. Chen Ji took it and looked at it. XX brand electric kettle user manual. Looking at the ghost girl in front of him who was so bored she was reading a product manual, Chen Ji didn't know what kind of expression to make for a moment. #10 Chapter 10 Scratches. Chapter 10, Scratch Marks. You've finished reading them all. Wait, hold on. Are you saying you finished all those books I gave you last night in one go? Yes. I read for the whole night and finished them all in one breath. Chimimaliang answered, blinking her white eyes. How did you manage to finish so many books? Did you not sleep at all last night? I am a spirit. I do not need sleep. Oh, right. Still, I need to find a room for you to stay in. You can't just float around all day. There is no need to trouble yourself. As for me, I only need to find a shadow to hide in, and ordinary people won't be able to see me. After Chimimaliang finished speaking, she floated into the shadow under the table nearby, then lowered her body and dived straight into it as if she were diving into water. That's not the issue of whether you'll be seen or not. Could you please come out first? Chen Ji looked at the ghost girl diving head first and felt a bit weary. What I mean is, you're such a big ghost, you should at least have your own room. You are going to be living here for a long time from now on. My own room? Yeah. Come upstairs with me. Pick whichever room you want, there are plenty of empty ones. Though, they haven't been cleaned in a while. That's fine. I've even lived in ancient tombs. I'm very good at cleaning up living spaces. Ancient tombs? Chen Ji originally wanted to exclaim, but then remembered the race of the person beside him and held it back in the end. The human and the ghost walked up to the 3rd floor. They took a tour and eventually chose a room that faced away from the sun. Yes. This is the one. It's far from the sunlight and doesn't face the street. The yang energy isn't too heavy here. It's perfect, Chimimaliang said with some excitement. All right, you can live here from now on. I'm going downstairs to manage the bookstore. You'll have to make do with staying here during the day. If you get bored, you can go to my room and watch TV for a while. You should know what a TV is, right? TV. What? Haven't you figured out what a TV is yet? As expected, something like a TV is still a bit hard for an ancient legendary creature to understand. No. I don't quite believe it. I have already learned how to use the TV. Really? So, can I really go watch it? Looking at Chimimaliang, whose eyes were shining with expectation, Chen Ji was a bit confused. It's just a TV, why is this kid so happy? You can. Just don't make the volume too loud, or it will disturb the customers. Yes. Chimimaliang answered happily, then walked straight through the wall and headed towards Chen Ji's TV. Is she curious because she wants to experience new things? She's really easy to please. Chen Ji shook his head and slowly walked down to the bookstore. He unhurriedly flipped the sign to open for business, then sat behind the counter in boredom, waiting for customers who were unlikely to appear. In today's fast-paced information age, his kind of physical bookstore is truly a sunset industry. After all, you can find electronic versions of various books with just one internet search, and they're free. Who would still come to patronize his little bookstore? But fortunately, at least he doesn't have to worry about how to pay this month's rent anymore. Time flew by, and the day passed very quickly. Tilda as expected, no one came to buy books today either. Tilda. Chen Ji waved goodbye to the last student, then stood up and walked upstairs. He walked into the hallway and shouted inside, I'm off work now. You can come out. As soon as he finished speaking, Chimimaliang whooshed out from the wall on the side of the hallway. She smiled, nodded at Chen Ji, and said cheerfully, Thank you for your hard work. How many books did you sell today? Cough, cough, cough. None. Sigh, the market is just like this now. Physical books have no future. Never mind that, let's go eat. Ah, wait a second. What do you eat? Chen Ji only just remembered this crucial question. What does a ghost eat? In case she needs to absorb yang energy or something. Chen Ji subconsciously shrank his neck. Me? I don't need to eat. I am a spirit, absorbing moonlight is enough. Phew, thank goodness, thank goodness. Thank goodness for what? It's nothing, nothing. My mind was just wandering again. Hey. Ignoring the still confused ghost girl, Chen Ji walked to his kitchen, which was composed of 2 rooms knocked into one, turned on the gas stove, and started cooking some dried noodles. Although he owned an extremely huge kitchen, unfortunately, Chen Ji was completely clueless about cooking. He couldn't even name half the things in the kitchen. Strange, why did I install such a big kitchen 3 years ago and buy so many things? Was I really good at cooking before? Unfortunately, even if the Chen Ji of the past was a top-tier chef, the current him could only let these kitchen utensils continue to gather dust. I'll sell these things when I have time. Leaving them unused is just a waste. Chen Ji ate his noodles while letting his mind wander, just like usual. He ate quietly, and the surrounding bookshelves watched him quietly. Everything was as plain and ordinary as usual, as if nothing had changed. What is the experience of keeping a ghost at home? Chen Ji could say that it is about the same as usual. Chimimeliang has always been quietly staying upstairs. Unless I actively look for her, I hardly even realize her existence. Such a harmless little wallflower, is she really the terrifying ghost from the mythology stories that stops children from crying at night? Thinking of this, Chen Ji silently took out the Mythology Encyclopedia from his chest. He flipped to the table of contents and looked at the subheading Chimimeliang under Chapter 1. As Chen Ji's gaze moved down, he scanned the table of contents for Chapter 2 and finally stopped at Chapter 3. The title of Chapter 3 was Investigation Targets, and under this title, on the page that was originally blank, a subheading was clearly written. Suspicious Locations. Huh. Chen Ji was a bit surprised. He quickly flipped to Chapter 3. This time, not only were there a few more lines of text on the page like before, but there was also a sticky note attached to the page. This is. Chen Ji first looked at the text that appeared on the page. As the editor of the Mythology Encyclopedia, one should actively explore those new legends born in the modern era. For those suspected mysterious existences, this book will screen them and eventually present locations or events worth investigating here. It is hoped that the editor of the Mythology Encyclopedia will investigate carefully, study patiently, and strive to expand the entries of the Mythology Encyclopedia. Does this mean that this book will automatically provide me with clues about anomalies so that I can record them? Chen Ji picked up the sticky note again. The content written on it should be the place that this book wants him to investigate. Scratch marks. They say that when people build houses, they can keep wild beasts out. But, what are those huge scratch marks? Task location, Sanctuary Outer District West Saw. Chapter 11, Deep Underground. Dear passengers, the next stop is South XX Street. Passengers getting off, please exit in an orderly manner from the left doors. As evening approached, the warm, orange sunlight filtered through the forest of skyscrapers and shone into the speeding levitating bus. It gently splashed onto the few passengers in the carriage, draping a thin, golden veil over a young man wearing a black hoodie. The young man wore an oversized hood, his head bowed low, obscuring most of his face. His shadow was stretched long by the sunlight, a pitch-black silhouette like thick ink cast onto the carriage wall opposite him, almost swallowing nearly half of the carriage. If anyone were to look closely, they would be horrified to discover that the young man's shadow had not moved at all. Even as the sunlight shifted toward the young man's shadow as the bus turned, that area remained pitch black. It was as if the young man's shadow had been abandoned by the sunlight. As the bus slowly decelerated, it finally screeched to a halt at the station. The young man slowly stood up, stepped onto the setting sun, and walked off the bus platform. The setting sun slowly sank, the originally warm orange sunlight gradually transitioning into a rich crimson, adding a touch of eeriness to the somewhat gloomy alley. Yet, the young man's shadow remained vast and dark, like a black cloak trailing behind him, covering the blood-red hue of the entire alley behind him. The young man weaved through the alley, perfectly avoiding the few surveillance cameras, and eventually walked alone into the depths of the alley. The young man looked around. The massive skyscrapers completely blocked the sunlight. Although it was only dusk, it was already like night all around. The long-neglected alley was covered in thick moss, and crooked pipes of various sizes puffed out white steam from time to time. The sound of dripping water echoed intermittently, occasionally accompanied by the scurrying of small animals. Of course, there was also the rusty manhole cover placed before the young man. Phew, let's start here. The young man reached up and took off his hood, revealing his true face. It was none other than Chen Ji, the owner of Baichi Bookstore. He stomped his foot on the ground and said softly, "No one is around, you can come out now." "Okay, boss." Accompanied by a pleasant female voice, a translucent blue figure emerged from Chen Ji's shadow. As she appeared, Chen Ji's shadow slowly returned to its original state. "This ability of yours is really convenient. I was worried about how to take you out." It's nothing, really. I used to use this trick often to go play in nearby villages. Compared to those great deities, it's just a small trick." Chimameliang lowered her head in embarrassment, but the upturned corners of her mouth betrayed her mood. "Alright, then let's start here and search the saw in this urban area." Chen Ji took out his phone and pulled up the previously downloaded city saw map. "I will contact you from the surface via the Mythology Encyclopedia, and you will listen to my instructions below to search for any real anomaly activity." "Understood." Okay." Chimameliang nodded, then floated onto the manhole cover and easily slipped into the hard concrete pavement. "Is this the saw? It's so big. My spiritual sense can't detect the end at all." Chimameliang's voice rang in Chen Ji's mind. Chen Ji took out the Mythology Encyclopedia and placed his hand on the book to communicate with Chimameliang. "As expected, your spiritual sense cannot cover such a large area. Continue forward along the pipe. You should see a fork in the road ahead." Everything is normal so far. No anomaly found." Chimameliang floated silently through the dark pipes, the rampant grime and rotting garbage not touching her body in the slightest. The foraging insects and the rats scurrying about also ignored the ghostly blue girl, until her naturally hanging hem passed through their bodies. These noisy little things suddenly froze in place, their bodies rapidly shriveled up, and in the blink of an eye, they turned into a handful of dust. Her white pupils emitted a pale light, and everything around her was in full view. She could even see through the hard pipes into the deep rock layers. She did not find any anomaly. Is this saw what people nowadays use for drainage? It's so big. In the past, only the imperial palace could afford drainage of this scale. Chimameliang, while searching for suspicious areas, curiously studied the surrounding modern saw. Under Chen Ji's remote guidance, she quickly passed through the complex drainage pipes and floated deeper underground. "Wait, boss, there's something here." Chimameliang's voice suddenly rang in Chen Ji's mind, and he hurriedly asked, "What's wrong?" "What did you see?" "Blood. There is so much blood in this section of the pipe." Chimameliang looked at the fresh blood splattered around. Dark red blood had congealed on the pipe walls, outlining all sorts of eerie patterns. It looked like this blood had been here for some time. Chimameliang flicked her fingertip, and a ghostly blue spark flew toward the pool of blood with her movement. The spark quickly ignited on the bloodstain, but it burned out and extinguished itself after a short while. "This blood is rotten. What's going on?" "I tried to ignite this blood with my ghost fire, but it extinguished quickly. This means the owner of this bloodstain didn't have much of a soul." "Oh, so this guy is a soulless bastard." Good kids shouldn't learn that. Does it mean this guy's soul is very weak? Does it mean he is already dying? No, the strength of a soul has nothing to do with the strength of the shell. Even an old person on their deathbed can possess a powerful soul. The owner of this blood is strange, really strange. Its soul almost doesn't exist. Doesn't exist? Chen Ji frowned. Such a strange characteristic. Could it be an anomaly? Chimameliang, do all living beings have souls? Yes. As long as it is a naturally born life, it has its own soul. This situation. I have never seen it before. Is that so? It's very likely left by an anomaly. Continue following the bloodstain. Boss. I found it. In Chen Ji's mind, Chimameliang's voice suddenly rose an octave, startling Chen Ji. What did you find? Claw marks. Chimameliang slowly reached out a hand and gently placed it on the torn pipe wall. Massive claw marks spanned the hard inner wall of the pipe, almost tearing the entire pipe apart. Droplets of blood were splattered along the edges of the claw marks, making this pipe look like a living creature that had been attacked, as if the blood were flowing out of its wounds. These are the claw marks. #12 Chapter 12 Dragon's Roar. Chapter 12, Dragon's Roar. Such large claw marks. Whatever left this must be a huge beast. Chimameliang examined the marks before her, reporting to Chen Ji in her mind. It looks like this guy has 4 fingers. It almost split this entire pipe in half. There are some blood splatters around here. I've checked them, and just like the previous bloodstains, they don't have much soul. Maybe it had blood on its claws earlier and rubbed it off while slashing the pipe. Is that so? Chen Ji pondered for a moment, then asked, are there any other traces around? No. I originally wanted to look for footprints, but there was too much trash, so none were left. Only the upper part of the pipe, where the trash didn't reach, has some bloodstains left, just like before. Why would there be so much blood? Is it injured? Or does it just constantly bleed? Chen Ji considered all possibilities. The elusiveness of the anomaly made it impossible for him to judge whether it was severely injured and dying or luring the enemy in. In my era, I did hear that some ghosts would mark their prey by leaving their own blood behind. It's possible this monster called an anomaly is doing the same. Chimameliang agreed. Let's keep moving forward. Since we've already found these so-called claw marks, the truth must be close at hand. Chimameliang nodded. She continued to glide forward silently, completely unaware that behind her, within the huge claw marks on the pipe, several scarlet eyes suddenly opened, staring fixedly at her through the gap. Roar! A soft, low roar sounded from the claw marks. The sound was extremely faint and small. Chimameliang, who had already walked some distance away, couldn't hear it at all. It sounded like the voice of some beast. Patter, patter. Downward, downward. Patter, patter. Keep going down. Walking in the dark pipe, Chimameliang floated all the way down. For Chimameliang in her spirit form, the completely lightless underground environment was as clear as day. However, as the exploration deepened, the seemingly endless underground pipes, the thick rock layers pressing down overhead, and the pervasive smell of decay were all slowly summoning Chimameliang's memories. A memory she had long buried deep beneath the earth, one that should have rotted away long ago. Spirit robes draped, jade pendants colorful tilde. One yin and one yang, none know what I do tilde. Beside Chimameliang's ears, an ancient, melodious song seemed to slowly ring out. In her eyes, trickling streams seemed to seep out from the hard pipes. With every breath she took, a terrifying chill from the 9 springs seemed to be slowly flowing into her heart. Roar! Suddenly, an extremely sharp roar sounded from the darkness in front of Chimameliang. That roar, filled with rage, shattered all of Chimameliang's distracting thoughts, finally bringing the ghost girl back to her senses. Ah! Boss, I think I've found that thing. What's going on? Something just roared in front of me. Now I hear footsteps. Something is coming towards me. Chimameliang watched the thick, impenetrable darkness before her vigilantly. 2 balls of ghostly blue fire suddenly rose around her, ready to strike at the approaching footsteps. The rapid footsteps were getting closer and louder. Gradually, the pipes around Chimameliang began to tremble, and the entire saw shook under these increasingly heavy footsteps. Boss, it's getting closer. Calm down. Wait for the right moment before attacking. Chimameliang moved the 2 balls of ghost fire to her chest, protecting herself, and prepared to meet the impending impact. But the attack came from both sides of Chimameliang. On both sides of her, on the mottled inner walls of the pipe, 2 eerie cracks suddenly opened. From those cracks that appeared out of thin air, 2 giant claws reached out and slammed fiercely towards Chimameliang. Ah! Chimameliang hurriedly dodged, but it was too late. The 2 giant claws were extremely fast and hit Chimameliang in the blink of an eye. Then, It passed through her body as if it had hit a mass of air. The two giant claws slammed heavily into each other, and an extremely loud clapping sound echoed in the pipe. Chimimaliang, eh? The previously continuous roaring stopped abruptly. The two giant claws just froze in mid-air, awkwardly holding each other. But Chimimaliang didn't let this good opportunity for a counterattack pass. The ghost girl waved her hands, and the two balls of ghost fire whistled as they smashed into them, instantly setting the two giant claws on fire. Awoo! As the ghost fire engulfed the two giant claws, a piercing scream suddenly rang out. The two giant claws immediately retracted, and the two cracks disappeared along with them. The screaming came from ahead. That guy's main body must be right in front. Chimimaliang immediately gave chase. She reached out to condense a ball of ghost fire and threw it towards the deep, dark tunnel ahead. The ghost fire streaked across the tunnel like a meteor and quickly left Chimimaliang's field of vision. She could only sense from a distance now that her ghost fire must have hit something. Sigh, too little of my power has recovered. Chimimaliang sighed silently in her heart. However, an eerie whistling sound came from the darkness ahead. Chimimaliang was startled, and a bad premonition surged into her heart. She waved her hands again, and a surge of ghost fire erupted from beneath her feet, surrounding her to form a ghost fire shield. Roar! Just as her ghost fire shield was completed, a sinister and eerie dragon's roar sounded from in front of her. Waves of eerie black ripples spread out along with this dragon's roar. Chimimaliang's ghost fire shield melted rapidly like ice and snow under the scorching sun, and was finally completely crushed by this dragon's roar. Ah! Chimimaliang cried out in pain. This dragon's roar could injure spirit bodies. Chimimaliang, what happened down there? If things aren't right, you must retreat first. Chen Ji's anxious voice rang in Chimimaliang's mind. She gritted her teeth and responded to Chen Ji in her mind. I'm fine. I was just caught off guard by a sneak attack. I'll handle it soon. It's just a guy of this level. I'll handle it soon. Chimimaliang's figure accelerated instantly, swooping towards the darkness before her. On her right hand, ghost fire instantly condensed, eventually turning into a burning sword of ghost flames, and together with Chimimaliang, it thrust towards the hidden enemy. Under the illumination of the ghostly blue fire on the sword in her hand, a huge, ugly dragon head emerged before Chimimaliang. Chapter 13, Evil Spirit. This is the place, right? The one reported to have huge claw marks. Yeah, that's right. My drawings also show traces of supernatural activity here. At this moment, 10 miles away from the manhole where Chen Ji was located, two figures stood before an overturned manhole cover. The heavy manhole cover had been forcibly pried open, leaving behind scratches on its edge that looked like they were made by a beast's sharp claws. The surrounding concrete road was littered with various fragmented marks, as if some large creature had run through here. The two people were wearing the uniform of the Anomaly Investigation Bureau, and one of them was the young man who had previously investigated Chen Ji's report. The young man was currently sketching something rapidly in his sketchbook, while the middle-aged man beside him had crouched down. He reached out and lightly scraped the ground, picking up some gravel stained with faint traces of blood, and held them under his nose to sniff. The scent of an anomaly. This is it, no doubt about it. Wait a moment, I'm about to draw the shape of this thing. No need to wait. The middle-aged man waved his hand, stopping the young man from drawing. He set down the huge black case he was carrying on his back and opened it slowly with a serious expression. A pitch-black heavy crossbow lay quietly in the case. He gently stroked the crossbow, then took it in his hands, preparing to go down just like that. Hey! Old Jong, wait. We don't even know what the enemy looks like yet. Why are you going down just like that? Let me collect a bit more pigment. If the beast's lair is down there, won't there be even more supernatural traces for you to use? Said the middle-aged man known as Old Jong without looking back. Besides, watching such a beast run rampant under my city. How do you expect me to wait? Having said that, Old Jong leaped down and charged alone into the deep, dark saw. Hey, you! The young man looked helplessly at the impulsive Old Jong and shook his head lightly, the foul temper of the hunter sequence. Old Jong, wait for me, I'm coming down. The two investigators thus crawled into the saw, heading toward the anomaly's lair. And at their destination ahead, a supernatural battle was in full swing. Roar! A piercing roar echoed in the dark underground. The acrid stench of burning flesh and the choking smell of blood permeated the air. The massive giant beast looked at the strange, ghostly blue humanoid in front of it, its fury having nowhere to vent. Its giant claws swiped fiercely at the rapidly flying figure, but every time it felt like it was hitting a phantom, its invincible giant claws could not touch her at all now. Furthermore, the strange blue fire on this weird creature would take the opportunity to ignite the giant beast. Although it would extinguish itself quickly, it caused the giant beast immense pain. Awoo! Cough, cough. This guy is really troublesome. Chimimaliang held her ghost flame long sword vertically in front of her, watching the frantically roaring dragon-like monster with a grave expression. It was an exceptionally huge black beast, its entire body covered in wounds of all sizes, all bleeding incessantly. A pair of giant claws, warped by her ghost fire, were angrily slapping the ground. Its pair of scarlet eyes stared fixedly at Chimimaliang, a gaze that Chimimaliang was all too familiar with. She had seen this kind of gaze countless times before. This gaze that sought to devour people. Who? The consumption is so fast. Is my current state still not enough? This guy, its soul is extremely thin, my ghost fire can't deal much damage to it, and its body structure is also very strange, a bit like a dragonborn, but there's no room left for a soul at all. I can't possess it at all. I can only defeat it head-on. Fortunately, the only thing that can cause me damage is that dragon roar. Chimimaliang decided to break through head-on and kill it in one strike. She charged straight toward the monster's head. At the same time, the monster slammed its claws into the ground. Several cracks suddenly opened on the pipes on both sides of Chimimaliang, and several giant claws reached out from the cracks, attempting to knock down the rushing Chimimaliang. However, these sharp claws still passed through Chimimaliang without any obstruction, not even touching the hem of her cloth. Chimimaliang was like a blue streak of light, killing her way to the front of the monster in the blink of an eye. She gripped the sword with both hands and slashed fiercely at the monster's head. Rest in peace. The ghost flame long sword sliced through the monster's head without any obstruction. It didn't even have time to let out a scream. The ghost flame sword slashed straight down, almost cutting off more than half of the monster's head. So easy. But my ghost fire is hard to cause damage to physical entities. Chimimaliang looked at the scene in front of her in confusion. The feeling of that sword strike just now was very easy, just like using a knife to slice through flowing water without any resistance, and the monster's head was split open by her. Her original plan was to use her nature as a spirit to pass the sword in her hand directly through the monster's skull and pierce its brain. Just as Chimimaliang wanted to retreat, the dragon head that she had cut into two halves suddenly shook. Before Chimimaliang could react, a large amount of black ripples surged wildly from the monster's throat. What? Chimimaliang couldn't dodge in time and was hit squarely by those black ripples. Her spirit body immediately flickered like a broken light bulb, and the long sword in her hand dissipated rapidly under the impact of the black ripples. Chimimaliang wanted to escape, but the monster's severed head suddenly snapped shut at this moment. The wound that Chimimaliang had cut recovered as before in the blink of an eye, without even leaving a single scar. Gulp. The monster swallowed the girl in its mouth, and a trace of satisfaction appeared in its pair of scarlet eyes. Phew, Tilda, how cunning. If it were anyone else, they would probably be dead by now, right? However, how are you going to kill a dead person? Chimimaliang's cold voice suddenly rang out from inside the monster's abdominal cavity. The next moment, a loud tearing sound erupted from the monster's body. Accompanied by a ripping sound, a dense blue flame gushed out from the monster's abdomen, tearing apart more than half of its abdomen. Phew! You guy, why don't you have many of the structures that a living creature should have? No wonder you can be so lively without a soul, Tilda. Accompanied by the rolling sea of blue fire, a beautiful figure slowly walked out from the monster's broken body. It was Chimimaliang. The ghostly blue fire draped over Chimimaliang's shoulders like a gorgeous war robe, and a hideous evil spirit mask covered her beautiful face. On her pale, lotus root-like arms, A pair of exceptionally huge blue ghost claws were fitted onto her forearms, and the flame-entwined claw blades reflected the struggling figure of the monster. She slowly drifted toward the monster struggling in pain in front of her, flashing it a standard evil spirit grin. No soul, huh? Then there's no need to rest in peace. Do you know the feeling of being haunted by an evil spirit? 14 Chapter 14 The Hunter. Chapter 14, Hunter. Watching the monster struggling on the verge of death before her, Chimameliang raised the ghost claw in her hand, reaching out to grasp the ghost fire burning on the monster's body from a distance. Whoosh! The ghost fire that had been spreading across the monster's body was now under Chimameliang's control, surging all at once toward the monster's head. When you swallowed me just now, I almost hollowed out your stomach, yet you still haven't died. It seems your only weakness is your head. Chimameliang looked at the monster's head, now engulfed in ghost fire, and stretched out a finger, making a light slicing motion toward it. The ghost fire solidified once more, wrapping around the monster's head, and as Chimameliang twisted her finger, crack! The monster's head was wrenched clean off. The black ripples that had been brewing in its mouth dissipated without a trace as the head fell. Sleep now, soulless puppet. Chimameliang whispered, looking at the burning monster head. Praise my lord. Achem. A bizarre, distorted human voice rang out from the burning monster head. You can speak. Praise my lord, you are the supreme stigma wandering beyond the mortal world, the merciful king behind the veil. You used your sharp claws to break through the darkness ahead of us, for us. Boss. This thing can speak, and it seems to be reciting some kind of prayer. A prayer. This thing, you just said it can speak. Don't kill it yet. Try to see if you can get any information out of it. Boss, there's no need. Huh? Is it dead? No, it has revived. Chimameliang stepped back slightly, looking at the monster before her in disbelief. Its head floated in midair, connected to its body by some sort of intermittent, scale-like black substance. Its massive claws were broken into 3 pieces, yet they still moved in sync with its actions as if connected. On its body, the dozens of large and small wounds left previously all burst open, and foul-smelling blood sprayed out. Along the edges of those wounds, countless tiny, dense teeth broke through the flesh and grew out, making the wounds look like gaping mouths. How bizarre. I've never seen a spell like this. Did it tear itself apart? Awoo! The huge, ugly monster struggled with all its might, tearing off a large portion of its fat body that had been stuck in the saw. But because of this, it could now move freely in this saw. The monster spread a pair of dilapidated fleshy wings, pushed off the ground hard with its broken front claws, and actually wobbled into the air. Roar! It suddenly opened its mouth, and together with the mouths formed by the wounds on its body, it let out another dragon roar toward Chimameliang. Chimameliang did not dare to take it head-on and immediately sidestepped, diving into a nearby pipe. The dragon roar missed, and Chimameliang emerged from another pipe nearby. Phew, in my current state, getting hit by that thing would damage my soul. I can't face it head-on. But before Chimameliang could come up with a countermeasure, a sound of something being torn apart rang out from the pipe beside her. A pair of huge, broken dragon claws suddenly pierced through the inner wall of the pipe, then pulled outward with force, ripping open a large hole. In the name of my lord, tear apart the darkness before us. The low, terrifying human voice rang out from the crack. As the chanting grew louder, Chimameliang felt waves of dizziness. She shook her head hard, trying to pull herself together. The monster took the opportunity to pull itself out of the crack. It slammed down with a thud, its scarlet eyes greedily staring at the ghost girl in pain before it. Why must you torture life so, making yourself and others fall into this pointless suffering? What on earth turned you into this? Chimameliang looked at the monster drawing closer. She gritted her teeth, and the ghostly blue fire on her body erupted once again. She met the broken dragon claw smashing toward her and swiped the giant ghost claw in her own hand toward the broken monster. Bang! The 2 equally massive claws collided violently, and the intense impact caused the pipe beneath their feet to crack inch by inch. The ghostly blue fire and the black ripples reacted violently like water and fire, and the shrill sound emitted by the intense energy reaction spread along the pipe, reaching the other end. What was that sound? The young man put away his drawing board and looked toward the other side of the tunnel vigilantly. It's the sound of the prey struggling on the verge of death. Huang Yang, hurry up and keep up. Hey, don't be so impulsive. The man holding the crossbow charged ahead, while the young man named Huang Yang followed, complaining bitterly. Old Zhong, slow down. I'm only D rank, and you're already C rank. And you're a combat type hunter sequence, wait for me. Wait. If we wait, that beast will run away. You said it yourself. This thing is suspected of having the ability to teleport. Huff. That still doesn't mean we should split up. TSK, get on, I'll carry you. Hold tight. Old Zhong, with Huang Yang on his back, did not slow down at all. He held the crossbow in one hand and supported Huang Yang behind him with the other, racing through the pipe like a motorcycle at full speed. Damn, is this C rank? Running at the speed of a land vehicle on flat ground in such a dim, narrow environment. I only truly felt it today when being carried. I suddenly have inspiration again. Save your inspiration until we get back. We're almost there. Listening to the increasingly loud explosions, the excitement in old Zhong's eyes grew stronger. As he ran, he suddenly came to a screeching halt. Having been racing just like a speeding land vehicle, he stopped dead in his tracks. Unfortunately, Huang Yang on his back wasn't as capable. He had no idea there would be a sudden stop, and his body flew forward violently due to inertia. In his panic, he subconsciously grabbed old Zhong's head with all his might, eventually causing old Zhong to lose his balance as well, and they both fell to the ground together. Ouch. Old Zhong, what's wrong with you? If you're going to stop, at least give me a heads up first. I'm used to it. The beast is just a little further ahead. Get ready for battle. Old Zhong raised his crossbow and moved forward silently. Behind him, Huang Yang took out 2 paintbrushes, dipped them into the air, and then followed quietly. This sound, something is fighting that beast. Is it a person or another prey? If it's another prey, that's perfect. I'll kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Old Zhong thought to himself. When they turned the last corner, old Zhong quietly poked his head out, taking in the entire battlefield. I didn't expect this. There's actually an extra bonus. Chapter 15, Crossfire. Zhong Pingbo watched the scene before him silently, clicking his tongue inwardly. What strong prey. To think an anomaly of this level was only discovered now. Fortunately, it hasn't caused any major trouble yet. But the other one, what kind of anomaly is that? In front of Zhong Pingbo, an exceptionally large dragon-like monster was roaring in anger, using its massive, shattered dragon claws to fight against a ghostly blue silhouette before it. That huge dragon-like monster was the anomaly that created the claw marks that Huang Yang had drawn earlier. He had anticipated this. But as for the humanoid anomaly fighting it, honestly, when he heard such a huge commotion here earlier, Zhong Pingbo thought another giant beast was fighting this monster dragon. But he hadn't expected that the one fighting it to a standstill was actually just a somewhat petite humanoid anomaly. This guy seems to be a spirit entity. Zhong Pingbo watched its semi-transparent body, thinking of a countermeasure. Since it's a spirit entity, it cannot be dealt with using standard crossbow bolts. Zhong Pingbo switched to a red crossbow bolt, aimed at the 2 anomalies before him, and waited for the best opportunity to attack. Zhong Pingbo decided to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Roar, heretic. All the mouths on the monster's entire body roared in unison, and black ripples collided continuously with the ghostly blue sea of fire. Although the momentum was immense, Chimameliang could feel that the monster before her was at the end of its rope. The force of those giant claws was slowly diminishing, and the black ripples were becoming fewer and fewer. Even some of the fissures on the monster's body were slowly closing, no longer releasing black ripples. Just hold on. A little longer. Chimameliang was struggling with all her might when suddenly, a rapid, explosive sound rang out from behind her. Something was attacking from behind. Oh no. In her haste, Chimameliang immediately pulled back her strength, while simultaneously making herself rapidly ethereal to dodge the monster's sharp claws in front of her. She tried hard to dodge to the side, But she was a step too slow. A red crossbow bolt grazed her arm and flew past, striking fiercely toward the monster. Ah! The moment the crossbow bolt grazed Chimameliang's arm, it instantly twisted, much like the image distortion seen on an old television when the signal is poor. Chimameliang let out a cry of pain and turned to look in the direction the attack came from. Compared to her, the monster was not so lucky. Previously, it had been fully focused on fighting Chimameliang, so it had not noticed this sudden attack at all. When Chimameliang suddenly pulled back her strength, it couldn't react in time, and it crashed straight into the incoming crossbow bolt following its own momentum. Seeing the gleaming arrowhead, the monster hurriedly opened its large mouth. Its mouth corners immediately tore open, splitting all the way to the back of its head, and in the end, it actually flipped its entire skull off. The crossbow bolt flew right past its chin, missing it entirely. Clatter. The monster's flying skull landed steadily in place and was pressed back on. TSK, it actually missed. Seeing that the shot had missed, Zhong Pingbo walked out directly from the corner. He loaded his crossbow while watching the two anomalies before him. "You are a human?" Chimameliang, wearing a ghost mask, clutched her injured arm and took a few steps back. "Wait, please don't be afraid, I am. Are you a spirit-type anomaly? Although I'm not very good at dealing with you weirdos, as long as it's an anomaly, it is a target for me to hunt." Zhong Pingbo raised his crossbow and fired a round at Chimameliang. "Wait, I am not." Watching the incoming crossbow bolts, Chimameliang had no choice but to give up on explaining herself to the other party for now. With a flash, she darted into the wall of the saw and disappeared. TSK, I hate spirit-type abilities the most. However, at least I still have you left. Zhong Pingbo looked provocatively at the monster. The monster was already furious because it had no outlet for its strength while fighting Chimameliang, and now that even this tiny human was provoking it, it immediately slammed its giant claws onto the ground in anger, and dozens of fissures opened up around Zhong Pingbo. "Oh, are you trying to swat me to death? However, I should thank you. This way I can save money on crossbow bolts." No sooner said than done. Zhong Pingbo quickly drew a hunting knife from his waist with his right hand and slashed fiercely at the fissures. The hunting knife shattered instantly, turning into countless tiny, sharp blades that rushed into those fissures. Fart. Accompanied by the sound of countless blades cutting into flesh, blood surged from all the wounds on the monster's body at once. The monster let out a painful howl and closed the fissures around Zhong Pingbo. At the same time, it stabbed its claws fiercely into the ground, apparently wanting to tear open a rift and escape. "Praise my lord. Ha! You beast, do you think you can escape?" Zhong Pingbo swung the handle of the hunting knife again, and countless tiny blades immediately drilled out from inside the monster. Under Zhong Pingbo's control, they reformed into a huge blade in the air and slashed fiercely down at the monster's head. Crack. Don't you like to split open? I'll let you split to your heart's content today. I'd like to see if you can still live after I mince you into dumpling filling. The hunting knife split again into countless tiny blades, wrapping around the monster's head like a meat grinder running at full speed. Accompanied by a teeth-grinding sound of cutting, the monster's head was shredded into meat before it even hit the ground, with no life left in it. Phew, done. It's a pity one ran away. Solved. Huang Yang also emerged from behind the corner at this moment. He looked at the monster's corpse slumped on the ground, then at the place where Chimameliang had disappeared, and said to Zhong Pingbo, did that humanoid anomaly run away? TSK, I hate spirit-type guys the most. Alright, if it weren't for that guy weakening this anomaly, you wouldn't have one so easily. Come on, let's take samples and bring them back first. Zhong Pingbo put away his hunting knife and crossbow, took out a small containment box, and began to pack tissue samples of the monster into it. Huang Yang took out his drawing board again and began to write and draw on the monster's corpse. Dragon-type beast anomaly. Its ability is to complete spatial movement and create additional attack mouthparts through tearing. It can spit out black ripple-like dragon breath to attack, which can damage spirit entities. It is suspected to be a mental attack or even a soul attack. Dragon and tearing, hiss. These two, they couldn't be. That can't be, right? Zhong Pingbo's expression also became grave. He gently stroked his chin, looking at the monster lying on the ground. If it was their handiwork, how could it be so easily defeated by me and that anomaly? I don't know about that. Regardless, this is a suspected very serious extraordinary infiltration incident. We must sound a level 2 alert when we get back. Yanhuang profanity, all kinds of monsters and demons are popping up these days. By the way, that humanoid anomaly also needs to be reported. She spoke just now. It's a spirit-type anomaly suspected of having human-like intelligence. TSK, looks like I have to work overtime again. It was my negligence that let her run away. I will be responsible for the mission regarding her. Alright, I know you hunters will never stop until you hunt down your prey. I'll leave her to you. As for the remaining remains, leave them to those mortal departments to clean up. Let's go, I've stayed in this sore for too long. My inspiration is about to rot. The two turned and walked toward the other side of the tunnel. After a long time, when they had completely walked out of this pipe, two human-sized fissures suddenly opened in the air next to the monster's corpse. Immediately after, two cloaked figures emerged from the fissures. They stared angrily at the monster's corpse on the ground, and one of them said, "Damn it! How dare they kill our sacred remains prototype? Why did you stop me just now? Otherwise, I would have been able to save this prototype. Idiot. Those two are investigators. Of course I know that the two of us together could easily take care of those two pieces of trash, but once they go missing, the entire sanctuary will immediately enter a level 1 lockdown. They would also apply to the higher-ups for reinforcements. By then, our sacred sex plan would be even harder to complete." Another hooded figure immediately rebuked. "It has come to this. The Investigation Bureau are not fools. Although this prototype hasn't been blessed with divine arts yet, they will definitely guess that it has something to do with our sacred sec. The only thing to do now is to accelerate the plan. But we returned empty-handed, not only failing to recover the prototype but also letting it be discovered by the Investigation Bureau. The bishop will definitely punish us severely. Do you think I don't know that? Then tell me, what other way is there besides telling the truth? Do you want the bishop to split our brains open and check our memories personally? Also, that guy who popped out of nowhere." The hooded figure recalled Chimameliang's appearance and gritted his teeth, saying, If it weren't for her discovering the sacred remains prototype, we would have been able to arrive in time to recover it. Where did she pop out from? We must find her. Unless her soul is scattered. I cannot avenge this grudge. What a coincidence. I still have a few guys raised here. Now is the time for them to be loyal. Praise my Lord. Praise my Lord. The two hooded figures chanted in unison, while drawing a strange symbol on their chests with their hands. Two fissures appeared in front of them again, and they leaped in and disappeared. The entire saw returned to calm, with only the monster's corpse lying quietly in place, telling of everything that had just happened. #16 Chapter 16 My first time on television. Chapter 16 On television for the first time. Chimameliang? Chimameliang. How are you? Chen Ji looked anxiously at the status below Chimameliang's page in the Mythology Encyclopedia, where the word injured was written in bold characters. I'm fine. After Chen Ji called out for a long time, Chimameliang's somewhat weak voice finally echoed in his mind. I was careless. I was seen by those people from the Anomaly Investigation Bureau you mentioned. Don't worry, I'm not seriously hurt, I just need to rest for a bit. I'm heading toward you, I'll be out to meet you in a moment. Accompanied by Chen Ji's anxious wait, finally, Chimameliang's little dark blue head emerged from the manhole cover in front of him. She floated out slowly, then dove into Chen Ji's shadow. Let's go. Are you really okay like this? Is there anything I can do to help you? No need, it's just that fighting that guy consumed too much energy. I'll be fine after a rest, let's go back to the bookstore first. Okay. Listening to Chimameliang's weak voice, Chen Ji looked at the shadow at his feet with heartache. But he knew there was nothing he could do right now. Chen Ji put the Mythology Encyclopedia away and started walking home. The train passed through the city's hazy lights, leaving the darkness far behind, and sent every late-returning traveler back to their warm homes. Chen Ji stepped off the carriage. It was already autumn, and the night's chill brushed against Chen Ji's cheeks with the night breeze, causing him to involuntarily get goosebumps. "Boss, are you cold?" "Not particularly cold. This level of chill is just enough to keep me awake. Autumn nights are a very good time, very suitable for people to slow down and think about some things." Chen Ji seemed to be talking to Chimameliang, or perhaps just talking to himself. Come to think of it, an autumn night, a street with few people, one human and one ghost walking together, this. Chen Ji suddenly had the feeling of being in a horror movie. "Alright, it's getting late, let's hurry back. By the way, you need yin energy, right? Can you absorb yin energy now?" "Yes. There aren't many people on this street now, and it's night, so I can absorb yin energy to heal myself." "Wow, so does that mean as long as there are few people, there will be yin energy?" It can't be put so simply, actually. One human and one ghost walked forward while chatting. Because Chimameliang talked to Chen Ji through telepathy, and Chen Ji couldn't take out the Mythology Encyclopedia to communicate telepathically right now, he had to speak his answers out loud. Therefore, to outsiders, Chen Ji just looked like he was talking to himself. Just like that, Chen Ji talked to himself all the way back to his Baichi bookstore. He pushed open the door, and the orange lights turned on one by one, reclaiming the Baichi bookstore with light. He took off his coat, put on slippers, and walked slowly back to the living room. Chimameliang swooshed out of the shadow, moved her arm which had recovered to its original state, and patted her chest with lingering fear. "Phew, that was close. Luckily I dodged in time. I didn't expect that Anomaly Investigation Bureau of yours to have methods that can hurt spirit bodies. It was my carelessness." "Oh, right. It wasn't convenient to ask outside before. What exactly did you experience down there?" "Well, ever since I discovered that monster." Chimameliang told Chen Ji everything that happened in the saw. Chen Ji listened silently until Chimameliang mentioned that she finally managed to escape. "And that's how I escaped. Sorry, my condition was too poor, and I didn't manage to ask that monster." No, it's okay. Next time you encounter such a situation, you must ensure your own safety first. Look at you, you got yourself hurt." Looking at the young man nagging at her, a strange emotion welled up in Chimameliang's heart. It was a wonderful feeling she hadn't experienced in a long time in her long life as a ghost. She smiled and nodded at Chen Ji. "Ian, I won't let the boss worry about me again." "Good to know. Come on, I'm going to cook some noodles for dinner. I'm a bit hungry." Chen Ji looked at the smiling ghost girl, suppressing the urge to pat her head. What a pity, why couldn't he touch a spirit body? After a while, Chen Ji brought hot scallion noodles to the living room, casually turned on the TV, and started eating noodles while watching TV. Not long after, Chimameliang also crawled out from the wall and watched Chen Ji eating noodles. "It's been so long, and the noodles haven't changed much. It's not that they haven't changed, it's that I don't know how to cook. I've always eaten alone, so I haven't researched many variations." Chen Ji answered casually, while using the remote control to search for the program he wanted to watch. Suddenly, Chen Ji's TV exited the search page on its own, and an emergency news broadcast cut in. Interrupting with an emergency news report, the Anomaly Investigation Bureau of this sanctuary successfully eliminated a dragon-type beast anomaly in the western SOR of the Outer City District at 7 o'clock tonight, eliminating the anomaly's threat invisibly, and once again successfully protected the night for every one of our citizens. Yo, looks like what we did is on TV. Chen Ji watched this news with interest, suddenly experiencing the secret thrill that the superheroes in stories feel when they see themselves on the news after doing a good deed. However, we must warn all citizens, according to the Anomaly Investigation Bureau, they also discovered a humanoid spirit-type anomaly at the scene. This anomaly appears to be a translucent dark blue young girl and is suspected of possessing human-like intelligence. Please be careful, citizens. If anyone can provide information, please call the Anomaly Investigation Bureau. In addition, this is the portrait of the anomaly provided by the Anomaly Investigation Bureau. As the host brought up the image, a vivid portrait of Chimameliang in her evil ghost form occupied the entire screen. Chen Ji and Chimameliang watched this scene without a word, then the human and the ghost turned their heads at the same time and looked at each other awkwardly. You really did get on TV. They, drew you quite well. Ha ha, ha. Sorry, it was my negligence that caused us to be exposed. Chimameliang lowered her head, her body sinking, with a posture that seemed to want to bury herself. Nah, you don't need to worry about this. If we are going to deal with anomalies, it's inevitable that we will deal with the Anomaly Investigation Bureau, and being discovered is just a matter of time. Besides, they didn't draw your real appearance, did they? You're right, boss. Chimameliang finally lifted her head. She looked at herself on the screen, suddenly thought of something, and said excitedly to Chen Ji, Boss, I thought of how to disguise us in the future. You have a way. Hee, watch my supernatural power. Chimameliang suddenly grinned, raised her slender hand, and patted it on Chen Ji's head. Chen Ji was hit squarely by her, and instantly felt something cold and chilly rushing onto his face. Alright Tilda, please look in the mirror, boss Tilda. Looking at the happy Chimameliang, Chen Ji felt a bit confused, but he still left the living room, walked into the bathroom next door, and looked at the mirror on the washbasin. What he saw in the reflection was no longer Chen Ji's own face, but a ferocious ghost mask. You did this. Chen Ji looked at himself in the mirror, he tried to make faces, and the ghost face in the mirror followed suit. He touched his face in surprise and only felt that he had touched a cold ghost mask. This is my supernatural power Wangliang ghost mask. In addition to changing a person's appearance, it can also make other people who see you forget all your physical characteristics except for this ghost mask. With this, we won't be afraid of being recognized when we go out in the future. Chimameliang stood with her hands on her hips happily, looking at Chen Ji proudly. Looking at Chimameliang, whose face was practically written with praise me quickly, Chen Ji chuckled and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Hey, what's wrong? Nothing, you're just a bit too cute. Hey. Alright, speaking of the investigation task, I remembered we haven't checked the results of this mission yet. Chen Ji stopped giggling and took the Mythology Encyclopedia out of his chest. The Mythology Encyclopedia was emitting a faint light at this moment, as if it couldn't wait to be read. Chapter 17, Warlord Caillou. Chen Ji opened the Mythology Encyclopedia. When he turned to the page labeled Start Writing, a strange sensation suddenly flooded his mind. As if possessed, Chen Ji pressed his hand onto that page, and the white faith once again condensed into a writing brush, which he gripped in his hand. But this time, Chen Ji saw tiny specks of light continuously precipitating from the air and pouring into the faith brush in his hand. What is going on? Seemingly aware of Chen Ji's confusion, a few lines of text slowly appeared on the pages of the Mythology Encyclopedia. Present the gods before the public, they will etch them into their minds, transforming them into that general faith, which ultimately returns here. Oh, it seems that news report is to thank. Chen Ji understood immediately. He looked up at Chimameliang, who still hadn't grasped the situation, and said, because of the news report about you, many people now know of your existence. So what? They know of you and believe in your existence. Even though they don't even know who you are, but they still believe in me. And then they started constantly providing you with faith. Exactly. Chimameliang, you've done a great service. Is that so? Chimameliang lowered her head, a bit shy, while Chen Ji turned to the chapter on investigation target. He saw that the sticky note, which previously had scratch marks written on it, emitted tiny specks of white light the moment he turned to it. The white light rose into the air and then dove straight into the Mythology Encyclopedia. As the white light faded, the text on the sticky note changed. Chen Ji looked down and read the handwriting to himself. Even the sturdiest city walls develop cracks, and even the most solid towers have loopholes. When a person's house develops gaps, how can they defend against beasts? Cracks are everywhere, flaws cannot be eliminated, and beasts will never be imprisoned in shackles. And humans cannot hide in their houses forever. Investigation task completed perfectly. Successfully obtained faith related to Sacred Remains prototype. Helpful reminder. Gods are born from faith and grow strong because of it, and you, as the editor of the Mythology Encyclopedia and one who knows the mysteries of the gods, will also bathe in the glory of the gods. Hurry, the gods are waiting. The task is completed. But I didn't even kill that so-called sacred remains prototype. Could it be that the completion of an investigation task only requires me to figure out the specifics of the anomaly? But I haven't even figured out what this thing is called, even its name was told to me by the Mythology Encyclopedia. How strange. I'll have to study this judgment rule carefully next time. Also, this sudden helpful reminder, it doesn't fit the book's usual cryptic style. Does it mean the gods can strengthen their power through faith? Come to think of it, during the previous fight, Chimameliang kept saying she wasn't in her prime. Could it be that the gods I've awakened aren't at their peak yet? The gods are waiting. Does that mean I need to speed up summoning the gods? It makes sense. In this mission, although Chimameliang's spirit body can be immune to the monster's physical attacks, she has too few physical attack methods of her own. Facing this kind of soulless anomaly, she could only slowly wear the opponent down. In other words, I now need another god to make up for my lack of physical attack method. Thinking of this, Chen Ji flipped back to the first page of the main text, returning to the start writing page. Summon a god. Unlike the last time when he had to summon a god in a hurry during a crisis, Chen Ji quietly looked at the Mythology Encyclopedia in his hands. He held his right hand in a phantom grip, and pure white faith condensed once again into a writing brush, hovering silently over the page. Chen Ji exhaled gently, his hand holding the brush trembling slightly. Feeling the faith on the brush in his hand, he suddenly sensed that he could control this faith to a certain extent. Chen Ji closed his eyes, focusing his mind to sense the faith in his hand. He slowly discovered that he could split the faith on the brush and only pour a portion of it into the book. At the same time, he also sensed that faith existed within Chimameliang, the amount exactly matching the faith he had used to awaken her. He could also sense that the faith in his hand, besides being used to awaken gods by inputting it into the Mythology Encyclopedia, could also be poured into Chimameliang. This must mean he could use this faith to strengthen these gods. Why not experiment with it first? In any case, after that news report, he had enough faith on hand. Moreover, the faith brought by that news was also thanks to Chimameliang, and he should give this ghost girl some reward. Thinking of this, Chen Ji moved the brush in his hand, and a beam of white light shot out from the tip, sinking into the entry for Chimameliang in the book. Chimameliang looked at her hands in confusion, then looked up at Chen Ji. "B-boss. I just felt, it seems like that stuff called faith came pouring in again. So how do you feel now?" "It seems I've recovered a little strength, but I still feel so weak." "So weak? Just how strong were you in the age of myth, hey?" Chen Ji silently complained in his heart while explaining to Chimameliang, "I just gave you some faith. It seems faith can allow you to recover your strength." "Hey, really? Thank you, boss. Don't mention it. Consider it the salary I'm paying you as your boss. Making you risk your life for me every day makes me feel uneasy. I'm not that kind of unscrupulous boss. Besides, if you gods are strengthened, I should be able to gain power too." Chen Ji added silently in his heart. According to the book's description, he should be able to gain some of the gods' abilities after they are strengthened. Now, it was time to test it. Chen Ji calmed his mind and silently sensed his body, but after a long time, he still didn't feel any changes. "Hey, why is there no change?" Chen Ji blinked in confusion. Suddenly, he felt his vision change. All the dead objects around him gradually became transparent in his eyes, while the living beings with vitality turned into varying shades of red, similar to infrared sensing. His vision slowly passed through the bookstore, seeing the street outside, the pedestrians coming and going, and the blue Chimameliang in front of him. Amazing. Is this the spiritual sense that Chimameliang mentioned earlier? Chen Ji looked around excitedly, then blinked, and his vision returned to normal. Since experiencing 2 supernatural battles, Chen Ji had long coveted superpowers. Now that he had obtained a divine ability, he was as excited as a child who had just received a new toy. Next. Phew, it's time to summon a god. Chen Ji looked at the writing brush in his hand, a flash of hesitation in his eyes. Just a moment ago, when he split the faith, a piece of information appeared in his mind. You can input different amounts of faith when summoning gods, but the more faith used, the easier it is to summon a powerful god. Please choose the amount of faith to input for summoning with caution. The more faith input, the easier it is to summon a powerful god. Wait, it says easier and not able to. Doesn't this mean, even if I input a huge pile of faith, it could still give me Shu Xian? The gods summoned with faith are random, and they aren't summoned in their prime form. I still need to use faith to nurture them. Isn't this just the gacha and cultivation system from games? It doesn't even have a pity system. The faith I have left is 10 times what I used to summon Chimimaliang. If I put it all in, I should be able to summon a powerful god, right? But what if I fail? Chen Ji looked at the brush in his hand, caught in a dilemma. If I pull a little, it won't hurt if I fail, but if I pull it all at once, what if I get an SSR? Logically speaking, shouldn't there be some kind of beginner pity pool or something? Why is this damn book so scammy? Should I pull a little or go all in? This. Chen Ji stared at the brush, sweating profusely, while Chimimaliang observed this confusing human behavior with bewilderment. Is boss thinking about some ultimate question of the universe? Decided. Chen Ji shouted suddenly, startling Chimimaliang. I'm going all in. Chen Ji swept the brush, and all the white faith poured into the Mythology Encyclopedia. Chen Ji watched the Mythology Encyclopedia before him with rapt attention, his entire spirit dancing along with the injected faith. A pure pillar of light erupted from the book again, and this time, it was even more intense. The small ornaments in Chen Ji's house vibrated in unison again, and the mist on the ink painting swirled once more, outlining all sorts of profound patterns. The white light grew brighter and brighter, and immediately after, a faint smell of rust drifted out from it. Jade Emperor, Queen Mother of the West, Dao Tianzuan, Yuanxia Tianzuan, Lingbao Tianzuan, Tathagata Buddha, God, Jesus, Virgin Mary, Odin, Zeus, Brahma, Ra, Perun, Itsamna, Anu, Marduk, Kukulkan, Raven 12345, bless me. Please, you must summon a powerful god for me. If that doesn't work, any one of you coming out would also be fine. Under Chen Ji's sincere prayers, the white light gradually took on a hint of scarlet. This red color was like flowing blood, or perhaps like fiery red maple leaves. Under Chen Ji's gaze, a figure slowly emerged from the light, and along with her appeared her title. Caillou. Are you the one who awakened me? 18 Chapter 18 A fierce clash between legend and modernity, physics. Chapter 18. A violent collision between legend and modernity, physics. Caillou. Chen Ji could hardly believe the information he was seeing. Caillou, one of the 3 ancestors of Yang and Huang, the Caillou who fought the Yang and Yellow Emperors to a standstill. Caillou, warlord of the 9 Li, the ancient war god of the Yang Huang pantheon. Caillou, the legendary warlord who invented metal weapons and was peerless in bravery. Even after her defeat, she was ranked alongside the Yang and Yellow Emperors as one of the 3 ancestors of Yang and Huang. Oh my goodness. I was just saying I needed a physical damage dealer, and you go and send me such a great deity. Which sacred entity sent me such a great deity? If you don't mind, please respond to my next summon. Chen Ji thought shamelessly. The Mythology Encyclopedia suddenly shivered for no apparent reason. Wait. I pulled an SSR on my first try. How much of my lifespan is left? No, next time I have to summon a god of longevity or something to extend my life. Hey. Besides the god of longevity, a god of wealth would be nice too. With a god of wealth, I wouldn't have to worry about rent. Sigh, Jiang Taigong makes all gods retreat. If I summon Jiang Taigong, will I go bankrupt? Hey, human over there, can you explain to me what is going on? Chen Ji finally snapped out of his fantasy, and only now did he notice one thing. It seemed that from the very beginning, the voice Caillou was using was female. You actually dare to ignore me. What should I punish you with? Accompanied by a melodious female voice, the red light gradually dissipated, and a petite figure appeared before Chen Ji. She had long hair draped over her shoulders, and a pair of slender horns grew from her forehead, emitting an enchanting red glow. She wore a set of archaic bronze armor, adorned with a piece of animal hide. Her skin was a healthy wheat color, and she wore bronze braces on both forearms. To be honest, the attire of the deity in front of him matched Chen Ji's imagination of Caillou quite well, but there was one point. Why does Caillou look like a young girl? Looking at the stunned Chen Ji, Caillou frowned, then opened her mouth. Hey, what's wrong with you? Were you intimidated by my divine might? I haven't even revealed my true form as the warlord yet. Is this the human realm? But why can't I sense any altars dedicated to me? Didn't the Yang and Yellow Emperors promise me back then that they would also honor me as one of the three ancestors of Yang and Huang? Also, why is my divine power reduced to so little? Even my faith is so weak. What is going on? Hey, human over there, didn't you wake me up? Can you explain it? Oh. Okay, let me think. Think my foot. Chen Ji slowly came back to his senses. He looked at the unidentified creature in front of him who claimed to be the warlord Caillou and said tremblingly, "You are the warlord Caillou?" "That's right, human. I can understand that suddenly seeing a legendary great deity does require some time to accept reality, but could you please answer my questions first?" Caillou tilted her head slightly and looked at Chen Ji with a smile. "My goddess, this isn't a reality I can accept in just a little bit of time." Chen Ji sighed inwardly and looked down at the Mythology Encyclopedia lying on the ground. Chio affiliation, Yanghuang pantheon status, normal. Fine, whatever you say. Chen Ji looked at the black and white text of Caillou written on the Mythology Encyclopedia and scratched his hair helplessly. Great deity Caillou? Oh. Finally willing to respond to the goddess's call? Cough. Forgive me, I still can't associate this person with Caillou. Calm down, Chen Ji. You've even seen the 3-in-1 Chimameliang ghost girl, what else can't you accept? Chen Ji tried hard to suppress the thunderous shock in his heart, then feigned calmness and said to the Caillou girl in front of him, "My goddess, the times have changed. This world now is indeed the human realm according to you deities, but it has been a very, very long time since your mythological era. We humans have actually come to treat you deities as things fabricated in a story. So the reason you have no offerings now is just because we simply thought you were a story, not that you aren't among the three ancestors of Yang and Huang. You really haven't been forgotten by us among the three ancestors of Yang and Huang, so my respected, great warlord Caillou, could you please withdraw your divine power first?" Chen Ji looked in panic at the gloomy-faced Caillou before him. A formless force field erupted from her body. The surrounding furniture trembled under the impact of this force field, and the chairs closest to Caillou even began to float, drifting dangerously near Chen Ji's bookshelf. Hearing Chen Ji's words, Chio's fists clenched tighter and tighter, her furrowed delicate brows resembling a mountain peak gathering thunder. After a long time, she slowly relaxed her brows. "I know, this is not your fault. Humans are a short-lived race, and short-lived brings about the distortion and modification of a story. It is just another prank of time." Caillou waved her hand, and the floating furniture landed steadily. Chen Ji let out a long sigh of relief. He didn't expect this war god to be so reasonable. And short-lived. You're comparing that to you deities who are like cheating creatures, right? A human lifespan of over 70 years is already quite long in the natural world, okay. Although Caillou had now withdrawn her divine power, her face remained terrifyingly gloomy. Just as Chen Ji was about to say something, Caillou suddenly stomped her foot hard, ancient Yanghuang profanity. "If I ever find out who caused us to fall into a deep slumber, I, Caillou, will definitely make them know why I am called the warlord." Crack. My floor. Looking at the grief-stricken Chen Ji, Caillou felt a bit embarrassed and pulled her foot out of the floor. Human architecture is truly fragile, unable to even withstand a single step from a deity. It hurts. Why is my current divine body so weak? Caillou complained secretly in her heart, but in front of a human, how could she, the dignified warlord Caillou, show weakness? She had to endure the pain in her ankle and tried hard to pretend she didn't care. Clatter. As Caillou pulled her foot out with a pop, The floor debris she had crushed fell through the large hole she had created. Chen-ji looked at the floor that had been stomped through by Caillou, not knowing whether to curse the construction team or marvel at the power of a deity. It's okay, I understand. Deities definitely need to adapt when they first descend to the mortal world. Chen-ji looked at Chio's already reddened ankle and, after hesitating for a moment, said, "How about I bring a basin of water and wash your feet?" Caillou looked down and saw that her bare feet were indeed dirty from the debris kicked up by that stomp. She nodded, "Of course, go ahead." Chen-ji turned and walked towards the bathroom, leaving only Caillou and Chimameliang in the room. Caillou stood in place with her hands on her hips. She looked at the silent ghost in front of her and roared in her heart, why is this guy still here? Otherwise, I would have used my divine power to heal my foot." Chimameliang lowered her head slightly, looking at the floor beneath her feet in a daze. What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? Warlord Caillou is right in front of me. She broke the boss's floor as soon as she arrived. She really is a fierce god. She's looking at me. From her eyes, she's still angry. She won't eat me, will she? Boss, hurry back and save me. Poor Chimameliang was almost scared silly by Chio's divine might. At this moment, Chen-ji in the bathroom had already fetched a basin of ice water. He turned back and took a bottle of medicated wine for bruises from the medicine cabinet, shaking his head helplessly. Sigh, this Caillou, she really needs to treat her injury. I hope this medicine is useful for a deity too. Just when Caillou was about to lose her patience, Chen-ji finally walked over with the ice water. Alright, great deity Caillou, please sit here first. By the way, this thing is called a sofa. It's a kind of very soft chair. Phew Tilda, you made me waste a lot of time, human. Caillou let out a long sigh of relief in her heart, then sat down on the sofa with a thud. She gently lifted her foot and pointed it at Chen-ji in front of her. So, shall we begin? Chapter 19, The Mystery of the Slumber. Chen-ji set the basin of cold water in his hands steadily on the floor. After a moment of hesitation, he reached out and gently took hold of Chio's feet, slowly immersing them into the ice water. A cold compress should make it feel a bit better. I have to be careful not to puncture her skin, sigh. This living ancestor is really hard to serve. Hiss, wait, that's not right. Caillou is one of the three ancestors of Yang and Huang. Isn't she literally my living ancestor? Chen-ji suddenly realized that he had achieved an exceptionally explosive life milestone. Hiss. As her feet were immersed in the ice water, Caillou let out an involuntary cry. Feeling the chill on her feet, Caillou understood that Chen-ji was applying an ice compress to her foot injury. Humans just love doing useless things. It's clearly a minor injury that I could heal with just one divine ability. While Caillou muttered in her heart, the corners of her mouth subconsciously curled up slightly. Haha, sorry. I was in a rush, so I just brought over the ice water. Chen-ji laughed it off while gently rubbing Chio's small feet with his hands. Her figure was only that of a half-grown child, and Chen-ji could almost wrap one hand around her pair of wheat-colored feet. So warm. Is a deity's body temperature higher than a human's? Even when soaked in ice water, these feet are still hot. Chen-ji washed away the various debris stuck to Chio's feet and was surprised to find that although Caillou walked barefoot, there wasn't a single bit of dead skin or calluses on them. They were like a pair of warm, beautiful jades, completely flawless. They're even smoother than our feet, and we wear shoes. Should I say, as expected of a deity. After a while, although the dirt on Chio's feet had been washed clean, Chen-ji still wanted her to soak them a little longer, so he continued to pretend to wash them. Caillou understood his intention and continued to lie half-reclined on the sofa, waiting for the ice water to soothe her foot injury. Chimameliang was the only one on the scene who didn't know what was happening, but she was currently trying to move herself out of the living room, away from the strange atmosphere here. After a long time, Caillou gently lifted her feet and used her nimble toes to hook Chen-ji's hand. I think this should be washed enough, right? Yes, it's just that. That's enough, this is fine. It'll just get dirty again anyway. Just as Caillou retracted her feet, Chen-ji remembered the medicinal liquor for bruises he had brought over and quickly said, "Oh right, I almost forgot one step. Chem. Human, what are you up to again? Chen Ji picked up the medicinal liquor beside him, opened the cap, and a rich scent of herbs emanated from it. Great deity Caillou has just awakened, and after such a long slumber, there must be quite a bit of muscle soreness, fatigue, and the like. I was thinking of taking the opportunity while washing your feet to give you a massage. Cold sweat broke out on Chen Ji's forehead, even he didn't believe this excuse. Then what is this? Unexpectedly, Caillou did not seem to question this obvious lie. This, medicinal liquor to relieve fatigue. It works very well when applied. Caillou lightly sniffed the scent of the medicinal liquor. Some of the ingredients, she recognized. She let out a soft chuckle, looked at Chen Ji's confused expression, and then quickly hid her amusement. Ahem, then go ahead. Chen Ji poured a little of the medicinal liquor for bruises onto his hand, then gently applied it to the injured area on Chio's feet. Using the excuse of washing feet to give my foot injury an ice compress, and now what is applying is actually medicine to heal the injury. Ph. What a self-indulgent mortal. Caillou thought, somewhat lost in thought as she watched Chen Ji busy in front of her. You are quite good at serving deities. If this were in the past, I would definitely have appointed you as a high priest. Caillou suddenly said. Sigh, my job has basically turned into being half a tutor now. What kind of little brats haven't I seen? It's all from practicing serving children. Chen Ji replied without looking up. Tutoring class, what is that? Hiss, it seems like in your era there weren't even teachers. How am I supposed to explain this to you? In short, I usually deal with children often. Serving a living ancestor, the principle is the same. Chen Ji added in his heart. Oh Tilda, are you treating me like a child? Chio's tone turned cold instantly, and Chen Ji panicked immediately. I treat. No, great deity Caillou, your divine powers are unparalleled, how would I dare? Phut. Ha 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 ha. You looked so funny just now. Alright, no need to look at me like that, I was just making a little joke. I actually don't really mind being treated like a child by others. That group of giants under Kwafu can never find me whenever they want to, and I always have to reveal myself for them to see me. What a bunch of big dummies. I'm done with the massage here. Next, we just need to wait for the medicinal liquor to slowly absorb. Chen Ji ended his massage and put the medicinal liquor away. Caillou moved her ankle a bit and was somewhat surprised to find that it had improved a lot. On one hand, the medicinal liquor had indeed played a role, and on the other, it was Chio's self-healing ability as a deity. Then, since you have served a deity, the deity must naturally bestow a reward upon you Tilda. Caillou grinned, and before Chen Ji could react, a ball of blood-red energy instantly condensed on her right hand. Immediately after, she clenched her right hand into a fist and slammed it violently into the floor. Hey, my! Before Chen Ji could cry out, that red energy madly surged into the floor beneath his feet, a faint smell of blood emanated from the floor, and at the same time, a faint sound of slaughter rang in Chen Ji's ears. Then, Chen Ji saw the fragments of the broken floor wrapped in this energy, unexpectedly floating back on their own, and in the blink of an eye, the hole was filled. Seeing Chen Ji's surprised expression, Caillou waved her hand triumphantly, and this red energy dissipated along with it. The original faint smell of blood and the sound of slaughter also disappeared. Chen Ji looked at the repaired floor in surprise and stepped on it in disbelief. The repaired floor was quite sturdy, exactly the same as it was before it was gouged through. An excellent deity will satisfy all the wishes of their subjects. How about it? Are you shocked by the miracle? Caillou said triumphantly. Amazing, but great deity Caillou, there is one thing I don't quite understand. I wonder if you could clear up my confusion? Of course, go ahead and ask. Regarding you deities, why exactly did you slumber? Slumber, TSK, I get angry just thinking about it. I, the dignified warlord Caillou, was actually plotted against. This is intolerable. Plotted against. Actually, I don't really know what happened. I just remember one day, I inexplicably fell into this chaotic slumber. After that, I don't know how long passed, a wisp of faith entered my perception, I absorbed it, and that ended the slumber. Come to think of it, it's strange. If the guys in this world who could make me slumber really wanted to harm me, they wouldn't need to do this. Besides, they have absolutely no reason to do so. Not only that, except for you, great deity Caillou, all the gods in the world should be in a slumber right now. Chen Ji added. All the gods are in a slumber. Although I had already guessed it, this is simply impossible, right? With their power. Caillou frowned deeply and fell into deep thought. Is it that all the myths in this world have been plunged into a slumber? Chen Ji suddenly shivered. To be able to make those great deities fall into a slumber, what kind of terrifying power is this? What kind of person, or what kind of thing, planned all of this behind the scenes? #20 Chapter 20, After Images. Chapter 20, After Image. What kind of immense power would it take to plunge all the gods in the world into a deep slumber? Chen Ji simply could not imagine. Caillou, during the time before you fell into your deep slumber, did those supreme gods have any reaction? Reaction? I wasn't actually that close to them. The three pure ones were still in their respective dojos. I don't know what they were doing. I don't even know where Fushi and Nuer usually stay. Di Jun was always maintaining the cycle of the sun and moon, and Donghuang Tai was even more so, wandering the four corners of the world. In short, they were just doing what they always did. I didn't see anything different at all. Not even the supreme gods took any action. Or could it be that they actually did something in secret, but it failed? Perhaps, the current situation is actually a success. Chen Ji touched the Mythology Encyclopedia he had tucked back into his chest. Sigh, forget it. I can't do anything right now, so I'll just take it one step at a time. When I summon a supreme god one day, I can just ask them in person, right? At this moment, Caillou stretched her arms and said excitedly, however, since I have already awakened, it is time to tell you all that we have returned, Tilda. Huh? What are you going to do? Do you even need to ask? Naturally, it's to go out and see what kind of world you humans have built without gods. Caillou turned to look out the window, speaking with great interest. Hey, wait. You can't just go out like that. Chen Ji hurriedly went up to stop Caillou. Why? I want to announce to them that I have returned. Chen Ji looked at the red horns on Chio's head, then at the bronze armor on her body, and shook his head helplessly. Caillou. If you go out like this now, at best you'll be taken for someone doing cosplay. If you show off your divine power, they'll report you directly to the Anomaly Investigation Bureau. Anomaly Investigation Bureau? What is that? Why would they want to arrest me? I am the warlord Caillou. Caillou, you. Sigh, forget it. Let me slowly explain the current situation of humanity to you first. That is the general situation right now. Anomalies are rampant, causing humans to be suspicious of all non-human supernatural beings. And Caillou, you are currently in a temporary period of weakness. They won't believe you are a god either. So, you are saying that I must disguise myself as a mortal to blend into your modern human society? Exactly. Before you, Caillou, recover to your peak, we can only hide for now and let me slowly collect faith. Chen Ji looked at Caillou nervously. Her expression was unreadable, neither happy nor angry. She just stood there, wondering what she was thinking about. Fine, I'm not here to cause trouble for you humans anyway. I'll follow your human rules. Unexpectedly, Caillou accepted her current situation very quickly. That's great. If you have any questions about the modern world, you can ask me at any time. I also have some books here that can help you understand the modern world. Oh right, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Chen Ji, and I am the owner of this bookstore. You can stay here from now on. There are empty rooms upstairs. You can choose one to live in. The conditions are a bit tough, certainly incomparable to your temple, but with a little tidying up, it's quite livable. I have to work downstairs during the day, so be careful not to come downstairs and let the customers see you. See me. What would happen? What else could happen? Of course. Before Chen Ji could finish his sentence, Caillou gently clapped her hands. A burst of purple smoke rose from her feet, quickly enveloping her. After a moment, the smoke dissipated, and Caillou reappeared before Chen Ji's eyes. Would you report me to the authorities to have me arrested like this? Seeing this, the pair of crimson horns on Chio's head had disappeared, and the archaic bronze armor on her body had also vanished. In their place was a set of loose clothing exactly like the one Chenji was wearing. It's a bit big. Caillou raised her hands, which were completely covered by the sleeves, looked up and down at the clothes that were too big for her, then turned back to Chenji and said, "Can you find some clothes that modern human girls would wear for me to see?" You did this. Oh, just a simple illusion, a little trick that basically every god knows Tilda alright. Can I come out now? Then how do I explain your appearance? Frankly speaking, Chenji didn't want a great deity like Caillou running around upstairs and downstairs during the day. With her lack of restraint in her strength, what if she accidentally hurt a customer or something? Just say, "I'm your newly hired employee." Looking at the grinning Caillou, Chenji slapped his hand over his face. Good heavens, hiring child labor is against the law. Fine. I'll say you're a relative of mine, coming to stay at my place for a couple of days. Chenji silently added the words "child" in his heart. Alright, you can change back for now. Follow Chimameliang later, and let her show you the rooms upstairs. I'll go pick out a couple of clothes for you to wear. Chimameliang? Is that the slightly weird ghost? Weird? She's actually quite. Chimameliang, are you okay? Chenji turned his head and saw that the little ghost who had been motionless before was now trembling in mid-air. The ghostly blue light on her body was flashing frantically like a disco ball, and her whole little face was distorted like a TV screen with severe signal interference. Hearing Chenji's words, her voice sounded like a broken cassette tape. "I am FF fine, BB boss, I am JJ just AAA little." Looking at Chimameliang, who had turned into a little ghostly blue disco light, Chenji immediately took out the Mythology Encyclopedia and quickly flipped to the page for Chimameliang. Status: spiritual disturbance, early stage. What is going on? Perhaps it's because Facing Chenji's puzzled gaze, Caillou spoke somewhat awkwardly. "I just repaired your floor by channeling my warlord divine power into your house, temporarily turning this place into my battlefield, and then used my weapon forging divine ability to repair it. But, because I temporarily turned this place into my battlefield, it generated the killing aura of the military school, and spiritual bodies are extremely sensitive to baleful aura, so they are very easily hurt by it." I see. No wonder I heard the sounds of slaughter in my ears when you did that earlier. Chenji nodded in understanding, then asked, "Do you know how to treat it?" I have never dealt with this situation before, but I see there is still some residual baleful aura on her. If I help her clear it out, it should be fine. Let's try it then. Chimameliang, go with Caillou for now. Oh okay, BB boss. After a while, Chenji saw that the status column for Chimameliang had returned to normal. Phew, thankfully it wasn't a big problem. Just as Chenji was about to close the Mythology Encyclopedia, he suddenly discovered that under the investigation target chapter in the book, there was an extra line, suspicious location. Again, can't I even have a single day of peace? Flipping to that page, another note appeared out of thin air, tucked into the Mythology Encyclopedia. Afterglow. I don't want to lose anymore, I don't want to forget anymore, I don't want to watch them turn into ashes right before my eyes anymore. I want to leave something behind. Mission location, number 162, Hongfu Road, Shifan District. Chapter 21, Gangs. Bang. Hey, you old geezer, you've been putting off this payment for almost 3 months now, Tilda. Everybody, bosses, this really isn't me intentionally delaying your payment, it's just that. In a corner of this sanctuary, a dilapidated little shop was nestled in the shadows of towering skyscrapers. Multicolored lights shone onto its storefront window, which had been smashed, and the puddles on the roadside reflected its metal shutter, which had been violently pried open. The trash can at the entrance had been kicked over, with garbage scattered everywhere, and some of it had even been blown into the shop by the wind. Inside the shop, 3 burly men, each holding a weapon, stood in front of the shelves, scanning the items in the small store with malicious intent. Meanwhile, at the counter, a young man dressed like a thug with dyed red hair was stabbing a dagger into the counter repeatedly while glancing sideways at the trembling middle-aged man behind it. Look, Uncle Zhao, we've been old neighbors for so many years, and everyone's just out here trying to make a living. Why make things unpleasant? If you had paid on time, why would our brothers have had to make such a long trip? Please, have mercy, bosses. I really don't want to delay payment, but look at this broken shop of mine. How could I possibly have the money to give you? No money. If you don't have money, why are you running this shitty shop? One of the burly men behind the redhead widened his eyes upon hearing this and raised his weapon at the middle-aged man. Hey, don't do that. Uncle Zhao is our good neighbor. Don't go getting violent right off the bat, the red-haired youth said with a fake smile. Upon hearing this, the burly man spat hard onto Uncle Zhao's shelf and stepped back. Uncle Zhao, I'll be honest with you. When we first came over, I could tell that your shop is truly poor. The glass shatters as soon as it's hit, it's not even reinforced. However, you're being a bit too much. You haven't paid the membership fee for 3 consecutive months. How do you expect others to feel? You know, out of everyone, you owe the most in membership fees. You've been using the fees that others are covering for you, Tilda. How did we agree on things back then, Tilda? You old neighbors all pay a little bit of membership fees to us every month for the Harmonious and Happy Neighborhood Mutual Aid Association, and we use this money to organize our Harmonious and Happy Neighborhood Mutual Aid Association to protect everyone's safety, Tilda. What? Are you trying to use money paid by others to ensure your own safety now? No, I didn't. No. Then where is your money? Uncle Zhao, oh Uncle Zhao, you know that the world is very difficult these days. Anomalies are everywhere, and those people from the Anomaly Investigation Bureau are simply too busy to handle it all. If something really happens, they're always the last ones to arrive, Tilda. So what can we do? We can only huddle together for warmth. Just think, if it weren't for our Harmonious and Happy Neighborhood Mutual Aid Association, who could guarantee that nothing would happen in this little shop of yours, Tilda? As soon as he finished speaking, the red-haired youth quickly flipped the hand holding the dagger, and the dagger instantly shot out, flying right past Uncle Zhao's cheek and embedding itself deep into the wall behind her. Look at that, what a fragile little shop. If some kind of anomaly occurred here, TSK. Have mercy. I beg you, I really don't have any money now, I really don't have any money. Uncle Zhao pleaded, weeping bitterly, but the red-haired youth only looked at him with disgust. Zhao, we've said all the nice things we could, the rest is up to you. If you don't have money, don't you still have so many things here? Can't you use your goods to pay off the debt? Goods. Quick, list all the assets in your shop and let me see. Facing the hooligans in front of him, even though Uncle Zhao was 10,000 times unwilling, he finally handed over his asset details to the red-haired thug. The red-haired thug casually scribbled a few lines on the list. Except for these, someone will come to haul the rest away tomorrow morning. This won't do. What? I've wiped off all the interest you owed. You should be grateful that I'm even merciful enough to take these pieces of junk. Remember, there won't be a next time. If you dare to delay payment again, your house, we just happened to be looking to build a new branch recently. The youth led the 3 burly men away, leaving only Uncle Zhao helplessly slumped in the shop. Animals. The 4 thugs, led by the redhead, walked proudly along the dirty street like wild dogs that had just won a fight, their weapons constantly banging against the pipes or lampposts on the side of the road, making all sorts of noisy racket. They passed through layers of alleys, ducked into illegal structures that looked like accumulated sores, and finally turned into the main venue of their so-called Harmonious and Happy Neighborhood Mutual Aid Association. Ha. We pulled off another big one today. They walked in while grinning hideously, but today, the place was very quiet. Chem. What's going on? They stood in place. The entire building was silent, and even the people who usually stood guard outside were gone. They walked slowly inside, seeing many overturned wine bottles or flipped gambling tables along the way, with messy footprints everywhere. Hey, where is everyone? Where did you all die off to? Their calls echoed in the empty building, yet there was still no answer. Look. These footprints all lead to the boss's place. Let's go. Let's go see what on earth they're up to. The group of thugs grabbed their weapons and rushed toward the room of their so-called boss, arriving at the tightly closed door in no time. "Boss, are you in there? It's me. Come in." Hearing the boss's voice, the four of them immediately pushed open the door and rushed in together. Upon entering the room, thick smoke obscured their vision. The red-haired thug narrowed his eyes, adjusting to the dim light in the room. "And who are you lot?" A strange voice sounded from the depths of the room, and the red-haired thug was instantly startled. He violently swung the machete in his hand, pointing it toward the location where the voice came from. "Who are you? Only our boss can sit in that spot. Are you tired of living?" As soon as these words were spoken, the three burly men behind him also stepped forward, and all sorts of foul language spewed from their mouths. Noisy. Swish. Accompanying this sound was a feeling as if a breeze had brushed past. The red-haired thug just wanted to continue cursing, but for some reason, his throat couldn't move. He subconsciously raised his hand to touch his throat, but when his hand touched it, his vision suddenly rolled, as if the world was spinning. Plop. The red-haired thug's eyes widened, looking at his feet in horror. Only now did he realize that he had been beheaded. "You should teach your subordinates what politeness is." The smoke cleared, and on the sofa that originally belonged to the boss, two hooded figures were sitting properly. "The interlude is resolved, now let's continue," one of them said. "Regarding how you will serve my holy sect with loyalty." 22 Chapter 22 Hunter and Hound. Chapter 22, Hunters and Hounds. In the dim room, faint smoke slowly spread, hovering above the two hooded figures, then drifted along the walls to the side of the terrified gang thugs who were silent as cicadas in winter. They watched with trepidation as their so-called four brothers were hacked into pieces on the ground by the two hooded figures, yet they dared not utter a single word. Phew. Two saints, I can understand your annoyance at being disturbed. However, this is my territory after all. Killing my men in my territory just because of a disagreement makes it hard for me to answer to my brothers. A low voice sounded from the darkness beside the two hooded figures, followed by a puff of thick smoke. The two hooded figures, referred to as saints, waved their hands with disgust to disperse the smoke and said impatiently to the darkness, got it. We'll ship you 2 more sets of equipment. Then many thanks to your sect for the business tilde." Accompanied by the sound of gears meshing, a behemoth stood up from the darkness. It was a giant nearly 7 meters tall, its back brushing against the ceiling even while hunched over. It reached out and slowly pushed something out, and with another puff of snow-white smoke, a large boss chair was pushed in front of the two hooded figures. A 2-meter-tall brute was reclining on this oversized boss chair. His body was knotted with muscle, and his square face was covered in unkempt, ragged stubble. He held a huge dry tobacco pipe in his hand, from which faint white smoke slowly rose, merging into the smoke in the room. The brute put the dry tobacco pipe in his mouth, took a deep drag, and then slowly exhaled the thick smoke. He looked at the two hooded figures through the smoke. "Tell me, what do you want us to do this time?" "Help us kill something." "Oh, not kill a person, but kill a thing? Are you trying to make us risk our lives against an anomaly?" The two hooded figures looked at him without a word. "I knew it. Why did you agree so readily to give me 2 more sets?" "It turns out it's because you want to use us as cannon fodder and are afraid the cannon fodder will die too quickly. Gang leader, have you been playing local emperor for too long that you've forgotten who you are?" The two hooded figures stood up abruptly, and a non-human, beastly stench emanated from them. The surrounding white smoke cleared instantly, and the thugs who were closer even fainted directly. Fine, you are the bosses." Gang leader tapped his dry tobacco pipe casually, not even raising his head as he said, "Tell me the details. I'll decide how much to charge you after I hear them. It's like this. You should have seen the news from a couple of days ago. Yeah, the investigation bureau caught a big one in the saw, and incidentally discovered another anomaly. TSK, looking at the portrait, it's a girl. That figure is so exquisite, I wonder if her face is also." The one gunned down by the running dogs of the Anomaly Investigation Bureau was the Sacred Remains prototype of our holy sect. "Oh, never heard of it. Is it important?" One of the hooded figures could no longer restrain himself. He threw back his cloak, revealing a pair of sharp claws, and was about to pounce on the brute. "You ignorant piece of trash. Today I will make you." "Stop. Idiot. How are we supposed to root out the holy sect's enemies without them? Hearing his companion's angry rebuke, the hooded figure immediately stopped. He glared resentfully at the brute, while gang leader just shrugged at him. In short, if it weren't for that inexplicably appearing anomaly, we would have been able to safely recover the sacred remains prototype. It's all because of it. If it weren't for its fault, how would we have ended up in this state? So, you want us to help you stuff caterpillars into her clothes like bickering elementary school students? I wouldn't mind the first half of that plan. I want you to kill it, and then give me a recording of the process of killing it. Oh my, now not only do you want us to blatantly kill an anomaly, but you also want us to defy the image prohibition law? The leading hooded figure reached into his bosom and pulled out a sticky camera, throwing it from a distance to gang leader. This is a camera specially made by our holy sect. The lackeys of the investigation bureau won't be able to track it. That's really valuable. Couldn't you have wiped it clean before giving it to me? Listen well. Regarding this operation, we will give you some holy relics to help you root that thing out. I know how long you've been entrenched in this sanctuary. You should know every blade of grass and tree here like the back of your hand. You have 1 month to slaughter it for me. Holy relics? What type? You'll know when the time comes. All equipment will be delivered around 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, at the usual meeting spot. Fine, but it looks like you know nothing about this anomaly either. You want us to capture a humanoid, spirit type, intelligent anomaly with absolutely no information on it within a month. Fine. Rare. What would you do otherwise? A strained, awkward voice rang out from among the standing thugs. Serving the holy sect is your honor. I've said all I need to say. How you do it is up to you. The two hooded figures simultaneously drew a strange symbol on their chests and then chanted in unison, "Praise our Lord. Praise our Lord." 2 cracks split open in the air out of nowhere, and the 2 of them leaped in and vanished. Phew, that bunch of half-human, half-ghost bastards from the church are really hard to serve. Gang leader let out a long sigh and slammed his large dry tobacco pipe hard again, sending sparks flying. My friend, your suffering is but a trifle. Such nameless evil spirits are merely those marking themselves for death. With our strength. Sigh. Can't you speak normally? Under gang leader's helpless gaze, a figure slowly emerged from the crowd. He wore an exceptionally wide bamboo hat that completely covered his face. On his back, 4 greatswords were strapped to his body, with 4 iron chains connected to the hilts of these 4 greatswords, tethering them to his back. He clasped his hands in a salute toward gang leader and said indifferently, "I am willing. You, ****, let's just discuss how to start investigating this matter first." In a certain alley, 2 cracks suddenly opened, and the 2 hooded figures filed out from them. They looked around, confirmed that no one had discovered them, and then began to curse resentfully. A bunch of ungrateful things. Can this bunch of misfits really get this done for us? They have to, whether they can or not. They have been breeding and spreading in this sanctuary like a fungus for so long, and only they can root that ghost thing out. Damn it. Although we successfully pushed all the blame onto that anomaly in front of the bishop now wants us to kill that guy, saying that he cannot tolerate any variables interfering with the plan. If we fail again. The hooded figure who was speaking slightly unbuttoned his robe, revealing an exceptionally horrifying wound that ran from his neck all the way to his lower abdomen, with some strange black substance writhing madly within the wound, which was nauseating. This crack is about to split open completely. Chapter 23, The Abandoned Building. Dear passengers, the next station is Chiffon District. Please disembark in an orderly manner. The maglev bus slowed down as it approached the station, and the silver train came to a silent stop at the platform. With a creak, the train doors slid open to both sides, and a few scattered passengers began to walk out of the carriage one after another. Wow, is this the improved vehicle you humans have created? I really want to see the look on Xuanyuan's face when he sees this . The young girl leapt joyfully from the carriage, landing on the platform with a patter. She wore a fire-red short-sleeved shirt with a giant panda pattern on the chest, paired with hot pants, her wheat-colored thighs radiating youthful energy. Following behind her was a young man with a look of utter despair on his face. Chen-ji only felt regret now, deep regret. You mean those books? I fell asleep halfway through. Not long ago, when Chen-ji was preparing to take these two great deities out to investigate an anomaly, Caillou had said that very sentence to him, completely unabashed. Then you. Oh, at least I skimmed through them all, and don't I have you, Boss Chen? Besides, who would have thought you'd take us out so quickly? I was planning to read the second half today. Sigh. I guess I'll just have to make do. Thus, Chen-ji made the biggest mistake of his life so far, taking an ancient deity who had only a superficial understanding of modern society out in public. Boss. Are these your houses? They're so bright. Are they made of glazed glass? They're glowing. Is this maintained by the power of heavenly thunder that you control? Are those moving pictures that look like shadow puppetry all televisions? You can make them that big. An entire wall on the outside of this building is a television. Sigh, why does it seem to be repeating meaningless information? Boss, come look at this. Throughout the whole journey, Caillou was as excited as a child, displaying an overflowing curiosity about everything around her. From the towering skyscrapers that blocked out the sky to the portable smart devices on passers-by, from the dazzling large shopping malls to the street stalls crowded into the alleys, Caillou had completely transformed into a curious baby, wanting to ask Chen-ji about almost everything she saw. Under the strange gazes of passers-by, Chen-ji wished he could find a shadow to hide in, just like Chimimeliang. They're both deities, so why is Caillou not as easy to manage as Chimimeliang? AC. Actually, I also wanted to ask the same questions that great deity Caillou asked. Chimimeliang's voice echoed weakly in Chen-ji's mind. Chen-ji helplessly covered his eyes, but after being reminded by Chimimeliang's words, he realized how flawed his plan to help the deities adapt to modern life had been. Before this, he had simply let the deities read books and watch television programs that introduced modern society, but he had never taken them out to witness this new world with their own eyes. Hollow descriptions could never truly help someone understand a world they had never encountered. Only by letting these deities truly walk into the mortal world could they understand what kind of human world it was now. If I have time, I should bring them out more often. Chen-ji thought to himself. Caillou skipped and hopped through the streets and alleys, followed by Chen-ji, who was jogging to keep up, and Chimimeliang, who was hiding in Chen-ji's shadow. The one human and two deities walked quickly through this beautiful modern city, and soon they arrived near the target location. Number 162 Hongfu Road, Shiffan District. An unfinished building. The desolate and dilapidated building stood like a withered old tree, lifelessly rooted in a forest of skyscrapers. The pitch-black windows and rusty scaffolding all told passers-by of the pain of being forgotten. Phew, finally here. This damn place is really hard to find. Then again, if it were easy to find, the Anomaly Investigation Bureau would have already contained it. I wonder where this encyclopedia gets the information about these anomalies. The Mythology Encyclopedia on Chen-ji's chest skipped a beat, but Chen-ji himself didn't notice. Chen-ji looked up at the dilapidated building. This unfinished building was 25 stories high, with 4 main gates on the ground floor serving as entrances and exits. Beneath it was a 3-level underground parking lot, which had been abandoned along with the building. Alright, now I'll state the information I've gathered so far. Chen-ji cleared his throat, took out his phone, and read the information he had recorded in his notebook. This building was abandoned about 2 years ago, apparently because the developer ran off or something, but I feel it doesn't have much to do with our investigation mission. I specifically searched for some supernatural phenomena related to this place, and later discovered that someone had once seen this building on fire. However, when the fire department arrived, there were no signs of fire in the entire building. Since this is not a monitored area designated by the image prohibition law, the words of that person could not be verified at all. Someone saw a building ablaze, even though it wasn't actually on fire. It is said that the Anomaly Investigation Bureau also sent a few people to investigate afterward, but they didn't find anything, and now it has just ended with no conclusion. Sounds like this guy is good at hiding. Caillou gently stroked her chin, looking up at the building. And this building is a bit too tall. Why do you humans build such tall buildings and then leave them here ignored? Don't ask me, I don't know what they were thinking. Anyway, this mission seems to require us to conduct a carpet search of this building. Chimimaliang, use your spiritual sense to search for any anomaly phenomena here. Yes. Boss. Chimimaliang immediately zipped out of Chen Ji's shadow. Just as she was about to float into the building, she was called back by Chen Ji. Wait, you have another task. Is there something else you want me to do? Use your Wangliang ghost mask to disguise me and Caillou. With the experience from last time, Chen Ji was more cautious this time and had Chimimaliang put the ghost mask disguise on everyone in advance. Last time, it was just by chance that the investigators didn't see him, but this time he might not be so lucky. Oh, sorry, I forgot because I was in a rush. The light on Chimimaliang's body flickered, then she gently wiped her hand across Chen Ji and Chio's faces, and two ghost masks appeared on their faces. Let's go in and take a look together. By strengthening Chimimaliang with faith last time, Chen Ji also gained Chimimaliang's spiritual sense. Now, to improve efficiency, he and Caillou also entered the building together to investigate traces of the anomaly with Chimimaliang. This place is so big. How long will this take to search? Why don't I just punch this building to pieces and search it that way? Caillou frowned slightly, and then said something shocking. Blow up the building? Chen Ji was startled by Caillou, and then heard her say, No, this weak divine body can't do that yet. Sigh, let's search slowly. Phew. Chen Ji let out a long sigh. As expected, taking an ancient deity out in public is an extreme sport. #24 Chapter 24 The Completed Floors. Chapter 24 The Built Floor. After the brief interlude where Caillou made a shocking remark, Chen Ji and his group began to formally explore the abandoned building. Ever since they entered, a faint, lingering smell of rot had been surrounding them. Chen Ji scanned the area with his spiritual sense in confusion and spoke slowly. Strange, I don't see anything rotten around here. Where is this smell coming from? Caillou, can you smell where this odor is coming from? No. I just feel like it's drifting in from all directions. Wait, no. Why are you asking me this? Do I have a good sense of smell? Caillou replied casually, but halfway through, she suddenly thought of something and immediately looked at Chen Ji with suspicious eyes. I thought that as an ancient Yanghuang deity from the primordial era, Caillou would have some kind of sharp, primitive senses, Chen Ji thought to himself, though he certainly wouldn't answer Caillou directly. Oh, I just thought that since the great deity Caillou is the legendary invincible warlord, she would have a sensitive intuition for anomalies on the battlefield that far exceeds that of a mortal. Chen Ji bluffed without batting an eye. I see. That part is true, but this isn't a battlefield, at least not right now. Caillou seemed quite pleased with Chen Ji's words, and a hint of cheerfulness involuntarily crept into her tone. However, it is indeed strange. Although this smell of rot is faint, it is drifting in from all directions. To cause this effect, we must be surrounded by a pile of trash, yet there isn't even half a fallen leaf around us. That's right, not even half a fallen leaf. Chen Ji suddenly realized something. He expanded his spiritual sense again and sensed the surrounding environment carefully. What's wrong, boss? Chimimaliang sensed Chen Ji's actions and asked in his mind with some confusion. I'm looking for life. Upon hearing this, Chimimaliang realized, that's right. There isn't a shred of life in this building. Previously, she had been searching for anomalies and hadn't paid attention to those other minor details. But after Chen Ji's reminder, she realized that the biggest anomaly was actually right in front of them. Boss, on this floor we're on right now, there isn't even a single bug. Yeah, and no plants either. Not even grass growing in the cracks of the bricks on the sunny side, Chen Ji added. Also, I just checked again, and the dust here isn't right either. Logically speaking, in a building that has been abandoned for 2 years, the dust accumulated inside shouldn't be just this much. Chen Ji squatted down, gently pinched some dust, and looked at the thickness of it. It's too little, way too little. With this amount, my bookstore would accumulate more dust in 3 months without cleaning. That's right, ever since Chen Ji lost his memory, he hadn't cleaned the entire small building at all. Just kidding, how could he clean it alone? Fortunately, he had employees now. No. Letting Caillou or Chimimeliang do the cleaning. Chen Ji shrank his neck. He still wanted to live a few more years. Such an obvious anomaly, the Anomaly Investigation Bureau couldn't have failed to notice it. But since that investigation ended in nothing, it means this anomaly is hiding very well. Its concealment ability even deceived the detection ability of the painter. Sigh. Even the professional team couldn't find anything. Can a ragtag group like us do it? That's why I say it's easier to just tear the building down. You are not allowed to tear the building down. Chen Ji scratched his head with some worry, then began to assign tasks. Chimimeliang, you check the first floor and the parking lot below. Caillou and I will go up to search. After you finish searching the parking lot, come up and meet us. Okay, boss. Chimimeliang immediately dived underground and began to investigate the parking lot below. To some extent, this building can be considered haunted, Chen Ji remarked, watching Chimimeliang dive down. Chen Ji and Caillou climbed up the dilapidated stairs towards the second floor. When Chen Ji reached the end of the stairs on the second floor, he looked up, and then a bizarre scene jumped into his view. Holy crap, am I dreaming? You are not. In front of Chen Ji was a well-decorated residential floor. On both sides of the corridor were 2 rows of doors with couplets pasted on them. Those couplets and Fu characters looked like they had been hanging there for a long time, many only having a small piece left. The corridor lights seemed to sense Chen Ji's arrival and lit up one by one, even though this building had no electricity at all. Chen Ji stared blankly at this scene that was severed from reality, and Caillou, who was standing beside him, pulled him. It seems this shouldn't be a normal phenomenon, right? Of course it's not normal. Look, there are glass windows on the window frames across the corridor. We didn't see any floor with glass windows when we were outside just now. This thing called an anomaly is quite interesting. It reminds me of the experience of being toyed with by that guy named Feng who under the Yellow Emperor back in the day. I hate these mysterious, spooky things the most. I really want to call Feng Bo and Yu Shi to wash away all these things that are pretending to be ghosts, or just let Kwafu kick them away. Chen Ji and Caillou walked onto the eerie second floor. Caillou was very interested in the corridor lights overhead that could sense visitors and light up automatically without the need for magic or supernatural powers, while Chen Ji was analyzing the situation on the second floor. Compared to the building outside, this corridor is very narrow and doesn't match the actual volume of the building at all. Either these rooms are surprisingly large, or there are other corridors and rooms, or we have entered another space. Chen Ji activated his spiritual sense, but discovered that his vision could not penetrate the floor beneath his feet at all, and the exploration of those rooms stopped at the living rooms behind each respective door. Strange, I can't use my spiritual sense. Is it because my strength is too weak? Or is the situation here special? At least it can still be used in this corridor, and there are no strange movements around for now. I wonder if the Mythology Encyclopedia can still be used in this ghost place. Thinking of this, Chen Ji suddenly realized that he and Caillou might be trapped here without help, so he immediately took out the Mythology Encyclopedia and used it to communicate with Chimimeliang. Hello, Chimimeliang, can you hear me? What's wrong, boss? Oh, nothing, just a small situation. I wanted to see how things are on your end. Everything is normal on my end for now. Seeing that the Mythology Encyclopedia could still be used normally, Chen Ji immediately felt much more at ease. Alright, since things aren't completely out of control yet, there's no need to call Chimimeliang up to help yet. Next, let me see what kind of tricks you are up to. Chapter 25, Breaking and Entering. A reminder before we begin, Boss Chen is not some super genius, nor is he a cold-blooded killer. He used to be an ordinary corporate slave. He won't be like the protagonist of a power fantasy, instantly becoming cold, bloodthirsty, and omniscient as if he'd spent decades struggling in the Primeval Forest from the very beginning of the story. He's just a silly little corporate slave. Seeing blood or corpses for the first time, he's bound to panic and feel nauseated, especially given the impact of suddenly seeing such things. Also, all the deductions he makes now are based on the clues he currently knows, and there will definitely be a gap, or even a vast difference, from the final truth, especially when his opponent is intentionally misleading him, and Boss Chen has never learned anything about criminal investigation. Please don't criticize the protagonist. Give him some time to grow. Chen Ji looked at the rooms around him. In terms of style, this floor of the residential building was the standard, uniform sanctuary residential area style popular 10 years ago, its prominent feature being sturdiness and durability. Unlike the overly tidy first floor, this floor was significantly more normal. The corridor lights on the ceiling were covered in spiderwebs, the floor around the doors of each room was smeared with stains left by trash, and there were even a few burnt-out cigarette butts left under the corridor window. They really made it look like a normal residential building. With such an obvious anomaly, there's no way the Anomaly Investigation Bureau wouldn't have discovered it back then. Even if those investigators were trapped here and couldn't get out, if investigators went missing, the Investigation Bureau would definitely have leveled this building with a single blast. Since this building has been preserved until now, it means that when the Investigation Bureau came to investigate last time, they never even entered this residential building. Sigh. It seems we've triggered a hidden level. Did you do all this? Chen Ji reached through his clothes and touched the Mythology Encyclopedia on his chest. The Mythology Encyclopedia pulsed quietly, showing no intention of acknowledging Chen Ji at all. Chen Ji looked at the surrounding rooms and suddenly noticed something odd. He looked at them one by one, counting the room numbers on the doors. 302, 303, 304. These door numbers are all for the third floor, but this is the second floor. Chen Ji walked around in circles, but in the end, he didn't find any other clues. This floor didn't even have a floor number. He could only infer from the door numbers that this should be the third floor, or rather, the third floor of some residential building. My phone has no signal, otherwise I could go online and check what's going on with this residential building. Now, the only things left that haven't been investigated are these rooms. Caillou. Is it finally time for me to tear down the building? Hey, not tear down. Forget it, that's about right. Come here first. What's that in your hand? This. I just took it apart for fun because I was bored. Caillou weighed the corridor light, which was still sparking, up and down in her hand and flashed a bright smile at Chen Ji. This is really interesting. The internal structure of you humans' current electric lights is super complicated. I was actually thinking of studying it. Fine. I don't think this anomaly will require me to pay for damages. Come on, let's start with this one. Chen Ji first reached out and knocked on the door. Hello? Excuse me, is anyone there? After a long while, there was not a sound from inside the room. Chen Ji pressed his ear against the door to listen for a moment, then turned to Caillou and said, there shouldn't be anything inside. Break the door down. You got it. Caillou warmed up her arm, and a blood-red light burst forth from her hand. She aimed at the door and slammed her fist into it. Boom. Under Chio's iron fist, the sturdy blast-proof door was instantly shattered into pieces, as if it had been hit by artillery. The tremendous shock of the sound left Chen Ji feeling dazed. He stared blankly as Caillou shook her hand in triumph and walked back, stepping over the debris of the door. TSK, I didn't expect this lousy door to be so flimsy. I used a bit too much force. Chen Ji gave a bitter smile. This was a standard sanctuary blast-proof door from back in the day. A door that could even stop bullets had been blasted apart by her with a single punch, and she called it flimsy? Chen Ji looked around. Despite the loud bang just now, there was no reaction from any of the other doors. It seemed that there were basically no living people, or rather, no normal people on this floor of the residential building. Let's go inside and take a look. Chen Ji and Caillou walked into the room. After passing through the entryway, they entered the small living room. Chen Ji looked around. There were only some seemingly very ordinary pieces of furniture. A coffee table, chairs, and a television, nothing strange about them. Unfortunately, the very fact that all of this appeared in this place was an anomaly in itself. Chen Ji checked the furniture, using his spiritual sense to study their internal structure, and finally discovered that these were indeed just ordinary pieces of furniture. Moreover, even though they had entered the room, Chen Ji's spiritual sense still couldn't penetrate the walls to check the rooms with closed doors. Strange, I still can't use my spiritual sense. Is it because of these walls? Chen Ji touched the wall with his hand and tapped it lightly. Boom. Since they're hindering your ability, why not just smash them open and see? Looking at the wall that had been pushed over by Caillou with a single palm strike, Chen Ji was speechless for a moment. Right. Since I have absolute power, why do I need to follow the rules of this anomaly's abilities? Chen Ji looked at the warlord Caillou before him and suddenly understood what the great power of a god meant. Chen Ji then expanded his spiritual sense again. This time, he was able to smoothly cover the room behind the wall and see the situation inside clearly. However, compared to the relatively normal living room, the situation inside the bedroom was extremely bizarre. What on earth is this? Chen Ji looked at the room with a strange expression, then gritted his teeth and prepared to step inside. Hey, wait. What exactly is going on in there? Caillou grabbed Chen Ji. She had seen his strange expression clearly just now. I just saw a humanoid figure inside. It looks like someone melted half of his body. Caillou paused upon hearing this. Then she sniffed lightly and shook her head. No, I don't smell any blood. It's unlikely to be that. Besides, with such a gruesome way to die, do you really want to go in and investigate by yourself? I heard from Chimameliang that you used to be an ordinary bookstore owner, and you've only just started dealing with these man-eating demons. I can tell that you were actually very scared just now, right? Chen Ji bit his pale lips. Yes, he was actually very panicked, extremely panicked. At best, he had only been an amateur investigator for less than a week, had only seen one anomaly with his own eyes, and had never seen a corpse before. Just now, when he saw the half-melted corpse with his spiritual sense, he felt his stomach churning at the sight of that colorless phantom. For the first time, Chen Ji hated himself for having such a vivid imagination. Yanhuang profanity, even the police wouldn't make a newbie handle a corpse-melting case right off the bat. Alright, Tilda, I know. Every new recruit will throw up for a day or two when they first hit the battlefield. Tilda, this is indeed a bit too stimulating for you. Caillou walked up, tried her best to stand on tiptoe, and patted Chen Ji on the shoulder. So, let's leave it to the god to handle first. Tilda. Caillou skipped inside lightly and turned back to ask, which direction? On the left, on that bed covered by curtains. Caillou turned and walked over. Not long after, a peal of laughter like silver bells flowed out from that direction. Ha 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 ha. No, I can't. Boss, come over here. Come and look at this. This. Ha ha ha. Ah. Why do I suddenly have a bad feeling about this? Chapter 26, Darkness Falls. Chen Ji heard Chio's laughter and scratched his head in confusion, but he still followed her words and stepped into the room. As soon as he entered the room, he saw that Caillou had pulled back the curtains around the bed, revealing the so-called corpse inside to Chen Ji in full view. Here, take a look. This is that corpse. Ah. Chen Ji looked at the bed, speechless. Resting on it was a half-melted, unpainted wax figure. Who is so bored? Ha 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 ha. Alright. I know, your spiritual sense can't see colors, only a phantom image. It's natural to be cautious in such a situation. I can understand that you want to ease my embarrassment, but could you please stop laughing first? Chen Ji looked at Caillou, who was trying hard to hold back her laughter, with an expression of utter defeat, trying to find a way to change the subject. Ah. Look, this wax figure is really realistic. Not only the hair, eyes, and fingernails, but even the internal organs in its stomach have been made. Wait, that's right. This wax figure's stomach. Chen Ji noticed something unusual about the wax figure. He stepped forward and crouched down to carefully examine its half-melted body. There are actually waxy internal organs inside this wax figure's stomach. No wonder I mistook it for a real one. Chen Ji looked inside through the large split in the wax figure. White, waxy organs were piled up within its body, and some had even fallen out from the opening, scattering onto the bedsheet and fusing with the melted wax. Looking at it this way, if it weren't just an unpainted white wax figure, it would really look like a dissolved corpse. It's almost like a living person was turned into a wax figure. Chen Ji shook his head, dispelling the distracting thoughts in his mind. That is indeed very strange. Caillou nodded after hearing this, then stepped forward, grabbed the wax figure's head, and pulled hard. Plop! That waxy human head was just pulled off by Caillou like that. Heh! There really are bones and a windpipe and such on the cross-section. It's really well made. Caillou weighed the wax head in her hand, studying its structure. Should I split it open to see if there's a brain inside? I don't think that will be of any help to our investigation task. Chen Ji immediately stopped Caillou, who was feeling playful. He looked around. This was a very ordinary small bedroom. A faint smell of mold drifted in the air, and the squishy mattress was covered in wax from the figure. The small desk nearby was covered in dust, looking as if it hadn't been cleaned in a long time. The window directly facing the bed was covered by thick curtains, sealing the entire window airtight. The curtains looked dusty and grey, making one feel a sense of oppression. Chen Ji stepped forward and pulled open the curtains, only to discover that the window behind them had been nailed shut with wooden boards. Chen Ji leaned his face in, and through the gaps between the wooden boards, what met his eyes was a dark night sky. Layers upon layers of high-rise buildings stood like lifeless tombstones, waiting quietly under this night sky, as if it were a dead city buried by darkness. Wait, night. Chen Ji rubbed his eyes and looked out the window again. The sky was still hung with a darkness so thick it could not be dissolved. Chen Ji looked down at the time on his phone again. 4:20 p.m. What the? Sweat immediately poured down Chen Ji's forehead. Let's go, we need to leave quickly. Let's get out of this room first. Chen Ji grabbed Caillou and hurried with her out into the hallway. Fortunately, Caillou reacted in time and followed his pull. Otherwise, given Chio's physique, Chen Ji would have likely dislocated his own arm with that sudden tug. They left the room through the broken door and returned to the hallway. The extinguished hallway lights turned on again upon their arrival, dispelling the darkness that had originally occupied the corridor. It's only past 4 o'clock, why is it so dark in the hallway? Chen Ji hurriedly ran to the other end of the hallway and looked out the corridor window. Outside, it was also a deathly silent night. There were no lights from thousands of homes, no bustling traffic. The city outside seemed to have had a pause button pressed on it. Everything was buried in this night. How did it suddenly get dark? Darkness fell? I don't think so. Caillou also walked over. She and Chen Ji looked at the boundless night outside together, a flash of crimson flickering in her eyes. I don't think this guy has the great supernatural power of Zhulong to instantly switch the sun and moon. Besides, if an anomaly of this magnitude had truly appeared, wouldn't your so-called Anomaly Investigation Bureau have already started taking action? Caillou slowly approached the window. I think this is just a smokescreen by this guy. It probably wants to say that even if we go out through the window, we won't be able to escape. That's true, this guy couldn't be that powerful. Chen Ji rubbed his chin, starting to organize his thoughts, when another question surged into his mind. It got dark just now, but we didn't turn on the lights after entering that room, so how were we able to see clearly inside the room just now? Thinking of this, Chen Ji immediately ran back to the door of that room. But when he rushed back, he was astonished to find that the door, which had been smashed by Chio's punch, had already been restored to its original state. It's restored. Chen Ji knocked on the door. It looked like there were no signs of damage at all, and even the fragments that had been all over the floor earlier had disappeared without a trace. Seeing this, Chen Ji suddenly raised his head and counted the hallway lights above his head one by one. What's wrong? Caillou, where did you take down that hallway light from earlier? I did it, there. Caillou looked up at the place where she had previously removed the hallway light. A new light was hanging there now. She moved closer. The light was covered in dust, dirty spiderwebs hung from it, and thick grime had accumulated on the lampshade, looking as if it had been hanging there for a very long time. But it had clearly been taken down just 10 minutes ago. TSK, that's why I hate these spooky things the most. Boss, how about I just wreck this whole floor? Wait first. This anomaly has trapped us here but isn't attacking us. Either it can't beat us and wants to wear us down, or... Chen Ji looked down the hallway. The doors on both sides of the corridor were like 2 rows of silent spectators, coldly staring back at him. It wants to show us something. There is something it wants to tell us. This floor of the residential building is the stage it has set, and we are its audience. Chapter 27, Wax Torch. A stage. An audience. Boss, do the monsters here really have such leisure? Caillou, let's think back. The room we entered earlier, and that wax figure inside the room. That wax figure was too realistic to a point where it wasn't even necessary. If it were just the fine hairs or something, that would be understandable, but it even recreated the internal organs. That's just a bit too absurd. Moreover, after you smashed the room's door, it automatically restored itself the moment we left the room. Not to mention that hallway light you took down and then automatically reattached itself. Oh, speaking of that hallway light, it didn't just put itself back together. Even the cobwebs and grime on it were restored exactly as they were. This anomaly is desperately trying to restore something. Perhaps it's just this scene, perhaps it's some object, or perhaps it wants to tell us a story. A story? You can tell that from this. Caillou looked at Chen Ji with some confusion. It only placed a few wax figures here. How can you tell what kind of story it is? Ah, I'm just guessing. Chen Ji looked toward the closed doors on both sides of the hallway and pointed at them. Besides, there are so many more doors waiting for us to see. You want to look through them one by one? They've already set up the stage, so why wouldn't we watch? Besides, this guy hasn't revealed its true form yet. Even if you wanted to beat it up, you wouldn't know who to hit, right? Fine, let's do as you say. Caillou stood before the next door and gave it a light push. The sturdy door was smashed apart by her palm and fell to the ground. Chen Ji and Caillou walked into the room. Just like the previous room, the furniture and decor inside were quite normal, with nothing special. But for some reason, Chen Ji always had a strange feeling about the surrounding environment. Chen Ji expanded his spiritual sense to scan the surroundings. He pushed open the bedroom door, and as expected, there was also a wax figure placed in the bedroom. Chen Ji walked in. This time, the wax figure was sitting in a computer chair by the bedside. The unpainted wax figure looked almost indistinguishable from a living person. Its abdomen was also largely dissolved, especially its legs, which had melted down to only the feet. Another melted wax figure, but this one isn't placed on the bed. Chen Ji leaned in to carefully study the wax figure before him. Its lifelike appearance made him somewhat suspicious of whether these were made from living people by this anomaly. I've checked with my spiritual sense. There are no lingering images of souls on them. These are just ordinary wax figures. Stop scaring yourself. Chen Ji tried hard to dispel the distracting thoughts in his mind and refocused his attention on the current matter. When he first acquired spiritual sense, Chen Ji had asked Chimameliang about everything regarding this ability. Aside from being able to see living beings and spirits through inanimate objects, spiritual sense could also see through various curses and the lingering images left by souls. According to Chimameliang, almost all life has a soul. When a soul leaves its body, the vessel that once carried the soul will leave behind a residual image of that soul. In other words, no matter what a living person is turned into, their body will always leave traces of the soul's existence. It was precisely through this check with his spiritual sense just now that Chen Ji dared to be sure that these realistic wax figures were not transformed living people. Previously, when he first saw these wax figures, he was in a rush and had actually forgotten this identification method learned from Chimameliang, which led to a big misunderstanding. Another wax figure. This face doesn't seem to have any expression, and its limbs don't have any movement. It looks just simply sitting on this chair, right? Caillou also leaned in, studying the wax figure before them together with Chen Ji. Such an unremarkable wax figure, what kind of information can it provide? Why do I feel like it doesn't seem to be telling us anything more? It should just be this. Chen Ji gently stroked his chin, finally took a look around the small bedroom, and then said to Caillou, let's go check the next room. Hey, wait a moment. I want to verify how this guy restores all of this. Verify? What do you want to do? Chen Ji looked back. Behind him, Caillou stooped down to pick up the pieces of the door panel she had smashed. She waved them a couple of times and muttered, "TSK, this feels terrible. Whatever, it's just for temporary use anyway." Chio's eyes suddenly turned blood red, and a wave of heat erupted from her body. Then, a smear of crimson spread from the hand holding the door panel, quickly enveloping the entire fragment. A series of light tapping sounds rang out from her hand, and then, that red mass dissipated instantly without warning. In Chio's hand, a strange white battle axe replaced the position of the original door panel. Strange. Is this wax? Caillou looked at the battle axe in her hand with a strange expression, tilting her head in confusion. Can you explain what you just did first? Oh, I just used my weapon casting divine ability to forge that door panel into my divine artifact. Now this piece of the door panel has become my battle axe. Divine artifact. Is there anything to be surprised about? The armor of the heavenly soldiers and generals is also a divine artifact, and the earth deity's pipe is also a divine artifact. I am the warlord. Why can't this battle axe I just casually made from this piece of wax also be called a divine artifact? Oh, that makes sense. Wait, no, you clearly used that door panel earlier, right? So why do you say it was made of wax? Because that door panel was also made of wax. Made of wax? How is that possible? Are you questioning the ancestor of Yanghuang weapons attainments in materials? Fine, I can know the composition of every object my weapon casting divine ability acts upon, and I am very sure that this door is made of wax. The door is waxy. If the door is waxy, then could this entire room also be made of wax? Boss, let's go out first. It's time to let me see how this backstage comes out to clean the stage. Caillou dashed out first, while Chenji followed her out slowly. Wow. It's repaired already. It seems this guy still has plenty of wax to maintain the stage. That was quite fast. Chenji turned to look at the room door. The originally shattered door had restored to its original state almost the moment he left the room. Boss, look. The battle axe in my hand is still here. This proves that it doesn't maintain the scene by relying on some ability to rewind the originally damaged scene, but by directly using other materials to patch it up. If it were rewinding the scene, since the original door panel has already been made into a battle axe by you, Caillou, it would be unable to repair the door. But it repaired it anyway. Alright, Caillou said the door is made of wax, plus those wax figures on the bed. This anomaly's ability is very likely related to wax. Candlelight. The lingering light and ashes in the mission description. It seems this investigation mission is going to be very lit. 28 Chapter 28 The Divine Might of the Warlord. Chapter 28 Warlord's Divine Might. Melted wax figures, rooms that seemed to be made of wax, a stage that kept resetting. It seems the anomaly we're facing this time might have the characteristics of a candle. Candles can have many meanings: dedication, sacrifice, or enlightenment. I don't think an anomaly would have the meaning of a teacher, right? Or if we consider just the flame, it also has negative meanings like destruction, but everything it's doing right now is maintenance. It couldn't possibly be the kind of flame that brings hope, like in The Little Match Girl, right? Can fairy tales be used as a reference? The Little Match Girl? What's that? Oh, it's a fairy tale from our time. Just think of it as a story meant for children. Chenji answered Chio's question casually, then looked troubled at the rows of closed doors along the corridor. Checking them one by one is too slow. Even though I have a cheat-like reconnaissance spiritual sense, it's not coming in handy at all. Delay leads to complications. Although this anomaly hasn't shown any malice toward us yet, it is still an anomaly, and its behavior can be completely illogical. What if, in its eyes, killing the audience is also part of the performance? Watching the troubled Chenji, Caillou pondered for a moment, her eyes darting, and suddenly had an idea. Boss, your spiritual sense is just blocked by these walls, right? As long as I can open all the main doors and bedroom doors at once, you'll be able to use your spiritual sense to immediately investigate what's inside these rooms. That's right, but how are you going to open all these doors at the same time? You're a warlord, not some gatekeeper god. Then just wait and witness a miracle. Caillou smiled brightly and skipped over to the door of the first room. She placed her hands flat on the door, and as her scarlet divine power surged forth, the door was enveloped by the power and eventually turned a sinister deep red. Boss, Do you know why I am called Warlord? The title Warlord, apart from my brilliant command in war, my strategic mastery, my divine military tactics, my invincibility in battle, my heroic bearing, and my unstoppable momentum, has one other most important reason. I, Caillou, am the first deity on the land of Kyushu to create weapons. I am the master of all weapons within these three realms. The concept of weapons is defined by me. All weapons in the world exist because of me. In other words, through my divine ability, I can temporarily define the doors here as a type of weapon. Caillou slowly raised her right hand, and a faint red hue slowly emerged throughout the entire corridor. Chen-Ji noticed that the tightly closed doors were linked together by this red color, swaying slowly along with this red divine power. And in this world, all weapons must submit to the divine might of me, Warlord Caillou. As Chio's right hand slammed down, all the doors along the corridor opened at the same time, following that surge of red divine power. Chen-Ji's spiritual sense instantly took it all in, defining weapons. This is already in the realm of conceptual gods. Not to mention that divine ability to master all weapons. As expected of the ancient deity Caillou, one of the three ancestors of Yang and Huang. If my current divine body wasn't so weak, I could have turned this entire building into my weapon and spat that anomaly right out. Then we wouldn't have to stay here playing house with this thing. Caillou heard Chen-Ji's exclamation, and her whole divine being brightened up at a visible speed. An entire building. Never mind, in mythology, Yinglong, the helper of the Yellow Emperor, could move mountains and fill seas. To these great deities, a mere building probably isn't any different from a pebble. Chen-Ji quickly scanned all the rooms in the corridor with his spiritual sense. In his field of vision, the rooms unfolded, revealing every detail inside like a 3D model on a computer. Every room had wax figures placed in it. Chen-Ji focused his attention, his gaze gradually penetrating into the interior of those wax figures, seeing the wax organs inside them and the parts that had been melted away. Each wax figure was placed in the room almost haphazardly. Their movements were stiff, lacking any of the dynamic feel of ordinary wax figures, just like a pile of waxy corpses. Strange, normal wax figures always strive to restore the appearance and dynamics of the subject, usually posed in different actions to show the character's liveliness, but these wax figures don't have any movements that would give them vitality. Could it be that the targets these wax figures were restored from had no vitality? Thinking of the half-melted bodies of these wax figures, Chen-Ji suddenly thought, perhaps it wasn't that the wax figures were melted after being made, but that they were meant to be made in that state to begin with? Stop overthinking it, I haven't even had dinner yet. Chen-Ji shook his head, he couldn't let unverified speculation interfere with his next actions. Now that I've seen everything in all the rooms at once, I finally understand the part that had always felt strange to me. The room layout and furniture types here are all similar. The layout in every room is roughly the same. It seems the director of this play has terrible taste in choosing stage management. Why is there still one room I can't see? Chen-Ji opened his eyes and exited the state of spiritual sense. He rubbed his eyes, then looked towards the one room he hadn't been able to see earlier. That room was at the end of the corridor, its pitch-black door tightly shut. On both sides of the door hung a pair of torn spring couplets, the remaining red paper clinging pitifully to the door panel, completely impossible to decipher what was written on them. And on this door, a faint wisp of red was constantly tugging at it, making a creaking sound. Caillou, what's going on? This door seems unusual. When I used my divine ability to control the doors just now, I didn't seem to sense its existence. Then I missed it. Caillou looked at Chen-Ji somewhat awkwardly, and upon hearing this, Chen-Ji was energized, immediately saying excitedly, "That's it. Since it's so special, it must be the key to breaking the situation. This guy doesn't want us to enter this room. Either the script hasn't reached this part yet, or that's the backstage of this play. Caillou, let's go. Maybe this guy's true form is in that room." Unexpectedly, just as Chen-Ji finished speaking, all the corridor lights suddenly went out, and their vision was instantly shrouded in darkness. Is the next act about to begin? Chapter 29, The Resurrected Wax Figures. Sudden darkness obscured Chen-Ji's vision. Just as he was about to activate his spiritual sense to check what was happening, all the corridor lights suddenly flared to life at once. Hiss, that's blinding. Chen Ji instinctively covered his eyes. When he opened them again, the scene before him gave him quite a start. Behind those 2 rows of wide-open doors, several humanoid shadows appeared out of thin air, standing silently behind the doors. They were wax figures, faceless wax figures. They stood silently behind the doors, leaning their upper bodies out to spy on Chen Ji and his companion. Judging by their clothing, they must be the wax figures that had been displayed in the rooms earlier, but this time, their damaged parts had all been repaired. From head to toe, except for their smooth faces, they were indistinguishable from normal people. Their faces looked as if they had been shaved flat and polished, almost reflecting Chen Ji's own face. Whoa! How did they all suddenly crawl out? And their injuries are gone too. As expected, this really is a performance. Chen Ji quickly observed these suddenly appearing actors with his spiritual sense, but just like before, in Chen Ji's eyes, they were still ordinary wax figures. No soul, no curse, nothing abnormal, they were just plain, ordinary wax figures. It seems that even now, the real actor has yet to appear. Before Chen Ji could finish speaking, he heard a series of clicking friction sounds. The wax figures, which had originally been stationary, suddenly began to move on their own. They turned their necks, and with stiff movements, all simultaneously turned their faceless heads toward Chen Ji. Ha, ha ha ha. It seems the prop team and the performance team are the same group of people. Are you trying to get double pay? If I were your boss, I would only pay you 1 salary. You are all acting as living people way too amateurishly. Chen Ji's words were not baseless. Look at Chimameliang, who is at the very least 2 entities combined into one, yet he has always only paid her a single salary. Creak, creak. Accompanied by a teeth-grinding friction sound, the wax figures waved their heavy arms, attempting to lunge at Chen Ji from inside the doors. Oh no! Just as Chen Ji was about to dodge, Caillou, standing beside him, looked at these wax figures running out with a complex expression and sighed softly. Sigh, it seems some people still haven't grasped the situation. Caillou lightly raised her right hand and casually snapped her fingers. Close the doors, Tilda. Bang, bang, bang. Those doors were just slammed shut by Caillou from a distance. The eerie wax figures had just reached the doorway when they were locked inside the rooms by those doors. Chen Ji. The wax figures. Caillou whistled lightly and said smugly to the locked doors, "Haha, don't forget who is the boss of these doors now. See? Who says doors can't be used for combat? I, Warlord Caillou, say they are weapons, so they are weapons." Chen Ji silently wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. As expected, once a true god appears in any horror movie trope, it's a dimensional strike. Bang, 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 bang. Rapid knocking sounds rang out continuously from behind those locked doors. The door panels creaked and shook under the pushing of the wax figures. It seemed those living wax figures were quite angry about this stage accident. What's going on? My spiritual sense clearly sees that there are no souls or consciousness inside them. But why are they still moving? Chen Ji looked at these wax figures trying to break out. Even though they were now blatantly moving, his spiritual sense still indicated that these wax figures were just ordinary dead objects. Could it be that the consciousness structure of an anomaly is different from the ghosts and living people in legends and stories, causing my spiritual sense to be unable to identify their souls? No, that's not right. In my spiritual sense, they are clearly just some ordinary wax figures. Alright, as expected, the extraordinary power of these anomalies is not magic or anything like that from myths. Back when Chimameliang was injured by that investigator from the Anomaly Investigation Bureau in the Saw, Chen Ji had asked her about it. Whether it was an anomaly or those transcendent beings, the extraordinary power they possessed did not come from things like mana. Even that crossbow bolt that injured Chimameliang had no mana field on it, and Chimameliang herself did not understand why that bolt could hurt her. Snap! Accompanied by loud crashes, the doors were rammed open by these living wax figures. The exasperated wax figures crawled out furiously, and Chen Ji could even see their anger on their smooth faces. Chen Ji himself didn't know how he could read emotions on their faces, which were as smooth as mirrors. Haha, getting exasperated because you saw this performance go wrong? But is it time for the combat segment now? Seeing Caillou eager to try, Chen Ji suddenly felt some sympathy for these wax figures. Finally, Tilda, it's time for me to properly stretch my muscles. Watch the range, I'm still a mortal here. Got it, Tilda. Caillou flexed her fists, a hint of blood red gradually staining her eyes. She stomped her feet hard on the ground and flew out like an arrow released from a bowstring. Thud. The sharp wax battle axe was enveloped in Chiyo's warlord divine power, darting rapidly through the group of wax figures, hacking them into piles of fragments. Scorching heat waves erupted from Chiyo's body. Many wax figures would melt into a puddle of wax oil just by getting close to her. Ha ha ha. Come on, come again. Is that all you monsters have? I haven't had my fill yet. Honestly, the strength of these wax figures was actually quite good. As long as they didn't melt, they could be put back together after being hacked apart and continue to fight. And before, they had even rammed open the doors. These were standard sanctuary reinforced blast-proof doors. It was one thing for Caillou to rip them open like paper, but for these wax figures to break through using their waxy arms, it was clear their strength and durability far exceeded that of a mortal. However, in front of Warlord Caillou, they were just some slightly sturdy toys. Thud. Oops, I accidentally melted them all. I wanted to play a little longer. It's been a long time since I've encountered such durable punching bags. Caillou stepped on the puddle of wax oil on the ground and slowly walked towards Chen Ji. Boss. It's all resolved, Tilda sigh. I resolved them all. Does that mean I won't get to see the upcoming plot development? Oh well, forget it. As long as I beat up the mastermind behind the scenes, that should be fine, Tilda. I don't think this anomaly will let it go so easily. Suddenly, the melted wax oil began to surge together. It flowed rapidly toward the only remaining locked door, and quickly solidified and hardened in front of it. Is this trying to protect that door? Could the main body actually be right here? The wax oil gathered more and more, accumulating, slowly burying more than half of the door. At the same time, a vague figure was slowly taking shape on this mass of wax. #30 Chapter 30 Obstacles. Chapter 30, Obstacle. Gurgle, gurgle. The large pool of melted wax gradually coalesced and took shape, continuously accumulating and growing larger until it became a behemoth blocking nearly half the corridor. What is this thing? Why does it feel like a big pile of trash? Chen Ji frowned as he looked at the massive, multi-in-one wax statue. Its main body was a large, constantly churning mass of wax, with countless miscellaneous items protruding from it, entangled with each other and twisting incessantly along with the wax mass. The variety of these items was all-encompassing: bicycles, waste paper boxes, broken glass, garbage bags, scrapped intelligent machines, empty wine bottles. Various kinds of debris were messily crammed together, looking quite like a piece of abstract art. Creak, creak, squeak, squeak. A harsh grinding sound erupted from this behemoth as it dragged its massive body and slammed its trash-composed form violently toward Caillou. Sigh. I still prefer the way you were scattered before. That was fun for a long time. Looking at the pile of waxy debris crushing down like a mountain, Caillou raised the white battle axe in her hand, Crimson War divine power surging along the axe blade. She aimed at the giant, twisted wax statue and slashed down hard. A massive slash composed of Chiyo's divine power, carrying the momentum of sweeping across thousands of troops, struck the clumped-together wax statue. Like a paper cutter slicing through A4 paper, it easily split the behemoth's body in two. Rumble. The upper half of the wax statue, severed by Chiyo's strike, struggled continuously, seemingly trying to press itself back together. But just then, streaks of deep red light suddenly erupted from its body. The red light grew larger and more intense until, with a pop, this section of the wax statue exploded into pieces on the spot. I told you, by clumping together like this, you'll just lose faster. Caillou tapped her battle axe on the ground and performed a backflip into midair. She looked down at the remaining half of the wax statue debris, a thick scent of blood diffusing from her body. This state you're in now, with a large number of wax statues readhering together, is the result of your collective cooperation, isn't it? It would be impossible to achieve this without the coordination between you wax statues, right? A crimson, searing slash descended from above, acting like a scalpel, continuously dismantling the wax statue composed of composite debris. The mountain-like pile of junk melted away like ice and snow under this slash, turning into fragments scattered all over the ground. My warlord divine ability is precisely the army breaker ability that can destroy the order of troop. Under the effect of Chio's divine ability, the debris that had originally been stuck together was continuously separated, and a rain of junk fell from the sky, shattering upon hitting the ground. Hey, hey, hey. Be careful, there's still a mortal here. Chen Ji dodged and weaved on the sidelines, avoiding the fragments sent flying by Chio's great force. He now truly understood what it meant when gods fight, mortals suffer. Come to think of it, is this guy really only capable of this much? This play should have been smashed to smithereens by Caillou by now, but why haven't I seen any effective countermeasures until now? If this entire flaw is the work of this anomaly, then it should have the ability to organize more effective resistance. Why have its attacks been so weak and powerless until now? Chen Ji watched the pile of wax statue debris that was about to be completely dismantled by Caillou. The current battle was a one-sided crushing of the anomaly by Caillou, but it seemed a bit too smooth, didn't it? If I were this anomaly, since this corridor was created by it using wax, it would have the ability to control the floor or walls just like it controls these wax statues, to form more effective attacks against Caillou. Or, judging by how it has repeatedly repaired the room instantly with wax, it could also just throw caution to the wind and drown us with an excessive amount of hot wax oil. It could also directly use the waxy floor to form chains to grab me as a hostage to threaten Caillou, although even if it did that, Caillou could just turn this corridor into her battlefield to temporarily gain absolute suppression over it to release me. But this anomaly didn't do that. It didn't adopt any combat method favorable to itself, but chose to continue being Chio's punching bag. Chen Ji watched Caillou sever the last two pieces of debris stuck together and suddenly had a strange thought. Perhaps everything happening right now is in that anomaly's script. Chen Ji was amused by his own thought. What kind of stage play script would include a scene where an audience member beats up the actors and props? This theater really does get along well with its audience. Phew tilde, it's really weaker than I imagined. Caillou kicked a piece of broken wax at her feet and walked lightly to Chen Ji's side. She slowly stretched, yawning as she said, "How tilde is this considered solved? I feel it shouldn't be that simple, right? It definitely won't be that easy. Wait, what is that sound?" A sound of some kind of liquid surging echoed from the surrounding rooms. Creaking and grinding friction sounds came from inside the doors, and a moment later, a massive amount of debris surged out all at once from those open doors. How is this? Chen Ji watched the debris surging madly from all directions, instantly piling up in front of him. Chen Ji's vision went dark, and he couldn't help but curse angrily. Yanhuang profanity, is burying the audience alive also part of your performance? Boss, hide behind me. Seeing this, Caillou hurriedly stepped forward, pulled Chen Ji over, and then plunged her hands into the broken wax pieces piled on the ground. As a red light flashed on Chio's hands, a giant shield rose from the pile of fragments, blocking them. Rumble. A massive amount of debris surged forward like a torrential flood. Caillou immediately enlarged the giant shield to surround them completely, but the surging wave of junk kept slamming into Chen Ji and her, and cracks soon appeared on the shield. TSK, things made of wax just aren't durable. What should we do, boss? Should I directly use my battlefield overlay to control this pile of junk, or think of another way? No, the opponent hasn't shown its true face yet. We cannot reveal this ability too early. Passive defense, huh? It's been a long time since I've fought such a frustrating battle. If only you weren't immortal, boss, I could just let loose and fight. How could I be so frustrated like this? Cough, cough, cough. It seems that further improving my personal strength needs to be put on the agenda as soon as possible. We can't drag this out. Boss, I will try my best not to accidentally hurt you. It's just that the sound might be a little bit loud. Caillou, what are you? Before Chen Ji could finish speaking, the waxy shield behind him suddenly stretched and extended, wrapping him up completely. Looking at the wrapped-up Chen-ji, Caillou looked him up and down a few times and said somewhat hesitantly, "This should be okay, right? At least it shouldn't result in missing arms or legs. Alright, then next up is the pleasant time for cleaning up the battlefield tilde." Chapter 31, Endless Corridor. Caillou slammed her hands together, and a wave of crimson heat rose from beneath her feet. The young girl's crimson eyes burned like a smelting furnace. She focused all her attention on the giant shield before her, a weapon she had forged with her own hands, and now, every detail of it was revealed to Chiyo's eyes. Sigh. My peerless divine ability has always been used on legendary divine weapons before, with opponents at least on the level of the Shenyuan sword. But now I have to use it on this wax shield. A crappy shield that doesn't even qualify as a magical artifact used by mortal sorcerers. Ah, what a waste of heaven's treasures. Caillou clenched her fist, and the giant shield that had been isolating the river of trash instantly contracted, then submerged into the crimson heat wave beside her. It was just like being thrown into a furnace and melted into molten iron. Rumble. The mountain of trash, suddenly having lost its obstruction, immediately found its target for collapse. It slammed toward Caillou like a landslide, its sheer volume enough to instantly crush Caillou and Chen-ji, who was locked inside the wax ball. Furthermore, my opponent isn't even a person. They don't even count as an enemy. If Feng Bo and Yusha found out about this, I would definitely be laughed at for a whole month. Facing the overwhelming mountain of waxy trash, deep red warlord malevolence instantly wrapped around her slender, jade-like hands, eventually condensing into a pair of bronze gauntlets. On her body, her original modern clothing was also dyed by the warlord malevolence, transforming into a suit of crimson battle armor. Combined with the Wangliang ghost mask on Chiyo's face, the young girl looked as terrifying as a god of slaughter returned from hell. From the crimson heat wave that resembled magma, a pale divine spear broke through the waves and landed steadily by the young girl's side like a tamed lamb. Caillou pulled up the pale divine spear, and streaks of bright red demonic patterns extended from her hands, climbing onto the spear's shaft. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. When Caillou stood proudly with her spear drawn, the sea of trash had also spread to Chiyo's front, only a fist's distance from her divine body. At the critical moment, Caillou sighed helplessly, and fierce demonic flames suddenly erupted from her entire body. The long spear in her hand shot out like a rainbow, cutting through the heavy obstacles before her like a crimson meteor. "Get lost!" Accompanied by the young girl's delicate shout, the scorching long spear, carrying powerful kinetic energy and terrifying warlord divine power, easily tore the sea of trash in front of Caillou into shreds. The waxy debris was rapidly melted by the high temperature on the long spear, and then absorbed by the bright red demonic patterns on it. Like a human-shaped train, Caillou sped through the corridor, and the wind pressure she whipped up even ripped off the corridor's floor. In just an instant, the overwhelming sea of trash was reduced to powder under Chiyo's strike, and even the building structure of this floor was shattered along with it. Boom! Chiyo's long spear slammed hard against the wall at the end of the corridor, and the massive energy explosion caused the entire residential floor to instantly vanish after a brief moment of distortion. It seems I used a bit too much force. At this moment, in the unfinished building in reality, a huge burst of sparks suddenly exploded from the 20th floor window, instantly blowing away most of the wall on that floor. What was that sound? Look. That building just exploded. What's going on? Isn't that an abandoned, unfinished building? Where could something have exploded from? Could it be an anomaly event? Call the police quickly. And, Sai, what about all those things it just blew away? Did it hit anyone? I don't know. It seems like they vanished halfway down while falling. The massive explosion shook the entire unfinished building. Chimimeliang, who was investigating the underground garage, suddenly felt a tremor, and a lot of dust fell from the nearby walls. Chimimeliang was immediately alarmed. An explosion upstairs? How did they explode only a short while after I separated from Boss and the others? Boss, with the great goddess Caillou protecting him, Boss shouldn't be in any trouble. No, it exploded. I'd better go up and check. Maybe Boss and the others are already fighting that monster. Having made up her mind, Chimameliang immediately flew upward, passed through the solid floor, and rushed toward the second floor. "Boss, you guys are over here. Hey, where are they?" Just as Chimameliang poked her head out from the second floor, all that met her eyes was an empty, dilapidated floor. Huh? Why, is there not even a trace of human presence here? It's as if no one has been here for a long time. But Boss Chen and the others clearly just walked to the second floor, right? "Boss, I'm on the second floor now. Where are you guys? What was that explosion just now? Are you okay?" Chimameliang hurriedly used telepathic communication to search for Chen Ji. Cough, cough, cough. I am now, cough, I don't know where I am right now either. Chen Ji finally understood what it felt like to be clothes inside a washing machine while it was running. First, he was suddenly shoved into this large wax ball by Caillou, followed by a sudden loud noise and impact that struck directly against the wax armor on his body. He was instantly shaken to the core, but before he could react, he felt the space beneath him empty out, and he suddenly began a free fall. Caillou. What is the situation right now? Sorry, boss. I used too much force earlier and actually demolished this floor. What? Then? Can you explain why we were on the second floor? Yet we've been falling for so long and still haven't hit the ground. I don't know either. After I demolished this floor just now, we fell into a darkness. Darkness? After falling for who knows how long, Chen Ji suddenly felt his body lighten, and he just stopped like that. Boss, we've reached the bottom. However, this is still the same residential floor as before. We went back. This transition is way too abrupt. Hey. The wax ball around Chen Ji quickly melted, releasing him. The melted wax oil rapidly gathered toward the long spear in Chio's hand, submerging into the demonic patterns on the spear. We've returned to the starting point again. Is it really impossible to get out even by directly demolishing the corridor? What an endless corridor. If anyone ever complains about a fear of insufficient firepower again, I'll make them come to this crappy corridor to experience it. Chen Ji stood together with Caillou, who was standing with her spear, and vigilantly watched the brand new corridor in front of them. #32 Chapter 32 Misalignment. Chapter 32 Misplacement. Boss, how are things over there? Chimameliang's anxious voice rang out in Chen Ji's mind. Chen Ji quickly spread open the Mythology Encyclopedia and established a connection with Chimameliang. Chimameliang, the situation here is a bit troublesome. It seems Caillou and I have been trapped by some kind of barrier. We are currently inside a floor of an old-style residential building. You probably won't understand what that means. In short, this seems to be a corridor-style structure that we can't walk out of. Can you sense our location? Boss, stay where you are. I'll find a way to get over there and help you. It sounds a bit like the bewitching arts we ghosts like to use. I'll try to see if I can break this sorcery. Chimameliang's expression instantly turned serious. She immediately exerted her spiritual sense to the utmost, striving to cover the entire building with her perception. After Chen Ji used faith to strengthen Chimameliang's abilities last time, her current range of spiritual sense far exceeded what it had been in the saw before. Nothing. Damn it, the coverage range is still not enough. Chimameliang immediately flew rapidly toward the top of the building, using her spiritual sense along the way to search for signs of life inside the building. Wherever living people pass, they will inevitably leave behind yang energy. Moreover, as a war god, the great deity Caillou has a massive amount of killing intent on her divine body. It's impossible for them to have just disappeared without a sound. And there was the explosion earlier. They must still be inside this building. They must still be here. 18th floor, 19th floor, 20th floor. Wait. Chimameliang stopped abruptly. She looked at this floor. There was a faint, lingering scent of blood. It was right on this floor. It's Chio's baleful aura. Chimameliang quickly condensed a ball of ghostly blue hellfire in her hand and hurled it at the dilapidated window on the 20th floor. The hellfire instantly ignited the entire wall. The crackling sound of burning was mixed with faint, ghostly shrieks, as if from hell. Why would this lifeless building be ignited by my hellfire? This floor really does have a problem. Chimameliang watched the wall, which was constantly dissolving under the burning of the hellfire. A brilliant blue light erupted from her body, and that pair of ghostly blue claws appeared once again on her pale hand. Toying with lost souls, is that fun? With a ripping sound, the giant, ghostly blue claws slashed fiercely into the burning wall, tearing it into two halves. Boom! Brilliant ghostly blue hellfire erupted suddenly from the unfinished building, lighting up the pitch-black night sky once again like a beautiful blue firework. Holy crap, look! It exploded again, and it's blue this time too. This definitely has to be an anomaly event now, right? Quick, call the Anomaly Investigation Bureau. I told you this place was wicked. The surrounding residents were terrified. The last explosion was one thing, but less than 5 minutes later, it exploded again, and it was blue. If anyone still claimed this was a normal phenomenon, they would have to wonder if that person was the one who wasn't normal. What was that sound? Caillou, I think I just heard a ripping sound. Did you? It's so noisy here I didn't even hear it. How did you? Caillou swept her long spear horizontally. The crimson spear tip trailed a red light, burning the 3 composite garbage waxwork monsters about to pounce on Chen-Ji into ash. She retracted the spear backhanded, using the momentum to throw it behind her. The spear, shrouded in baleful aura, shot through the tide-like swarm of monsters behind her like a meteor, tearing these waxwork monsters, composed of various waxy debris, into pieces. After these wax figures were torn apart, the fragments struggled to reassemble, but under Chiyo's Pojun divine ability, once they were scattered, they could never reassemble again. TCH, if these wax figures weren't moving in such a chaotic and disorganized way, my divine ability would have made it so they couldn't even see us. Hold on a little longer, I'll count to 3, and then we'll head to the next floor. Yanhuang profanity, why are there more and more of these monsters the more we fight? Clearly, Chiyo's divine ability prevents them from resurrecting. Chen-Ji looked at the broken wax pieces that were about to pile up to the ceiling. The current situation had completely deviated from his expectations. Ever since they arrived in that new corridor, a massive number of these garbage-stitched monsters had been pouring out of the doors. They looked like humanoid shapes made of various garbage and debris, and they attacked them incessantly as soon as they appeared. At first, Chiyo's attacks could easily handle their offensive, but as time passed, the number of wax figure fragments knocked down by Caillou grew, and they slowly piled up to fill more than half of the corridor. Yet, there were more and more waxwork monsters. They struggled to crawl out from their companions' fragments, persistently pouncing toward Chen-Ji and the others. I don't understand this plot at all. Is it trying to bury the audience alive? With no other choice, Caillou could only smash the floor again, but this time, underneath the floor, it was directly connected to another identical corridor. After they jumped into this other corridor, that endless army of wax figures would pour out from the doors on both sides again, never ending. Cough, cough, cough asterisk. If this continues, even if Caillou only needs one strike to eliminate several waxwork monsters, we will eventually be worn down to death here. As expected, the most frustrating way to run out of ammunition is when the number of enemies is greater than the number of your bullets. The only hope is for Chimameliang to break in here from the outside. Speaking of which, how has so much time passed without a peep from Chimameliang's side? Even if she ran into trouble, she could at least report it to me. It's been so long without a word, something hasn't happened to her, has it? Chen-Ji looked at the swarming army of waxwork monsters and suddenly had a strange feeling. How come? I keep feeling like these monsters are deliberately throwing their lives away. Chiyo's attacks are supposed to be one punch per kill, but just a moment ago, a few monsters automatically disintegrated just by touching a trace of the baleful aura around Caillou. While Chen-Ji was lost in thought, his pace subconsciously slowed down by a few steps. But it was precisely those few steps he slowed down that a few waxwork monsters instantly seized the opening and fiercely smashed their fists toward Chen-Ji. Not good. I was careless. Chen-Ji had absolutely no chance to dodge at this moment. In the nick of time, he could only raise his arms and hold them in front of him, attempting to block the attacks of these waxwork monsters. Whoosh! Accompanied by a whistling sound, that pair of giant fists flew through the air at high speed, and finally, they stopped steadily in front of Chen Ji. Chapter 33, Forced Cleaning. Chen Ji opened his eyes in disbelief. The massive impact he had anticipated did not come. On the contrary, just as that waxwork monster was about to strike Chen Ji, it forcefully halted its attack. It stood stiffly in place, its arm trembling slightly in mid-air. Seeming to sense Chen Ji's puzzled gaze, it twisted its body in an extremely unnatural way and toppled over to one side, incidentally tripping another waxwork monster behind it. Chen Ji. Wait, I didn't even touch you, right? How can monsters even fake an injury like this? That guy just now, why didn't it attack me? Could it be that the script doesn't include attacking the audience? Perhaps I can test this. Thinking of this, Chen Ji simply stopped his evasive movements and stood there blankly, facing the fists of the waxwork monsters head-on. Roar! The waxwork monsters let out terrifying roars, pouncing fiercely toward Chen Ji like savage beasts, yet Chen Ji had no intention of dodging at all. Boss, why are you? Caillou caught a glimpse from the corner of her eye and happened to see Chen Ji surrounded by the monsters. In this critical moment, she slammed her spear into the floor, then forcefully flicked the tip upward, using a move with the power to uproot mountains to flip a large section of the floor, smashing it toward the monsters in front of her. At the same time, she grabbed the shaft of the spear with both hands, used her arm strength to flip her body into the air, and then stomped hard on the piece of masonry she had flipped up. Her entire form flew out like a cannonball, charging straight toward the swarm of monsters surrounding Chen Ji. Boss, I'm coming to save you. Boom. Accompanied by a rising cloud of waxwork debris, the waxwork monsters that had surrounded Chen Ji layer by layer were shattered into pieces by Chio's impact. A dusty and disheveled Caillou shook the debris from her hair and then rushed eagerly to Chen Ji's side. Boss, how are you? Are you hurt? Don't worry, I'm completely fine. Besides, you don't need to keep fighting anymore. Boss, have you been scared silly by these monsters? They're still rushing up endlessly. Rest assured. Look, after I was surrounded by the monsters just now, they didn't take any further action. Otherwise, if I had been surrounded by them, how could I possibly be uninjured? It seems that is the case. Caillou slowly turned her head and locked eyes with the waxwork monsters that had rushed up while they were talking. Those aggressive monsters howled as they charged over, but they stopped dead in their tracks right in front of Caillou. Their fists were only a step away from Caillou, yet they remained frozen in place, just like a pile of bugged robots, completely unsure of what to do next. Caillou took a light step forward, meeting the monster's fists. Just as her forehead was about to touch a fist, the waxwork monster, in order to avoid her, actually tipped over to the side in an extremely stiff posture. Its hind leg, following its body, hooked another waxwork monster standing beside it, and both waxwork monsters tumbled to the ground together, shattering into pieces. Caillou. Chen Ji. For some reason, Chen Ji actually managed to discern a sense of embarrassment from these monsters made of miscellaneous piles. So, the warlord Caillou, was forced to use a divine ability on the level of god-slaying armament by this group of ancient Yanghuang profanity monsters. Caillou looked toward the pale spear she had left in the pile of waxwork monsters and helplessly covered her forehead, and it was used on a lump of wax. So, why are you all coming here to die one after another? What for? Chen Ji stepped into the swarm of monsters. The waxwork monsters retreated to both sides in a twisted, crooked manner, then grabbed their companions and fell to the ground head first, joining the pile of trash and debris on the floor. Your acting skills are too poor, aren't they? No one would believe you even if you went out to stage a scam. Hey, Chen Ji watched these waxwork monsters that fell at the slightest touch, becoming increasingly confused. When things are abnormal, there must be a demon. Initially, seeing them charge over with such murderous intent, I thought they wanted to swallow us alive, but it turns out, it was to provoke our hostility, so that we would attack them. Thinking back, from start to finish, they truly never harmed us. Instead, we have been unilaterally crushing them. Chio's slaughter in all directions and overwhelming strength successfully covered up their behavior of seeking death. Everything they did seems to have been just to provoke our attacks, and thereby get us to eliminate as many waxwork monsters as possible. All of this was a performance segment arranged by that anomaly. We were treated like monkeys being teased. It's really unpleasant, but I can't go and attack you, as that would just be playing into your wishes. Me. Caillou snorted coldly, turned her head, and pouted at the waxwork monsters. No, no, no. Once we figure out the pattern of these monsters' abilities, Chen Ji said while slowly backing away, and at the same time, whenever he was about to force the waxwork monsters to fall, he would suddenly turn, just to not let these guys take the opportunity to self-destruct. At this point, the roles of the cat playing with the mouse have been swapped. Looking at those panic-stricken waxwork monsters, Chen Ji suddenly laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha. I was always made to look so disheveled by you before, now it's finally my turn. What are you all in such a rush to die for? Is the director not going to come out and explain? An endless army of waxwork monsters was still continuously crawling out from those wax doors, but they were blocked at the doorway by the waxwork monsters left in front, and could only helplessly get stuck in place, unable to move. It seems that you can only be damaged through the intervention of us audience members. By yourselves, you are unable to self-destruct. Then I'll be even more determined to avoid you. I don't want to be pestered by you. These waxwork monsters seemed to understand what Chen Ji said and began to stir restlessly. They waved their arms, shook their heads, and made all sorts of threatening noises, but not a single monster dared to actually pounce and attack Chen Ji and Caillou. Woo-woo! What sound is that? Suddenly, a faint, ethereal sound of crying rang out from all around. Chen Ji instantly pricked up his ears, carefully identifying this sound. It sounds a bit like a child crying. Is this the anomaly playing tricks? Woo-woo, why? Pitch lowered. What? Before Chen Ji could hear clearly what was being said in the crying, a somewhat strange odor drifted into his nasal cavity, choking him and making him sneeze involuntarily. Achoo. This seems to be the smell of burning. Why won't you kill them all off? #34 Chapter 34 Futile Efforts. Chapter 34 Futile Efforts. What? This abrupt, inexplicable shout left Chen Ji completely bewildered. Were these waxwork monsters really lining up to throw their lives away? Where is that child coming from? Caillou also heard the voice. She quickly raised her hand toward the location of her spear, summoning it through the air. The spear immediately hovered in mid-air and flew back toward her. Along the spear's flight path back, quite a few waxwork monsters accidentally fell into its trajectory and were run through. Caillou grabbed the spear, looking around vigilantly. All the waxwork monsters erupted into a frenzy, roaring crazily at Chen Ji and Caillou, their limbs colliding with each other. It looked as if they were dying to tear Chen Ji and the others limb from limb. However, not a single monster came over to actively attack Chen Ji and the others. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, the closest monster swung its arm and slammed it hard against another waxwork monster beside it. This behavior seemed to set a precedent. In an instant, all the waxwork monsters began to kill each other, frantically attacking their own kind. How can this? Chen Ji took a nervous half-step back, watching in confusion alongside Caillou as the once crowded corridor turned into a junkyard in the blink of an eye. The waxwork monsters torn apart by their companions were reduced to piles of gear, effectively blocking the entire corridor. Looking at the mess, Chen Ji suddenly noticed something. He immediately crouched down and brushed through the pile of shattered wax figures on the ground. Boss, what are you? Caillou, look closely at these wax figure fragments. They're called fragments, but when these waxwork monsters were killing each other, they were just tearing apart the miscellaneous objects that made up their bodies. Look, these beer bottles, waste cardboard boxes, broken bowls and basins, they're all unscathed. These waxwork monsters just fell apart. I kept wondering why I felt like I was in a junkyard. Chen Ji looked at the gear strewn all over the floor and suddenly felt like making a snarky comment. Those idle for 5 minutes, get legendary gear with every slash games were weak compared to this, right? Here, he didn't even need to swing a blade, the monsters automatically dropped gear. He looked back at Caillou and the pale divine spear in her hand, then added, "Hey, and you've got Caillou to handle instant gear recycling and guaranteed golden synthesis. You have to wonder why this anomaly is here hurting people for no reason. It would be so much better if it went off to advertise for a gaming company. What advertisement? Boss, what weird things are you thinking about again? Caillou saw the strange look on Chen Ji's face and suddenly felt a chill. Nothing, just letting my imagination run wild again. Let's first see what this guy is trying to do by bringing so much junk here. And that burning smell, why does it feel like it's getting stronger? No. A sudden scream interrupted Chen Ji's train of thought. He was startled, then realized this was the scream of the child who had appeared and vanished earlier. No. Time is up. Time is up. The shrill scream echoed from all directions. Chen Ji and Caillou immediately retreated to the center of the corridor, vigilantly observing their surroundings. In this endless corridor, there was no safe place. Time! What time is up? Chen Ji shouted at the ceiling, hoping to get more clues from the other party. No time. Why didn't you kill these monsters? Why didn't you kill these monsters? Isn't it only natural for a hero to kill monsters? The voice sounded like it came from a little girl, but now it had become hysterical. Chen Ji could almost imagine her eyes filled with resentment and her trembling limbs. He swallowed hard and continued shouting at the voice. But these monsters didn't hurt us. Why should we swing our blades at those who haven't hurt us? Afterwards, only silence answered Chen Ji. The voice did not respond to him, only the smell of burning in the air grew thicker, making Chen Ji cough. Did I say something wrong? Chen Ji looked at Caillou beside him, completely puzzled. Don't ask me. I don't know what goes on in the mind of a monster with an excessive desire to perform. Just then, a whisper as soft as a mosquito's buzz gently sounded in their ears. But, she never hurt anyone either. What did you say? Chen Ji only caught a faint whisper. By the time he tried to distinguish it carefully, the sound had already vanished without a trace. So, why didn't you follow my script? Go destroy those monsters. Save the world. Be a hero. What a great script. Why won't you just be obedient? The resentful scream sounded again, shaking the entire corridor. The junk scattered on the floor, accompanied by the shaking of the floor, rolled toward the room at the depths of the corridor. No, don't. You, don't come over here. Go back, get back, I tell you. Human. I beg you. Destroy them for me. I will let you go. I will definitely let you go. I just need you to destroy these things. The shrill voice drove into Chen Ji's mind like a wedge. He covered his ears in pain, while simultaneously using his spiritual sense to frantically probe the surrounding corridor. This guy is watching from here. Its main body, or consciousness, will definitely reveal a flaw. This guy is panicking. In Chen Ji's mind, everything around him was constantly magnifying. His consciousness delved into every piece of space, penetrating the corridor walls that resisted his spiritual sense like a quagmire. Previously, his spiritual sense couldn't see through these walls into the rooms, and he thought his spiritual sense couldn't penetrate them. But now, with this hysterical voice, the walls that were once like a bottomless abyss began to churn like a stirred quagmire in Chen Ji's spiritual sense. The walls that were originally seamless now faintly revealed something to Chen Ji. Wait a little longer. This guy's consciousness must be hidden in some corner here. I knew my spiritual sense couldn't possibly miss it. Suddenly, the swaying walls halted without warning, interrupting Chen Ji's probe. What? Was I discovered? Answering Chen Ji was a mournful and desolate female voice. This voice was filled with despair and sorrow, quietly clinging to Chen Ji's neck like a sharp thorn, then slowly tightening. It's over. The fire, it has started. You, go to the grave with her. Chapter 35, Dialogue with the Anomaly. Whoosh. Accompanying that female voice was a ball of flame that suddenly soared into the air. What? In Chen Ji's astonished gaze, a massive ball of flame spewed forth from the far end of the corridor, blooming like fireworks before transforming into a rain of fire that scattered across the floor, which was littered with wax figure debris. As soon as the flames touched the wax debris, they spread rapidly, as if they had encountered gasoline. The scorching tongues of fire, like greedy bandits, arrogantly devoured the piles of wax figure trash, swiftly extending their demonic claws along the filthy wax figures. Candles are meant to be lit, candles are meant to be lit. It's trying to burn us to death using candles. Chen Ji watched the raging fire before him, recalling the mission hint. Yet, he never imagined that the imagery of the candle would simply be burning. Hey, isn't this a bit too straightforward? Why don't we sit down and talk, instead of using such an extreme method as burning the audience to advance the plot? Chen Ji shouted at the anomaly again. The raging fire caused the temperature in the corridor to rise continuously, and he was already finding it difficult to breathe. Cough, cough, cough. If only there were a god of air. It could absorb all the toxic gas and smoke. And could even be used as an air purifier. The flames, bright flames, danced wildly over the ruins of the wax figures, baking and melting this wax-made corridor. Drops of scalding wax tears slowly dripped from the walls on both sides, merging into the burning wax debris to ignite once more. The sturdy standard-issue explosion-proof doors melted and shriveled like giant blocks of chocolate before the intense fire, soon vanishing into nothingness, leaving not a single trace behind. It was as if these flames could ignite anything, burning them until not even ashes remained. How can this wax repeatedly explode into flames? And the efficiency is even higher than fuel. Real candles aren't this flammable or explosive. Hey, such a dramatic scene couldn't help but make Chen Ji wonder if this anomaly had originally planned for the audience to be burned in this play. So hot, so hot. No, don't burn anymore. Don't ignite anymore. That hysterical female voice rang out once again, grating on Chen Ji's nerves, which were already stretched tight by the current situation. Is that the anomaly? It seems like it doesn't want to commit arson either. Then what is going on with this fire? TSK, so noisy. Caillou wiped the hot sweat from her face. Her current weakened divine body made her break out in a sweat in this level of heat, even though this temperature didn't even compare to the residual heat of her furnace after cooling down when she used to forge weapon. Boss, I can't take it anymore. It's too noisy and hot here. Let me turn this place into our home turf. Caillou swung her long spear, continuously pouring the warlord's divine power into it. She held her breath, focused, and thrust the fully charged spear into the floor beneath her feet, which had already begun to melt. Hum. A loud roaring sound erupted from beneath Chio's feet, and an invisible ripple centered on her suddenly expanded outward in all direction. In an instant, the flames within a radius of several meters around Caillou and Chen Ji vanished, and the scorching heat wave dissipated instantly, replaced by a thick scent of blood. I wonder, compared to your candlelight, which of our flames is more intense, yours or my warfire? The ground beneath Caillou and Chen Ji seemed to be soaked in blood, turning a deep crimson. The sky-piercing war cries and the clashing sounds of weapons momentarily contended with the crackling of the burning candles. The exploding flames, like a pack of enraged wolves, crazily lunged at Chen Ji and Caillou, only to be extinguished the moment they touched the crimson battlefield. Phew, much easier, but I can't maintain this battlefield for too long. This wax figure floor keeps rejecting my divine power. Caillou wiped the sweat from her forehead and turned to say to Chen Ji. Within the range of Chio's battlefield, the originally choking smoke was replaced by the dense scent of blood. Chen Ji was finally able to breathe deeply. While struggling to adapt to the somewhat nauseating stench and metallic smell, he pondered the situation at hand. Chimimeliang hasn't replied for so long. Given her abilities, it's impossible for her to have been harmed. That means there is a time difference between here and reality, but it shouldn't be too much of a difference. Earlier, Chimimeliang only asked about my situation after hearing Chio's attack. She must have gone to the second floor first, discovered we weren't there, and only then contacted me. And since she hadn't contacted me before that, it means she hadn't finished exploring the underground garage during that time. Given her spiritual sense, exploring the underground garage should have been finished very quickly. This can only mean that less than 5 minutes have passed in reality. If we hold on a little longer, Chimimeliang should be able to break this so-called infinite corridor from the outside. Chen Ji turned to look at the tightly closed door behind him, the only door that Caillou could not open, and currently the only door that hadn't been burned by the candlelight. The candlelight was bypassing the battlefield Caillou had created, burning toward that tightly closed door. Hey, you're still listening, right? You probably don't want this fire to burn either, do you? Chen Ji shouted at the door. A moment later, that piercing scream rang out again. You can extinguish fire? You can extinguish fire. Great, that's great. Quick, please, use your power to protect that door. You are her only hope. Hope. Listening to the stranger's disjointed words, Chen Ji had a vague guess in his heart, but he still continued. So, you can't control these fires? And, isn't it you who is resisting our power? The voice was silent for a long time before finally speaking slowly. Fine. Chen Ji hadn't expected the other party to agree so readily. He saw the crimson battlefield beneath Chio's feet suddenly expand, quickly swallowing the ground in front of that door. The burning flames were extinguished by the battlefield, and Caillou looked at Chen Ji with a face full of confusion. How is this? It actually gave up control of the corridor? Perhaps it really cannot control these flames. And these flames are the result it least wants to see. Previously, it had been guiding us to destroy the wax figures, and when this fire started, it used these wax figures as fuel, along with that door that had always been protected. Chen Ji looked at the door again and shouted, "Since you've released control of the corridor, can we have a proper talk first? Honesty is the foundation for further communication." The voice was silent for a long time. Chen Ji was waiting for its reply, but suddenly, a wisp of blue ghost fire exploded on the wall where the door was located. Liars. You are all liars. You also want to burn. You also want to burn. You are in cahoots with those goddamn prisoners. Get away. None of you think about hurting her. Hey, I'm not. Before Chen Ji could finish, he suddenly felt the world spinning. The other half of the corridor that hadn't been controlled by Caillou instantly twisted and rotated like a pretzel, resembling a burning kaleidoscope of flames, pressing down toward them. 36 Chapter 36 Escape. This anomaly had been completely enraged by Chimameliang's intrusion. It roared in fury, hurling the half-twisted corridor at Chen Ji and the others. Go to hell. This guy's mental state is way too unstable. Chen Ji watched the massive portion of the corridor bearing down on them. The continuously rotating, twisted bricks mixed with raging fire looked like a full-speed, burning blender. Anyone touched by it would surely be shredded in an instant. Boss. Quick, get behind me. Caillou leveled the long spear in her hand, and an astonishing aura instantly erupted from her body. Chen Ji looked at Caillou in surprise. In that instant, the previously giggling girl vanished, and a certain inhuman, terrifying aura radiated from her, a presence that made Chen Ji feel as if he had encountered a natural predator, a presence that made one tremble uncontrollably. God of War's might! You insignificant ants, how dare you act so presumptuously before me, Warlord Caillou. I have retreated again and again, but if you insist on your own way. The torrent of fire and debris was upon Caillou in an instant. Yet, even with this terrifying flood so close, there wasn't a trace of fear on Chio's face. On the contrary, she wore a brilliant smile. The smile of an apex predator that had just discovered its prey. Kill. A heaven-shaking battle cry erupted from Chio's battlefield. The sounds of war drums and galloping horses intertwined, and in a daze, Chen Ji seemed to see an army of thousands charging alongside Caillou toward the torrent. Boom. Like two trains colliding at full speed, two immense forces clashed in an instant. Chio's long spear held the behemoth firmly in place. The baleful aura swirling around her formed an invisible city wall, resisting the torrent of falling brick. Ha ha ha. Now this is more like it. An attack of this level is the fight I've been looking for. Chio's eyes were completely soaked in blood red, making her appear like an evil god descended to the mortal world. The divine light on the spear in her hand grew brighter, and hideous cracks appeared on the shaft. Soldiers release. That pale divine spear was instantly detonated by Chio's divine power like a bomb. Fragments of the artifact, wrapped in Chio's divine power, struck directly at the twisted corridor. Boom. The crimson divine power, like an unstoppable giant dragon, easily crushed the seemingly insurmountable torrent of candle fire. It pushed forward madly, completely annihilating the torrent. Boundless darkness immediately spread from behind the shattered corridor, but the crimson divine power crashed into it head-on. The darkness vanished instantly, like snow meeting a hot iron. As far as the eye could see, only that streak of crimson remained. "Break for me." At this very moment, outside the building, the panicked crowd was struggling to get as far away as possible. In this era where anomalies ran rampant, any act of rubbernecking was no different from courting death. The surrounding peacekeepers were urgently dispatched to maintain order and conduct preliminary verifications of the reported anomaly events. Several armored patrol vehicles with flashing sirens sped over, and the land vehicles rushing to get out quickly gave way for them. Just as the peacekeepers who had arrived were preparing to set up a cordon, a crimson beam of light erupted from the roof of the building, shooting diagonally into the night sky. This strike blew the entire top floor away. The dazzling beam of light cut through the night, instantly overpowering the streetlights and allowing almost half of the Chiffon district to see it. "Look. What is that?" "Again. That's the third explosion in this short while. Run, don't just watch." In reality, not even 3 minutes had passed since Chimameliang set the building on fire. A moment later, the crimson light slowly dissipated, leaving only the broken walls and ruins where the top floor had been sheared off. Although it was not a full moon, the bright city lights still made it as bright as day. However, within the pitch-black hole left behind by the crimson light, there was still thick darkness. Not a single light could penetrate it. This is definitely an anomaly event. Quickly notify the Anomaly Investigation Bureau. The peacekeepers standing on the ground used binoculars to observe the abnormality on the roof. Now they were certain that this was completely beyond their capabilities. "Wait, where did the blown-off roof go? Did anyone see it?" No, I was too busy looking at that beam of light." "That shouldn't be. Something that big crashing down wouldn't be quiet. How did no one see it?" At this moment, in the darkness of the rooftop, a small piece of crimson floor zipped out of the darkness. "Ha. Satisfying. Finally, someone who lets me cut loose." The girl in red laughed heartily while patting the young man slumped beside her. "Boss, look. We're out. Sigh, so many people have arrived downstairs. Cough. We're out." Chen Ji felt his stomach churning. Just moments ago, seizing the moment her divine ability shattered the anomaly's barrier, Caillou had immediately kicked the battlefield beneath his feet, then used some kind of divine ability to strengthen the gravity of the battlefield on him so he wouldn't fall off. This had resulted in him feeling like he was almost squashed flat. Then Caillou used some unknown divine ability to teleport onto this battlefield fragment and charge out with it. "Ah, it's Boss and the Warlord Caillou. How did you get out from over there?" Hearing this familiar voice, Chen Ji rubbed his eyes, trying hard to maintain a normal appearance. Ah, it's Chimameliang. "Did you learn the clone technique?" "Boss, did you hit your head? And why didn't you come out through the crack I tore open? You caused such a big commotion," Chimameliang said with some lingering fear. If she hadn't dodged in time just now, that strike would have affected her too. "Wait. The crack you tore open could be used to leave directly, so I didn't actually have to suffer through that just now." Looking at the teary-eyed Chen Ji, Chimameliang awkwardly tried to change the subject. "Anyway, this red thing, a flying vehicle? It must be the Warlord Chio's divine ability, but why is there half a door on it?" "A door? Oh right, Caillou, you must have covered your battlefield with that door at the time, right? It must have come out with us." Chen Ji turned to look at the remaining half of the door behind him. Only the lower half remained, likely torn off during the emergency evacuation. Looking at the cross-section, it was just an ordinary door. One couldn't tell at all that it could escape Chio's control. "Checked it, it's also a wax statue." Caillou also leaned over, looking at the half-door together. "There's no magical or divine energy reaction, though it's impossible for it to use divine energy anyway. How dare you? Destroy the door." A low, twisted voice sounded from the darkness behind them. This voice was not at all like the hysterical voice of the girl in the corridor earlier. It sounded exceptionally calm without a hint of emotion, calm to the point of terror. You few, originally, I wanted you to play the role of the savior. I looked at your powerful strength and thought you could rewrite this rotten script. But the result? You let the wolves into the house. You are also those damn arsonists. Wait, what are you saying? We just happen to have flame-type abilities, and we're still confused ourselves. You were the one who arbitrarily decided to. Since an accomplice has returned, stay and be buried with her. The rooftop ruins beneath Chen Ji's feet instantly began to squirm. Chapter 37, Candle Tower. Anomaly Investigation Bureau Branch. This place is absolutely the most secure location in all of Shelter No. 386, the most advanced security technology, the finest armed forces, and the most efficient processing capabilities are all dedicated to combating the threats that humanity fears the most. In this remote sanctuary, as yet untouched by other factions, this Anomaly Investigation Bureau branch could even be considered to have surpassed the sanctuary's central control, making it the true ruler of the entire sanctuary. At this moment, in an office within this branch, a weary young man rubbed his eyes and then slapped his paintbrush into the pen holder beside him. Old Zhong is really something. He agreed to take full responsibility for the investigation into that spirit-type anomaly, yet he's still pestering me to draw for him. I don't want to draw anymore, I want to go home. Huang Yang scratched his head somewhat neurotically. Having worked overtime continuously until now, even he, a D-rank transcendent, couldn't handle such torment. Sigh. Working overtime non-stop has given me a headache. I can't produce any good work like this. Hey. Over the past 2 days, Huang Yang had practically crawled through every inch of the sewer and the areas around the drainage outlets, using his ability to tirelessly screen for traces of that anomaly. But that guy didn't leave many traces at all. She seemed to have vanished into thin air. The transcendent traces left throughout the entire sewer were simply not enough to map out her movement. Then, the stubborn Zhong Pingbo dragged Huang Yang along to check every single manhole cover. Although they finally discovered traces of abnormal transcendent power around one of the manholes, there were absolutely no other clues beyond that. These traces of transcendent power were scattered here and there, with huge gaps between them. Huang Yang's ability simply couldn't piece them together into a complete picture. Sigh. What a stubborn hunter. Drawing is hard work. Come. Try the new product I designed. Little Huang, you're the first person to taste it. A gentle, cheerful female voice rang out from outside the office door, and then the office door was pushed open. A slender woman walked in, holding a small bag. The woman was pretty, her large, deep blue eyes seemingly brimming with tears. She was wearing a pink nurse's uniform. In one hand, she carried a medical kit covered in cartoon stickers, and in the other, she held a bag of blue gelatinous substance, which looked a little eerie. Sister Shi, you're here. What new product did you just mention? Huang Yang immediately switched from his slumped posture to a standard sitting position, otherwise, he would have to endure a long lecture from her about the dangers of lumbar spine diseases even though, with their current physical fitness, it was impossible for them to contract such illnesses. Try this. This is a super emergency ration I specially concocted using my ability. The woman, whom Huang Yang called Sister Shi, puffed out her chest proudly and handed the bag of blue gelatin to Huang Yang. Take a taste. It's blueberry flavored, specially prepared for you. The taste is alright, but... Just as Huang Yang swallowed the first mouthful, a warm current slowly flowed from his stomach to his limbs. The accumulated exhaustion throughout his body was cleansed by that warm current in an instant and finally vanished without a trace. After eliminating the soreness in his limbs, the warm currents converged into Huang Yang's brain, sweeping away his fatigue entirely. Huang Yang felt refreshed. The exhaustion from his continuous overtime had vanished with that single bite. As expected of Sister Shi. This stuff is amazing. It's nothing special. With this, if you go on missions without me in the future, you can eat a bit of this if you get injured or feel unwell. It's basically no different from my ability. It's just that, because it requires my ability, the production volume might not keep up, and there's still one huge drawback I haven't overcome. Shi Ruo nodded slightly, her cheeks flushed, seemingly very pleased with Huang Yang's words. A drawback. This stuff has a drawback. Huang Yang placed the bag of blue gelatin next to his easel, casually dipped his paintbrush in the air towards it, and then wiped the tip on his palette. I still haven't found a way to make this ration in other flavors. Right now, there's only blueberry and strawberry flavor. Cough, cough. By the way, how did those suspected anomaly events I asked you to help me handle turn out? Choked by Shi Ruo's words, Huang Yang coughed awkwardly and had to forcibly change the subject. Those. I've already handled them all. What about that corridor that makes any dog bark wildly whenever it enters? Oh, the wires were leaking electricity and zapping the dogs. What about Wu Family Village, which was reported to have a large gathering of transcendents? Something about splitting the earth with a shovel and kicking Mount Tai away with 1 foot. That. The investigator said they were just filming a movie. TCH. Using filming rights to shoot such boring stuff. Sigh, what about that old man who hadn't drunk water for 3 years? The old man drinks soup. Yen Huang profanity. At this moment, the phone beside Huang Yang suddenly rang. Huang Yang immediately grabbed it and said languidly into the phone, Anomaly Investigation Bureau. Captain Chen, if you report another case of leaking wires as an anomaly event to me. It's not that, sir. This time it's 100% an anomaly event. Tell me, is it someone saying they can split the earth with a shovel? No. A building is melting. It's melting just like ice cream. The peacekeeper captain looked at the slowly melting building with a terrified expression, trembling as he shouted into the portable smart device on his shoulder. More than half of the building has melted. Requesting transcendent support. At this moment, the upper part of this unfinished building was like a lit candle. Large chunks of brick and stone turned into scalding wax, flowing down the gradually softening walls. From time to time, some walls would be unable to support their own weight and would slap down from the building. But even so, these wall sections would vanish into thin air halfway down, disappearing without a trace. Meanwhile, on the burning rooftop, the peacekeeper captain could vaguely see with his binoculars that a few figures were darting around up there. Caillou. Can't this battlefield be contained from expanding any further? Cough, cough, I can't, boss. The divine power I can mobilize right now is limited. Let's just barely dodge for now. Chio's hands glowed with red light, then she turned her hands into palms and struck fiercely at the scalding wax rushing towards her. Powerful divine power surged out instantly, shattering that wave of wax with a single strike. But the moment it was shattered, several huge, burning candles flew towards her, aiming straight for Chio's face. These candles had been hiding within the wax, waiting for the perfect moment to attack. Caillou seized the opportunity to turn and deliver a side kick, her slender leg slamming hard into the candle, kicking it away and sending the remaining candles flying as well. They fell obliquely into the wax on the ground. The splashed wax was blocked by the malevolent aura surrounding Caillou, and not a single drop landed on the girl. She roared and raised her hand, pointing towards the center of the wax. At this point, are you still going to hide there? Come out and fight to the death. He. A harsh, ferocious laughter rang out from that large mass of burning candles. A moment later, that hysterical voice rang out once again. Fight. You want to fight now? Then what were you doing before this? It was clear that as long as they were eliminated, it would be fine. It was clear that as long as those monsters were eliminated, it would be fine. As long as those goddamn pieces of trash were cleaned up, this fire could have been avoided, she could have survived. This time, the voice was alternately that of the girl from the corridor earlier, and the deep, twisted voice from after Chen Ji and the others had escaped. And as this voice rang out, countless dense, deformed figures stood up from the continuously surging wax. #38 Chapter 38 Possession by Demons. Chapter 38, Chimamaliang's Possession. Snap. Snap. A massive amount of shattered wax fragments scattered everywhere like handfuls of hidden weapons, and countless filthy, abominable figures struggled within the scorching wax oil, helping each other up to stand. They were incredibly ugly wax figures. They looked like humans stitched together with heaps of garbage, with various messy trash haphazardly attached to their limbs, forming different armors and weapons on their bodies. These brand new waxwork monsters looked bizarre, but one thing was the same: these wax figures had no faces. Their faces were as smooth as mirrors, reflecting this sea of burning fire. They looked at Chen Ji and his group indifferently, and looked at the hysterical wax blocks indifferently, as if everything chaotic in this building had nothing to do with them. Wait, why can I see an indifferent expression from a bunch of mirror faces? Cold sweat slightly broke out on Chen Ji's forehead. The moment these disgusting waxwork monsters appeared, he felt an inexplicable disgust and fear. Looking at himself reflected on those mirror faces, even though it was the same face, it gave him an indescribable sense of awkwardness. Step back, don't look. Caillou pulled Chen Ji behind her, stomped her feet on the battlefield beneath her, and a layer of crimson divine power ripples erupted from the edge of the battlefield, instantly shattering the surrounding twisted wax figure. A faint red light rose from the shattered wax figures, then all flowed into Chio's palms. Accompanied by a few light taps, a pair of slender dual blades took form in Chio's hands. TSK, boss. In the future, can you get me some better materials for forging weapons? These disposable weapons are such a waste of my divine power. As soon as she finished speaking, Caillou instantly transformed into a streak of scarlet light, sliding rapidly among the waxwork monsters like a ghost. Then, only a snapping sound was heard, and the bodies of dozens of waxwork monsters in front of Chen Ji were simultaneously sliced in two. Subsequently, bewitching blue ghost fire ignited on the bodies of these waxwork monsters, frantically devouring them. These waxwork monsters struggled and squirmed frantically, but in the end, they were burned into a handful of fly ash by this ghost fire and dissipated with the wind. Caillou proudly waved the dual blades in her hands at Chimameliang. Well done. Looking closely, on the blades of the dual swords in Chio's hands, wisps of ghostly blue fire were entwined, emitting bursts of wailing sounds from the dead souls. Chimameliang, having been praised by Caillou, was clearly being complimented by a deity of this level for the first time. The blue light all over her ghostly body flickered violently once again. She tugged at her sleeves somewhat nervously, then suddenly thought of something, turned her head, leaned into Chen Ji's ear, and said, "Boss, these waxwork monsters seem to have the ability to affect the mind. I think, do we need to? No, humans would care a lot about this kind of thing. I think we should forget it." "What's wrong?" "Chimameliang, do you have a way to keep my mind clear?" Chen Ji looked at the hesitant Chimameliang and gently placed his hand where her hand was. Chen Ji had no way to touch Chimameliang, so he could only hold her hand indirectly like this. "I don't mind, tell me. In a critical moment, we can't worry about so much. As long as there are no serious consequences, I can accept it." Boss, you should know that ghost entities like us can possess bodies. My method is, to let me temporarily inhabit your body, boss, to protect your mind from being affected by other abilities. Oh, I understand, it's just like how idiots don't catch colds. Hey. Ahem. You don't need to mind that, then hurry up and come in. Are you sure, boss? Aren't you humans always very resistant to things like possession by evil spirits? Chimameliang isn't that kind of evil spirit that harms people. If it's you, of course I can safely entrust my body to you. Chimameliang was stunned upon hearing this. She looked at Chen Ji's eyes gazing at her, looking at what was deeply hidden beneath his shell, his most essential thing, consciousness. Ghost. It's a ghost. Go away. Don't haunt our home. Get out and go harm someone else. What kind of monster dares to show off in front of me? Watch my great mighty heavenly dragon. What do you want? Blood? Human sacrifice? As long as you can leave our village, we are willing to offer a pair of young children for you to enjoy. Chimameliang isn't that kind of evil spirit that harms people. The ghost girl smiled slightly, a glistening point appearing on her cheek. Chen Ji looked at the silent, head-bowed Chimameliang and said somewhat confusedly, did I say something wrong? My spiritual sense sees that you seem a bit chaotic right now. Chimameliang's spiritual sense can directly see the consciousness within living organisms, thereby distinguishing between life and death. At the same time, through observing the biological consciousness, although one cannot directly know what the other party is thinking, one can determine the activity level of the other party's consciousness. In a sense, this is also a type of mind reading. Now, in Chenji's eyes, Chimameliang's consciousness, or soul, is surging rapidly, which indicates that Chimameliang is currently experiencing great emotional fluctuations. No, boss. I'm fine, very fine. Then let's begin. As soon as she finished speaking, Chimameliang lunged at Chenji. Chenji only felt a chill throughout his body, and then there was no further abnormality. Is that it? Hey, wait a moment, boss. Chimameliang's voice sounded from within Chenji's mind, full of confusion. A moment later, a wisp of ghostly blue fire ignited at Chenji's fingertip. Ah, hot, hot, hot. Hey, that's not right, I don't feel anything. Chimameliang, did you do that? Yes. Logically speaking, I should have possessed you by now, boss. Logically speaking? What do you mean? Boss, I feel. Chimameliang pondered her words and finally said softly, your body is different from ordinary people, boss. I didn't find your soul. You didn't? Yes. This is really strange. Clearly, it was there when looking from the outside, but after I came in, it disappeared. And there's that book on your chest, boss. What was it called? The Encyclopedia. This book is like a bottomless pit, leaving a big hole inside your body. A bottomless pit. A big hole. Chimameliang, what exactly is going on? Sorry, I don't know how to describe it either. In short, it's just very strange. Also, I feel that with your body structure, boss, you probably don't need my protection anymore. No, Chimameliang, the ghost fire that was burning on my hand just now is... Oh, that's because I possessed your body, boss, and am using the effect of my spiritual sense. Since I am not haunting you, boss, it won't cause you any harm. Oh Tilda, that's great. Chenji flexed his fists, watching the waxwork monsters at the edge of the battlefield beneath his feet, continuously charging at the barrier of baleful aura. He looked at them excitedly, like a child who had just received a new toy and urgently needed a playmate to play with. Chimameliang, listen to my commands from now on, okay? Hey, boss, you don't mean to. Haha. I have long been coveting the spiritual sense of you deities. Chapter 39, A One-Sided Battlefield. Chimameliang, can you use that pair of ghost claws you had before? Of course I can. Accompanied by Chimameliang's crisp voice, a wisp of ghostly blue fire ignited beneath Chenji's feet and rapidly enveloped his entire body. The blue ghost fire burned fiercely, and finally, it suddenly condensed. A set of ghostly blue light armor clung tightly to Chenji's body, with sparks dancing between the gaps in the armor, accentuating the ferocious ghost face patterns on it. A pair of huge, terrifying claws were equipped on Chenji's arms, and as Chenji moved his mind, the ghost fire immediately rose on this pair of claw. Boss, I'm handing over complete control of my supernatural power to you now. But be careful, I can only ensure you won't be hurt while using the power. Your physical constitution is still just an ordinary mortal. That's enough. If you really turned me into a little Superman all of a sudden, I'd have to get used to it first. Chenji's eyes shone. There was literally ghost fire burning in his eyes. As he looked at the battle armor on his body and the pair of claws on his hands, gently moving his hands. This pair of claws followed his finger movements perfectly, and because they were Chimameliang's ghost weapons, even if the claws collided, they would pass through each other, so there would be no situation of them getting tangled or injuring himself. With this thing, maybe next time I can go cosplay as a minion. However, the situation at hand didn't allow Chenji to let his imagination run wild any longer. While trying his best to suppress the corners of his mouth that were about to stretch to his ears, he extended his claws and attacked the waxwork monsters that were besieging the barrier of baleful aura. One couldn't blame Chenji for looking like a country bumpkin. This set of evil spirit battle armor was just too cool. Chenji spread the fingers of his right hand, and the surging blue ghost fire kept rising on his arm, finally rushing violently into the claw on his hand. The ghostly blue fire kept compressing on Chenji's ghost claw. He fiercely clawed at the face of the nearest waxwork monster and shouted, "Eat my W serum. Boss, could you keep it down?" Chimameliang suddenly felt like taking back her supernatural power. Boom! Chenji's pair of huge ghost claws slammed down from the air, the compressed ghost fire exploded like a bomb, blasting those few waxwork monsters into shards all over the ground. Ghost fire surged out from under Chenji's feet again, burning all these fragments to ashes. Phew, oh my goodness, I'm so powerful now. Looking at the waxwork monsters that had been burned by the ghost fire until not even ashes remained, Chenji immediately stood with his hands on his hips, triumphant and satisfied, looking at his battle results, and contentedly accepted Chimameliang's supernatural power as his own strength. Hey, boss! Watch out behind you! Chio's voice suddenly rang out from the crowd of monsters opposite. Chenji hurriedly turned around to look, only to see 3 twisted waxwork monsters lying on the ground. Several glass wine bottles were connected to their shoulders, acting like cannon muzzles, aiming at Chenji. The next second, several streams of scorching wax oil sprayed out from these wine bottles. Damn, they can even do ranged attacks. Wine bottle cannons. Chenji remembered that whenever he went out to eat with adults when he was a child, he would always go off to playhouse by himself while the adults were chatting. At that time, he loved to take these empty wine bottles and use them as cannons to fight against the enemy forces in his imagination. He never would have thought in a million years that his childhood fantasy would one day actually be used against him. Oh no, I don't have any means to defend against physical attacks. Usually, these kinds of attacks can't even touch my spirit body. Chimameliang watched the incoming hot wax oil anxiously, frantically injecting her divine power into the armor on Chenji's body, attempting to use it to cover Chenji's entire body. However, when this wax oil flew over the sky above Chio's battlefield, it suddenly glowed with a brilliant red light and then instantly solidified in mid-air. With a clatter, the solidified wax figures fell onto the battlefield and immediately became a part of it. Boss, you'd better retreat for now. Caillou casually flicked the wax oil off her twin blades and walked towards Chenji, stepping over the fragments of the waxwork monsters. You are still a mortal, and although you have Chimameliang's supernatural power, you cannot use it properly. Don't worry, every hero starts as a rookie. After we go back, I will teach you some combat methods. But for now, leave it to me. Watching Caillou, who was sweeping through the monster army like a humanoid storm, Chenji silently retreated back into the warlord's battlefield. Wait a minute, if everything under our feet is wax oil, then those waxwork monsters could clearly use this wax oil to infinitely restore their health. Chenji looked at the wax oil flowing everywhere outside, and then at the waxwork monsters that were being continuously destroyed by Caillou. That feeling of being led by the nose by the anomaly surged up again. It really has killing intent this time, but does it still want to maintain the dramatic plot? These wax figures are a combination of those faceless people and the trash heaps, but in terms of practicality, it could have just continued to attack us with trash monsters. But it chose to combine the 2 types of monsters that appeared in the previous acts to fight us. It really has quite the flavor of a final showdown. Sitting in the center of the safe warlord's battlefield, listen to that, how those 2 words are connected, Chenji was finally able to calmly analyze the current situation. Watching the monsters desperately pounding on the barrier of baleful aura and Caillou, who was in the midst of a rampage, Chenji shook his head slightly. No, that's not right. The current battle is certainly thrilling, but if one wants to end all of this... Chenji's gaze passed over the chaotic monster army and was cast far away to the center of the monster army, to that large burning lump of wax. Facing Chenji on the wax lump was a door with only half remaining. The small remaining piece of the Fu character on it was helplessly fluttering in the wind, looking as if it could be swallowed by this candlelight at any moment. Thinking back, although the previous rooms had different appearances, the furniture and decorations inside were almost identical, and those faceless people wax figures, their poses and clothing actually only consisted of those few types. The anomaly shouldn't have some strange setting where it can only afford free templates, which means this director doesn't understand the costumes, makeup, and props for the play it wants to perform at all. Not understanding means it has never seen them before, or has only seen 1 or 2, otherwise there wouldn't be such huge similarities. But the doors outside the rooms were each unique. Couplets, hanging sundries, various small advertisements. The corridor part was restored very well, which shows that at least it has a very deep impression of this corridor, an impression so deep it's etched into its bones. And the rescue, burning mentioned many times before. Burning, those trash monsters. Destroying trash can make you a hero who rescues others. Fire. Before Chen Ji could finish his thinking, suddenly, a wave of air erupted from the wax room in the center of the monster army, instantly knocking down all the monsters. The wax oil under the battlefield shook violently with this wave of air, causing Chen Ji to lose his balance and fall to the ground. What's going on? The answer to Chen Ji was the voice of that anomaly. Cold indifference is more terrifying than scorching flames. However, since everyone's faces are so cold, then I can only help everyone heat things up, anyway. If it weren't for the fact that you didn't see it, this fire wouldn't have started either, The content of that innocent-sounding little girl's voice made Chen Ji shudder. Whoosh! Those wax figures that had been knocked to the ground instantly burst into flames all at once. #40 The final scene of Chapter 40. Chapter 40, the final act. A raging sea of fire instantly covered the entire top floor, trapping Chen Ji and his group inside. Fire, bright fire, warm fire, filthy fire. The flames churned continuously, dancing all sorts of sinister and disgusting dances. The fire screamed, jumped, and cursed, cascading down the walls from the roof, quickly igniting the entire building. At this moment, the unfinished building was burning violently, like a giant candle. Yen Huang swear word. Does this guy really want to burn everything to the ground with us? Chen Ji was forced back repeatedly by the heat waves of the sea of fire. Based on his previous observations, this anomaly should not have been able to control these flames. Or rather, it could not control these candle flames perfectly, so if it used this move, it was clearly trying to take them down with it. Even if you kill us and survive, you will definitely be targeted by the Anomaly Investigation Bureau. By then, you will still be contained. Chen Ji shouted at the rapidly burning room with all his might. Survive, survive. Useless, 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 useless. At this point you still want to survive. How dare you dream of escaping? How could you? No. No, 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 run, run away. Run, who run, let who survive? Who wants to escape? So dizzy, where are you? Don't leave me. I'll push it away, as long as I can push it away, you can escape. Save me. I don't want to. The anomaly's hysterical voice became faster and faster, so fast that even though Chen Ji listened intently, he could only hear a few intermittent sentences. He cursed under his breath. It looked like this anomaly had completely lost its mind. Rumble. As the sea of fire burned violently, the originally sturdy wax building melted rapidly, and finally, with a crack, the top half of the building collapsed completely. Oh no. Caillou reacted quickly. She pressed her hands together, and Chen Ji was once again slapped onto the warlord's battlefield by an invisible force field, tumbling down along with the collapsing building in a sorry state. I will definitely summon a sky god next time. Accompanied by Chen Ji's wailing, the battlefield slammed into a large pool of burning wax oil with a thud. Fortunately, thanks to Chio's evil spirit barrier, the scene of Chen Ji being deep-fried did not occur. It's so hot, this guy. Chen Ji was drenched in sweat from being roasted by this sea of fire. Suddenly, a refreshing chill spread from Chen Ji's head, diffusing through his limbs and bones. Boss, do you feel better? Chimmy Meiliang. You can do this too. It's just a chill from the soul, a small spell that all ghosts know. Forced to calm down, Chen Ji looked up. As expected, the wax figure room could not bear the load after their floor collapsed and soon fell down as well. The thing in this room must be the monster's true form. Chio's twin blades flashed as she stood in front of Chen Ji. So, why is this? Accompanied by a calm, almost indifferent voice, the room that was originally like a copper wall and iron bastion kept melting and deforming in the fire. The last remaining corner of the Fu character on the door slowly turned charred in the scorching flames, fell off powerlessly, and drifted into the flowing wax oil. Everything was clearly perfect, carefully selected audiences, a progressive performance process, and the door was melting, the walls were collapsing. The secret inside that heavily guarded room was now revealed before Chen Ji. Now, she still has to be burned. It was a little girl. A little girl made of wax. She looked even younger than Caillou, just a small child. She looked similar in age to the voice in the hallway earlier, and was currently placed on the sofa in the living room, sitting there obediently. Her body was crafted with exquisite detail, every inch of skin and every pore was perfectly recreated. Even the most subtle expressions on her face were done exactly as they were. However, her entire being exuded an indescribable sense of eeriness that made Chen Ji feel uncomfortable. She just stared blankly at the spreading sea of fire. Even though the carpet in the room had been ignited by the candle flames, and the wax walls had collapsed one after another, she did not suddenly come alive and start moving freely like the other wax figures. It's like a puppet without a soul. Chen Ji stroked the Mythology Encyclopedia on his chest, responding to Chimimeliang. Do you see? Isn't she very cute? She is simply like an angel from heaven, always burning herself to protect the safety of those damn bastards. The anomaly's incoherent voice echoed all around, ringing in Chen Ji's ears like some kind of vicious curse. An angel. Can I summon one too? Also, its grammar is too, it probably didn't have a Chinese teacher. Chen Ji muttered silently in his heart. Again, once again. The raging fire slowly surrounded the girl. Although the candle flames had previously ignited at a touch, their speed of spreading now slowed down again and again. Yet even so, the girl's wax figure was still slowly melting under the high-temperature roasting, and 2 tears of wax fell from her face, landing on the ground with a pat. One more time, let's do it one more time. As long as we start over, we will definitely do better. As long as we can go back to the beginning, as long as we can go back to the beginning. The anomaly's voice became smaller and weaker, and finally, it fell completely silent. Red-hot pillars stood all around, and large amounts of wax oil gushed out from them, immediately being ignited by the flames. Countless filthy and abominable wax figures stood up from the wax oil under their feet once again. They tried to tear the garbage off their bodies and throw it onto the girl, but they were quickly ignited by the candle flames, turning into human-shaped candles. The entire building had fallen into complete chaos. I sort of understand. Caillou put away her twin blades and walked slowly toward the girl trapped in the fire. Is the ending of your play her death? In order to change this ending, in order to save her from the fire. You chose us, wanting us to change all of this. Then, what if we really stopped this fire? What would happen then? The girl's wax figure suddenly trembled slightly, but then became still again. What would you get? A happy ending? A cold wax figure? Although it seems you cannot fully control everything in this game of house, even so, in the end, you would only get a puppet. The girl's wax figure suddenly jerked her head up, glaring fiercely at the approaching Caillou. This way she won't die. She will continue to live happily in my world. Live. Do you really think that a marionette controlled by you has its own life? You are just self-anesthetizing. The so-called regression is nothing more than playing house all over again. If you really don't want to see her tragedy again. Chio's twin blades quickly unsheathed, and the warlord's divine power erupted from her body. Her eyes glowed with a bloodthirsty red light as she attacked the girl's wax figure like a cannonball. Then you should let her rest in peace. A crimson stream of light pierced through the stage, tearing all the accumulated garbage to shreds, tearing all the faceless wax dolls to shreds, and the girl who had suffered the pain of being burned by fire countless times. Who? The candle flames went out, leaving only a mess behind. Caillou stood quietly in the ashes, looking at the half-wax figure pinned to the ground by her twin blades. On the wax figure, the human part slowly melted, finally turning into a pale human-faced candle. Goodbye, goodbye. The human-faced candle whispered softly, but this time, its voice was no longer hysterical. It was unknown whether it was because it was completely exhausted, or because of something else. This terrifying, perpetual, sequential drama finally came to an end. Chapter 41. The play ends, the crowd disperses. Is it over? Chen Ji retracted the giant claw blades on his hands, stepped quickly over the scattered ashes and debris, and walked towards Caillou. Chimimeliang's small, deep blue head poked out from Chenji's body with a whoosh. She looked around cautiously before slowly crawling out from Chenji's body. It should be over, but this commotion. Are you a gopher? Why do you have to crawl out of me like that? Chenji remarked casually, though he soon realized that the commotion caused by this operation was indeed a bit too large. The entire building had been almost completely reduced to nothing in the raging fire, leaving only a few charred pillars stuck crookedly in the ground. Large pools of wax had accumulated on the floor, and some partially burned wax blocks were soaked within them, showing signs of merging with the wax on the ground. The cleaning lady will definitely curse up a storm when she sees this. No, wait, damage caused by an anomaly like this should be handled by the Anomaly Investigation Bureau. Chenji walked over to Caillou and looked down at the human-faced candle lying on the ground. The face on that candle bore a striking resemblance to the girl's wax statue, but differed in some subtle details. It had its eyes wide open, staring blankly at the night sky above, as if lost in thought. Hey! Can you still hear me? Shake once if you can hear me, twice if you can't. The candle didn't move at all. Well, it seems it's been completely knocked out. Boss. So, what is this all about? This guy kept shouting things that made no sense from the moment it arrived. Chimimeliang spoke up weakly. As a participant in the whole event, she was still completely confused about what had happened. Oh, that works out perfectly. Let me explain my deduction. You listen along and see if I'm right. I don't even know if you can hear me. Whatever, I'll just start talking. Chenji looked at the human-faced candle lying on the ground looking utterly hopeless, and said to it. Chenji cleared his throat, crouched beside the candle, and gently poked it with his finger. Your intellect is probably the same as that girl's, right? Is it because she is your protagonist, or is this the extent of your intellect to begin with? Treating beer bottles like cannons, and those rough, similar-looking room layouts. Everything in this play was set up by you using the girl's memories, right? As Chenji spoke slowly, the pages of the Mythology Encyclopedia embedded in his chest began to glow faintly, but no one present noticed this anomaly. Such a small child couldn't possibly know the layout of the neighbors' homes, so you had to force your own home's layout onto the scenes. And those wax statues' faces were all roughly the same. With a child's intellect, there wouldn't be much of an impression of neighbors one doesn't interact with, so you could only use vague impressions to fit the template. That explains why your set design was so crude. Also, regarding those inexplicable words you kept repeating, once more, and that so-called infinite corridor. There are now recyclable candles where, once lit, a special candle holder collects the dripping wax. After the candle burns out, the collected wax solidifies and eventually becomes a new candle. Your so-called regression ability probably works on a similar principle, or rather, has a similar meaning. By repairing and recycling the debris, you constantly restore this stage, allowing the story to be performed over and over again. Judging by what you said earlier, you must have repeated this play many times, right? Although you can control the stage sets and the wax statue actors, you cannot control the overall plot. You cannot change this ending on your own. To rewrite this tragedy, to give your little angel the perfect ending you hoped for, you, who had been hiding in the building all along, started searching for an audience with enough power to change the ending. We are likely the first batch of lucky audience members you've welcomed, right? Otherwise, this building would have been reported long ago. Come to think of it, how long have you been hiding here? You've hollowed out this entire building. Chenji swallowed hard, feeling a lingering fear as he said this. This building had almost become a part of this anomaly. In other words, if it wanted to, a single toss and turn could cause immense destruction. It was fortunate that this guy was just an anomaly that liked to hide at home and playhouse, with no strong aggression toward the outside world. Let's get back to your plot. In your play, the candle flame is the only thing you can't control, right? What exactly does it represent? Is it a catalyst for a plot that has made no progress for a long time? Is it punishment for your repeated forced regressions? Or does it represent the story correcting itself? I have no way of knowing for sure, but what I can be certain of is that it's harmful to you too. Ever since the candle was lit, your voice has grown weaker and weaker. Although you tried hard to put on a strong front, you were only ever controlling the wax, while this flame would burn the wax to nothing. In the end, when the story reached its conclusion, when the girl was exposed to the sea of fire, your power was suppressed to its lowest point, the play ended, the actors should no longer improvise, and the amount of wax you could command was minimal. At that moment, coupled with Chio's final blow. You're quite sturdy, aren't you? I had to use my full strength to take you down. I originally wanted to just finish you off with one strike. Caillou stood with her hands behind her back, smiling down at the human-faced candle on the ground, while behind her back, she was constantly rubbing her hands together. Ouch, ouch, ouch. That last strike made my hands hurt so much. I forgot to use my divine power to protect myself again. Phew, it's finally over. I'm so tired. Chen Ji let out a long yawn. Having desperately fled through the infinite corridor, been possessed by Chimameliang in the Sea of Fire, and experienced a supernatural battle of this magnitude, Chen Ji, as a normal human, had reached his limit. Suddenly I'm so sleepy and tired. Strange, the sleepiness only hit me after I finished analyzing this anomaly's abilities. Being possessed by a spectre like me will definitely cause some mental damage. Boss, you just need to go home and get a good night's sleep. Chimameliang leaned in and whoosh, slid into Chen Ji's shadow. She's right, boss. Although your constitution may not be that of an ordinary mortal, it isn't the bronze head and iron bones of us gods either. Let's go. Now is the time for our triumphant return. Don't move. Anomaly Investigation Bureau. Before Caillou could finish, several bright searchlights instantly lit up, illuminating the entire building ruins as bright as day. Several armored road vehicles smashed through the broken walls blocking the way, surrounding Chen Ji and the others. Numerous heavily armed members of the Anomaly Investigation Bureau, carrying various weapons, quickly formed layers of fire encirclement. Under the glare of the searchlights, every movement of Chen Ji and his group, who were wearing the Wangliang ghost mask, was completely visible, including the shadow under Chen Ji's feet that remained pitch black even under the searchlight. TSK, we're in big trouble now. #42 Chapter 42A Grand Exit, confirmed. Chapter 42, A Magnificent Exit, confirmed. Anomaly Investigation Bureau. Don't move. Give up on useless resistance. You are surrounded. Seeing the two armed helicopters overhead, Chen Ji completely believed what the people opposite him said. It's over, it's over, it's over. I was too busy talking and completely forgot about something as big as the Anomaly Investigation Bureau. An entire building just melted on the spot. This is definitely going to spawn an entire Anomaly Investigation Bureau team. Chen Ji panicked instantly. Even though he had just faced an entire building burning down, what those pitch-black gun barrels represented was a behemoth he never dreamed he would get involved with. He couldn't handle such a big scene at all. Report, officer. We have arrived at the target location. The target building has been completely destroyed. We have discovered 3 unknown entities at the scene. 2 of them are humanoid entities with their faces covered by blue flame-like substances. Facial features cannot be identified. They are temporarily excluded from the human category. The shadow under the feet of one of the entities cannot be illuminated even by searchlights, suspected to be an anomaly ability of that entity. The other entity is a human-faced candle, placed at the feet of the 2 humanoid entities. No signs of activity have been observed for the time being. The Anomaly Investigation Bureau soldiers sitting in the armed helicopters observed Chen Ji and his group through binoculars, while reporting the situation using the standard-issue smart devices on their shoulders. Tell the Large Creature Containment Task Force to turn back. They aren't needed here. How much longer until the investigators arrive? Understood. Guarantee mission completion. Listening to the sirens rising and falling all around, Caillou frowned slightly. So noisy. Are they the guys you mentioned before, the ones called the Anomaly Investigation Bureau, boss? Yes. What should we do now? Chen Ji was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Besides being surrounded by soldiers, another reason was that he absolutely did not want to come into conflict with the Anomaly Investigation Bureau. Although the Anomaly Investigation Bureau was now hostile toward them, It was a necessary vigilance in the process of fighting against anomalies to protect the safety of citizens. Chen Ji had always deeply respected these warriors who fought against the darkness. If a conflict or even a battle were to occur with them, that was definitely not a situation Chen Ji wanted to see. What should I do? I can't go with them, and I don't want to hurt them. That's simple. Unexpectedly, Caillou, who was standing beside him, suddenly grinned and patted Chen Ji on the shoulder. I've already figured it out. These things the soldiers are holding must be your modern weapons, right? They look so interesting. But now is not the time for research. These weapons are nothing more than mortal objects. As long as you give me a little time. At this moment, in the Anomaly Investigation Bureau's position, Huang Yang ran over, panting, followed by Shi Ruo in her nurse's uniform. Huang Yang stood still, wiped the hot sweat from his forehead, and then looked toward the ruins. Damn! Such a massive trace of transcendent activity. What a huge piece of high-quality pigment. There seem to be 2 people in the ruins. Are they the perpetrators of this anomaly incident? Shi Ruo also gazed at Chen Ji and his group in the ruins, seeing them as clearly as if through binoculars, thanks to her transcendent vision. Can we communicate? Perhaps I can persuade them to stop hurting people. They just demolished an entire building. For an anomaly known for its destructive power, it's better if you don't get close, Sister Shi. Just as they were still discussing tactics, suddenly, bursts of exclamations erupted from the encirclement. My gun, my gun, my gun isn't listening to me. Me too. It seems to have come alive. Quickly, throw away your weapons. The Anomaly Investigation Bureau soldiers, having experienced numerous anomaly incidents, reacted quickly. At top speed, they unequipped all the crazed weapons on their bodies and threw them far away. Those weapons were trembling wildly, occasionally firing off a shot or 2, but they all avoided the soldiers, seemingly just giving them a warning. All right, danger averted. We should take the Super Express home now. Accompanied by Chio's silver bell-like laughter, she grabbed Chen Ji. The weapons she controlled immediately flew over, allowing Caillou to jump onto them. Subsequently, using the momentum from jumping up, Caillou leaped again rapidly, escaping from the airtight encirclement. Don't worry, I know these weapons need to be returned to their owners. With a crisp snap of Chio's fingers, all the weapons she had been controlling fell to the ground, piling up in a mess. Not good. The target is escaping. Pursue them. The Anomaly Investigation Bureau soldiers immediately split into 2 teams. One team stayed behind to monitor the human-faced candle, while the other immediately rushed in the direction Caillou had fled. The entire unit reacted quickly and moved in formation, not wasting a single second. The armed helicopters in the sky also flew over. Considering this was a city, the armed helicopters did not fire at Caillou, but only used their searchlights to pinpoint Chio's location for the pursuing soldiers. However, Chio's speed was simply too fast. The soldiers, who were still ordinary humans, simply could not keep up with Chio's speed. Coupled with the fact that Caillou kept darting in and out of various alleys, soon even the armed helicopters lost track of her. Damn it! Why is there no image of them on the thermal sensor? I can't see them. Damn it, there are too many buildings here. And why is the detector not reacting at all? Alright, all of you come back. For that level of guy, you're just going to your deaths. Better leave it to our combat-type investigators to handle. Huang Yang's tired voice rang out from the communicator. Only then did the soldiers give up the pursuit and return to the ruins of the building. Just letting them walk away like this, won't something happen? Sister Shi, neither of us is a combat-type transcendent. Looking at the power they just displayed, just by ourselves, we can't beat them. Moreover, their first reaction after seeing us was not to resist but to run away, which at least shows they don't want to fight either. Huang Yang yawned lazily and walked toward the human-faced candle lying on the ground. Also, look at this pool of wax on the ground. I think you are the culprit behind this incident, right? A moment later, at the entrance of the Baichi bookstore, thud. A figure slammed onto the road at the entrance of the bookstore with a bang, kicking up a large cloud of dust. A red light suddenly erupted from the figure, dispersing the dust. Phew, home. After all, they're just mortals. I shook them off in a few moves, but that flying vehicle is so magical, it seems to be called an airplane. No magical power fluctuations. Is it a purely mechanical creation? You wait a second. Having just been carried by Caillou and moved at super high speed, Chen Ji didn't experience any sense of flying. He only felt like his internal organs were about to be shaken to pieces by Caillou. With a sickly pale face, Chen Ji shakily used his last bit of strength to take out the key and open the door, then his body tilted, and he collapsed directly to the ground. Boss. Hold on. Chapter 43 Prometheus. Cough. IDD 36754, Mission Content, Anomaly Containment Operation, Mission Report recording started. Received intelligence of anomalous activity on internal line C15, therefore dispatched Investigator Huang Yang and Investigator Shi Ruo to investigate and contain said anomalous activity. 236 accompanying personnel, all have now returned safely. Anomalous location, 162, Hongfu Road, Shifan District. Following preliminary investigation, it has been confirmed to be completely assimilated by the anomaly. The cleanup department has been dispatched to neutralize the remains. At the anomalous location, an urban legend class anomaly registered by the Anomaly Investigation Bureau, yesterday's remaining candle, was discovered. It has been contained and is awaiting further instructions. Attachment received, file on yesterday's remaining candle. Will coordinate with the Headquarters Archives Department to further research its anomalous characteristics. The main body of the anomaly is a white candle, with no regular size or specifications. When it has not yet been activated, its anomalous characteristic is merely being impossible to light. At this time, the anomaly poses no threat, but it is also extremely difficult to detect. The anomaly is highly sensitive to the emotions of sentient beings in the surrounding environment. When it senses sufficiently strong emotions, it will be activated and enter an active state. Yesterday's remaining candle will record the memories and mental state of the sentient being that produced the emotion, using this as a foundation to gestate its own consciousness. However, it currently appears that this consciousness does not possess complete thinking capabilities, and thus it is not classified as a sentient anomaly. Once it has gestated its consciousness, it will fall into a long-term state of the emotion that activated it. During this process, it will gradually erode the surrounding environment, while slowly replacing them with the waxy substance that constitutes itself, constructing a stage that belongs to it. Once the anomaly has occupied sufficient space, the stage is complete, forming an alternate space with a time difference from the outside world. The anomaly has relatively complete control over this space. Through the props on the stage, the anomaly will begin to repeatedly reenact the scene from that time. At the end of each performance, it will end the performance through the spontaneous combustion of the candle flame. This candle flame also causes damage to this anomaly, so it will enter a dormant period after each performance. As the number of performances increases, the anomaly's memories will slowly fade, its self-consciousness will slowly disintegrate, and eventually, it will completely vanish, reverting to an inactivated state. Threat level is relatively low, overall rating, strange tail rank. Addendum: during the containment operation, the anomaly was suspected to have been defeated by two other humanoid anomalies. One of the anomalies escaped using some ability suspected to be metal control. Further investigation is currently underway. Reporter, Huang Yang, encryption level, C, recording confirmed. The next morning, in Baichi Bookstore. That was a refreshing sleep, huh? On the third floor of Baichi Bookstore, inside Chen Ji's room, Chen Ji opened his wise eyes on his loyal big bed, surveying his surroundings with his clear gaze. Well, he had just slept for too long and was dazed. There was still not a hint of him being a companion to gods on him. Am I in the bookstore? But I remember. I collapsed as soon as I opened the door last night. Chen Ji threw off the quilt. His clothes had already been changed into pajamas. He stared blankly at himself for a long time before his muddled brain finally reacted to what had happened. What a group of good employees. Chen Ji fumbled his way up and, after washing up, walked down the stairs. When he reached the second floor, A thick smell of burning hit him in the face. Cough, cough, cough. What is this smell? Chen Ji was choked by this and coughed incessantly. Not long after, a ghostly blue figure rushed over with a swoosh. Boss, you're finally awake. How do you feel? Any dizziness or nausea? It's best not to walk around freely right after being possessed by me. You should rest properly. I'm fine. I was just wondering what this smell is about. Did the place next door catch fire? Looking at the anxious Chimameliang, Chen Ji waved his hand at her casually, signaling that he was no longer in any serious trouble. This is great God, Caillou. Before Chimameliang could finish her sentence, Chen Ji saw Caillou running out of the kitchen in a rush, her face covered in black soot, holding a plate of pitch-black, unidentifiable objects in her hands. Boss. Your modern kitchens are so complicated. I just wanted to make something to eat and then… In any case, hurry over and clean this place up. And by the way, could you make me some? Voice lowering. Looking at Caillou standing there awkwardly with soot all over her face, looking at him with shifty eyes, Chen Ji suddenly felt that his life had been worth it. You should go wash your face first. Leave the rest there for me to clean up. You know how to use a faucet, right? Tit that, I definitely know how to. After a long while, Chen Ji finally cleaned up the kitchen that had seemingly been bombed by Caillou. After making a barely edible breakfast for Caillou and himself, don't forget that Chen Ji himself only knows how to make instant noodles. It was almost noon. Phew, finally finished cleaning up Tilda. It's almost noon already. How about we don't open for business today and just rest for a day? No one comes anyway. Oh. That's right, I haven't checked the results of the investigation mission completed yesterday. Thinking of this, Chen Ji immediately took out the Mythology Encyclopedia from his chest. He slowly opened the pages and saw numerous tiny, pure white specks of light slowly drifting into the pages. Another batch of faith. This must be because of Caillou. Last night's operation must have been on TV again. Now, everyone who sees Caillou is providing me with a steady stream of faith. Suddenly feels like an idle game. But regardless, this feeling of waking up from a sleep to find rewards, it's just too awesome. Happily watching the continuously rising faith for a while, Chen Ji flipped to the investigation target chapter. The note that originally read lingering light was glowing. The moment Chen Ji's hand touched it, the light on the note rose into the air, turning into tiny specks of faith light, merging into the Mythology Encyclopedia. As the light dissipated, the handwriting on the note changed as well. I light the candle again and again, looking forward to the warm scene reflected in the candle flame. I am obsessed with wanting to touch that beauty with my hand, but it only burns my hand, The candle has also been extinguished by me. All I have obtained is scalding hot wax. Investigation mission completed perfectly. Obtained faith related to yesterday's remaining candle. What a strange name. Chen Ji put down the Mythology Encyclopedia and recalled the entire process of this mission in his mind. Come to think of it, this guy was actually quite formidable. If it weren't for Chimameliang's assist, how could we have escaped from its stage so quickly? We are still too short on manpower. This time, the opponent's human wave tactics almost wore us out. If we encounter an enemy next time that is both numerous and strong, we might really run out of resources. Excluding the faith used to strengthen Caillou and Chimameliang, the rest should be enough for me to summon another deity, right? Looking at the 4 characters start writing on the Mythology Encyclopedia, Chen Ji once again fell into the ultimate cosmic mystery. Summon. But I just pulled a Caillou. Forget it. Faith is meant for gacha. I believe in my luck. An auspicious day, and even better, the ancient great god Caillou is here to protect me. This pull will definitely yield something good. Caillou, who was busy struggling in a life-or-death battle with the crispy pork, seemed to sense something and raised her head slightly, but then immediately dove back into the world of crispy pork. Swish! Chen Ji's pen of faith made a grand sweep, and a large amount of faith poured into the pages once again. A bright white light burst forth instantly, and all the ornaments in the study room began to shake together again. But this time, The crystal ball containing the miniature Greek temple shook faster and faster, faster and faster. Inside it, a small thunderstorm formed instantly above the temple, and bright lightning struck the ground at the entrance of the temple, even though no one was pressing the button with the lightning symbol at that moment. The white light grew brighter and brighter, finally slowly turning into a warm orange color. A wave of warm heat slowly emanated from it, making the late autumn bookstore feel warm and cozy. What god is this? Chen Ji widened his eyes, watching that tall figure slowly solidify. As he descended, his name also emerged in Chen Ji's mind. Prometheus. #44 Chapter 44 Let's Speak Chinese. Chapter 44, Let Us Speak Chinese. Prometheus. The wise titan of Greek mythology, the Prometheus who stole fire for humanity. It is also because of this that he was imprisoned by Zeus on the Caucasus Mountains, suffering the pain of having his internal organs pecked at every day, until he was rescued by Heracles. To think it's a deity from Greek mythology. Chen Ji truly hadn't expected that he would be able to summon a Western deity. Although I joked about summoning a Western deity before, I didn't think I'd actually be able to do it. To think both Eastern and Western deities exist. But, if they both exist, then what on earth is going on with this world? If all myths exist, there are bound to be conflicts. For example, Genesis, was it Pangu who created the world, or God who created it in 7 days? Or the origin of humanity, did Noah create humans, or did Prometheus create humanity? Questions like these. Chen Ji looked up at the tall figure slowly stepping out from the beam of light. It would be best to ask the person involved directly about these questions. As the warm light of faith dissipated, a tall, white-haired old man stood before Chen Ji. The old man was nearly 2 meters tall, standing like an iron tower in front of Chen Ji, but the oppressive feeling brought by his massive physique was diluted by the kind smile on his face. A snowy, waterfall-like long beard extended all the way to the old man's waist. Considering his height, the length of this beard was already quite daunting. The old man wore a Greek-style robe as white as his beard and hair, but even covered by the relatively loose robe, Chen Ji could still faintly see the outline of the old man's sturdy muscle. Honestly, if it weren't for Prometheus's overly exaggerated physique and those bulging muscles, his image would perfectly match the ancient Greek sages Chen Ji had imagined before, aged, wise, tranquil, and with that big white beard. He looked super reliable at first glance. So tall. Is it because Prometheus is of the Titan race? And these muscles, are you Greek gods all fitness fanatics? Even a wisdom-type deity is this burly. Prometheus also noticed Chen Ji. A glimmer of light flashed in his brown eyes, then he bent down, lowering his head to be level with Chen Ji's gaze, and then spoke. Omicron. What Fegum? What MIA? The questions Chen Ji had originally intended to ask were blocked by that gibberish from Prometheus. The man and the god stood there awkwardly, staring at each other. It took a long while for Chen Ji to realize that what Prometheus was speaking must be Greek. No, what happened to the agreement that the whole universe speaks Chinese? What happened to the protagonist having a built-in translation cheat? Why did I run into a language barrier as soon as I got here? Chen Ji scratched his head in frustration. The answers to his belly full of questions were right in front of him, but he was blocked by a language barrier. Is it too late for me to sign up for a Greek class now? Looking at the old man in front of him who was tilting his head in confusion, Chen Ji wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. As things stood, there was only one way. Chen Ji took a deep breath and said to Prometheus in front of him clearly and articulately, "Let us speak Chinese. Kaiyu. Chimi Mei. Unexpectedly, after a moment of contemplation, Prometheus suddenly clapped his hands in realization, then spoke to Chen Ji in fluent Mandarin. Apologies. I spoke Greek subconsciously just now, forgetting that you might not understand it. Let me reintroduce myself. I am Prometheus. May I ask your name? I am Chen Ji, the owner of this bookstore, and it was I who awakened you." Chen Ji was even more confused. You speak Chinese? But aren't you a Greek god? He had originally just tried to see if the god could speak Chinese, holding a nothing-to-lose attitude, but it turned out that this Greek god not only spoke Chinese, but his Mandarin was so fluent. If one were to cover Prometheus's exotic face with something, Chen Ji definitely wouldn't be able to tell that these words were spoken by a foreigner. Haha, it seems Mr. Chen doesn't know much about us deities yet. Prometheus smiled slightly, then patiently explained, we deities can accept the faith of you mortals. You should know this, right? I know that. Then you should know that this faith ultimately flows into us deities, right? Is there a difference between these two statements? Of course. By clarifying the latter, I can explain it properly. In the Chinese you speak, the name Prometheus exists. Although it is translated from our language, this is indeed how you address me, right? Yes, but... Listening to Prometheus's words, Chen Ji slowly formed some guesses in his mind. You all know the story of us gods, right? That story from the sacred Mount Olympus, you have also used your language to tell them, right? All myths are telling the story of us gods. Prometheus and both refer to me, and they ultimately point to us gods of Olympus. So, because we have narrated your myths in Chinese and learned of your existence through it, therefore, you are able to use our language? Exactly correct. Mr. Chen, you are very perceptive. Prometheus looked at Chen Ji with a smile, which for a moment made Chen Ji recall his former homeroom teacher. So, this is the human world. Prometheus looked around. His brown eyes reflected everything in Chen Ji's Baichi bookstore, the pendant lamps emitting a warm orange-yellow light, the clean and tidy floor-to-ceiling bookshelves, the modern clothing on Chen Ji that seemed a bit strange to him, and outside the transparent glass window, that most incredible spectacle. Prometheus trotted to the window with some excitement. He placed his trembling hands on the glass window, looked at the scenery outside, and silently held his breath. After hesitating for a few seconds, he suddenly pushed the window open. That bustling, lively modern world suddenly rushed into Prometheus's embrace. Citizens of the sanctuary, welcome to today's noon news. This morning. Excuse me, I'm going to be late for class. Oh, we've been neighbors for so many years, why are you still fussing over this? Are you blind? I was about to pass and you cut me off. Prometheus stood quietly in the sunlight, watching this noisy world, this world that belonged to humanity. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. It's beautiful, truly, it's so beautiful. Athena, I really wish you could see this scene too. This place is more than 1,000, 10,000 times more beautiful than Olympus. After a long while, Prometheus gently wiped away 2 trails of hot tears from the corners of his eyes, turned, and bent down to look at Chen Ji. Apologies, Mr. Store Manager, I was a bit uncomposed. It's okay. I understand. I also know that you must be very curious about the current world, Prometheus. But before I answer your questions, could you please answer mine first? Of course. It was you, Mr. Store Manager, who awakened me, allowing me to see this wonderful human world once again. Ask away, I will tell you everything I know. Then, my question is, in your memory, besides you Greek gods, are there any other deities? Chapter 45, Runaway Mythology. Deities outside of the Greek pantheon? What a strange question. Prometheus reached out and gently stroked his beard, saying in confusion. Exactly, have you ever heard of, for example, Eastern gods or anything like that? Before Chen Ji could finish, Caillou, who had been sitting to the side, finally couldn't hold back anymore. She put down her brunch, leaned in, and asked, Hey, I've been wanting to ask for a while now. Who exactly is this? Big guy. And boss, what were you saying earlier about those Greek gods? What do they do? You don't know either, Caillou? The Greek mythology that Prometheus and his kin belong to is one of the most famous mythologies in the West. If both Eastern and Western mythologies exist, how could you not know about each other's existence? What? He is a Western deity. How have I never heard of him? Is this young lady an Eastern deity? Strange, she doesn't look like the Eastern gods in my memory. You know about the existence of both Eastern and Western mythologies? Chen Ji was completely bewildered by these 2 great deities. In my memory, there was indeed a group of deities that came from the West, and they also lived on a mountain, but the mountain they lived on was called Mount Ling. Mount Ling? Yeah, and they also called the place they lived something like the Western Paradise. Is the leader called Tathagata Buddha? Oh, so you know too, boss? It is that kind of Western god, and didn't they call themselves Buddhas? Yeah, they call themselves Arhats, Bodhisattvas, Buddhas, but in the end, I see them as gods by nature. I don't know why that Tathagata fellow who leads them keeps insisting he is a Buddha. I don't understand why he has to be so pedantic about it. That's because they are originally, forget it, let's not talk about that for now. What else do you know about these Western gods? Also, right, those bald guys seem to have said that back in their homeland, there was another group of deities that didn't really get along with them. After some friction, the two sides eventually split up. That other group of deities from their homeland seemed to have 3 leaders in total, and they even had a group name called the Trimurti. The Trimurti? Are they called Brahma, Shiva, and Vishnu respectively? Unexpectedly, Prometheus, who had been silent the whole time, spoke up at this moment. Yes, that's it. That seems to be the 3. Why are their names so weird? They're too hard to remember. Caillou nodded repeatedly, then turned to look at Prometheus. Big guy, how do you know that? Are you a deity from their mythology? Meanwhile, Chen Ji, his expression became even more colorful. He struggled to process the news he had just heard, and finally, after much effort to compose his words, he said to Prometheus, "Aren't you, from Greek mythology?" "Ah, yes, I am." "Then no, wait, this is just 2, isn't the Trimurti from Indian mythology? How do you know about things from Indian mythology?" "Indian mythology? I remember they seemed to refer to it that way, but aren't they just Eastern gods?" "What, X2?" Seeing the shocked faces of Chen Ji and Caillou, Prometheus's expression turned serious. He lowered his head in thought, and finally spoke slowly. "That Western paradise you mentioned just now, and that deity known as Tathagata Buddha, we at Olympus did indeed have contact with them back in the day. I can't recall the specific time, but I remember that one day, a group of strange deities arrived. They wore clothes we had never seen before and carried weapons we had never seen before, descending upon our holy Mount Olympus. Afterward, they requested that we let them in. They wanted to meet with the king of gods, Zeus. It is very impolite to slight guests who have traveled from afar, especially since our king of gods, Zeus, is also the protector of travelers. He readily agreed, and had us gods prepare a lavish banquet for them together. However, to the king of gods' surprise, these strange deities did not eat meat. Fortunately, Demeter was present and urgently cultivated a batch of fresh fruits and vegetables for them, or else we at Olympus would have almost earned a bad reputation for slighting our guests. Later, that deity known as Tathagata Buddha had an all-night conversation with our king of gods, Zeus. Seeing Chen Ji suddenly looking at him with a face full of horror, Prometheus awkwardly coughed twice. Ahem. I know our king of gods' way of doing things is a bit, but that night, they were really just chatting. Eros, the god of love, can testify. The heart that Chen Ji had been holding in his throat finally settled. I don't know what exactly they talked about. But the next day, when these strange deities were preparing to leave the holy Mount Olympus, Zeus actually personally saw them off. They also left behind a few gifts for Zeus, some classics from their place, some of their clothes, and their weapons. Come to think of it, their weapons were really strange. They looked like spiked wheels. After that, from time to time, King Zeus would bring back some treasures said to be from the Far East. His favorite set of cups at banquets was obtained from the East. It is said to be called blue and white porcelain in the Eastern world. Zeus even seemed to have had a set of blue and white porcelain custom-made in the Eastern world with Pegasus painted on it, which he gave to Poseidon, though Poseidon didn't seem to like this set of blue and white porcelain very much. "Hey, Mr. Shopkeeper, what's wrong with you?" Nothing. It's just that I've received too much information all at once, and my brain is having a bit of trouble keeping up." Chen Ji's worldview was now shattered all over the floor. Neither the gender-bent Chimameliang nor Caillou had made him feel so vividly that mythology story was, in the end, just a story. Were all the gods in reality this explosive? Alright, All right. Prometheus, please continue. Mr. Shopkeeper, looking at your reaction, you must have discovered where the problem lies, just like I did, right? The things you are confused about now are exactly what I couldn't figure out back then. In my understanding, the world should have originally been in that chaos and nothingness, and from within that chaotic chaos, our 5 primordial creation gods of the Greek pantheon were born. Gaia, the goddess of the earth, Nyx, the goddess of night, Erebus, the god of darkness and the netherworld, Tartarus, the god of the abyss of hell, and Eros, the god of love. Through the joint efforts of these 5 deities, the world was created in their hands. However, during the process of creation, there was absolutely no mention of other deities. 46 Chapter 46 The Theft of Olympus. Chapter 46 The Theft at Olympus. You haven't mentioned any other gods, have you? Chen Ji frowned deeply. The reality now far exceeded his expectations. All sorts of myths in the world actually existed, they had interacted with each other, however, there was no place for other myths within their own respective creation myth. That's right, and that is also what puzzles me the most. Such powerful gods just appeared out of thin air. Not a single god knows their origins, they and their divine realms simply appeared in the void like that. I once spent countless time and energy studying these gods from other worlds, until I was imprisoned on Mount Caucasus. Prometheus's eyes dimmed. He gently stroked his abdomen through his robe, and in his ears, that somewhat familiar yet somewhat strange female voice seemed to ring out once again. Prometheus, do you know your crime? Prometheus chuckled softly and shook his head. After that, I was rescued by Heracles, and it was also from his lips that I learned the recent news about those gods from other worlds. Heracles had been to that divine realm called the Western Paradise. He met with their leader, the god known as Tathagata Buddha, and spent a pleasant time there. At that time, Heracles was still just a demigod and had not yet become the Heracles of our Olympus. But he had reached another world and entered another divine realm. I heard from others that ever since Heracles returned from that Western Paradise, he has become much happier. I have heard the story of that child. Anyway, those guys who call themselves Buddha, I wouldn't call them close, just a group of gods who act a bit strangely. As for another group of gods from their homeland, how should I put it? Prometheus lowered his head and pondered for a long time, weighing his words, and finally said, a group, very interesting, but they always seem to give off a feeling of not being very smart. I can guess what the situation was back then. Chen Ji was covered in black lines. He had long heard of the various bizarre actions of the gods in Indian mythology. Things like the fire god hiding in water to take refuge were just basic operations. What they were best at was granting blessings indiscriminately and then creating a huge pile of monsters that couldn't be solved at all, only to then find ways to subdue them through various word games. Haha, it seems Mr. Shopkeeper has also heard of the deeds of these gods. However, speaking of these gods, it is said that our king of gods, Zeus, and their heavenly emperor Indra once maintained a private connection for a long time. A private connection? How do you know that? Oh, Hermes told me. He is Zeus's messenger, after all, and the connection between them at the time relied on Hermes. I see. Chen Ji nodded in agreement, thinking to himself, Indra, the heavenly emperor of Indian mythology, is also the god of thunder and rain. His divine role is very similar to Zeus's. How strange. Caillou, who had been listening the whole time, saw that both sides had fallen into silence and took the opportunity to throw out her own question. You and we have both seen that group of gods who call themselves Buddha, but why don't we know of each other's existence? But just now, looking at the clothes you are wearing, big guy, it reminded me of something. I have seen these clothes of yours. You have seen them? Yes. I just remembered it too. Besides that vulture peak, there is another group of gods in the West, and they wear white robes just like this. But, they said they live in a place called heaven. Having experienced the blow from the previous chapter, Chen Ji's heart was now tempered and calm. Even if Caillou said she had seen a giant octopus-headed seafood god sealed in R'lyeh, muttering things like, Karfa nafal mglw naf hhr sihr ligath, ing lll or azath sihna engaftify engar ahorna rmglw naf, he wouldn't be surprised anymore. There really won't be Chulhu mythology, right? That's just fiction, right? Heaven. Miss, those gods you saw, did they have wings, halos on their heads, and call themselves angels? Yes, big guy, have you seen them too? That's right. That was also the first time I saw Zeus, the king of gods, blast guests out of the palace. Oh, no, in the words of Zeus, such shameless guys shouldn't be treated as guests. Sigh, us too. When those guys arrived, they immediately went to seek an audience with the Haotian Shangdi. They talked for a long time, and in the end, they were blasted out by Haotian Shangdi too. That was the only time Haotian Shangdi has been angry in the last 1,000 years. Then, what did those angels say to you all? Chen Ji looked at Caillou and Prometheus and asked them. Don't know. Your Majesty, King of Gods, didn't say anything. All right. Chen Ji rubbed his temples with a headache and said to the two deities in front of him, Then, just tell me about your own understanding of the gods from other worlds. I want to hear all the details. I don't really have much interest in those gods from other worlds, and I don't know much. One day if you have a chance, you can ask Tungri. He is very interested in these gods from other worlds. Once, he even chased after the direction from which those gods came, running out to see what those divine realms from other worlds looked like. It's really rare for a supreme god to have this level of curiosity. Tungri, If I could summon such a supreme god, who knows how long it would take? Chen Ji silently noted down this name in his heart. As for us, besides those angels living in heaven and those Indian gods on Mount Sumeru, there is another group of gods from other worlds to our south. Seeing that Caillou had finished, Prometheus cleared his throat and began to recount what he had seen and heard. There's more. South of Greece, could it be? There, another divine realm exists. Its name is Heliopolis. Egyptian mythology. I knew it. That's right, they do indeed call their pantheon that. During the war of Typhon back then, Zeus and Typhon dueled on the holy mountain of Olympus. To protect the safety of the gods, Zeus ordered everyone to evacuate the holy mountain of Olympus and take refuge in Heliopolis, waiting for the war to end. The gods there very kindly received us panicked refugees, and their divine realm, shining like the sun, also left a deep impression on us. It's just that, I don't know why, they are all gods with animal characteristics. Moreover, they also have another view regarding the void chaos. They believe that this void is the primordial chaotic water, none, and the never-drying flood will. Ouch. Hearing this sudden yell from Prometheus, Chen Ji, who had been immersed in Prometheus's narrative, was startled and quickly asked, What's wrong? Is there a problem? Oh dear, how could I have forgotten the most important thing? Really? I've slept for too long, my memory is becoming as bad as Epimetheus's. Before those angels from heaven left Olympus back then, they also stole one thing. Something that has to do with me. Chapter 47, Myths and Myths. Stealing. Those angels stole your belongings. Chen Ji was stunned upon hearing this. From what Caillou and Prometheus had just said, he already felt that something was off. According to myths, the angels of heaven were all paragons of light, greatness, and righteousness, yet they were ultimately kicked out by Zeus and the Haotian god. And now, Prometheus was actually saying that these angels of heaven had stolen his belongings, this kind of collapse in their divine personas. Prometheus, what exactly did they steal? Recalling Greek mythology, Chen Ji couldn't immediately think of any divine artifacts or special items related to Prometheus. What on earth was it that those angels coveted? If you really want to know. Strictly speaking, it wasn't actually my belonging, but rather something belonging to my son, Deucalion. Those angels, they stole Deucalion's doomsday ark. What? The angels stole Deucalion's ark? Upon hearing this, Chen Ji's heart was immediately thrown into turmoil. Prometheus was startled by Chen Ji's reaction. Mr. Shopkeeper, what is this? Is Deucalion's doomsday ark the one that preserved the final spark of humanity during the Great Flood? After Zeus was angered by mortals, he decided to use the Great Flood to exterminate humanity. Prometheus's son, Deucalion, built an ark under his father's guidance and thus survived the Great Flood. Deucalion and his wife, having survived the flood, followed Themis's oracle and turned stones into humans, thereby allowing humanity to continue once more. Prometheus, is this the ark that those angels stole? That's right, it is the ark. But I don't understand, what do they want with this ship? Aside from serving as a spark of civilization, it has absolutely no other use, right? Ever since the Great Flood ended, Deucalion has just left it in the warehouse to gather dust. No, the point is, Prometheus, do you know anything about the myths of those angels? Apologies, among all the gods from other realms, only these visitors from heaven are the most mysterious. Aside from the god King Zeus, they have not had much contact with any of us. However, Pan, the god of the wild, is often seen with them, though every time I see him, his expression is terrible. So, you don't know their myths? That explains it. Chenji frowned and pondered. Although he had some conjectures now, the current clues were still too few. Mr. Shopkeeper, could it be that their myths have parts related to this? To tell you the truth, in these angels' myths, they also had a great flood. And they also used an ark to preserve life. I see. Prometheus nodded thoughtfully, then asked, Mr. Shopkeeper, you said earlier that this is your bookstore, right? I wonder if, in your collection. Rest assured, my collection is quite extensive, you can browse it as you please later. For now, continue telling me about those stories of the gods from other realms as you see them. Chenji nodded at Prometheus, signaling him to continue telling the previous story. Very well. Although there hasn't been much contact between Olympus and Heliopolis since that incident, I heard from Hermes that he has become pen pals with Thoth, a god of wisdom from over there. They often write to each other, exchanging magic or interesting stories from their respective pantheons. That kid Hermes. He actually chose the pen name Hermes Trismegistus for himself. This guy. Ahem. Sorry, I couldn't hold it in. You continue, please continue. Chenji had originally thought his worldview was already shattered enough, but he truly hadn't expected there to be such a master. Furthermore, there is another group of gods from other realms who seem to call themselves the Tuatha De Danann. The Tuatha De Danann? Celtic mythology. They are said to have been fighting against giants, which reminds me a bit of the Titanomachy back then. These Tuatha De Danann are quite enthusiastic about other gods from different realms. When we first met them, the scene was such that even Zeus, the guardian of travelers, couldn't help but be moved. Their divine realm lacks the solemnity and majesty of Olympus, nor does it have the luxury of Heliopolis. However, their divine realm possesses a unique, ancient, and mysterious aura. That magical island, shrouded in dense fog, allowed the god King Zeus to spend a sweet period of time. Seeing the I-knew-it expression on Chenji's face, Prometheus coughed awkwardly twice. Those Celtic fae are truly skilled at making Zeus smile. However, in that land called Celtic, what truly attracted me were a group of mortals. Mortals? Could it be Arthur Pendragon, a king of mortals, yet possessing a noble spirit worthy of standing alongside the gods? However, for some reason, although he is a hero from the Celtic lands, I sensed the aura of those angels upon him. Angels? Yes, I also find it very strange. However, it is not convenient for me to delve deep into this matter. After all, this is the business of another pantheon. The Tuatha De Danann generously shared their explorations and observations of other worlds with us. It was through their stories that we learned there is another realm in the far north. We call it the land of the far north, Hyperborea. Don't tell me that some great toad god lives in there. What is that? I have very little understanding of Hyperborea, and I have not heard of this deity Mr. Shopkeeper mentioned. I have no right to know most of the information about them. Apologies, at that time, the god King Zeus already no longer trusted me as he did before. Regarding the gods of that far north land, other than knowing that gods exist there, I know nothing else. However, once at a banquet, I heard some news about the gods of the far north during Hermes's complaints. Hermes complained to us that every time he went to the far north on Zeus's behalf, he would be frozen half to death. The temples there stand on endless ice fields, with shields and spears visible everywhere. It sounds like they are very warlike gods. However, most importantly, I learned the name of their god king. Their god king's name is Odin. Are you sure that place isn't called Asgard? Asgard? Never heard of it. Sigh. Alright, I have a general understanding of your situation. Chen Ji rubbed his temples with a headache and said to Caillou and Chimameliang, I want to sort out my thoughts alone for a bit. You too, please take Prometheus around my bookstore and help him get familiar with the environment. Also, Prometheus, you can read any of the books on these shelves, but it's best to look at books about the modern world first to get a good understanding of modern life. Prometheus straightened his back and bowed respectfully to Chen Ji. Mr. Shopkeeper, thank you very much for your generosity. If there is anything you need from me, please do not hesitate to ask. Solving problems and relieving burdens for the master who took me in is my bounden duty. Well, just call me shopkeeper. Your identity to the outside world is now, my employee. Chen Ji hesitated for a long time before barely managing to fabricate an employee identity for Prometheus. There was no other way. Although Prometheus spoke Chinese incredibly well, his face, with its distinct exotic features, was simply too prominent. Any other identity would be quite unreasonable. Watching Prometheus follow the skipping and jumping Caillou and Chimameliang down to the first floor, Chen Ji finally collapsed helplessly onto the sofa, looking entirely like a salted fish in overload mode. Why does this matter get more confusing the more I ask? 48 Chapter 48 Myth Anchor. Chapter 48, Mythology Anchor. Phew. Let me think this through. Chen Ji opened an ordinary notebook and casually picked up a fountain pen from the study room, spinning it in his hand. Although he could use the memo app on his phone to organize his thoughts, he personally preferred the feeling of recording things with pen and paper, even if it was troublesome. The metal nib danced slowly across the notebook, which emitted a faint, pleasant fragrance, as he wrote the 4 characters Greek pantheon on the page. According to Prometheus, there were a total of 5 pantheons that had once had contact with the Greek pantheon. The black ink, like a fluttering butterfly, circled around the Greek pantheon and finally left a trajectory in the shape of the character Buddha. It seems that the Buddhas of Lingshan are the bridge connecting Eastern and Western mythology. Apart from their deep connection with India, they also have intricate ties with Greece. The hostile relationship between Lingshan and Sumeru was expected. Tathagata's equality of all living beings would inevitably clash with the Devas, but Tathagata Buddha, why would he go to meet Zeus? Just imagining the solemn, benevolent Tathagata Buddha standing next to the somewhat unrestrained and unconventional Zeus, Chen Ji felt it would be a miracle if these two gods could have a calm and peaceful conversation. Moreover, the relationship between Lingshan and Olympus goes far beyond that. Heracles actually went to the Western heaven and met Tathagata Buddha. Chen Ji was all too familiar with Heracles. The most powerful demigod hero in Greek mythology, the offspring of Zeus, who completed the 12 labors of Greek mythology that were considered impossible to complete, and participated in the Gigantomachy as a mortal before ascending to godhood, defending the sacred Mount Olympus from the rampaging giants. In Greek mythology, Heracles held significant influence. Various miracles that even gods could not reach were accomplished by his mortal hands, and his deeds were fully worthy of the title hero, but Heracles's life was also filled with curses and tragedies. As an illegitimate son of Zeus, he was cursed by the Queen of Heaven, Hera. Just when he had finally obtained a happy and fulfilling family, the curse quietly descended, forcing him to end all that beauty with his own hands. Heracles, who slew countless monsters and saved thousands of families, could not even protect his own home. Until the very last moment, this demigod hero died in agony from a bone-gnawing, soul-devouring poison, transforming into the Hercules on the sacred Mount Olympus, watching over the human world in another way. Judging by the fact that Prometheus learned about Heracles meeting Tathagata Buddha after being rescued by him, Heracles must have met the Buddha during his 12 labors. In order to atone for his sins, Heracles embarked on the journey of the 12 labors. Atonement, Chen Ji looked at the large Buddha character written on the paper, spinning the fountain pen in his hand rapidly. I wonder how these Buddhas and Bodhisattvas would view this hero burdened with karmic obstacles. I'll summon them one day and ask. The next question is, why did the angels of heaven steal Deucalion's ark? The Great Flood. The Doomsday Ark. Noah's Ark. Regarding the myth of the Great Flood and the Ark, the most famous is the story of Noah's Ark. The sins of humanity angered the Holy Spirit, who then sent a great flood to exterminate all living things on earth. However, the only good man, Noah, moved the Holy Spirit to compassion, so he guided Noah to build an ark and left behind one male and one female of every living creature. With the ark, the last sparks of humanity and all living beings were preserved. If we only look at the content of the myths, the scale of Noah's Ark far exceeded that of Deucalion's Ark. After all, one preserved all living creatures, while the other only carried Deucalion's family. But why would the angels steal Deucalion's Ark? After thinking it over, Chen-ji gripped his fountain pen and scribbled a list on the paper. Let's start by investigating gods associated with the Great Flood. Utnapishtim the faraway from Mesopotamia mythology, King Manu from Indian mythology, Yu the Great taming the flood from Yanghuang mythology, the primeval giant Ymir from Norse mythology, the maize god Hun-Hunahpu from Maya mythology, the river goddess Calciutlicu from Aztec mythology. After hesitating for a long time, Chen-ji waved his pen and added Nua mending the sky from Yanghuang mythology and Osiris, the lord of the underworld from Egyptian mythology, to the list. I won't go into too much detail about the specific myths for now, lest you say I'm padding the word count. See you in the paragraph comments, Omega. The latter two only involve floods, not the destruction of the world. While Chen-ji was still digesting the information he had just heard in the study room, Prometheus had already plunged into the sea of books on the first floor. Truly, what a magnificent era. Ascending to the heavens and delving into the earth, humans have achieved it all with their own strength. Indeed, my choice was not wrong. I was not wrong. Ha 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 ha. Prometheus laughed. He looked up and laughed, his laughter light and joyful, which startled Caillou nearby. Seeing you all doing so well, I can rest easy. Next, it's time to look at our own affairs as gods. A faint fire ignited in Prometheus's eyes. His hands flipped through the books beside him at high speed. The thick books passed before his eyes like an assembly line, and a vast amount of knowledge flooded into the mind of this wise titan. After an unknown amount of time, Prometheus let out a long sigh and put down the last book in his hand. Phew, the events of those years are highly suspicious. Prometheus reached out and picked up a notebook from the desk on the first floor, then selected a pen from the pen holder nearby. After fiddling with it for a moment to understand how it worked, Prometheus opened the notebook and began to write notes in crooked Chinese. He did not intend to hide anything from Chen-ji. First point of suspicion: why did numerous pantheons fall into slumber together? Looking across all mythologies, the number of supreme gods capable of reshaping the world is as numerous as the stars, yet not a single god did anything about this disaster that caused the gods to slumber. Recalling the eve of the slumber, Zeus was still playing and feasting all day, without the slightest premonition. The 5 primordial gods who created the world were also motionless. Nyx, the goddess of night who patrols the world every night, and Gaia, the earth mother who bears the earth, were the closest to us gods of Olympus, yet they also took no action at all. Even Ether, the god of space who separates chaos, did not detect any unusual activity in chaos during those days. In other words, the power that made us gods slumber breached chaos in an instant and cast us all into slumber before any of the numerous supreme gods could react. No, impossible. If it were just our Greek pantheon, that would be one thing, but there are other pantheons too. So many mythologies fell into slumber at the same time. Why would an existence with such great power only cause us to slumber? If it wanted to harm us gods, this power could easily have annihilated us. Even if it couldn't kill the supreme gods, it could certainly have killed a weaker god like me, yet it just made us all slumber. Too few clues, currently no way to proceed. The only thing known is that this situation affected all pantheons. There were no survivors. Otherwise, the surviving pantheon would have long since ruled over all humanity. Second point of suspicion: the existence of gods from other worlds. Through reviewing the materials, my understanding of gods from other worlds has become even more blurred. Despite being in different worlds, they all coincidentally created humans, and the types of life are largely similar. Suggestion: awaken the Celtic gods. The Celtic pantheon has very in-depth research on other worlds. They must still know something. Third point of suspicion: gods cannot autonomously absorb faith. Through observing the faith within me and interviewing Ms. Caillou, I have reached a somewhat terrifying conclusion: gods can no longer directly absorb faith. Logically speaking, when humans chant our divine names and pass down our stories, faith is generated and flows into our bodies. However, because the power of faith was previously too weak compared to our vast divine status and divine power, most gods did not deeply study the methods of faith. But now, I am completely unable to directly sense the faith generated by humans. Instead, the only source of faith I can receive is that Mythology Encyclopedia belonging to the shop manager. In other words, whether we gods exist or not is firmly tied to that Mythology Encyclopedia, or rather, firmly tied to the shop manager himself. The shop manager himself might not realize it yet, but now, he has become the only anchor connecting mythology and reality. Chapter 49, Don't Carry the Barbershop. The afternoon passed quickly as Chen-Ji and Prometheus were lost in thought. Chen-Ji yawned lazily, the gnawing hunger in his gut reminding him that it was time for dinner. Ha! Summoning Prometheus suddenly around noon, the overwhelming amount of information I received made me unable to finish my lunch. I'm starving. Walking quickly up the stairs, Chen-Ji reached the third floor. He looked up and saw Caillou doing a handstand. She was using only one finger. Ah, it's the boss. Caillou was startled by Chen-Ji's sudden appearance. She instantly retracted her arm and landed steadily on the ground with a backflip. She brushed the dust off her body and looked at Chen-Ji with some embarrassment. Ahaha, I was just a bit bored and thought I'd exercise a little. Chen-Ji looked in horror at Chio's round and smooth, delicate hands, but then remembered that last night, those same hands had blown apart an entire floor with a single shot, and his horror instantly turned into relief. It's fine, I understand. It's truly a grievance to keep a great deity like you cooped up in the bookstore. It's just exercise, after all. There are even vampires who get up in the middle of the night to do aerobics out of boredom. It's just that your method of exercise is a bit too shocking. Well, it's because you don't have enough things here, boss. By the way, I feel like the handling of those land vehicles you have now is not bad. Can you let me, one of these days? That is absolutely out of the question. Chen-Ji wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, then bypassed Caillou, walked into the third-floor storage room, and took out the ingredient he was best at handling: dried noodles. Clear noodle soup, forget it. Since a new employee arrived today, I'll make tomato and egg noodles. It wasn't that Chen-Ji didn't have the money to make something better, it was just that his cooking skills were poor, and he simply couldn't make better meals. Thinking about how he had the warlord Caillou, one of the three ancestors of Yang and Huang, and the Greek titan of wisdom, Prometheus, all sitting together slurping noodles, Chen-Ji felt a strange sensation. How should he put it? It was like seeing a president-like figure squatting on the ground at a roadside stall, devouring street food. The whole scene was completely incongruous from head to toe. However, Caillou had never cared about this whenever they ate before. Wait, no, Chio's era seemed to be the Stone Age. In his mind, Chen-Ji subconsciously imagined Caillou punching a mammoth to the ground, then skinning, bleeding, and eating it on the spot. Chen-Ji was suddenly amused by his own imagination and burst out laughing. Although it wasn't that exaggerated, and there probably weren't any mammoths, compared to Chio's time, the current food could be considered quite good. Taking the materials needed for cooking, Chen-Ji hummed a little tune as he walked down the stairs toward his super-large kitchen. Good evening, Mr. Store Manager. Are you going to the kitchen to cook? Just then, Prometheus, holding a few books, happened to pass by. Seeing Chen-Ji holding the ingredients, he excitedly approached him. Yes, what's up? You are. Looking at the inexplicably excited Prometheus, Chen-Ji said, confused. Oh, nothing major, it's just, could I observe Mr. Store Manager's cooking process? Prometheus deliberated over his wording, finally managing to get the sentence out. For a moment, Chen-Ji suspected that Prometheus was speaking Greek again. No, wait, why do you want to watch me cook? And why did you say observe? It's just cooking, why call it observing? Chen-Ji felt a chill. Prometheus on the other side immediately realized that Chen Ji had misunderstood and hurriedly explained, No, I mainly wanted to see how the modern stoves you mentioned in the books I read work. The stone in Chen Ji's heart finally fell to the ground. Oh, is that so? What's so interesting about that? While responding casually, Chen Ji pulled open the kitchen sliding door and stepped inside. The spacious kitchen was filled with a dazzling array of kitchenware, steamers, frying pans, pressure cookers, clay pots, woks, skillets, baking trays, ovens, grills, noodle makers, peelers, meat grinders. Everything was there. Unfortunately, Chen Ji didn't recognize most of the things there. Could this be the legendary poor students have many stationery items? Chen Ji efficiently chopped the tomatoes and beat the eggs. Just as he was about to throw the green onions into the pan to sauté them, Prometheus ran to the side of the stove with almost teleportation-like speed, the flames of thirst for knowledge burning fiercely in his eyes. That's right. There were truly two flames burning in Prometheus's eyes. Chen Ji even felt that these flames were brighter than the fire on his stove. Oh. Is this the technology you humans use to make fire now? It actually ignites just by turning it like this. This is really too amazing. Using mechanical force to drive the flint to collide and create sparks, and then igniting this flammable gas. This is truly such a wonderful and exquisite creation. Oh, humanity, letting the flower of flame bloom in your own hands, letting darkness and cold leave your dwelling forever, supporting this with your own arms. Watching Prometheus, who was squatting on the ground, don't forget Prometheus's height, he could only make his line of sight level with the stove by squatting, staring at the stove while muttering inexplicable words. Chen Ji suddenly felt a headache. Get up quickly, I still need to cook. Prometheus, don't you dare bring a barbershop here. Looking at Prometheus, who was stunned by his shouting, Chen Ji slapped his own forehead. Why are you gods getting harder and harder to manage? Am I running a bookstore or a kindergarten? Chen Ji even suspected that this Prometheus in front of him might have been locked up on Mount Caucasus for too long, and combined with not knowing how long he had slept, his brain might have been stifled. Sure enough, even gods will go crazy if they are locked up for too long. Sorry, Mr. Store Manager, I was a bit too excited. Ever since I finished reading those books introducing the modern world, I really couldn't help myself, wanting to see those marvelous things comparable to miracles with my own eyes. Sigh. Well, have you seen enough? If you have, go out first and let me finish cooking. After a while, the appetizing aroma of noodles filled Baichi bookstore. Chen Ji carried a large pot of tomato and egg noodles out of the kitchen and placed the pot on the dining table. Time to eat. Caillou and Prometheus sat by the dining table, looking with some surprise at the large pot of so-called tomato and egg noodles placed in the center of the table. Are those reddish things the so-called tomatoes? Can they taste good? What a rare ingredient. It looks very similar to an apple. Could there be golden tomatoes? You don't know what tomatoes are? As soon as Chen Ji finished speaking, he immediately realized. That's right, tomatoes are plants native to South America. By the time tomatoes were widely planted as a food crop in Asia and Europe, the age of mythology had long since passed. So Caillou and Prometheus were naturally seeing tomatoes for the first time. In that case, perhaps only the American gods have seen this food. Chen Ji watched the two great deities curiously eating the noodles in their bowls. Prometheus watched Caillou pick up noodles with chopsticks, so he followed suit, picked up the chopsticks, and mastered the knack of using them in a few tries. Should one say that he is worthy of being the Titan of wisdom? A very wonderful taste, not bad. Boss, you should eat too. I feel like this thing called a tomato is delicious. With the efforts of one human and two gods, that large pot of noodles soon hit the bottom. Everyone is done eating, right? Chen Ji collected the bowls and chopsticks. Looking at Caillou and Prometheus with greasy mouths, and Chimameliang who had gathered around to watch, Chen Ji cleared his throat and said to them, You should all have a certain understanding of the modern world by now, right? Then the next step in the God's modernization plan is going out to play. #50 Chapter 50 A Trip to the Amusement Park. Chapter 50, A trip to the amusement park. Going out to play? Caillou and Prometheus looked at Chen-Ji in confusion, while Chen-Ji nodded firmly. That's right. To be honest, I should have taken you out for a stroll a long time ago. It's just that lately, one thing after another has come up, and I really haven't been able to find the time. As it happens, we have nothing to do tonight, and Prometheus has basically grasped the common knowledge of the modern world. I think it's time to take you out to experience firsthand what the modern world is like. Regarding the matter of taking these great deities out, Chen-Ji had been seriously considering its feasibility ever since he last took Caillou out. Chen-Ji understood that since he had brought mythology into the mortal world, he couldn't keep them stuck in his bookstore forever. It wasn't just for the sake of faith, it was also to let these deities truly engage with this present world. Only by touching reality could they truly understand reality. Of course, the biggest reason was that Chen-Ji didn't want to be the center of attention again next time he went out to catch an anomaly because of these partially informed deities. Last time, Chio's barrage of rapid-fire questions had made him want to crawl into a hole. To avoid making mistakes during operations, it was best to let these deities adapt to the modern world as quickly as possible while there was nothing else going on. The shopkeeper is right. We do need to go out for a walk. A little stroll will certainly aid our thinking. Prometheus nodded in agreement, then snapped his fingers, and the Greek robe he was wearing instantly transformed into a long black formal suit. Although the outfit looked magnificent, paired with Prometheus's height of nearly 2 meters and the muscles bulging beneath the suit, he looked every bit like the thug in a suit. It's a bit tight. Prometheus gently moved his arms. Having been used to wearing Greek robes, this was his first time wearing such modern clothing, and he hadn't adapted yet. Great. So boss, where are we going to play? Caillou said excitedly. This warlord really had boundless energy. Even though she had just been fighting an anomaly last night, she still looked like she was overflowing with energy. For such an overly lively child, the best approach was, I heard there's a newly opened amusement park, so I'll take you all there tonight. But remember, you cannot let anyone else discover your abilities. Given our current situation, we cannot be discovered by the Anomaly Investigation Bureau. Can you all manage that? Of course, boss. Shopkeeper. What about Chimimaliang? Reminded by Prometheus, Chen-Ji finally remembered the ghost girl who had always lacked presence. He quickly turned to look at Chimimaliang and scratched his head in worry. That's right, Chimimaliang, what about you? Chimimaliang was bright blue all over, and she was also translucent. Any normal person would be able to tell at a glance that there was something wrong with her. Furthermore, Chimimaliang had already been on the news. The entire sanctuary now knew that a blue, spirit-type anomaly was active. If she showed herself, someone would definitely call the police. Should she hide in my shadow? No, that would defeat the purpose. What should I do? Unexpectedly, Chimimaliang spoke up on her own. Boss, it's okay, I have a way. Immediately, Chimimaliang actually passed directly through the wall and went outside. Hey! Where are you going? Not long after, a series of banging sounds rang out from the second-floor window. Chen-Ji leaned over to look and saw a small white cat crouching on the small balcony outside, tapping on the window with its little paw. Boss, it's me. The small white cat actually spoke, and it was in Chimimaliang's voice. Chimimaliang? Is that you? Chen-Ji quickly opened the window and reached out to scoop up the small white cat. The small white cat rubbed against Chen-Ji's arm and then spoke again. That's right. I got lucky. There happened to be a kitten nearby that had just died, so I possessed it directly. Now it's my temporary body. A dead kitten. Hearing this, Chen-Ji immediately picked Chimimaliang up and inspected her current body from top to bottom. There are no external injuries. Did it die of illness? Chimimaliang, how do you feel now? Will you be affected by it? No. Nothing feels wrong. It's you, boss. Picking me up like that all of a sudden is uncomfortable. Hey. Sorry. But, Chimimaliang, have you recovered your 5 senses now? Previously, Chimimaliang had told Chen-Ji that spirits like her did not possess the 5 senses of ordinary people. Unless they felt pain when their spirit form was damaged, they were generally unable to perceive smell, touch, or taste. That's right. When we obtain a physical body, we can also gain the same 5 senses as you all. Great. Now there are no problems, right? Let's set off. Hey, wait for me. I haven't locked the door yet. Just as Chen Ji's group was noisily heading out, over at the Anomaly Investigation Bureau, a group of people was miserably working overtime. Old Zhong, it's not that I don't want to help you, it's that I really can't find where that guy is. I'm only D rank, and any guy who's a bit powerful can make it, so I can't find them. Fine. I can understand that your abilities are limited, but last night, an ability just like that guy's appeared again. Why didn't you call me over to catch it? Old Zhong, that day you were the one who insisted on running across half the sanctuary to track down that guy. At that time, you were separated from the scene by almost the entire distance of the sanctuary. How was I supposed to wait for you? Don't you know that speed is the essence of war? Don't you know that time is life? By the time you arrived, the day lilies would have already gone cold. Although these few sentences from Huang Yang could be described as sonorous and imposing, it would have been even more intimidating if he weren't currently trembling while clinging to the filing cabinet. In front of Huang Yang stood Zhong Pingbo, looking like a demon king descended upon the world. Veins were bulging on his neck, and his hands were waving constantly with the rise and fall of his emotions. His booming voice made the entire floor tremble slightly, scaring the mortal clerks in the Anomaly Investigation Bureau into silence, not daring to even breathe loudly. In the entire Shelter Number 386 branch of the Anomaly Investigation Bureau, besides the captain of the No. 386 Investigator Squad, what they were usually most afraid of was Zhong Pingbo's booming voice. Zhong. Uncle Zhong, please calm down first. Those 2 anomalies were simply too strong at the time. If we had tried to stop them with our strength back then, it would have caused massive casualties. Shi Ruo, wearing a nurse's uniform, looked like she was about to cry, but she still stood in front of Zhong Pingbo, speaking to him tremblingly. Little Shi, I'm not. Ah, damn it. Zhong Pingbo stamped his foot in anger. Fortunately, he knew to hold back his strength. Otherwise, if that kick had landed with full force, he would have stomped right through the floor. The prey I've been hunting for so long has slipped through my fingers once again. I understand the logic, I can't get over it. Can't get over it. What happened? Suddenly, a low, oppressive voice rang out from the main entrance. Although the voice wasn't loud, it instantly penetrated the entire Anomaly Investigation Bureau branch, causing everyone in the branch to hear it. Zhong Pingbo, who had been huffing with anger, instantly shuddered upon hearing this voice. The rage in his chest was doused by this cold voice, chilling him to the bone. Captain. Tap, tap, tap. Old Zhong. Accompanied by the slow approach of footsteps, that familiar figure appeared in the three's field of vision. Chapter 51, Captain Hu. Old Zhong. Why are you so worked up again? I just got back and I hear you shouting and yelling here. Getting this angry is bad for your health. Along with this cold voice came footsteps that felt like they were stepping directly onto everyone's hearts. One step, another step, and another. That figure was getting closer and closer. Captain. You're back. Zhong Pingbo swallowed hard and subconsciously stood at attention in front of that figure, showing absolutely none of the imposing manner he had just displayed. Ran into a bit of trouble and it delayed me. As for you all, it seems like you've been having quite a fulfilling time while I was away. It was a tall, sturdy figure wearing a large grey trench coat. Large clumps of blood were splattered all over his clothes, and the pungent smell of blood filled the room. A long object wrapped in blood-stained bandages was tucked at his waist. Because it was wrapped in so many layers of bandages, it was impossible to tell what it actually was. His eyes were half open, and he slowly scanned everyone in the office with a pair of blood-red pupils. Captain of the Shelter No. 386 Investigator Team, Captain Who runs. He walked between Zhong Pingbo and Huang Yang. Zhong Pingbo quickly stepped aside, and Huang Yang immediately hopped down from the filing cabinet, standing in a row with Zhong Pingbo, looking at Captain Who runs with trepidation. All right, I've already heard about your situation on the way here. Let's first. Weareback. Before Captain Who could finish, a piercing soprano voice soared to the heavens, forcibly cutting him off and making everyone present instinctively cover their ears. Here we go again. The expression on Captain Who Run's face instantly froze. He whipped around 180 degrees and was about to bolt for the emergency exit on the other side. Captainhu. A whistling sound tore through the air from behind Captain Who Runs. An unidentified humanoid object flew over like a cannonball, its speed so fast that Captain Who Runs had no way to parry. Thump! Captain Who Runs was knocked squarely into the arms of the unidentified object. After the swirling dust finally settled, the unidentified object could be seen clearly. It was a petite woman wearing a maid outfit. She was currently buried deep in Captain Who Run's embrace, while Captain Who was holding her in an extremely awkward posture, his face practically screaming embarrassment. Hee, safe landing Tilda. The woman in the maid outfit released her hands from around Captain Who Run's neck and landed lightly on the ground. She brushed the dust off her long dress and then flashed an exceptionally bright smile at Captain Who Runs. Hello everyone. Another great adventure with my Captain Master has come to a perfect end. Huang. Guess what? What do you think we encountered on our expedition this time? The woman hopped over to Huang Yang and began chattering away, broadcasting noise directly into his ears. Could you please first? Before Huang Yang could react, the woman leaped into the air and landed in front of Zhong Pingbo, who was trying to sneak away. Uncle Zhong. We caught a super powerful big prey this time. Guess what? How big do you think this guy is? I think. Before Zhong Pingbo could finish, the woman swept through like a whirlwind, instantly shifting over and diving straight into the arms of Shi Ruo. Sister Ruo. I missed you so much. Please be gentle. We've only been apart for a few days. Shi Ruo was hugged tightly by the woman on the spot. The woman even buried her face into Shi Ruo's chest and rubbed against it vigorously, leaving Shi Ruo looking completely at a loss, casting a pleading gaze toward Captain Who Runs, who was almost at the main door. Anna. Seeing the teary-eyed look from Shi Ruo, Captain Who Runs hesitated for a moment before speaking up. Does Master have any orders for me? A massage? Serving tea? Walking the dog? I actually forgot the important task of showing off Master's spoils of war. The woman named Anna slapped her forehead, then dashed out in a flurry. Before everyone could even breathe a sigh of relief, she ran back carrying an exceptionally huge head and threw it onto the ground with a thud. Look. This is the anomaly that my wise, mighty, and pitilessly skilled master conquered during this adventure. It was a dragon head. Judging by the bloodstains, it had been severed for a while, but the flesh of this great beast had not yet stiffened. The muscles on the severed neck were still twitching unconsciously, one of its eyes had been pierced and burst, and disgusting mucus mixed with blood flowed out, causing Huang Yang to mourn for the cleaning lady in his heart for 3 seconds. All right. Captain Who Runs speechlessly covered his face with his hand. He regretted killing this beast now, deeply regretted it. Wow. Master, how indifferent to fame and fortune you are. Even though it was Master's great achievement, you just brushed it off so lightly. As expected. Only the top of the top can leave their names in history. Every background character in a legend is a 1 in a million master. As expected of Master. Always teaching Anna, every single moment. Anna, will definitely live up to Master's expectations. I will definitely write. Shall we do the usual? Watching Anna, who was immersed in her own world, Huang Yang picked up his drawing board and said to everyone. Everyone quickly nodded at Huang Yang. Huang Yang then made a few quick strokes, and a simple 4-panel comic appeared on the paper, depicting the process of Captain Who Runs lecturing them. Zhong Pingbo, your state of mind is chaotic again. If this continues, how can you become a qualified hunter? It was just a harmless mistake, look at the mess you've made. I've read the report on that suddenly appearing spiritual anomaly. This guy runs away as soon as it sees people. Although it's hard to contain, it currently poses no actual threat and is suspected to possess high intelligence. The processing priority shouldn't have been that high. And you You unauthorizedly mobilized resources to search for the whereabouts of this anomaly. Furthermore, as the only remaining combat-type transcendent in the investigation bureau after I left, you personally ran out to scour the world for that anomaly. If the last operation hadn't been lucky and didn't encounter a counterattack from the anomaly, then based on the strength of Huang Yang and Shi Ruo, there would have been casualties. I hope that next time I return from field duty, I see all of you in one piece. Also, Zhong Pingbo. Watch your blade. You remember this, every time you swing your blade, ask yourself first, who is this strike aimed at? Huang Yang slowly stopped his pen here, turned his head, and looked at Captain Hu with an inquiring gaze, while Captain Hu stared with his scarlet eyes at the cold-sweating Zhong Pingbo. The scene suddenly fell into a weird atmosphere if one ignored Anna's chattering background music. Let's go. Captain Hu tightened his trench coat and then stepped out the door. Hey, is Master leaving? Wait for me. When the little maid Anna saw Captain Hu leaving, she quickly trotted after him. Only Huang Yang, the three of them, and a group of terrified clerks remained in the office. Old Zhong, don't blame yourself too much. Just as Huang Yang wanted to say something to Zhong Pingbo, Anna suddenly rushed back over. Woohoo, cheer for my great master. Captain says he's treating us tonight. We're all going to eat pizza. It's right by that newly opened amusement park. Judging by what Captain said, after eating, he might even take us there for a stroll. #52 Chapter 52 Claw Machine. Chapter 52, Claw Machine. The gentle veil of night slowly covered this city, which was embraced by pain, applying a bandage called nightfall over the wounds of the past. Under the intoxicating night, people were able to temporarily cast aside the fear of the sword hanging over their necks, release their scarred hearts, and enjoy this rare, leisurely night. In this era where anomalies run rampant, even though rapidly developing technology has brought abundant resources, the fear of dying in the shadows at any moment remains a nightmare that humanity cannot escape. Having spent over a decade in indescribable fear, humans have slowly realized that since one can never tell if this is their last night, why let pain entangle them until they fall asleep? To alleviate people's fear and stress, the Human Alliance once vigorously promoted the development of the entertainment industry. Although it suffered a severe blow after the promulgation of the image prohibition law, people today have developed the habit of never leaving worries and sorrows for the next day. Take this newly opened amusement park, for example. There are no entrance fees, and the prices for the paid rides are completely affordable, so as the lights came on, the amusement park was crowded with noisy people. Wow, so many people. The young girl in a bright red short-sleeved shirt looked excitedly at the bustling scene and turned to the young man beside her. So many people are here to play. I've only ever seen this many people when we were at war. How rare. Watch your image. Such brilliant lights, yet they have long since shed the need for flames. The progress humanity has made over these years is truly breathtaking. A young girl, a young man, a tall old man, and a small white cat, this strange combination attracted frequent glances from passers-by, but no one really cared. After all, in a city like this, the one thing there is no shortage of is weirdos. As long as they are human, everything can be considered normal. The dreamlike, gorgeous lights, the cheerful music playing everywhere, the performers in the amusement park wearing fancy costumes, and the various rides they had never seen before all left a deep impression on the three ancient deities present. So bright and sparkly. I've only seen emperors in the imperial palace put on firework shows of this level before, but this kind of grand event that even the common people can participate in, I've never seen it before. Indeed, such a marvelous sight was only staged among the immortal gods before, but today's humans can also illuminate every one of their nights. The gods walked through the crowd, gazing at the people, listening to the people, and feeling the people. Everything around them left a mark in their hearts. Boss, look. What is that? Caillou grabbed Chen Ji and pulled him towards a corner by the roadside. There, a row of claw machines was set up. Caillou looked curiously at this row of strange machines. The bright glass cabinets were filled with various dolls, a strange iron claw hung above these dolls, and in front of the machine was a control panel somewhat similar to a game console. Boss, this thing looks a bit like the game console you mentioned before, but why doesn't it have a screen? Are those dolls inside the prizes? Ah, this is called a claw machine. In a sense, it counts as a type of game console. What's wrong? Chen Ji looked with confusion at Caillou, who had suddenly pulled him over. What did this living ancestor, she really is a living ancestor, want to do now? Caillou pressed her hands against the glass of the claw machine, eyes shining as she looked at the pile of dolls inside, to be precise, at a panda doll placed in the very back. Oh, it's just my first time seeing something like this. I'm just a little curious about what it is. Caillou stared at the panda doll inside for a long time, then turned to ask Chen Ji, "Boss, how do you play this thing?" "This. You insert a coin, then use that joystick and button to control the claw inside, and if you manage to grab a doll, it's yours." Chen Ji explained to Caillou while pointing at the claw machine's control panel, his confusion growing even more. "Caillou, what on earth does she want to do? Just like that? That's so simple. Why would you guys make such a boring game console?" Ah. Just as Chen Ji thought Caillou would turn and leave because she found it boring, she reached out her hand to him. "Give me a coin." "Okay, let's go see the next." "Wait, what did you say?" "Give me a coin. I want to try it." Don't overthink it. I just want to see what it's like to play this, to see just how boring it really is." Chio's eyes never left the panda doll inside the claw machine the entire time. Chen Ji. Still oblivious to everything, Chen Ji trotted off to exchange a bag of coins and returned. Caillou took the bag of coins, then inserted one as Chen Ji had instructed, starting the claw machine in front of her. Accompanied by the flashing light beams on the machine, the wobbly iron claw, under Chio's control, went straight for the panda doll, landing tremblingly on its head. The warlord Caillou, holding the joystick, curled the corner of her lips slightly, then slammed the button to control the claw to grip, and simultaneously yanked the joystick hard. The sequence of actions was smooth and flowing, and under Chio's operation, the claw lifted rapidly. Clack, it grabbed nothing. Hey! Watching the empty claw retract, Caillou froze on the spot. Chen Ji, seeing this, immediately felt that things were going south. In that instant, he ransacked his brain for a suitable thing to say, but then tragically discovered he had never memorized a dictionary. But before Chen Ji could speak, Caillou immediately took out another coin and inserted it. This time, the warlord Caillou took a deep breath in front of the claw machine, and wisps of crimson emerged in her eyes. She was serious. Those little hands, used to wielding 18 types of weapons, gripped the joystick, moving it as flexibly as if it were a weapon. Chio's eyes were locked on the iron claw, like a hunter seeking prey, waiting for the best moment to fire. The iron claw moved steadily to a position directly above the panda doll, like an eagle locking onto its prey, its shadow completely covering the target's form. Now, Caillou pressed the grab button with lightning speed, and the iron claw dropped like an arrow released from a bow. Clack, it grabbed nothing. Chen Ji. Swoosh. Caillou waved her small hand and took out 5 more coins from the little bag. Clack, 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 clack. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Another 10 coins inserted. Clack, clack, clack. One more time. Swoosh. Under Chen Ji's terrified gaze, the small bag of coins quickly hit the bottom. Finally, only the last coin remained in Chio's palm. Looking at Caillou, who was trembling slightly like a volcano about to erupt, Chen Ji understood that even if Shen Gongbao possessed him right now, he couldn't save himself. Caillou stared fixedly at the machine in front of her and the last coin in her hand. Then, with a whoosh, she threw that last coin into the machine. Accompanied by the light beams signaling the start of the game, Caillou slapped the machine's panel hard with a slap, and 2 streams of crimson baleful energy poured into the machine. It was Chio's weapon-casting divine ability. Instantly, those light beams flickered, turning red for a split second, but then returned to normal. Caillou reached out and yanked the joystick hard. The iron claw instantly seemed to come alive, swooshing into the pile of dolls. The iron claw gripped the panda doll tightly, pulled hard, and dragged it out from the pile of dolls. "Get out here." The iron claw actually swung toward the dispensing chute, throwing the panda doll directly into the chute. Clang. The doll was caught. Caillou reached out and took the panda doll she had caught, hugging it tightly to her chest. Yay. Success. Caillou smiled. She smiled exceptionally brightly, exceptionally happily. Previously, Chen Ji had seen Caillou smile many times. There was the wild laughter when facing enemies in battle, the mischievous smile when joking with Chen Ji, the encouraging smile when taking care of the novice Chen Ji, the smug smile when seeing the glory of the modern world. However, only in that smile just now did Chen Ji see a pure smile. A smile composed of pure satisfaction and happiness. A smile like a girl would show. Seemingly noticing Chen Ji's gaze, Caillou immediately pretended to be calm, tucked the panda doll into her arms, and said awkwardly to Chen Ji, "Ahem, it was just another trivial, small victory for this warlord. Let's go, let's go. This game really is very boring. Let's hurry and go play the next game. There are still so many things you haven't shown me yet." Chapter 53, The Gods Returning Home at Night. The night is cold and terrifying. People are naturally afraid of the night curtain, afraid of the unknown hidden in the darkness. The night is kind and inclusive. No matter what it will use its dark and cold embrace to contain everything. The night does not dislike anyone. Under the shelter of the night, everything will reveal its most essential side. Chen Ji would learn these words from a certain existence in the future, but for now, let him enjoy this rare piece. Boss, is that the carousel spinning over there? Why does it feel not exciting at all? Boss, look. Is that big thing a roller coaster? I want to play that. It's bumper cars. I've wanted to play that for a long time. Boss, let's go and dominate the field together. I promise I'll hold back my strength. Ever since she caught the panda plush toy, Caillou seemed to have flipped a switch, excitedly dragging Chen Ji around the amusement park, charging everywhere. Chen Ji, who had just gotten off the roller coaster, still had weak legs. Hearing that Caillou wanted to take him to play bumper cars immediately, he instantly recalled the experience of being treated like a billiard ball inside Chio's protective shield during the last operation. He had absolutely no trust left in the hold back my strength that Caillou spoke of. No. Let me catch my breath for a moment. What a nuisance, human bodies are truly fragile. You're already done for with just this. Chen Ji rubbed the frantically beating Mythology Encyclopedia on his chest and was speechless. My living ancestor, you are a god. Holding a mortal to your standards is just too. Fut, ha 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 ha. Alright, then I'll give you 5 minutes of rest time tilde. Who is the boss here, anyway? 5 minutes later, Chen Ji, strapped into a bumper car by Caillou that felt like a wild horse off its leash, began a great contemplation about the universe and himself. Why did I agree to accompany this living ancestor to play? Wahahaha. Take this. Watch me ram you all away. Wait. What? You want me to quickly overtake the car in front? Okay. A god should satisfy the wishes of their believers. My living ancestor. Are you driving a bumper car or a go-kart? It feels about the same. Chard. In the bumper car area of the amusement park, a red bumper car was charging wildly on the track, dominating the field, with no opponent able to withstand a single blow wherever it passed. Sitting in this bumper car were a joyful girl in fiery red clothes and a young man with a face ashen and calm as an ancient well. This starkly contrasting pair quickly attracted the attention of the staff. Damn, this girl is giving the bumper car the feeling of a war chariot. Is there someone this fierce on the first day? I say, this is what you call bumper cars. I really want to go in and play with her. Stop bragging. Didn't you see how she drifted out of the encirclement of the other 2 cars just now? If you went in, you'd just be rammed flying by her. Hiss, could this girl be some kind of race car driver? This technique is too strong. Where would you find such a young race car driver? By the fence of the bumper car area, an old man with a long beard stood quietly leaning against the railing, holding a small white cat. They watched the invincible bumper car and clicked their tongues in wonder. So that's it. Miss Caillou is the warlord of your Yang Huang mythology. The 3 ancestors of Yang and Huang. She is also an ancestor god of humanity. Meow tilde. Oh, fighting against the Yang and Yellow Emperors with her own strength. And that was with the help of Ying Long and the 9 Heavens mysterious lady. Meow tilde. Hanba. But didn't the Yellow Emperor still have Ying Long to control wind and rain? Then why did they need Hanba to fight against the Wind Count and Rain Master? Kwafu, the giant who fell on the road chasing the sun. Truly, respectable gods. The person and the cat chatted back and forth like this. Fortunately, Chio's performance was so eye-catching that no one noticed this strange combination. A round of bumper cars ended quickly. The bouncy Caillou carried the soul-departed Chen Ji out of the field. The girl's bell-like laughter filled everyone's ears. That was so interesting. Big guy, did you see my performance just now? Amazing, right, amazing, right. The technology is really advanced now tilde if it were the cars from before, I definitely wouldn't dare to play with others so freely. But look at these cars, they're fine no matter how hard you hit them. Finally, there's a place other than the battlefield where I can fully unleash myself. Cough, cough, cough. I'm actually still alive. Chen Ji pressed both hands on the frantically beating Mythology Encyclopedia, fearing that this thing would really jump out. When others say their heart is jumping out, it's a metaphor, but if he's not careful, his actually might. The small white cat possessed by Chimameliang ran over and rubbed against Chen Ji's feet with concern. Chen Ji really wanted to pick up Chimameliang in this form and enjoy some cat petting, but he really had no energy left. Chen Ji, placed on a lounge chair by Caillou to rest, finally deeply realized that the most terrifying extreme sport in the world is babysitting. If there is anything more terrifying, it's that the child being babysat is a real, living ancestor. Phew, alright, I've had a great time today, let's stop here for now. Thank you, Warlord, for sparing my life, Chen Ji said, wanting to cry but having no tears. Trembling, he stood up, picked up Chimameliang in her small white cat form, and led Caillou and Prometheus out. When they were about to reach the main gate, Chimameliang, who had been lying in Chen Ji's arms, suddenly raised her head and tried hard to stretch her neck to look at a small stall by the side of the road. What's wrong? Chimameliang nimbly jumped out of Chen Ji's arms, paced with cat steps, and ran all the way to an ice cream stall by the road. Meow tilde. Are you wanting to eat this? Looking at Chimameliang, who was looking at him with a pair of big, watery eyes, Chen Ji's vocabulary once again faced a major crisis. How was he supposed to explain to the stall owner that he wanted to buy ice cream for a kitten? Sir, I actually don't recommend giving ice cream to kittens. This kind of cold food can easily make your pet sick. The uncle selling ice cream was probably seeing a customer like this for the first time, and like Chen Ji, he struggled for a long time and could only try to persuade Chen Ji from a health perspective. Honestly, for not directly chasing him away when encountering such a customer, Chen Ji already thought this uncle was nice enough. Actually, sorry for wasting your time. Actually, they wanted to come over and buy one for me, but forgot what flavor I wanted. One vanilla, please. Just when Chen Ji was at a loss, Prometheus arrived in time to help Chen Ji out of the predicament. It's still your treat, right? Yes, let it be my treat, let it be my treat. Soon, a large serving of vanilla ice cream was brought out by the ice cream uncle. Prometheus took the ice cream and secretly winked at Chimameliang. Then how much is it? Boss, I want a mixed blueberry and strawberry, a big serving of cherry, one vanilla, one mulberry, and one supersized chocolate. Before the ice cream uncle could speak, he was interrupted by a clear female voice. Then, a girl wearing a maid outfit ran over in a rush and squeezed next to Chen Ji. Sorry customer, my last bit of vanilla ice cream just sold out, you see. Hey, then wait a moment, I'll go back and ask. Before the uncle could finish, the little girl ran away like a gust of wind again. I was going to say, they sell it at the stall right across the way. Can you settle my bill first now? Oh, it's a total of. Chen Ji shook his head, puzzled, and didn't take what just happened to heart. After settling the bill, he led the group of gods and left the amusement park. The night was silent, watching over every person returning home, and equally watching over Chen Ji and his group of employees. The Mythology Encyclopedia moved slightly, but Chen Ji didn't notice. 54 Chapter 54 Rat. Chapter 54, Rats. Mars. Captain. There's no vanilla flavor left. Wasn't the vanilla flavor for me? Why are you telling the captain that? Sorry. Then what kind do you want, Huang Yang? How many times do I have to tell you not to call me Ewang? Isn't that a dog's name? Just call me by my name. Do you still want the ice cream or not? Strawberry flavor, thanks. The investigators wandered aimlessly through the amusement park. With tacit understanding, everyone ignored Anna, the mobile noise source, and quietly enjoyed this rare break. After all, as investigators of the Investigation Bureau, they had been working at full capacity around the clock. For these transcendents, rest was an extremely luxurious thing. As they walked, Captain Hu suddenly slowed his pace, then abruptly turned around and stood in front of a claw machine. What's wrong, Captain? Huang Yang looked at Captain Hu had stopped in front of the claw machine, and then at the glowing claw machine stuffed with plush toys. His expression became subtle. This thing has evil energy on it. Don't worry, Captain, I'll take care of what? The other members of the investigator squad immediately looked at Huang Yang in unison. Let's get to the point. I just sensed a faint trace of evil energy, and it turned out to be coming from this claw machine. A flash of helplessness crossed Captain Hu's crimson eyes as he pulled everyone's attention back to the tainted machine. Evil energy, and the smell of blood, appearing on a claw machine. Furthermore, this level of evil energy is definitely that of a murder weapon that has feasted on blood. At least 3 people must have died at the hands of this claw machine to reach this scale. So, you're saying this claw machine is a murder weapon? That's right. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Then, Huang Yang hesitantly spoke up. But I didn't find any traces of transcendent power on this claw machine. Huang Yang, do I need to tell you what to do next? Yes. I'll go contact the nearest peacekeeper right away. Captain Hu stared coldly at the seemingly harmless claw machine, its psychedelic lights reflected in his blood-red eyes. What exactly are you? Don't think you can fool me. The blood on your hands will never be washed away. Who put you, a murder weapon, in this amusement park? What exactly is their purpose? The claw machine, having swallowed a bag of coins from Caillou, naturally could not answer Captain Hu's interrogation. It just stood there quietly, continuing to emit light at a leisurely pace. Not long after, the peacekeeper vehicles arrived in a rush, breaking the laughter of the amusement park. Confused tourists and staff watched as fully armed peacekeepers ran down from the vehicles with serious expressions, then, looking completely bewildered, set up a cordon around a claw machine. Then, under the bewildered gazes of the tourists and the peacekeepers themselves, the claw machine was heavily sealed and finally lifted into an armored transport vehicle. What's going on? I don't know. I heard it seems like the machine has some safety issues. Tell me, what kind of danger could a claw machine possibly pose? I don't know, but the judgment made by the peacekeepers can't be wrong, right? But look, they seem just as confused as we are. The crowd chattered and speculated from 2 meters away from the cordon. After so many years of threats from anomalies, people had long since broken the habit of watching the spectacle from the front lines, switching to watching from a safe distance instead. Watching the peacekeepers bustling about like ants, a few figures mixed in the crowd exchanged glances, then turned and squeezed out of the crowd. Since this scene was not very attractive, many people had already turned and left by now, so their movements did not attract any unnecessary attention at all. These people tacitly left through different exits of the amusement park. They plunged into the winding alleys, turning and twisting, and finally converged in the shadow cast by a large building. Damn peacekeepers, why would they mobilize such a big force for a broken claw machine? I thought we were exposed. Don't overthink it. Although those people from the church are all lunatics, they aren't stupid. They always do things flawlessly. It's impossible for news to have leaked. Flawlessly? If they were really flawless, would they need to hire us to do things for them? Don't think about it so much. Anyway, we've got the item this time. Those bastards from the church notified us to change the location right before the transaction. A bunch of unprintable Yanghuang profanity, talking about how newly built buildings make it easier to tear open wounds or something. Didn't you just admit yourself that the church is unreliable? All right, let's first see what this holy relic they went through so much trouble to transport in is. This is a ball. The person speaking ripped open the large handbag in his hand. Inside the bag, a glowing metal sphere lay quietly. The surface of the sphere was engraved with complex circuit diagrams, and points of flowing light slid along the circuits, finally converging into a circle in the very center of the sphere. This is. What is it? He pulled out the sphere, weighed it up and down a couple of times, then rummaged through the handbag for a long time, and finally roared, Yanhuang profanity. How come there's no instruction manual? Does this Yanhuang profanity church think that we are all his Yanhuang profanity believers, and that we would naturally know how to use this Yanhuang profanity holy relic of theirs? The gang leader, who was leading the group, squatted down speechlessly, pulling at his hair in distress. So many days have passed and there's still absolutely no progress. We finally got the holy relic, but there's no instruction manual. The boss is definitely going to skin us alive. Big brother, I have an idea. At this moment, a gang member standing behind him suddenly thought of something and hurriedly shouted to the leader. In yesterday's news, during the Investigation Bureau's operation, another anomaly similar to that guy appeared. It was two guys with ghost faces exactly like that guy's. I think that guy might be attracted to anomaly events. How can you be so sure? Sigh. Things have come to this. We might as well treat a dead horse as if it were alive. The boss doesn't have a better plan anyway. Having made up their minds, the group of gang members scurried into the dark alleys like scattered cockroaches and soon disappeared. Chapter 55, Etherealization. At this moment, Chen Ji and his group of gods, completely unaware of everything that had happened in the amusement park, had already returned to their Baichi bookstore. Watching Chimameliang, who was holding an ice cream with her two furry little kitten paws and eating it with gusto, Chen Ji couldn't help but reach out and gently stroke the little head of Chimameliang in her white kitten form. He had actually wanted to raise a cat for a long time, but was simply too lazy to clean up after and take care of a kitten. He just hadn't expected this wish to be realized in such a way. Meow. Feeling Chen Ji's touch, Chimameliang looked up at him in confusion and then asked, Boss? Is there something you need? No, nothing at all. You go ahead, keep going. Oh, though I don't know if it's because of this body, but those two touches just now, boss, they were actually quite comfortable. As Chimameliang spoke, her voice grew quieter and quieter, until finally, she plopped her little kitten head back into the ice cream and ignored Chen Ji. Is it just my imagination? Why does Chimameliang seem a bit dazed? Could she have been stupefied by staying in there? Chen Ji thought to himself, watching Chimameliang with her head buried in the ice cream bowl. But come to think of it, it seems there are quite a few cat gods in mythology. Bastet, the cat goddess of Egyptian mythology, the cat spirits of Celtic mythology, and our Yanhuang's queen mother of the West. Even if she isn't a cat, she's a feline, so rounding it up, she's a big cat too. But if we categorize them like this, then there's Atha, the Egyptian goddess of beauty, Ishtar, the princess of Venus from Mesopotamia, and Ixchel, the queen of Mayan mythology. Chen Ji suddenly felt that his initial wish might very well be exceeded in the future. Right. I haven't used the faith I obtained to strengthen the gods yet. Chen Ji slapped his forehead. After summoning Prometheus, he had completely forgotten about distributing faith, and only remembered it just now when he was imagining the gods he might awaken in the future. He slowly took out the Mythology Encyclopedia, and the book began to throb faster and faster in sync with his excited mood. Chen Ji was even more excited now than when he had summoned Prometheus, because this was a genuine opportunity to increase his own strength. Having experienced the last battle, and especially having had a taste of what it felt like to possess supernatural powers through Chimameliang, Chen Ji was now impatient to have real supernatural powers of his own to use. Spiritual sense is simply not enough. This kind of auxiliary, non-combat skill can't even help me defend myself. Right now, I can't even beat a few thugs. I'm not asking to be able to fight, just being able to not drag everyone down would be enough. Chen Ji opened the Mythology Encyclopedia, and a pure white pen of faith condensed between his fingers. He looked at the entries for Chimameliang and Caillou on the page, then, full of anticipation, he made a grand stroke, and two portions of faith merged into the entries for Caillou and Chimameliang. Accompanied by the influx of those two pure flickers of faith, Caillou and Chimameliang, who was currently lost in the bliss of the ice cream bowl, both sensed something and looked up at Chen Ji simultaneously. Whoa, it feels like I've recovered a bit of strength, but I'm still incredibly weak. Meow. It seems my spirit body has become more stable. Chimimaliang, you. Chen Ji and Caillou both looked with strange expressions at Chimimaliang, who had added a peculiar modal particle to her speech. The latter immediately hid her head back in the ice cream bowl, but judging by her trembling body, she must have really wanted to turn back into a spirit and find a shadow to hide in. Boss. Hurry up and feel it, is there any change? Chio's attention quickly shifted to Chen Ji's new ability. After all, Chen Ji's strength determined how much power she could unleash whenever she fought, and she didn't want to be held back in the next battle by the fear of causing collateral damage to Chen Ji like last time. I just feel like my thinking has become increasingly fluid. It feels like it's easier for me to calm my mind and think now. I feel like I have stronger control over my own body. It feels a bit like that internal energy introspection in those fantasy novels. Boss. I can vaguely see inside my own body. Is this some kind of cultivation technique of yours, Caillou? Can I also cultivate to become an immortal now? So, is this a cultivation novel? Bo. Hurry. Why does it seem like there's a voice ringing in my ears, vaguely, and it's also a bit familiar? Right. Why does it seem like Caillou and Chimimaliang haven't responded to me since just now? This thought exploded in Chen Ji's mind like a lightning bolt, and he suddenly snapped his eyes open. What met his eyes was a quietly flickering flame. Mr. Store Manager. How many flames do you see now? 1. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Ji suddenly felt a sudden sensation of falling, and then, after hearing a bang in his ear, the scene before him returned to normal. Before Chen Ji's eyes, Caillou and Chimimaliang in her spirit form were looking at him anxiously. As soon as they saw Chen Ji wake up, they immediately said happily, Boss, you've finally returned to human form. What do you mean by finally returned to human form? Boss, you have no idea. Just now, as soon as you closed your eyes, your body started to fade away, and in the end, you turned directly into a spirit. What? Chen Ji looked at his own hands. Did I learn astral projection? No. It's not your soul leaving your body. Boss, it's your physical body that directly turned into a spirit. Chimimaliang said with some terror. Even with her knowledge from mythology, she had never seen such a strange supernatural power. My physical body directly turned into a spirit? Yes. And the warlord's baleful energy on me would have dispersed your spirit body if I got close, and without your physical body, Chimimaliang wouldn't have been able to do anything. It's all thanks to the big guy's flame. He waved his flame in front of your spirit body, and you changed back. Upon hearing this, Chen Ji turned to look at Prometheus, who bowed slightly to him. It is nothing, just a small trick. As long as Mr. Store Manager is safe and sound, that is all that matters. Thank you. Chen Ji looked at his hands, wiggling his fingers slightly, feeling the solid reality of their existence. Once he had calmed down, he suddenly realized what a powerful ability he had acquired. Materialization to etherealization. If I master this move, wouldn't I be able to be immune to all physical attacks? However, there is still one thing that is very strange. Whose supernatural power is this move, anyway? 56 Chapter 56 Realization. Chapter 56, Materialization. Materializing into void. Whose ability is this, exactly? Chen Ji looked at Caillou and Chimimaliang, and both of them shook their heads with remarkable synchronicity. It's not my ability, boss. You know me. If it were my ability, what would have disappeared just now wouldn't have been your body, Caillou said, looking at Chen Ji with a sincere expression. The way you put that, don't force a meme. You made it sound so strange. Boss, it's not me either, but when you were using your ability just now, I did feel an aura similar to the spiritual sense projection ability. For us spiritual type ghosts, besides possessing or seizing bodies, we can also detach our spiritual sense from other shells. But this is almost an instinctual ability. I don't even know if it counts as an ability. I've digressed. But I just felt that when you were using your ability, It gave the impression of a projection ability. But if you were really using that kind of ability, it should just be your soul leaving your body, right? Why did your body directly turn into a spiritual entity? Boss, are you sure you're actually a human? I'm 100% sir. Alright, I'm not sure. Chen Ji looked down and touched his empty chest. After the Mythology Encyclopedia was taken out, that area was completely empty, with only a single spine remaining to support him. However, Chen Ji felt that even without this spine, he could still live perfectly fine. Looking at his current appearance, Chen Ji really wasn't sure if he was still human. Watching Chen Ji in silence, Chimameliang realized she must have said the wrong thing. The little ghost was instantly flustered, racking her brains to find a way to comfort Chen Ji. Why wouldn't you be sure? Look, boss, you still have hands and feet and everything. Many monsters don't even have those. Boss, you are definitely. It's fine, it's not a big deal. If we can't figure it out now, later when I summon a great deity like Nua, I don't believe that a deity of that level won't be able to figure out what's going on with me. The most important thing now is to figure out how to use this ability of mine. Chen Ji stared at his own hands, trying to focus his thoughts just like before. He held his breath and concentrated, staring for a long time, but this time there wasn't even the slightest change. Strange. Boss, try closing your eyes and imagining your body slowly becoming lighter, and don't focus on your senses. This is the method for ghosts to detach from a shell after possession. I don't know if it will work. Chimameliang suggested in a low voice. Not focusing on the 5 senses. That's a bit difficult. Chen Ji involuntarily held his breath as his consciousness slowly sank. He tried hard to ignore his 5 senses, and gradually, Chen Ji's perception of the outside world became more and more blurred, and more blurred. Suddenly, Chen Ji felt his whole body lighten, and then a large number of images flooded into his mind, even though he hadn't opened his eyes yet. It was his spiritual sense. These images were scenes that could only be seen through spiritual sense. Chen Ji had automatically activated his spiritual sense. This is... Boss, you did it. Chen Ji looked up ahead. While it was called looking up, in the state of spiritual sense, he possessed a 360-degree field of vision, so looking up was just a habitual action. He saw the ghostly blue Chimameliang waving at him, and the little ghost said to him with a smile, "Look, boss. You've turned directly into a spiritual entity. It's true." Chen Ji used his spiritual sense to look at his current appearance. Unlike Chimameliang, who just became semi-transparent, he was now just a vague, blurry shadow, lacking even a rough human shape. He looked just like a white ghost from a cartoon, where one could barely make out where the head was. Why is the effect so different? Haha, boss, you aren't a real ghost. A normal mortal's soul is just like this, blurry and very prone to dissipating. Dissipating? Chen Ji was instantly startled, and his spiritual entity fluctuated violently in response. Seeing this, Chimameliang quickly said, don't worry, the situation I was talking about is when the souls of mortals who have lost their souls wander between heaven and earth for a long time. If they aren't taken in by the underworld, their souls will slowly wear away and only then will they dissipate. Boss, you aren't going to stay in this state forever. Just temporarily turning into a spiritual entity like this won't be a problem. Is that so? And boss, when you turn into a spiritual entity, don't have too drastic emotional fluctuations. The emotional changes in your current soul state will directly reflect on your spiritual entity, making it fragile and vulnerable. I see, understood. But, how do I turn back now? Chimameliang was immediately stumped. The primary condition for a soul-returning technique was the need for a body to possess, but in Chen Ji's situation, Mr. Store Manager, why don't you try imagining your body first, and then attach your consciousness to it? At this moment, Prometheus, who had been watching from the side, walked over. He snapped his fingers, and a flame ignited at his fingertips. Mr. Store Manager, if imagining your body from scratch is a bit difficult, you can also try focusing your attention on this flame first. Flame. In Chen Ji's spiritual sense, everything around him was clear at a glance, except for that flame. His spiritual sense could not see that small flame clearly. It was like a vague, blurry phantom. He involuntarily focused all his attention on that flame. Slowly, the flame took on a form. The flame gradually spread out limbs, gaining a head and torso. Its skull slowly became clear, and a face gradually emerged. Under Chenji's gaze, he finally saw that face clearly. It was his own face. A strong sensation of falling flooded his mind again, and Chenji opened his eyes abruptly. He had turned back to his original form. "Mr. Store Manager, do you feel all right?" I'm fine. It's just that if I have to do this every time to turn back, this ability is a bit useless." "Mr. Store Manager, you don't need to worry about that. I can leave this fire of enlightenment in your consciousness. It will accompany your soul, so when you want to restore your physical body, you can use this flame to help you dispel the ability." "Really? Then I have no more worries." Prometheus flicked his fingertip, and the flame flew into Chenji's forehead, passing right through it. Mr. Store Manager's mind is indeed different from ordinary people. As the flame entered Chenji's body, an expression of surprise immediately appeared on Prometheus's face. "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" "The moment my flame entered your consciousness, it lost connection with me. It's as if my fire of enlightenment was directly devoured by you." Chapter 57, Warlord Special Training. It was devoured. When that flame entered his body, Chenji did indeed feel a warmth spread through him, and his mind cleared, but Prometheus, the original owner of the flame, could no longer sense it at all. "Ever since I stole this flame, this is the first time I haven't been able to sense it." Prometheus looked at Chenji curiously, and another flame ignited in his hand. This time, the flame was fully 5 times larger than the previous flicker. It was practically a fireball. "Mr. Shopkeeper, don't worry, this flame won't hurt you. I just want to study the principle behind your devouring ability, Mr. Shopkeeper." Watching Prometheus slowly approach while cradling the fireball, Chenji waved his hands frantically. No, I'm not curious about my ability anymore." "All right then." Prometheus extinguished the fireball with a look of regret. "What exactly are you regretting? However, Mr. Shopkeeper, please forgive my bluntness, but your current situation really doesn't seem like that of a normal human. I participated in the creation of humanity, and this flame was tailor-made for humans as the fire of civilizational blessing. If it were acting upon a human, it would be impossible for it to go out of control. Alright, anyway, human ability has its limits, unless one transcends humanity." Got off track again. "But Prometheus, I can actually still feel that flicker of yours." "You can still feel it?" "Yeah, I feel all warm inside right now, even though I don't have a heart. It's like there's a little heater right in my heart." "That sounds like it worked." "Mr. Shopkeeper, why don't you try again?" "Try again." Chenji took a deep breath, and his form turned ethereal again. But this time, within his spiritual sense, a tiny flame was flickering inside his body. It worked. Following the same method, Chenji restored his physical body this time with great ease. "Boss, you're much more skilled at turning ethereal and solid this time than the previous few times." Caillou leaned in excitedly, curiously poking Chenji with her finger. Just a moment ago, she had been worried that the baleful aura on her body would disperse Chenji's spirit body, so she had hidden in the very back. What a convenient ability. "Now, whenever you encounter danger, boss, you can retreat immediately. And then I can just take care of all the enemies. So I'm still the deadweight character." Looking at Caillou, who was rubbing her hands together in anticipation, Chenji suddenly remembered that he had also strengthened Caillou. "That's right, I should have also gained a divine ability from Caillou." Chenji immediately became excited. The divine ability of the warlord Caillou. This time, he would definitely have some combat power. My divine ability. But I don't feel a shred of baleful aura from you, boss. Most of my combat divine abilities are built upon a foundation of baleful aura, but boss, you don't have any baleful aura at all. Wait, most combat divine abilities. Caillou, aren't all your divine abilities combat-oriented? Hearing this, Chenji looked at Caillou with a horrified expression. "You're a warlord, surely you can do other things." What is that supposed to mean? Are you looking down on me, boss? No, no. Then, besides fighting, what else can you do, Caillou? Caillou, am one of the three ancestors of Yang and Huang, after all. Besides my specialty, fighting, I can also make salt and eat dirt. Looking at the proud Caillou, after a few seconds of bewilderment, Chen Ji suddenly realized, damn, I forgot about that. According to the records of the Kongzi Sankyoji, the Yellow Emperor killed Caillou in Zhongji. Chiyo's body and head were separated, and her blood turned into brine, which became the salt pools of Jie. Because of her corpse's decomposition, the place was named Jie. Meanwhile, Mengshi Bitan, Volume 3 also records, the Jie Prefecture salt marsh is 20 li square. During long rains, water from the four mountains pours into it, yet it never overflows. During great droughts, it never dries up. The brine is bright red, located below Bangquan, and local customs refer to it as Chiyo's blood. As recorded above, Caillou has a very close connection with salt. Furthermore, the Longyu Hitu records, Caillou and her 81 brothers all had beast bodies and human speech, copper heads and iron foreheads, and they ate sand and stones. They forged weapons, swords, halberds, and great crossbows, shaking the world with their might. The Yellow Emperor, being benevolent and righteous, could not stop Caillou and was defeated, sighing up to the heavens. In other words, Caillou and her 81 brothers could indeed survive solely by eating stones and sand. She really can eat dirt. Chen Ji felt that the road ahead was bleak. Hey, what's with that expression? These are clearly very powerful divine abilities. Seeing Chen Ji's hopeless expression, Caillou puffed up her cheeks, stepped forward, and grabbed Chen Ji, her eyes glowing with a faint red light. Let me see what divine ability you actually learned first. As Caillou pulled him, a scent of blood rushed toward Chen Ji's face, circled around, and then dissipated. Caillou nodded knowingly, wearing a thoughtful expression. Oh my, who would have thought? It's actually this one. Oh my, W what? TSK, really, sigh. Watching Chen Ji, who was stunned by her dramatic pause, Caillou could no longer hide the smile on her face and made a face at him. Haha, your reaction is hilarious. Who told you to look down on my divine abilities just now, boss? I won't tease you anymore. You got my rock control art. It's just a minor divine ability that allows you to manipulate rocks. It was an entry-level ability that almost everyone in my tribe had back in the day, Tilda. But for someone with zero foundation like you, boss, this preschool-level divine ability is just perfect, Tilda. When did Caillou learn the meaning of preschool education? Chen Ji complained inwardly. His focus was, as always, tricky. Alright, now let me introduce this divine ability to you. As the name suggests, this minor divine ability allows you to use this technique to manipulate things like rocks and gravel. However, boss, you should only be able to control some small stones and the like for now. Your limit should be about the size of a pebble. Perhaps you might be wondering, boss, why didn't I just learn object manipulation, instead of this lackluster divine ability that can only control rocks? Can't those immortals manipulate objects from afar? Because you don't know how? What are you talking about? It's because the rock control art allows you to directly absorb rocks and turn them into your own power. Absorb rocks. Chen Ji recalled the legends in the records about Caillou consuming sand and stones. Could it be? That's right. That's what I meant by eating dirt. But you don't actually have to put it in your mouth. You can absorb it just by making direct contact. Looking at the young girl who said the words eating dirt with such pride, Chen Ji felt that the scene looked incredibly out of place. It always sounded like he was bullying her. Regardless, you have the ability to protect yourself now, boss. So starting tomorrow, Caillou looked at Chen Ji with a mischievous smile, and Chen Ji responded with a clear, innocent gaze. You won't hurt me, right? We will begin the warlord's specialized training to transform the weakling boss into a super weakling boss. Where do you even learn these words? Hey. 58 Chapter 58 Junior Investigator. Chapter 58, Junior Investigator. Over the next few days, Baichi Bookstore fell into a strange state of busyness. According to several students who used to frequent Baichi Bookstore, this small shop, which usually racked its brains to attract customers due to poor business, had been closing frequently ever since the anomaly incident occurred. Recently, it had even been closed for over a week straight. Is it planning to shut down? However, what was even harder to understand was that sometimes they would see the young owner of this bookstore quietly pushing a small cart out at night, and after a while, he would return with a cart full of pebbles or sand. Some people had even heard the sound of large amounts of sand being turned over coming from inside the bookstore. What's more, even though the weather forecast predicted a clear day around the bookstore, it was as if a sandstorm had just passed through, with choking sand everywhere. The children were at an age where they loved to fantasize, and regarding the various oddities of Baichi bookstore, all sorts of rumors spread widely among the surrounding universities. Things like, the shopkeeper was actually digging his own dark base, or that after a life-and-death struggle with an anomaly, the shopkeeper had awakened his powers and become a transcendent, or that the shopkeeper was actually just a crazy scientist and that anomaly was merely one of his failed experiments. However, the children were just saying it for fun. After all, the uncles from the Anomaly Investigation Bureau had personally said that the anomaly had been eliminated, so how could there be any problems? What problems could there possibly be? Bang. Very good. That's it. Now use your power again to control this sand and gather it back together. H. Huff. Does all of it need to be gathered together at once? That's right. In actual combat, the enemy won't just stand there stupidly waiting for your sandball to hit them. You have to learn to use the dust scattered on the ground around you to launch a surprise attack. In the small clearing behind Baichi bookstore, a sweat-drenched Chen Ji was adjusting his breathing while trying hard to focus his attention on the thin layer of sand spread across the ground around him. Standing in front of him was Caillou, who looked to be in a very good mood. Boss, since you can currently only control small things like sand and dust, you should first practice controlling a large amount of sand at the same time. If we are training from the perspective of a crash course, boss, you need to learn to control the dust that can be seen everywhere, and use this sand and dust to cover their eyes from an angle that the opponent cannot discover in time. You must be fast, accurate, and ruthless. The moment the flying dust gets close, slam it all onto the enemy's face. Under Chio's instructions, Chen Ji calmed his mind, suddenly waved his hands, and the sand piled on the ground, along with the dust still swirling in the air, suddenly rose into the air and lunged toward the target Caillou had drawn. Right. Well done, boss. Use the dust floating in front of the enemy as a feint, and at the same time, take advantage of the moment the enemy dodges to launch the real attack using the sand under their feet. Caillou clapped her hands excitedly and said happily, Boss, you really are improving at lightning speed. You can finally take down an average street thug now. Ha, ha ha, truly, lightning speed. Chen Ji was panting from exhaustion. For the past few days, he had been struggling to survive under Chio's clutches every single day, and every training session was pushing him to his limit. He didn't know how Caillou did it, but every day's training content was just enough to exhaust every ounce of his physical strength without affecting the next day's training, and every time she called a stop, it was perfectly timed to when Chen Ji had truly reached his limit. Although it was unlikely that physical training would lead to any significant progress in such a short few days, Chen Ji was now adept at using his new supernatural ability. As for the supernatural ability to turn his body into a spiritual form, Chen Ji could now fully spiritualize himself within just 2 seconds of closing his eyes, which was a world of difference compared to before when he had to concentrate and imagine it to spiritualize. This ability was now truly a powerful one that allowed Chen Ji to save his life in battle. As for the stone control art, Chen Ji had given up on exercising control over the size of objects and instead turned to training his ability to control a large number of small targets simultaneously. After all, Chen Ji's priority was still self-preservation, and facing enemies head-on still relied on Caillou. Alright, this first stage of the boss makeover plan is perfectly complete. Let's call it a day here. Time to eat, time to eat. Amidst Chio's cheerful voice, Chen Ji returned to his kitchen for the first time in a while because Chen Ji was exhausted by Caillou every day. The meals for these past few days had all been handed over to Prometheus, who had learned how to make instant noodles, and the other party had accepted this heavy responsibility with near tearful gratitude. Except for the fact that the gas bill had been inexplicably high these past few days, Prometheus had completed the task of cooking quite reliably. At the dining table, Caillou ate while vividly telling her past stories. It seemed that successfully training Chen Ji gave her a great sense of accomplishment. Chimameliang had possessed that little kitten again and was currently sitting obediently in a baby chair Chen Ji had bought, trying hard to hold chopsticks with her current pair of cat paws. Ever since he bought ice cream for Chimameliang last time, Chen Ji simply couldn't bear to see the little ghost who had been happy for a whole day because of an ice cream, so he finally decided to let Chimameliang use this little white cat to eat with them from now on. Strange, after so many days, the Mythology Encyclopedia still hasn't released the next investigation task. Could it be that it saw my poor performance in the last task and gave me a few days to polish my new supernatural abilities? Mr. Shopkeeper, if your Mythology Encyclopedia hasn't released any new tasks recently, I actually have a suggestion. Hearing Chen Ji's words, Prometheus, who had been listening silently, suddenly spoke up. Oh, what suggestion? Your Excellency Shopkeeper, I think you could try joining the Anomaly Investigation Bureau and apply to become a junior investigator. What? Me join the Anomaly Investigation Bureau? Isn't that like a sheep entering a tiger's den? Chen Ji was startled. Given his current situation, once exposed, he would be sent off to be sliced up for research in minutes, and then sent to the cafeteria to be tasted. No, Mr. Shopkeeper, there is no need to worry. According to my research, junior investigators, as peripheral members, are not subject to mandatory control by the Anomaly Investigation Bureau. Junior investigators don't even need to report to the Anomaly Investigation Bureau, they just need to connect to investigation tasks on the official website. Moreover, becoming a junior investigator also allows you to see some internal data of the Anomaly Investigation Bureau. Next time we go to investigate an anomaly from the Mythology Encyclopedia, we can first look up information related to the investigation target at the Anomaly Investigation Bureau. It sounds like the pros do outweigh the cons. Why not give it a try? Chapter 59, Splash Screen Ad. Anomaly Investigation Bureau, official website. Junior Investigator, registration. Is just registering really all it takes? After washing the dishes and clearing the table, Chen Ji followed Prometheus's suggestion and opened the Anomaly Investigation Bureau's official website to research the process of becoming a junior investigator. Although Chen Ji had previously heard from that investigator that becoming a junior investigator was very easy, it wasn't until he clicked in to learn more that he realized just how short-staffed the Anomaly Investigation Bureau really was. Wait a second, did I misunderstand? Does this registration page mean that as long as my name and ID code are correct, I can immediately become an official junior investigator? Yes, sir. You only need to enter your name and ID code here, and our system will automatically access the security department's internal files to review your past records and build a personality model. Of course, please trust our privacy policy. Should your review not pass, all information will be sent back to the security department to be sealed. On the Junior Investigator registration page, the Anomaly Investigation Bureau's AI customer service agent, who also serves as the Bureau's mascot, was answering Chen Ji's questions with a cold, mechanical voice that completely contradicted its cute appearance. It is said that after the mascot was chosen by vote, the Investigation Bureau felt that such an overly cute mascot undermined the Bureau's professionalism, so they insisted on using this icy, mechanical voice. Others say it's to distinguish between humans and AI. In short, there are many theories, but the Anomaly Investigation Bureau's officials couldn't be bothered to address such boring speculations, and eventually, the matter was left unsettled. Then, how long does my file review take? Please trust the processing speed of our intelligent system. As long as you sign up to join us, you will receive the review results immediately. So, as long as there's no criminal record and the personality model is normal, you'll take anyone, is that it? Sir, if that is how you wish to interpret it, that is fine. We at the Anomaly Investigation Bureau always welcome the addition of all kinds of talent. Did this machine not realize I was mocking the Anomaly Investigation Bureau, or has it evolved to the point where it dares to mock its own organization? Chen Ji thought silently to himself. Looking at the AI customer service agent on the screen that kept a polite smile, he hesitated for a moment before entering his ID code and name. Isn't your Anomaly Investigation Bureau the superior of the Security Department? Is there still any need to send my information back to the Security Department? Sir, although the Security Department is indeed an affiliated agency of our Anomaly Investigation Bureau, and we do have the authority to mobilize the Security Department's forces to assist us in handling anomaly events, as for the internal affairs of the Security Department, we are. Congratulations, Mr. Chen, you have become a glorious junior investigator. The peace of our sanctuary cannot be maintained without the dedication of every citizen like you who steps forward. Your junior investigator identification code is. Watching the little mascot that was spinning around the screen setting off fireworks while continuing to congratulate him with that cold, electronically synthesized voice, Chen Ji suddenly felt a sense of unreality. Is that it? This registration process is simpler than registering for a gym membership. Have I really become an official personnel? That's right. Next, please log in to our official website again using the Junior Investigator account we just activated for you. I will introduce you to the various functions of the Junior Investigator version of the Anomaly Investigation Bureau's official website. The AI customer service agent seemed quite happy that Chen Ji had successfully registered, and very enthusiastically guided Chen Ji to familiarize himself with this new job. Mr. Chen, please look here. This is the searchable anomaly file within the Anomaly Investigation Bureau containment site near your residence. Memorizing these anomaly files might be of great help to your career as an investigator. Of course, we all hope that there will never be a day when this knowledge needs to be used. Do you mean containment breaches at the containment site? That sort of thing shouldn't be very frequent, right? According to the data, the most recent containment failure event in the sanctuary where you are located was the urban legend class anomaly Strange Sound outside the wall, which escaped because its ability characteristics had not yet been clearly researched. It has now been recontained by you, Mr. Chen. Oh, apologies. Because this containment event occurred before you joined, I cannot apply for meritorious service credit for you. No need. By the way, aren't we junior investigators supposed to be responsible for receiving intelligence on anomaly events and then going to the scene to confirm their authenticity? Where should I look for those kinds of investigation tasks? Mr. Chen, are you starting work so soon? Do you not need to understand the local containment, anomaly intelligence and welfare system first? If you want to accept or submit tasks, please enter this section. Was it an illusion? He always felt that this Ari's reactions weren't as awkward as a typical machine. Chen Ji opened that page, and after a brief load, countless posts were rapidly refreshing before Chen Ji's eyes. Midnight Ghost Shadow. A black shadow that appears at midnight. The location is between Qixin Road and Gongshan Road in Shifan District. It appears on average once every 3 days. Now recruiting an investigation team, locals preferred. Help. A burger that only makes kids get diarrhea. Is there any biochemical expert who can help analyze the food sample? The investigation team leader thanks you. The split fledgling incident has been closed. The truth is that the farm owner misused a growth promoter sold by a small workshop without reading the instructions, and as a result, one egg had 25 yolks. Note, uninvolved personnel should be cautious when viewing the on-site hand-drawn sketches in the task report attachment. We are not responsible for any discomfort caused. Can't catch any fish in the reservoir and landscape lake. I've been baiting the water like crazy but still no fish. Is there anyone teaming up to go investigate in the lake? I'll pay for the bonus out of my own pocket. Looking at these dazzling array of posts, Chen Ji was deeply shocked by the corporate culture of the Anomaly Investigation Bureau. Mr. Chen, please do not misunderstand. This is just the work status of the peripheral junior investigators. It does not represent the work level of our official investigators at the Anomaly Investigation Bureau. Please trust our professionals. I haven't said anything yet. 87.3% of junior investigators are skeptical of the professionalism of our Anomaly Investigation Bureau when they first join. Alright, let me see. The numbers after these task posts should be the urgency level, right? That's correct, Mr. Chen. Your observation and deduction skills are indeed very excellent. It seems Officer Huang's evaluation of you is well deserved. Officer Huang? Is that the painter who came to recover the anomaly last time? Chen Ji kept scrolling down with his mouse. Just as the junior investigator registration page said, the final reports for most of the anomaly events here were just misunderstandings. As for real anomaly events, at least not one had turned up in the long time Chen Ji had been browsing. If Mr. Chen has specific preferences for what you want to browse, you can try the category function. Does this guy think I've never been on the internet before? Chen Ji, who was originally just browsing the page aimlessly, ignored it and continued scrolling down with the mouse. Suddenly, the entire page flashed red, and then a post forcibly occupied Chen Ji's computer screen like a splash screen ad, making it impossible for him to continue scrolling down. Mysterious sounds in the factory. Cargo disappearing into thin air. A giant black shadow witnessed by workers. Urgent recruitment of an excellent investigator team to conduct an investigation. An extra bonus will be provided after the mission is completed. All participants will become permanent honored guests of our group. Publisher, Shun Group. #60 Chapter 60 The Divine Family. Chapter 60, The Shun Family. What is this? Why does the Investigation Bureau official website have ads? What the heck? Shun Group. The complaint Chen Ji had been about to voice instantly turned into an exclamation the moment he saw what this so-called ad actually was. Mr. Chen, please allow me to correct a mistake of yours. What you just saw is not a splash ad. Although its design inspiration and operating principles are indeed like those annoying ads, this ensures that whenever a first priority anomaly event occurs, every junior investigator can be notified immediately upon logging in. Therefore, its official name is First Priority Handling Event, though according to statistics, it is indeed referred to as a splash ad in your private exchanges among junior investigators. Looking at the little mascot that so matter-of-factly referred to its own seemingly important material as an ad, Chen Ji was momentarily speechless. This was just like meeting a company executive on your first day of work who starts complaining to you about the company's designs. You never know if they might turn around and report the conversation to the boss. Of course, Chen Ji was just complaining internally. He knew full well that those serious transcendent investigators couldn't care less about what junior investigators thought of them. They only needed to obtain intelligence on anomalies from the junior investigators. We can discuss this notification method later. Can you first tell me why this emergency event was posted by the Shun Group? In all the investigation tasks Chen Ji had seen before, the publisher was always the Anomaly Investigation Bureau. Logically, as junior investigators of the Anomaly Investigation Bureau, their tasks should come from assignments by the Investigation Bureau. At the time, Chen Ji had thought the publisher column was just a formality. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he had received an investigation task posted by another organization, and an emergency event at that. It is normal for Mr. Chen not to know. After all, you skipped my onboarding guidance right after you joined, so I never had a chance to introduce it in detail. How can this AI talk back? What kind of data did they feed it? Having retorted to Chen Ji, the little mascot continued to gesture wildly on the screen, explaining Chen Ji's questions. Regarding investigation tasks, they are issued to you junior investigators after the Anomaly Investigation Bureau operators conduct a preliminary review of reported anomaly events, and the handling priority is determined by the damage currently caused by the anomaly event. For example, if someone discovers a ghost bus that mysteriously appears outside of its scheduled shifts, that is only the lowest handling priority tilde. However, if someone has already gone missing because they stepped onto this bus, then its handling priority will be raised. Mr. Chen, just as I said, the determination of handling priority is decided by the damage it has caused, but if someone reporting an anomaly event wants the anomaly event they discovered to be handled as soon as possible, they can just post the task in their own name. Chen Ji immediately guessed the second half of the sentence. Exactly. That way, people with special needs can increase the priority of their own events tilde. But if that's the case, what if all sorts of messy, trivial matters have their handling priority raised? Mr. Chen, there is no need to worry tilde for citizens or organizations that have the right to actively post tasks. Our Anomaly Investigation Bureau will evaluate their credibility. Credibility? That's true. Who else could have greater credibility than the behemoth that is the Shun family? The Shun family, Chen Ji, had long heard of this family's illustrious reputation. Their industries spanned a vast range, and the power they created was the foundation for the survival of many large sanctuaries. They originally rose to power during the Anomaly Wars. Apart from relying on excellent business acumen, in this world currently rampant with anomalies, what allowed the Shun family to remain standing was their family's extremely high probability of transcendent awakening. In the history of the Shun family, more than one S-rank extraordinary had been born, and during the Fourth Anomaly War, the previous head of the Shun family, a powerful S-rank extraordinary, sacrificed himself heroically in the Anomaly War. Since then, the Shun family's prestige reached its zenith, ushering in a golden age of development. Their wealth surged rapidly like raindrops in a rainstorm, and finally, with astonishing speed, they defeated all competitors, becoming the #1 family in the current human alliance. Beyond their absolute strength in business, the current head of the Shun family is not only an S-rank extraordinary but also a member of the Supreme Council of the Human Alliance. Simply put, they are just a bunch of super-rich people. What kind of task would a supergiant enterprise of this level post? After the shock, Chen Ji's heart was completely occupied by curiosity. He opened the task page, and the first thing that caught his eye was actually the Shun family crest. Whoa, what a grand display. It's just a post, yet it actually has an entrance effect. As he scrolled down with the mouse, Chen Ji silently read the content on the page. This anomaly event occurred at one of our group's factories in shelter number 386. Recently, according to the factory workers, a giant black shadow has been appearing at night, and no obvious activity patterns have been discovered yet. This black shadow has no obvious physical features and moves extremely fast. Currently, no one has witnessed the actual entity of this black shadow. Whenever this black shadow appears, goods in the factory are lost. At first, it was just one or two small parts, but later, more and more goods went missing. The resulting losses have already affected our normal production. We are now recruiting junior investigators to investigate whether this event is an anomaly event. No limit on the number of people. A shadow, that steals things? It looks like the losses caused are quite significant. However, the biggest suspicious point of this incident is, why would the Shun group post an investigation task to let us mortal investigators investigate? As the #1 family of the Human Alliance, the Shun family started out by relying on their extremely high probability of transcendent awakening. Moreover, for such a behemoth, many transcendents would actively seek to join the Shun group. They could clearly just let their internal transcendents handle it, right? Why spend extra money to let a bunch of outsiders go investigate on their turf? Scrolling down to the comments section below the post, sure enough, those junior investigators were already arguing incessantly because of this bombshell. Holy crap, am I seeing this right? An investigation task posted by the Shun family? Am I not awake yet? How is that possible? A security team from within the Shun family could easily handle this kind of trivial matter, but this family crest. It's not fake. I feel like this matter is definitely not that simple. This is really too bizarre. Originally, this anomaly event was not very complicated, but the only thing that was baffling was the background of this event. Therefore, despite the lively discussion below, not a single person dared to accept it. Just as Chen Ji was about to close the page, he felt the Mythology Encyclopedia on his chest suddenly vibrate. His movements paused for a moment, then he calmly exited the website and turned off the computer. When he got up and walked to the living room, he then took out the Mythology Encyclopedia and turned to the investigation target chapter. A new sticky note was pasted on it. The phone is ringing. Your phone is ringing. Don't you want to know what is calling you? Task location, shelter number 386 Shun Family Factory. Chapter 61, Factory Anomalies. Phew, so this is the Shun group. They even decorated a factory in gold. Is it really necessary to be this exaggerated? TCH, how tacky. Oh, my living ancestors, at least they are the financiers for this operation. Can we please wait until we get back to discuss this? TSK. In front of the golden factory gate, Chen Ji and his group looked up at the towering doors and the massive Shen family crest upon them, which emitted a faint sense of oppression. It was like visiting those abandoned temples. Even if they were crowded with tourists and you didn't hold any faith in the gods, the layout of the temple would still make you feel a strange sense of awe against your will. However, among this group of people, gods, apart from Chen Ji, who was a bit nervous about meeting the famous Shen family, the rest of the gods were more relaxed than the last. Caillou was looking around, examining this so-called oversized blacksmith shop, the factory, while Prometheus kept hoping to see a furnace, even though Chen Ji had explained countless times on the way that this was not an ironworks. Chimimeliang remained obediently hidden in the shadow, hoping no one would notice Chen Ji's unusually thick shadow. Creak. The door opened. A middle-aged man in a grey suit with silver-rimmed glasses walked quickly out of the gate, followed by two workers wearing hard hats. The three of them looked around anxiously as soon as they stepped out, and when they spotted Chen Ji's group waving at them, they immediately trotted over to Chen Ji. "Ah, hello, I am." Watching the three of them walking towards him with such speed, Chen Ji was just thinking about exchanging pleasantries, but to his surprise, the other party spoke first. "Are you Mr. Chen and your companions?" "Hello, I am the factory director of this facility. My surname is Li, just call me Factory Director Li." After speaking, he gripped Chen Ji's hand firmly with his calloused hands and shook it, then turned around to signal for Chen Ji and the others to follow him. "Sorry, the situation arose suddenly. Please forgive our poor hospitality. Let's talk while we walk." Oh, I'm coming right over." The 100 ways to talk to the world's #1 family that Chen Ji had spent all night searching for on Baidu died in the cradle just like that. He had spent half the night studying it. He even paid for a premium membership to see it. "I didn't expect Mr. Chen to be so young. Truly young and promising. To contain an urban legend class anomaly single-handedly, your future is boundless," Factory Director Li said to Chen Ji as they walked. Chen Ji was stunned upon hearing this. "How did you know about that? Mr. Chen, your exploits have long since spread through the junior investigator community. Although it wasn't explicitly stated who it was, our basic background checks on clients are still somewhat useful. To be honest, if not for your heroic feat, I really wouldn't have dared to agree to let you come and investigate. Calling it a heroic feat is a bit much. Can you tell me in detail about the specific situation of this anomaly now?" The specific situation is actually quite similar to what we posted on the website. Because our factory doesn't have surveillance cameras installed, we don't even know what the main body of this black shadow is. The only intelligence we have is that this shadow has been appearing in the factory every night for 5 days. It moves extremely fast and makes a lot of noise, which is why our night shift workers were able to discover its tracks. "Ah, these two beside me are the workers who first witnessed the mysterious black shadow. You can ask them if you have any questions." Hearing the director mention them, the two workers instinctively puffed out their chests and gave Chen Ji a somewhat nervous smile. Yes, if this guy were just watching our night shift workers on duty like that, it would be fine. But every morning when we count the goods, we always find a batch of cargo inexplicably missing. Our factory produces things like electronic components. The lost goods don't seem to follow any pattern so far. The guy seems to be taking our goods randomly without discrimination. However, the total number of goods it steals every day has been increasing day by day. If this continues, we won't be able to meet our shipping deadlines. This will seriously affect the image of our Shun group, and some annoying rumors have started to spread among the workers. Is that so? The situation is that urgent. But what about your own Shun Group Transcendent Security Team? Wouldn't it be easier to have your own legitimate Transcendents handle this matter? Having listened to the story the whole way, Chen Ji finally decided to point this out directly. He wasn't comfortable with a confusing partnership. "As for that, I'd like to as well, but I don't have the authority to mobilize them." After hearing Chen Ji's words, Factory Director Li actually spread his hands and admitted it openly. It's a bit embarrassing to say, but that is the reality. The Shun Group is just too big. Even though we have an extremely massive team of transcendents, we are stretched too thin. For a remote sanctuary like ours, The only industry we have is this factory. Do you think the group would dispatch Transcendents to garrison such a small factory? If I were to request Transcendents to come and investigate, even if the upper management took it seriously and sent them, it would be a case of help arriving too late to be of any use. So you chose to have the local Anomaly Investigation Bureau come and help you solve this? That's right. I believe this is the optimal solution for the current situation. There were some things Factory Director Lee didn't say. The Shun Group's investment in this factory had been decreasing year by year. Even though Factory Director Lee had been trying his best to manage it and prove to the group the necessity of development here, the annual budget was cut again and again. Just last year, they really couldn't afford the surveillance fees to set up a monitoring zone in the factory, and in the end, they had no choice but to remove the cameras. They had thought that with the prestige of the Shun family, no thief would dare to lay a finger on it, but who would have expected an anomaly to appear in the factory? If the cameras hadn't been removed, they wouldn't have needed to hire a junior investigator to investigate. They could have just submitted the recorded footage of the anomaly to the Anomaly Investigation Bureau, and within a quarter of an hour, their fully armed soldiers would have been able to contain that damn anomaly. Sigh. Why does the group keep cutting funds? This amount of money is not even worth mentioning to the entire Shun family, is it? Factory Director Lee shook his head and refocused his attention on the young junior investigator beside him. He hoped he would actually be able to find something, and quickly use it as evidence to mobilize the regular army. #62 Chapter 62 Telephone. I see. It seems like life isn't easy for you all either. In this day and age, who really has it easy? Chen Ji replied to Factory Director Lee with his mouth, but he was already deep in thought. They say they're operating under the banner of the Shun family, but in reality, it's just a small factory of theirs. No wonder they lack the ability to resolve anomaly incidents on their own. No surveillance, that makes things a bit difficult. Among the current gods, the only detection-type divine ability is Chimameliang's spiritual sense. We'll just have to wait until tonight for that thing to show itself voluntarily. However, the biggest problem right now is that none of the anomaly incidents they mentioned have anything to do with a telephone. Chen Ji remembered clearly that the Mythology Encyclopedia had written the call is coming. Even though the hint below was, as always, confusing and baffling, one thing was certain: this thing's ability had something to do with a telephone. Is that really all the information you have? Mr. Chen, I fully understand your desire to solve the case as quickly as possible, but please forgive my helplessness. Our workers really only know this much. After all, the figure of that shadow is just too terrifying, plus those noises. Basically, no worker dares to go over and investigate, and I have no right to make them take that risk. Doesn't your factory have security? Factory Director Lee gave a haggard smile. Our security guards' employment contracts don't include a clause about risking their lives against an anomaly. In fact, according to Alliance law, no citizen is obligated to forcibly contact or investigate an anomaly. Naturally, we wouldn't violate this irrelevant clause in our employment contracts. Is that to prevent people without professional investigative experience from provoking the anomaly and causing the situation to deteriorate? I suppose that makes sense. Watching Chen Ji fall silent, Factory Director Lee didn't continue speaking. The group walked silently through a narrow corridor, taking several twists and turns, successfully bypassing the large machinery production line that Caillou and Prometheus had been nagging about wanting to see the whole way, and finally headed straight to the scene of the incident. The factory's warehouse. We've arrived. This is where the anomaly incident occurred. Hey! Where are the machines? Where are the furnaces? Where are the assembly lines they show on TV? I thought we'd be able to see the mechanical fire that ignites the heart of this civilization. Let's solve this incident as quickly as possible, and then we can go take a good look. The disappointed voices of Caillou and Prometheus echoed in Chen Ji's mind simultaneously. Fortunately, these two great gods remembered that all comments that might attract attention should be communicated to Chen Ji via telepathy. However, their disappointed expressions were still noticed by Factory Director Lee. The poor Factory Director Lee blinked in confusion, unable to figure out for the life of him where he had failed to take care of this group of junior investigators. Please let me know if there is anything else you need. As long as it helps resolve the anomaly incident as soon as possible, we will cooperate to the best of our ability. No need. You can leave now, leave the rest to us. Alright, this is my telephone number. Feel free to contact me if you have any questions. I've already notified the security department. You can stay here as long as you like. The implication was that factory director Lee also knew there was no intelligence right now and wanted Chen Ji and his team to stay until nightfall to face the anomaly directly. Watching factory director Lee and the workers leave through the gate, Chen Ji stretched his arms. His eyes, with spiritual sense constantly activated, took in the entire warehouse. His gaze penetrated through layers of boxes, carefully inspecting the anomaly within the warehouse. Creak Caillou closed the warehouse door, and with a wave of her hand, revealed the crimson horns atop her head. This is much more comfortable. Thankfully, there isn't any of that stuff called surveillance here. Mr. Shopkeeper, did you find anything? Prometheus looked at the thoughtful Chen Ji and asked. No, everything in this warehouse is normal. It seems we really have to wait until nightfall. What? Wait until nightfall in this godforsaken place? How is this any different from being in jail? Upon hearing this, Caillou immediately jumped up, the pair of small horns on her head glowing with excitement. Come to think of it, did she have that function? Actually, we aren't just sitting here waiting until nightfall. We have another task. We need to figure out what the so-called telephone mentioned in the Mythology Encyclopedia means. Chen Ji trusted the intelligence in the Mythology Encyclopedia. This was a miraculous book capable of summoning even gods, so the intelligence regarding the anomaly shouldn't be wrong. This anomaly's ability or characteristics must be related to a telephone. Telephone. Hey, there really are quite a few telephones here. In Chen Ji's spiritual sense, among the cargo boxes piled together, there were indeed 2 crates of landline phones. Their ancient appearance gave Chen Ji a sense of temporal dislocation. These landlines were all of that old-fashioned hand-cranked style. What is this situation? Theater props. They produce these too. Because of the image prohibition law, live theater, which had almost reached a dead end, welcomed a second spring, leaping to become one of the most popular forms of entertainment at the moment. Sure enough, history is a cycle. No, wait, how does it seem like they can still be used? Retro-style VoIP phone? Enhance your style? How could anyone spend money on this kind of thing? Chen Ji looked at these 2 large crates of telephones and was suddenly at a loss. If he were to investigate, taking someone else's goods out to study them wouldn't be justifiable from any angle. Furthermore, if he were to study so many telephones one by one, he feared it would take until the end of time. If he didn't study them, what if the true form of the anomaly was inside? No, it didn't necessarily have to be the true form. It could also be the trigger for the anomaly phenomenon, or the key that could influence the anomaly's behavioral patterns. They said the amount of goods lost every day is increasing. It's possible that something here is provoking the anomaly, or that some need of the anomaly isn't being met, causing it to gradually take more things. Since the items this anomaly takes are completely random, regardless of value or type, could it be that it wants some kind of offering? Thinking it over, no matter which hypothesis was correct, he had to open the boxes to study these telephones. But the problem was, how would he explain it to them afterward? Why look at the telephones first and ignore everything else? How did you know this anomaly was related to a telephone? If the other party pushed for an answer, could he really say it was because he read it in the Mythology Encyclopedia? Boss, you want to study the telephones without opening the boxes and without damaging these telephones, is that right? Chimimaliang, who floated out from Chen Ji's shadow, looked at the furrow-browed Chen Ji and asked in a low voice. Yes, that's right. Chimimaliang, do you have any way to do that? Boss, I can just drill straight inside. As soon as the words fell, Chimimaliang zipped into the cargo box. Shortly after, Chimimaliang's voice echoed in Chen Ji's mind, I'm inside. What should I do next? That's right, what next? Chen Ji tried hard to recall the plots related to telephones in eerie stories. After thinking for a long time, he finally shouted at the cargo box, why don't you try answering the phone? Usually, in this kind of situation, once you answer the phone, you get cursed by a ghost or something. Boss, I am a ghost. Chapter 63, Bell. Then why don't you try answering the phones first and see if there are any descendants or something of yours hiding inside? Asking a ghost to answer a midnight call, this operation, comparable to Freddy vs. Jason, inexplicably ignited a sense of cricket-fighting excitement in Chen Ji. Answer the phone. If there really is some kind of spirit hiding in there, I could actually just drag them out. But I haven't sensed even the slightest aura of a spirit. These are just ordinary telephones. Sigh. How come every time I wake up, these demons and such have changed their appearance? Chimameliang sighed softly, and faint blue flames appeared in her pale eyes. As she gestured with both hands, a faint blue light emerged from all the telephones, and then, simultaneously, their dials began to turn on their own. Supernatural ability, haunting. There is a boundary between life and death. After becoming a spirit, one should theoretically have no further connection to the world of the living. However, those spirits that insist on lingering in the human world cannot let go of their attachment to the mortal realm, and even in death, they must continue to leave behind evidence of their continued existence. Generally speaking, spirits can only influence the dreams of the living from a mental level. Occasionally, those with weak wills might be possessed by spirits, which allows them to directly influence reality. But sometimes, spirits can also directly control physical matter. This is what is known as a malevolent haunting. However, there is still an insurmountable barrier between life and death. Even if spirits can haunt, they will never be as free to act as they were when they were alive. All actions will eventually be distorted and changed. Even if changes don't appear on the spot, they will eventually entangle themselves like ghosts in the future. However, Chimameliang's simple act of answering the phones clearly wouldn't be distorted much. The phones clicked as their dials turned, followed by dead silence. These phones didn't even have batteries installed, so how could they react to being dialed? Boss, it doesn't seem to be working. No reaction. The phones themselves have no anomaly, and answering them didn't trigger any anomaly phenomena. So what does the phone in the prompt mean? Tilde, what a pain. Isn't the simplest way just to smash all these phones to pieces? If anyone asks, boss, just say you can do divination or something, burn a turtle shell for them to look at, and say it's a revelation from the gods. Caillou yawned out of boredom. Ever since she couldn't see those modern machines, she had fallen into this state of extreme boredom. Absolutely not. I'll be treated as a fraud and a lunatic. Boss, let me clear the death energy off these phones first. Things that have been haunted by ghosts will, more or less, have some effect on the living. Just as Chimameliang was about to dispel the haunting, a piercing telephone ring suddenly sounded, echoing throughout the large warehouse. Phone. Where is that ringing coming from? Chen Ji stood up with a start. Caillou, who had been yawning, also jumped up excitedly. Yay. Ringing. Anomaly. Fight. Over. Let's go visit the factory together. Chimameliang, can you find which phone is ringing? I'll look. Found it, boss. But it's inside a packaging box. It doesn't matter. Tear open the packaging, open the cargo box, and take it out. This is a genuine anomaly phenomenon. Even if factory director Lee questions us, we have a perfectly good reason. All right, boss. Chimameliang picked up the phone, then waved her hand at the cargo box lid, and it opened automatically. The little ghost floated out, clutching the incessantly ringing phone, and placed it in front of Chen Ji. Looking at this network phone, which had no internet connection and no batteries, ringing non-stop, Chen Ji hesitantly tore open the packaging and looked at the ghost phone with a worried expression. Chimameliang, does this really not have even the slightest spirit reaction? Absolutely not. My perception of my own kind is quite sharp. Then this thing is a genuine anomaly. Even in a world of magic and supernatural abilities, it's still an abnormal existence. Chen Ji had a new perspective on these inexplicable anomalies. Well, I guess I have no choice but to answer it. Chen Ji's hand trembled slightly from nervousness. He gripped the receiver tightly, took a deep breath, and then picked it up. Hello. Hi. Oh my God, someone finally picked up. Hi, hello, may your mood be as beautiful as this sunshine. What? Yes, sunshine. What a beautiful thing it is. It's been so long since I've been able to go out and properly soak up the sun. This damn job has me tethered to this tiny, sunless cubicle. The only bright color in my sight every day is the shell of this little phone. Oh, sorry, I got a bit off track. I shouldn't let my dark experiences affect your wonderful mood, sir. Please forgive old Belle for this little slip-up. After all, I have almost dedicated my entire life to this long, endless cycle of making phone calls. So, as the distinguished gentleman who has ended old Belle's prison-like toil, please allow old Belle to pay tribute to you from afar. May your life always be as beautiful as a flower. Could you slow down a bit? I'm still a bit confused. You just said your name is Belle. Chen Ji had originally prepared himself to be greeted by ghostly screaming or some kind of jump scare, but this was what he got to hear instead. That's right. Old Belle is right here. Always at your service. Sir, you and your companions are truly like the light for a lost traveler in a snowfield, helping a castaway like me find my way again. Honestly, you are so much better than that bunch of brat. They clearly heard my yearning ring, yet they still played deaf. Those hateful bomb kids. What did you say? What brats? Chen Ji frowned as he analyzed the possible intelligence from the other party's disjointed words. Although this guy's style had absolutely nothing to do with the so-called terrifying and eerie midnight ring, it was, at the very least, an anomaly, or at the very least, a key item in this anomaly event. Even if 9 out of 10 sentences were nonsense, the remaining one would be the key to solving the anomaly event. Oh, don't even mention it, it makes me sick just thinking about it. If it weren't for my professional ethics, I wouldn't want to call them at all. A bunch of kids wearing armor and shields made of glued-together cardboard, holding brooms, and pretending to be some kind of assassins. They are completely useless except for being a nuisance. They even made some gunpowder stuff that they called grenades and bombs, but in reality, it was just some firecrackers and the like. These brats aren't even afraid of blowing themselves up. It's just Chen Ji, #64 Chapter 64 Encirclement. Chapter 64, Encirclement. What on earth is all this? Chen Ji listened with a face full of black lines as the guy on the other end of the phone, who called himself Belle, rambled on about these inexplicable things. His patience slowly evaporated amidst the chatter. Chen Ji opened his mouth, but eventually suppressed his restlessness. Could you tell me more about those brats and their cardboard armor? Oh, it's just some kids playing house. They just grabbed some old cardboard, tied it together, sprayed some paint on it, and then started shouting that they were Astartes or Doomslayers or something. Why was my first reaction, thank goodness I didn't summon any deities with demonic attributes. They were just running around with toy guns playing some hunting game, then they stole some sheet metal from someone else, actually hammered it into a big monster, and then split into groups. One group acted as the monster, and the other group waited. Waiting? Waiting for what? For some reason, Chen Ji had an ominous feeling after hearing this. I think I heard them discussing it, but they had already walked away, so I really didn't hear it. Oh well, with this mortal body, my hearing just can't reach that far, but, hearing there was a twist, Chen Ji immediately perked up his ears, afraid of missing any important information. As the saying goes, tools are an extension of human limbs. It is precisely because we long to hear sounds from afar that we utilize what we are best at, our wise minds, to invent and create. And so, the strongest in human history, the crystallization of countless people's hard work, the most amazing invention of technology. Listening to Belle actually singing into the phone receiver, Chen Ji really wanted to hang up, but reason told him that this crazy Belle would definitely provide him with more information. So, this invention is what? You actually don't know? Then hurry up and clean the volcanic ash out of your ears. It's obviously the telephone. Click. Chen Ji hung up the phone. The gods standing nearby, having witnessed Chen Ji's increasingly colorful expressions, looked at each other. Although they couldn't hear the phone call that sounded like a piercing demonic screech, they had more or less guessed something. Boss, did this phone make you angry? If it upset you, I'll just smash it with one punch. No, Caillou, I'm fine. This phone didn't do anything to me. I just need to get used to I'm going to Caillou, watch you. Before Chen Ji could exclaim, Caillou had already reacted, instantly spinning and landing a fierce kick on the guy who had launched the surprise attack. Bang! A sound of clashing metal suddenly exploded. Chiyo's small foot kicked against a giant steel beast head. The warlord's immense strength forcefully kicked a terrifying dent into the steel beast head. The solid steel was like modeling clay, leaving a footprint from Chiyo's kick. Hey, sneaking attacks from behind isn't nice, Tilda. Caillou quickly retracted her foot, then leapt into the air. Malice gathered in her hands, forming a pair of scarlet blood blades, and she slashed towards the head of that steel monster. Roar! Unexpectedly, the monster raised its head and roared at Caillou. Several iron rings crackling with electricity flew from its body and then tightly clamped onto Caillou. What? A woo! The steel monster let out a strange cry, lunged at Caillou, who was locked by the iron rings, and bit down hard on her. Caillou. Just as Chen Ji was about to use his stone control technique, the steel monster, carrying Caillou in its mouth, fled like a whirlwind toward the depths of the warehouse. Quick! Let's chase after them. Ha ha ha. This guy is still thinking about saving someone. A bunch of mice that fell into a trap without even knowing it. This feeling of harvesting is really Tilda. It's still so fascinating no matter how many times it happens, Tilda. Alright. It's just a pity about that young girl just now. She was truly a beauty. Too bad, she got caught by that thing, and in the end, there will probably only be a pile of minced meat left, Tilda. This anomaly spirit also looks amazing. It's just that I can't touch her. The boss also gave a death order to kill her. Accompanied by a burst of shrill laughter, dozens of figures of varying heights emerged from behind the cargo boxes, mocking Chen Ji and his group unscrupulously. Who are you people? Chen Ji's eyes widened in anger. These guys were clearly humans. And judging by what they said, they were specifically coming for him this time. Oh my Tilda, how come it's always this cliché dialogue every time, Tilda? Protagonist that, starting off by asking who the other side is, and then saying something like, well, you're going to die anyway, so I'll tell you. Hey, do you know that doing this makes you look like a protagonist? The person standing at the very front on the opposite side let out a shrill laugh, then leapt down from the cargo box, slamming into the ground in front of Chen Ji with a bang. Why should I tell you? A guy like you, who can be crushed like a bug in an instant. In other words, what does my destroying you have to do with you? Chen Ji hurriedly backed away from the opponent, then carefully observed him. The newcomer was a bearded middle-aged man wearing a silver bodysuit with specks of silver light flowing over it, looking incredibly tacky. On his hands, he wore a pair of exceptionally large gauntlets, iron gauntlets crafted from steel, with 2 red dials embedded on the back of the fists, their needles spinning rapidly. He easily raised his arms. Those iron fists seemed weightless in his hands. He provocatively made an insulting gesture at Chen Ji, then said, well, but I don't really want to waste time here with you. I still want to shut off that hunk of iron so I can go see if I can keep that young girl for my own enjoyment. If we drag this out any longer, it'll probably be completely gone. So, if you can leave that anomaly spirit for me, I might let you go, Tilda. Shameless scoundrel. Oh, who said that? Upon hearing this, everyone on the opposite side let out a strange cry in unison. They jumped down one after another and surrounded the source of the voice, Prometheus. A bunch of arrogant fools. There is no humanity left in your heart. My eyes have already reflected your evil deed. Veins bulged on Prometheus's clenched fists, and fire slowly ignited in his eyes. This time, it was genuine, unadulterated rage. Repent for your vile words just now. Do you know that you just insulted a great goddess? If you still do not repent, beware of black death creeping up your throats ahead of time. The gates of Hades will always welcome scoundrels like you. Hey, old man, are you sick in the head? If you're sick. The leader was amused by Prometheus's words. He swayed from side to side as he approached Prometheus, then suddenly threw a fierce punch at him. Then just go get treated at a hospital. Thud. Just as that iron fist was about to strike Prometheus, it was blocked by Prometheus's hand. Heh! He kept applying force, and the needles on the gauntlet spun even faster, but the old man's palm was like cast iron. No matter how he struggled, his iron fist could not advance even half an inch. It seems that words can no longer touch your souls. Then I shall use a more direct language. Divine ability, Titan strength. Chapter 65, Titan strength. Prometheus clenched his palm suddenly, and that steel-forged fist was crushed to pieces by Prometheus's fingers with a snap, as if it were made of paper. Ah! The immense gripping force crushed the middle-aged man's hand along with his gauntlet. Bright sparks and blood erupted simultaneously from the shattered iron fist, and Prometheus simply held the man's hand with one hand, lifting him directly in front of his own face. I actually don't like violence. The pain brought by blood is equal, and violence will ultimately breed more violence, but… You Yanhuang profanity old man, don't think you can. Whoosh. Prometheus suddenly assumed a stance, then threw him away just like a discus. The middle-aged man's foul language was torn apart in the whistling wind, flying over the heads of those who had surrounded Chen Ji and the others like a meteor, before slamming heavily into a pile of crates. Phew, it seems my discus-throwing skills haven't regressed yet, Tilda. Prometheus clapped his hands, seemingly disgusted at having just touched that scoundrel. Turning back to look at Chen Ji, who was staring at him in a daze, Prometheus smiled a bit embarrassedly. Mr. Shopkeeper, although I am indeed not good at fighting, I am at least a Titan of wisdom, and I am also a Titan god. Although my current strength is extremely weak, and I cannot even transform back into a Titan giant, my Titan power remains, and I still have enough strength to protect myself from scoundrels. The old man looked around. Those people wearing strange clothes and holding various bizarre weapons subconsciously took a few steps back. Although they still maintained a fierce appearance, a trace of fear had sprouted deep within their hearts. Pitiful people, you are like a school of fish. Fishermen have scooped you up from the grey sea onto the wide beach with porous nets. You eagerly yearn to return to the waves of the sea, so you do everything you can, attempting to break through this porous net. Prometheus walked toward those who had surrounded them, unhurriedly, like a judge reading a verdict. The scoundrel's hands couldn't help but tremble. Even though the opponent was just one old man, the aura emanating from him seemed to have truly transformed into a large net, surrounding them in return. You struggle without knowing it. The light of Alios has long since shrouded you all and is about to take your lives. Prometheus's tall shadow completely covered the person in front of him. Blazing fire erupted in his eyes, and his piercing gaze locked onto the scoundrel's trembling soul. Run, run! While black death has not yet burrowed into your eyes. Help, help me! That scoundrel could no longer withstand this terrifying pressure and actually turned around and ran for his life. Yanhuang profanity. No one is allowed to desert on me. Accompanied by a violent shout, a purple bolt of lightning streaked through the air and wrapped around the fleeing scoundrel. Crackle, sizzle. Ah! The scoundrel who wanted to escape screamed and fell to the ground, clutching his lower leg, which had been struck by the purple lightning, and crying out in pain. Yanhuang profanity. Don't forget what kind of hellhole you're all in right now. You're usually tougher than the next, but as soon as you run into a hard nut to crack, you all turn into cowards. Does the boss keep us around just to be freeloaders and window dressing? Get yourselves together. There are only 3 anomalies on the other side right now. And look, this old man has just been spouting nonsense and hasn't dared to make a move yet. He must be afraid of us attacking together. The speaker was another tall thug with a fierce look on his face. He was wearing a strange-looking metal jacket with several metal chains connected to it, along which wisps of purple current were traveling. He wore a pair of gloves etched with circuit diagrams, and a pair of coils were coiled in the palms of his hands. The lingering electric light on them proved that the electric shock from just a moment ago was his handiwork. He raised his hands, and dazzling electric light gathered on them. Don't forget our high-quality gear. The boss gave us the best equipment in the gang. Blow these guys to pieces for me. Those thugs who had previously been intimidated by Prometheus finally regained their courage, raised the various messy weapons in their hands, and then twisted them toward Prometheus. Those umbrellas, brooms, and violin cases unexpectedly revealed pitch-black gun barrels, all aiming at Prometheus at once. Are these all guns? Who on earth are you people? Chen Ji was startled by this display. Originally, apart from the 2 minor leaders, they were just a bunch of thugs holding all sorts of random things, but now they had suddenly transformed into gunmen. Fire! Don't give them a chance to catch their breath. Just as these gunmen were about to pull the trigger, Prometheus, as if he had already known their intentions, lunged at the fierce miner leader with pinpoint precision. Rat-tat-tat, the moment Prometheus's feet left the ground, the gunman opened fire. But Prometheus, as if he possessed the vision of every one of them, shifted his steps slightly and perfectly dodged every single one of their bullet. What? Seeing Prometheus charging straight at him, the miner leader sneered and aimed the fully charged coil in his hand at Prometheus's forehead. At this distance, let's see how you dodge. Unexpectedly, Prometheus, as if he had telepathy with him, landed a knee strike directly on his forearm almost the instant he activated his glove's lightning strike. Ah! The miner leader's arm was broken by Prometheus's strike, and the powerful lightning strike grazed Prometheus's ear as it flew past. Temph, is this power worthy of being called an electric shock? Prometheus swung his right fist violently, punching the miner leader in the chest. With a crack, the metal jacket was instantly covered in cracks, and the electric light on the metal chains burst forth, enveloping both the miner leader and Prometheus in lightning. Ah! Cough! The surrounding gunmen instantly turned their guns, but no one dared to fire. Prometheus was using their miner leader as a shield, and even while being electrocuted by the lightning from the metal jacket, he still held onto the miner leader tightly. Let go. Do you want to die with me? This is the armor's security mode. It only stops the electric shock when you let go. Cough, cough. How come? You still haven't understood by now? Blazing fire burned in Prometheus's eyes. His hands continued to exert force, and the cracks on the armor became more and more numerous. Only this level, and you dare to call it an electric shock? Crack. Under Prometheus's immense strength, the armor was torn to pieces. Electric light surged, reflecting Prometheus's eyes filled with rage. 66 Chapter 66 Second Boss. Chapter 66, Second Boss. Monster. How rare Tilda to be called a monster. The last time someone gave me a nickname, it was the Trembler, a nickname just like a coward. Prometheus tossed the small leader, whose armor had been torn to shreds, to the side. The small leader let out a muffled grunt and passed out right there. Are you all going to continue? Prometheus locked eyes with each of the remaining gunmen one by one. The gunmen couldn't help but tremble, as if their souls were being ripped out by the old man's gaze before everyone and put on trial. The person who forced you to wield your blades has already fallen to the very violence he was most skilled at. Do you still want to throw yourselves back into that whirlpool of violence? That steel monster from just now shouldn't be able to hurt Miss Caillou. Leave while you haven't yet paid the price in blood. I know you have no will to fight left. Let's go. These anomaly, they simply can't be countered with just one or two pieces of high-tech gear. Run. The boss, he will surely understand us, right? He must also know that even with good equipment, we can't beat an anomaly. The morale of the gunmen opposite them was clearly in shambles. The performance of just Prometheus alone made them feel completely incapable of resisting, and there were still two humanoid anomaly over there who hadn't even made a move yet. Chen Ji had already been automatically categorized by them as an anomaly. Is it okay to just let them go like this? Chen Ji looked at these gunmen with a complex expression. Before this, he had only dealt with non-human anomaly, but this time, he was facing living, breathing humans just like him. At least 3 years ago, he was a 100% pure human. Mr. Shopkeeper, these are just some small fries. Their true leader has already been taken down by me. Prometheus pointed to the small leader who had been knocked unconscious. He will know much more, and his value is far higher than these few wretches. Besides, it's inconvenient for us to cause a bigger commotion. After all, this is someone else's territory, and we are just guests, secret guests at that. As for the secret of our abilities being exposed by them, I believe the Anomaly Investigation Bureau would be more willing to listen to the testimony of a junior investigator than a bunch of the thug. Prometheus winked at Chen Ji, his expression clearly saying, "See? I told you that registering as a junior investigator was the right choice, didn't I?" Upon hearing Prometheus's words, the tightly wound nerves of the gunman finally relaxed. Once the tension of preparing for a desperate struggle dissipated, this group of poorly trained stragglers completely lost their last shred of fighting spirit, dropped their weapons one after another, and turned to flee deep into the warehouse. Run. Anyway, the boss doesn't know exactly what happened, and running is all we need to do. Yeah. Staying behind is a dead end. I haven't even finished playing around in Liuxiang yet. Yanhuang profanity. The army collapsed like a mountain. These gunmen were surrounding Chen Ji just a second ago, but now they had just turned and fled. Strange. Why are they running deep into the warehouse? Isn't the exit behind me? Or are they so bold as to want to go out directly through the cargo bay? Just as Chen Ji was puzzled, suddenly, a low voice rang out in the warehouse. Me. What are you doing? Accompanying this echo were two blood-red long swords that tore through the air, clang, and nailed themselves fiercely in front of the feet of the gunman running in the front. Ah! The gunman was so frightened by this strike that he quickly stopped in his tracks. But it wasn't over yet. The hilts of the two long swords were tied with two crimson iron chains. The two chains were whipped violently, and the two long swords lunged to the sides like dragons crossing a river, just like two hunting giant pythons forcing their prey into a dead end, sweeping rapidly in front of every gunman. The gunmen were all forced to stand in place, huddling together in terror. Teach this weapon, and that way of speaking. It's him. Says a second boss. Second boss. We really didn't mean to desert. We just wanted to go save. Do you mean to say you wanted to save me? A bunch of good-for-nothing trash. The middle-aged man who had been sent flying by Prometheus earlier was now climbing up to the top of a shelf in a disheveled state. Four long, slender mechanical arms extended from his back, repairing the pair of gauntlets that Prometheus had crushed. His expression looked extremely twisted. Ordinary anger could never make a person make such a twisted expression. Chen Ji looked carefully and only then noticed that his pupils had turned into a pair of eerie slit pupils, glowing with a bewitching yellow light. Watch your tongue. That voice rang out suddenly again, startling the middle-aged man. He hurriedly stood respectfully and, while suppressing his anger, said, I don't know what I did to be rude, please point it out, second boss. Captain, what you just said, good-for-nothing and trash are semantically repetitive. Good-for-nothing itself already has. A gunman said cautiously, only to be glared back at by the bearded man. What you say is extremely correct. Hey! Swish. The two sharp swords were instantly retracted by the chains on the hilts. Then, a black figure leaped down from the ceiling, landing perfectly right in the middle of Chen Ji's group. Clang, the two sharp swords were sheathed and retracted to the back of this uninvited guest. This strange person wore an exceptionally wide bamboo hat on his head, covering most of his face, revealing only his stubbled chin. On his back, he carried four great swords. The two just now were two of them. He stood silently in front of Chen Ji's group, like a hungry tiger eyeing its prey. A faint smell of blood emanated from him. Chen Ji wrinkled his nose. This scent felt somewhat familiar to him. It was a bit like the bloody smell formed by the baleful aura on Caillou. Nothing special. Suddenly, a sharp sword unsheathed from behind him, like a fierce tiger exiting its cage, lunging straight at Prometheus's face. Prometheus's expression froze instantly, and he hurriedly dodged to the side, once again narrowly avoiding this sharp sword. However, this time, even though the sharp sword didn't touch Prometheus, the suit he was wearing still split open with small cuts, which made Prometheus pause in surprise. The person opposite him, who was called Second Boss, was also stunned for a moment, then said softly, rare indeed, truly an extraordinary person. Then he grabbed the iron chain with his right hand and gave it a violent shake. The chain performed a vicious python turning over and immediately lashed out at Prometheus's face. At this moment, Prometheus had just dodged that sword and hadn't yet steadied himself when he saw the iron chain smashing down towards his face. Chapter 67, Men of Injustice. Prometheus. Look out. Chen Ji was left dizzy by the sudden series of events. It wasn't until he saw the iron chain lashing out toward Prometheus that he finally cried out in alarm. Prometheus spread his hands, gripping the iron chain in front of him tightly, and with a violent swing of his arms, he slammed the rotating blade attached to the chain into the floor. Sizzle. The sound of burning flesh rang out where Prometheus's palms made contact with the chain. The red color on the crimson chain pulsed restlessly, scorching Prometheus's palms. It can actually burn my skin. Even though this isn't the skin of a titan, ordinary blades shouldn't be able to cut it, yet this guy's chain. Prometheus clicked his tongue inwardly, while the second boss opposite him seemed even more surprised. He stared into Prometheus's eyes for a moment, as if having realized something. Can your eyes see the future? That's right. This is my divine ability, foresight. In Greek mythology, the name Prometheus means foresight. As the prophet who brought fire to humanity, Prometheus's insight into the future relied on more than just his wisdom. I can see every possibility of the future, see the consequences of every choice, and see the thousands upon thousands of me in the next second. And because of that, I have never regretted it. Prometheus seemed to recall something and spoke to the enemy with resonant conviction. Ah, a brave man. Indeed, a worthy person should be like this. Unexpectedly, upon hearing his words, the second boss withdrew his chain and bowed to Prometheus with cupped hand. Sorry, but the phrasing of what you just said is really. Prometheus truly couldn't stand the other guy's broken classical Chinese, and just as he was about to point it out, he was interrupted. My enemy ought to be just like this. Let us duel, and after a brief contest, I shall let you leave. My unique technique is a technique of slaughter. Let us see if we can devise a plan to break your foresight. The second boss, full of broken classical Chinese, slapped the scabbard on his back. The two swords on his back immediately took flight, like two falcons flapping their wings, and lunged fiercely at Prometheus's face. Prometheus assumed a stance. Just as the two sharp swords were about to strike him, they grazed past his ears at an extremely unreasonable angle. After brushing past Prometheus, the pair of swords performed a 90-degree upward maneuver, flying upward like two fighter jets performing an aerobatic display. This move was definitely not something achievable through mere skill. Oh, magic or... No, how did you do that? Transcendent or technology? Only through practice. The two glowing red swords thrust toward him, dragging the iron chains connected to their hilts, intending to strangle Prometheus with the chains. However, Prometheus had already foreseen this. He dodged once again, narrowly evading the two dangerous chains at the very last moment. However, the moment Prometheus dodged the attack, a look of panic suddenly appeared on his face. He awkwardly tried to shift his body, but in that position, he had no leverage to exert force. Thud. A solid iron fist smashed squarely into Prometheus's face. The middle-aged man, whose eyes had turned into eerie slit pupils, had been hiding to the side, and while Prometheus was dodging, he ambushed the defenseless Prometheus. Cough. Prometheus, struck directly in the face, lost his balance for a moment and fell onto the two crimson chains behind him. The smell of burning flesh spread once again. Prometheus stumbled to his feet, quickly retreated a few steps, and glared angrily at the middle-aged man who had ambushed him. Shameless villain, a coward who only dares to strike when the lion is asleep. Yeah, that's right. We're gang members. Did you really think we had some kind of chivalrous code? Come on, even our second boss studied water margin, not Jin Yong. We only talk about loyalty with our brothers in the gang tilde. Besides, you aren't even human, are you? Even if we killed you and were discovered by the peacekeeper, we'd be rewarded for it. We're acting bravely for a just cause and eliminating a scourge for the people. Watching the second boss silently draw his remaining two swords, Chen Ji cursed angrily. He had originally been fooled by the opponent's chivalrous attire and flowery classical Chinese. He had actually thought they were going to have a one-on-one duel. Heh, your so-called future prediction can only see a very short future, just a few seconds ahead, right? Originally, I thought you were dodging our attacks so narrowly every time because you were afraid we'd have time to change our moves. But a capability on the level of future prediction, how could it be that convenient? Especially with your weak power, how could you possibly foresee a distant future? If you could really foresee the distant future, why go through the trouble of trying to persuade my subordinates to surrender? Once the second boss arrives, none of them can escape. Why did you try to persuade them? There is only one answer. Yu Yanhuang profanity. Old man can only see a few seconds into the future. The middle-aged man laughed wildly, but then he realized what he had just said. Second boss, I didn't mean. The next second, he was kicked away by the second boss like a football. 200 strokes of the cane. The middle-aged man, who had collapsed a pile of cargo, immediately jumped out of the mountain of crates upon hearing this. He shook off the wood shavings tangled in his hair, then cast an angry glare at Prometheus. "Ha, I really am not good at fighting." Prometheus looked at the two murderous figures, chuckled, and then assumed a stance again. "Shopkeeper, I'm sorry, I might not be able to stop them both at the same time. Quickly, let Chimameliang possess you." Already done. Gloomy blue flames erupted from Chen Ji's body. Clad in blue fire armor, Chen Ji stood behind Prometheus, bearing the ghost claws of Chimameliang at the two gang leaders. "Shopkeeper, could you ask Miss Chimameliang to lend me some fire?" "Fire? Where should I burn?" "Anywhere is fine, the more the better." Just as Prometheus finished speaking, the two opponents lunged at them together. The second boss leaped into the air, and 4 sharp swords descended from the sky, aiming to cut off their retreat. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man let out an inhuman roar and charged over, swinging his fist. "Chimameliang, fire!" Whoosh! The gloomy blue ghost fire exploded from beneath Chen Ji's feet, instantly forming an eerie wall of ghost fire. "We came prepared." The middle-aged man clashed his fists together, and a pale purple protective shield rose from beneath his feet, enveloping him inside. You spiritual-type anomalies are hard to deal with, but if you're willing to spend the money, you can get equipment to counter you. Not having the ability to directly affect physical forms is the biggest weakness of you spirit. The middle-aged man charged straight into Chimameliang's wall of ghost fire just like that. 68 Chapter 68 Tomorrow's View. Chapter 68 Tomorrow's Vision. A sea of ghostly blue flames instantly engulfed the middle-aged man's vision. The flames, flickering like twisted phantoms, lunged at him all at once, only to be blocked by the pale purple protective barrier surrounding him. "Chimph, is that all? This armor is specifically designed to counter you spiritual entities." He waved his hands forward, scattering the ghostly blue flames, and strode forward. Behind that wall of ghost fire, Chen Ji had just prepared to retreat. Turning around, he saw the middle-aged man emerging through the wall and exclaimed in terror, "What's going on? Why is this spiritual fire useless against you? Fool. We've formulated several plans specifically for a guy like you. For you to escape from our hands would be, well, impossible." He forcefully swallowed the Yanhuang profanity that was about to escape his lips, and a burst of pale purple ripples erupted from his fists, striking toward Chen Ji. "Watch me beat you until your soul scatters." The pale purple ripples struck Chen Ji with the force of an avalanche, instantly sending him flying. Under the impact of the ripples, Chen Ji's figure gradually distorted, finally dissipating into the air along with the ripples themselves. "Haha, how pathetic. Wait, that's not right. That guy wasn't just possessed." Just as the middle-aged man was stunned, Chen Ji's voice suddenly rang out beside his ear. "Are you looking for me?" "What?" The middle-aged man reacted immediately, backhanding a punch fiercely toward the direction the voice came from, but his iron fist struck nothing but air. "How?" Whoosh! Before he could react, a large handful of sand splashed directly onto the middle-aged man's face. "Ah! Damn it!" The middle-aged man's eyes were covered in sand. His protective barrier was an energy shield designed only for spiritual attacks. It was completely useless against physical attacks like sand. He immediately tried to rub his eyes, but his iron fists couldn't clear the sand from his eyes at all. It worked. "Prometheus, this divine ability of yours is truly amazing. Haha, if it weren't for Miss Chimameliang's ghost fire covering such a large area, my divine ability wouldn't have achieved such a good effect." Divine ability, fire of enlightenment. Prometheus, who stole the fire, his flames enlightened humanity, opening up human wisdom. In other words, it is a divine ability that can implant information into the consciousness of others. Knowledge and wisdom were spread through this, and correspondingly, spreading other information is also possible. However, even so, Prometheus is not a deity skilled in illusions. Even if he wanted to create an illusion, he would be far from achieving the effects of normal illusions. But if Prometheus were to project one or two of the many futures he saw using foresight into the fire of enlightenment, then the information transmitted would be future information that is impossible to distinguish from reality, because this is one of the futures that could possibly come to pass. There are no logical loopholes, no issues with details, because this is a possibility of the future. Even the deity most skilled in illusions would be unable to distinguish reality when faced with this kind of information. Then, with the help of Chimamaliang's large-scale ghost fire, Prometheus turned all these ghost fires into his fire of enlightenment, and then stuffed several of the futures he had seen into them. In this way, the moment the middle-aged man touched the ghost fire, he was pulled into this false future. Watching the enemy fumbling in a panic because of the sand in his eyes, how could Chen Ji let such a good opportunity slip by? He slashed his ghost claws down hard, grabbing onto the armor on the man's body. Sizzle, the nearly corporeal ghost claws struck the pale purple protective barrier. Accompanied by a dazzling flash of fire, the barrier cracked inch by inch, and finally exploded with a bang. Chen Ji's ghost claws shattered the protective barrier. The armor on the gang leader's body burst with sparks once again, but this time it was completely torn apart by Chen Ji's sharp claws, with no possibility of repair. Then Chen Ji kicked out hard, knocking him to the ground. Before Chen Ji could breathe a sigh of relief, he heard the clashing of chains ringing out from all directions, echoing endlessly in the spreading sea of fire. It was the attack of that so-called second boss. Chen Ji immediately concentrated, sensing the rapidly moving enemy through the control over the ghost fire shared by Chimamaliang. Like a dream or an illusion, truly a miracle. What you speak of as a divine ability is not false. I wonder, where did you inherit it from? Still acting like a gentleman at a time like this? Stop the nonsense. If you still want to fight, we'll accompany you to the end. A guy who only dares to strike after breaking us up. At this point, Chen Ji suddenly realized something was wrong. So much time had passed since Caillou was taken away by that steel monster. Why was there not a single sound of her fighting? This shouldn't be. Last time, when dealing with yesterday's remaining candle with Caillou, she was able to pierce through an entire building in one blow. Why is there no movement at all this time? Catch this. But the current battle situation gave Chen Ji no time to think. The sound of clashing chains grew louder and louder, and the thick scent of blood spread everywhere, getting stronger and stronger. Every time Chen Ji opened his mouth, he would inhale a mouthful of the fishy sweetness. He had never missed Caillou as much as he did now. Woo! Mr. Shopkeeper, calm down and carefully sense his chains. Prometheus's warm hand rested on Chen Ji's shoulder, his tone as calm as ever. His every move is under our control. Steady yourself. I am here, and I am watching the future. He retracted his chains. Now, burn all the flames forward. The surging sea of future fire instantly swirled together under Chen Ji's command, condensing into a long, ghostly blue spear, and thrust forward violently. The 4 scarlet chains twisted together at this moment, like a crimson long sword, slashing toward Chen Ji from the front. Boom! 2 massive energies collided. The blue ghost fire and the scarlet baleful aura intertwined, and the ghostly blue flames of the future coiled up along the chains, about to burn their way along the iron chains and onto the second boss. Cheap tricks. Swish, all the chains retracted at once. The figure wearing the bamboo hat landed lightly, and a pair of eyes occupied by Scarlet gazed coldly at Chen Ji. If not for the many restrictions here, how could you lot still be alive to reach this point? What? Is there something wrong with this place? Come to think of it, there were indeed too many suspicious points here. When he first entered this warehouse, his spiritual sense clearly hadn't detected any other living creatures, yet these guys had suddenly popped out of nowhere. The sound of the battle just now was definitely not quiet. Factory Director Lee had clearly said he would have the security team wait outside to provide support, so why had no one appeared until now? It couldn't be that Factory Director Lee was colluding with these thugs. The Shun family would never look down on such scoundrels, and they had no reason to target him. Plus, those gunmen had fled deep into the warehouse. Could it be? Just as Chen Ji was thinking, The aura on the second boss continued to climb. The 4 precious swords behind his back were unsheathed again. He held 2 chains in each hand, dragging the sharp swords as he slowly walked toward Chen Ji. You scum, you will. Before the second boss could finish, suddenly, with a bang, a massive object slammed heavily onto the second boss. Yo boss. Looks like you guys are handling things pretty well without me. Chapter 69, Killing Intent. What's going on? That voice, is it Caillou? Chen Ji waved his hand, using his stone-controlling art to disperse the dust kicked up when that behemoth crashed down. Suddenly, he had the illusion that he had become an unparalleled expert. He had only ever seen such cool moves in novels and the like in the past. He never expected that one day he would be able to do it himself. Behind the dust, a massive chunk of steel had slammed into where the second boss had originally been. Then, with a whoosh, this big guy jumped up violently again. However, Chen Ji had already seen it clearly. It was a big guy that looked like abstract art full of industrial style, mixed together from all sorts of messy gears, coils, steel cables, and screws. Roar! A deafening roar erupted, followed immediately by a scarlet sword beam. That scarlet sword light slashed violently onto the steel behemoth, and with a swish, it nearly sliced the beast in two. Fool! How dare you slight my sword? Slight your grandmother's leg. If you can't speak classical Chinese, don't embarrass yourself here. How did you even figure out that we were slighting your sword? Chen Ji could see it now. This so-called second boss was just spouting nonsense. That's not right. That 7-meter-long iron thing just smashed into him. How does he still have the strength to talk? Responding to Chen Ji was a monstrous aura of baleful qi that suddenly erupted. The crimson baleful qi was like a tangible substance, erupting from the blood-soaked figure. He reached out and picked up his flattened conical hat, trembling as he put it back on his head. The hat was instantly stained scarlet, turning red in the blink of an eye, and the crushed parts were restored as if new. This momentum, what sequence of transcendent is he exactly? Why can he use baleful qi just like Caillou? Oh, a familiar aura. Could it be a descendant of the military strategists? No, that's not right. The scent of this baleful qi feels wrong. Chio's voice rang out once again, echoing from all directions around Chen Ji. Caillou, is that you? Where are you? Ah, boss, I'm not too sure where I am right now. Hey, stop. You're going to hit. What? You're going to hit what? Before Chen Ji could react, the ground beneath his feet began to shake violently. Oh no. That second boss, covered in baleful qi, immediately jumped backward. The moment his feet left the ground, the steel behemoth burst out of the ground from where he had been standing. That's right. Just like a groundhog, it shattered the warehouse floor and burst out. It was only then that Chen Ji saw the true appearance of this monster. Its head was now severely twisted and deformed, its metal fangs were mostly gone, and a black-red chain of baleful qi was firmly pinned into its upper jaw, restricting its forward direction. Looking up along that chain of baleful qi, the chain extended all the way to the behemoth's back, held in the hand of a small figure sitting upright on the beast's back. Boss, this guy is just too disobedient. Even though it has a body of steel, it keeps resisting my weapon-forging divine ability. There was no other way. I had to do this. Awoo! The steel behemoth saw Chen Ji and suddenly, as if some command had been activated, bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it pounced toward him. Ah, bad dog. Don't you dare bite, boss. Caillou hurriedly pulled hard on the chain in her hand, while simultaneously stomping her left foot violently onto the behemoth beneath her. With a bang, Chio's left foot was forced into the beast's back, simultaneously stopping the 7-meter-long behemoth's charge. The behemoth let out a mournful cry, then began to leap frantically, attempting to throw the living ancestor on its back off. Ha. Boss, look, this guy is so full of energy. Caillou, you aren't trying to tame this thing, are you? This guy clearly has some kind of programming set up. It's impossible for it to listen to us. No. Wait. There's still an enemy there that hasn't been dealt with. Can we play later? As soon as Chen Ji finished speaking, the second boss, who had been battered and blooded by the behemoth, dragged 4 long swords and charged over aggressively. Which? Die. Facing the incoming killing intent, Caillou was stunned for a moment, then immediately revealed a sly, wicked smile. Wow, so that baleful chi from just now was created by you. How did you do it? Clang. Chio's hands were wrapped in crimson baleful chi as she firmly gripped the long sword the second boss had slashed down. A massive repulsive force erupted from the two of them, once again pinning the steel behemoth beneath them, which had been trying to escape, firmly to the ground. Chen Ji inexplicably felt he could see a faint sadness on the face of this behemoth. Not bad strength. Your weapon is 4 swords. Can you even use them all? Just wait and you shall see. The second boss's other hand pulled violently on the iron chains connected to the remaining 3 swords. Those 3 swords, like poisonous snakes flicking their tongues, followed the chains and struck viciously toward the arm Caillou was using to hold the sword and toward her face. Caillou tilted her neck, dodging the sharp sword slashing toward her head. Then, with a twist of her hands, her immense freakish strength forcibly snatched that sharp sword from the second boss's hand. She then used the hilt to flick and deflect the blades that were slashing toward her arm. Afterward, Caillou suddenly let go of the precious sword in her hand and did a side roll, flipping her body to dodge the subsequent strangulation from the iron chains on the hilts of those 3 swords. Caillou grabbed a protruding part on the side of the behemoth with her right hand, hanging herself onto the beast, while simultaneously injecting a large amount of baleful chi into the steel behemoth's body. Although I still can't fully control this guy, I can still control some of the little toys on its body. Taste the feeling of being pierced by your own spears. In an instant, dozens of metal electromagnetic restraint rings flew toward the second boss, who was still standing on the behemoth's back. Just as he wanted to jump away to dodge, the steel behemoth's electromagnetic traps were immediately activated by Caillou. His 4 sharp swords and the iron chains connected to their hilts were firmly sucked onto the behemoth's body. Click, click, click. Those restraint rings tightened around the second boss, binding him up tight. As the weapons on the steel behemoth were activated, a loud, clear children's song also rang out on its back. What is Dad's dad called? Dad's dad is called Grandpa. What is Dad's mom called? Dad's mom is called Grandma. The crisp, childish voice sang the innocent nursery rhyme, echoing across this battlefield filled with the pungent smell of blood, successfully stunning everyone for 3 seconds with this song. Caillou, what is going on? I don't know, boss. I just activated all the mechanisms on its back at once. One of them must be a speaker. Could this be some kind of mass silence spell? The bound second boss trembled violently all over, and finally, with a click, shattered all the iron rings on his body at once. Enough. He pulled hard on the iron chains, actually pulling the sharp swords that had been sucked in by the electromagnetic traps back into his hand. He let out a long howl toward the sky and leaped with all his might off the behemoth's back. He retracted the remaining 3 swords, leaving only 1 sword held in his hand. He glared angrily at Caillou and quickly set up an offensive stance. Kill. #70 Chapter 70 The Blinding Sunlight. Chapter 70 Such blinding sunlight. At this moment, second boss no longer possessed a shred of the chivalry and spirit he had deliberately feigned earlier. His entire being was completely enveloped in solidified baleful aura, resembling a general clad in crimson armor, charging towards Caillou with a wild roar. No, rather than a great general, he was more like a humanoid beast. At this moment, not a shred of human rationality could be seen in him. He was like a machine that only knew how to kill. My unique skill is the art of slaughter. Chen Ji's mind recalled the words second boss had previously said to Prometheus. The art of slaughter, That is a truly fitting summary. Feeling the baleful aura rushing towards her, Caillou excitedly clenched her fists. An equally surging baleful aura erupted from Chio's body, colliding head-on with the barrier of baleful aura surrounding her opponent. Now this is what I call an attack. Since you want to go head-to-head with me. Caillou likewise met the war beast charging at her, her eyes revealing a madness no less intense than her opponent. I'll respond in kind. I will crush you with my own baleful aura. Crimson baleful aura coalesced on Chio's body, and 4 massive baleful arms appeared above her shoulders. As Caillou swung her arms, they slammed fiercely into second boss's baleful aura barrier. Oh no! Store manager, run. Prometheus instantly scooped up Chen Ji and ran towards the outside of the battlefield without looking back. Almost the instant Chen Ji and the others escaped the battlefield, the baleful auras of Caillou and second boss violently collided, the massive impact grinding everything around them into fragment. That's too reckless. There's still a normal person here, hey. However, by this time, Caillou could no longer hear Chen Ji's words. All of her attention was now focused on the enemy before her. Since Chio's awakening, this was the first time she had encountered an enemy of this caliber. The first time she had met an enemy capable of facing her head-on. Demonis. You are worthy of my sword being truly unsheathed. Enough talk. Let me show you what a warlord's military might really is. Two terrifying beasts tearing at each other. This was the only phrase Chen Ji, watching the battle, could think of. Under the pounding of Chio's baleful arms, the baleful aura enveloping second boss cracked inch by inch, but he still could not break through Chio's offensive-as-defense tactics and was never able to truly get close to her. It appeared to be a steady victory for Caillou, but the warlord herself knew that the opponent was actively retracting his baleful aura. Under Chio's wide-range attacks, he was condensing his own baleful aura into a single point, concentrating it on the longsword in his hand. Witness my true swordsmanship. In an instant, a resounding sword chime rang in the ears of everyone present. Even Chen Ji, who had almost hidden on the other side of the warehouse, felt something wispy lightly brush past his face at this moment. He subconsciously reached up to touch it, and a few drops of fresh blood smeared onto his hand. My face was cut. However, what was even more eye-catching was the nearly perfect blood-red sword gleam slashed from second boss's hand. It was like a blood-red crescent moon, silently and swiftly cutting through the air. Like moonlight hiding beneath the water's surface, it slid onto Chio's baleful arms, and then, like a wave crashing against a rock, it suddenly erupted with a massive roar. Ha 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 ha. You really have given me a huge surprise. I'm almost tempted to pardon you, Tilda. Caillou laughed wildly. The four baleful arms gradually dissolved under the twisting slaughter of the sword gleam, but were immediately repaired by Chio's seemingly endless baleful aura. Caillou crossed her arms in front of her chest, and the four baleful arms also withstood the twisting slaughter of the blood-red sword gleam, twisting together. The compressed baleful aura surged back against the blood-red sword gleam, clashing fiercely with second boss's sharp sword. Boom! The massive amounts of baleful aura from both sides collided, eventually merging into a crimson halo that enveloped both their figures. Hey, hey, hey. This situation isn't right, is it? Why does it feel like it's going to? Before Chen Ji could finish speaking, Prometheus once again shielded Chen Ji beneath him, and the two of them fell behind a shelf together. The ball of baleful aura reached its limit at this moment and exploded with a roar. The massive impact swept across the entire warehouse, and the crimson baleful aura shooting into the sky actually blew the entire warehouse roof off. Sorrowful, sorrowful. The baleful aura dissipated. At the center of the recent explosion, only Caillou and second boss remained, standing on the ground that had been raised by the baleful aura. Second boss dragged his sword behind him and looked up at the sky revealed after the roof had been blown off. So-called sacred objects are nothing more than this. They couldn't even isolate the aftermath of one of my sword strikes. What sacred object? Hey, are you still going to fight or not? If you don't want to fight and admit defeat, I might consider not knocking you unconscious and just handing you over to the Anomaly Investigation Bureau, okay? I depart. He suddenly struck the ground hard with his sword blade, and then a huge mouth opened on his chest. That huge mouth stretched all the way to his waist, with crooked fangs growing on it, and drops of disgusting mucus dripping from its maw. He opened his mouth in disgust, and the huge mouth opened along with him. Then, to everyone's surprise, it turned around and bit him. That's right. The mouth twisted forcibly, swallowing his lower body in one bite. We shall meet again. My sharp sword awaits to sever your head. Demonis. Come back when you've actually learned some manners. Caillou made a face at second boss, who was being swallowed by the huge mouth, but he had already been completely swallowed by it. After swallowing second boss, the huge mouth let out a strange laugh, and then with a pop, it vanished into the air. What's going on? The explosion just now was. The warehouse doors were pushed open by the security team, and the leading security team captain strode in, only to be so shocked by the scene before him that he couldn't speak for a long time. More than half of the warehouse's goods had been destroyed by the clash between Caillou and second boss. Not even a single fragment of the ceiling remained, and sunlight shone directly onto the mess. Under the crooked shelves, the junior investigator who had just entered was rubbing its forehead while being helped up by its elderly companion. Perhaps it was an illusion, but a trace of deep blue seemed to have flashed in its eyes just now. Amidst the ruins on the ground, several struggling strangers lay scattered about. They tried hard to crawl up from the ground, when suddenly, huge mouths split open on their chest. The security team, still in a state of sustained shock, just watched as these strangers performed a disappearing act, each of them being swallowed by the huge mouths on their bodies and vanishing into thin air. I know this sounds ridiculous, but if you guys are willing to listen to me. Chen Ji limped towards the leading security team captain. Just as he placed his hand on the other man's shoulder, intending to explain things properly. Thump, that captain fainted on the spot. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.